Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. All the people, let you do planting, you become the master of the old days. Chapter 61. The series of rapid and sharp voices changed everyone's face. Did the monster tide really break out? There was no data showing that there would be a monster tide. But it just appeared out of thin air. Everyone's heart suddenly sank. If they were not prepared, what terrible consequences would this sudden and terrifying monster tide bring to Jinling City? No one dared to think about it. No matter which city, it is estimated that it would be difficult to cope with such a sudden monster attack. Enemy attack. Be alert. A powerful voice brought everyone back from shock. The garrison of Jinling City and all the personnel involved in the defense entered the combat state in an instant. No one had a panic on their faces, because they had been preparing for this battle for several months. It can be said that this is the most fully prepared battle, which is equivalent to giving the questions in advance. If they still can't hold on like this, they should all cut their necks and apologize. One after another, the orders sounded on the city wall. Here they come. On the city wall, Liao Shion saw the sudden monster tide, and his face was not worried, but a smile emerged. I am not afraid that the monster tide will not come, I am afraid that it will not come. With the current defense force of Jinling City, let alone dealing with the third-level monster tide, even the second-level monster tide will not be a problem. The reason why Liao Shion made such a big fuss this time was because he had the idea of achieving success in one battle. Using this monster tide, the threats inside and outside Sun Jinling City will be completely resolved. After this battle, the monsters in the 6 uninhabited areas nearby will probably take 10 years to recover. The cultists hidden in Jinling City will also be lured out by him and completely resolved. After this battle, Jinling City can have at least 10 years of peace. So Liao Shion put all his thoughts on this battle, and regarded it as the last thing he did for the citizens of Jinling before leaving. Rumble. The sound of the surging waves between heaven and earth is getting closer and closer, like the horn of the god of death. It's like rolling thunder, coming from far away. The figure of the first monster rushed out of the dark night and appeared in everyone's sight. Instantly, countless monsters entered the range of the lights on the top of Jinling City. Bang bang bang. Outside the city, there were sudden explosions, and the sky-high flames illuminated the sky. That was the induction mine buried at the outermost. Fireworks bloomed one after another. Each firework could take the lives of hundreds of monsters. But this did not pose any substantial threat to the huge monster tide. The monsters rushed to the bottom of the city one after another. The garrison immediately used the fortifications that had been built long ago to resist the monsters that came like a tide. Buzz. Under the earth, a huge magic array was quietly running, and countless array patterns shone with a faint strange light. That was the super large trap that Su Fan had set up in front of the city being activated. Any monster that rushed into the trap could not get out of the psychedelic formation and could only run hard in it until they were exhausted. As they moved forward, a wisp of medicinal fragrance flowed into their bodies, gradually depriving them of their lives. From a distance, a very strange scene appeared outside the city. Once those monsters rushed into a certain area, they would run like crazy and then fall down suddenly. In just a few minutes, thousands of monsters had died in this way. Your trap is more amazing than I thought. Liao Shion noticed the strange scene presented on the battlefield and couldn't help but admire it. He had seen Su Fan's method before, but at that time, they only dealt with first and second level monsters. The monsters attacking Jinling City are much higher in level, generally above the 5th level, and there are even 9th level monsters. Even if these monsters rush into the trap, they will die silently. This terrible killing power made Liao Shion quite frightened. It's not a very clever method, but it's very useful against stupid monsters. Su Fan smiled faintly. There is nothing sophisticated about those traps. They are just a combination of some means, which makes them show a strong continuous killing power. The most complicated one is the deepest life material collection array. In Su Fan's vision, the array has begun to operate. The vitality and soul power of those dead monsters will not be lost naturally, but will all flow underground and be absorbed by the array. The battlefield in front is like a terrible millstone, gradually crushing the lives of all monsters. The 10 super large traps arranged by Su Fan have all been activated, and a large number of monsters die in the traps every second. This has reduced a lot of impact on the defense of Jinling City. What about the 7,000 monster corpses? What are you going to do with them? Liao Shion suddenly asked. He remembered the 7,000 monster corpses that Su Fan exchanged. Such a large number must be to deal with this monster tide. But Liao Shion had no idea what these monster corpses could be used for. Could they be used as bait? Monsters are still very interested in the corpses of the same kind. Su Fan was not surprised that Liao Shion knew about this, and smiled softly. You will know in a moment. Immediately, Su Fan looked at a place outside the city and gently waved the Styx pen in his hand. As the spell was lifted at a place outside the city, the 7,000 successfully cultivated monsters appeared quietly. They joined the monster tide silently. The number of monsters was too large, and the scene was extremely chaotic. The 7,000 monsters that suddenly appeared did not arouse the vigilance of other monsters, so there was no change in the monster tide. Liao Shion also saw the 7,000 monsters that suddenly appeared, and an incredible expression suddenly appeared on his face. Are they alive? With Liao Xion's strength, he could naturally see that these monsters had all been resurrected. It was not a temporary resurrection or transformation into undead with the help of some kind of spell, but a real resurrection. This behavior has exceeded Liao Xion's cognition. He stared at Su Fan with an incredulous look, and after a long while he said, "Resurrection from the dead. How did you do that?" Liao Xion had never seen such a method before. Dead monsters could actually be resurrected. But what confused Liao Xion even more was that Su Fan actually mixed these monsters into the monster tide. What was he trying to do? Could it be that they think the defense of Jinling City is too strong, so they add some danger to this monster tide? These 7,000 monsters can't hinder the entire monster tide, but they can guide it. Su Fan saw Liao Xion's doubts and explained with a smile. Liao Xion then looked at the monster tide, and after observing for a while, he immediately knew the role of Su Fan and these monsters. The impact of the monster tide is often chaotic and disorderly. If there is no human guidance or command by a powerful monster. Once a monster tide is formed, the monsters will only charge with the monsters in the front and will not carry out targeted attacks. Although this monster tide was caused by humans, Cell did not want to use the monster tide to break through Jinling City. He just wanted these monsters to die, and then use the strong power of death to open the door to the other world. Therefore, this monster tide is completely chaotic. And the 7,000 monsters sent by Su Fan gradually came to the forefront of the tide. They will follow Su Fan's order, guide these monsters into the trap and the place where Jinling City has the strongest defense. It is equivalent to taking the monsters behind to die. This will undoubtedly greatly speed up the consumption of this monster tide. You really have a way. Liao Xion couldn't help but admire. He didn't expect that he could use monsters in this way. Use these monsters as spies to penetrate the interior, and then guide the monster tide. This monster tide was originally triggered in advance, and there were no powerful monsters of the Morning Star or Shining Moon level sitting in, so it was easy to guide. Jinling City is left to you. I'm going to keep an eye on Cell. Su Fan said softly. Su Fan is more concerned about Abra. According to the plan he and Liao Xion planned, he would be responsible for dealing with Abra, and Liao Xion would be responsible for clearing the demon organization. No need, I have arranged everything here. I'll go with you, Liao Xion suddenly said. Are you worried about me? Su Fan raised his eyebrows. Liao Xion smiled and said, you are my great benefactor, I can't let you take risks alone. Quote. Su Fan did not argue with Liao Xion, nodded and jumped down from the top of the city. Sharu would not open the door near Jinling City. He chose to open the door to the other world inside the no man's land, so as to ensure that Abra's appearance would not attract the attention of the human side. 0.10. Su Fan knew the location of Sharu through the information of the three demons. More than a dozen teams of the Weird Department had already sneaked into the no man's land, waiting for Liao Xion's order, ready to eradicate this deeply hidden demon organization at any time. Su Fan and Liao Xion quietly crossed the monster tide and entered the no man's land. The reason why Liao Xion accompanied Su Fan to leave Jinling City was because he was confident enough. The Weiyu level strongman sent by Chairman Muan had arrived in Jinling City a few days ago, but he did not show up. With such a powerful awakener in charge, Liao Shion dared to follow Su Fan wandered around. Otherwise, he would definitely stay in Jinling in person to prevent any accidents. The no man's land in the middle of the night seemed gloomy and terrifying, and there seemed to be a faint black mist floating in the air. However, because most of the monsters have been let out of the no man's land, this area that was extremely dangerous in the past is now very safe, and there are few monsters. This is the power of death. Following their flow, you can find Cell. Su Fan glanced at the black mist floating in the air and explained softly. This strong power of death was gathered by Cell and used as the basic energy to open the door. Cell's rank is not high, he must have a treasure in his hand to enable him to mobilize the calendar of death. Liao Shion followed Su Fan carefully, looking around vigilantly. A treasure that can mobilize the power of death. He glanced at Su Fan and continued. I'm not interested in this stuff. The implication is that no matter what good things are found, they belong to Su Fan. He was satisfied as long as he could get enough merit in this battle. Su Fan grinned and quickened his pace. The two of them soon went deep into the core area of the no man's land. The black fog here was very thick and was the source of the gathering. Before entering the core area, Su Fan cast a spell to hide the figures of the two. They were like a ball of black fog, perfectly integrated with the surrounding fog, and even the breath of life and soul fluctuations were completely hidden. Awesome. After seeing this powerful hermit effect, Liao Shion couldn't help but admire it. Even he might not be able to find the abnormality. Su Fan's methods really shocked him again and again. We're here, Su Fan reminded softly. Liao Shion immediately looked forward and saw a flat area in front of him. In the center of this area, there was a very complicated huge magic circle with a diameter of hundreds of meters. There were dozens of shadowy figures near the magic circle. Su Fan and Peng Xian looked around and found that all these people were demons. They all had very obvious demon characteristics, but also obvious human characteristics. They looked like mixed demons. The most powerful among them was a 9th-level demon. He was more than 3 meters tall and had the basic appearance of a human, but his body was covered with purple-black scales, with a pair of protruding horns on his forehead and a long thin tail behind him. Sharu. Su Fan recognized Sharu at a glance. The Abra scales on his body were too recognizable. Abra scales are a very hard material that can even offset the damage of spells and magic. They are extremely precious. Is he Cell? Liao Shion stared at Cell and whispered. Although Cell is the focus of the weird division, it is the first time for him, the head of the division, to see Cell's true appearance. The brothers outside are ready. I'll ask them to sneak over here. Be ready to take action at any time and catch all these demons in one fell swoop. Tang Xian sent a signal to the Weird Division members who had entered the No Man's Land, asking them to come here. Wait until Cell summons Abra. The Weird Division is responsible for dealing with these demons, and you will deal with Abra. I will also help you deal with Abra. Tang Xian said softly. Su Fan nodded and waited patiently. Seeing this, Liao Shion had no choice but to shut up and hide in the black fog. As time passed, the death power floating around became more and more dense, almost completely blocking the vision. The entire area seemed to be wrapped in absolute darkness. Su Fan stared at the center of the huge magic circle, and he saw a ray of blue light. It turned out to be the undead pearl. No wonder Cell can condense the power of death. The undead pearl is an artifact from the undead plane that can automatically absorb and condense the power of death. For many necromancers or dark sorcerers, this is a precious item that they dream of. Su Fan had previously judged that Sharu must have a treasure in his hand to help him condense the power of death. Unexpectedly, it was an undead pearl. It just so happens that if I can get this undead pearl, I can also cast some undead spells. Su Fan's mind moved, and he immediately thought of this undead pearl. If he couldn't successfully hunt Abra, he could get this undead pearl, and this trip would not be a waste of gains. Undead pearl. This is a good thing. Liao Shion was immediately interested when he heard Su Fan's words. This thing can be exchanged for hundreds of thousands of treasure points, right? They are about to start. Just as Su Fan was speaking, the demons surrounding the magic circle began to act. Sharu and his demons were all around the magic circle. Cell looked at the death force gradually gathering around him and said calmly, "There is enough death force, let's start the ceremony." Several demons immediately began the ritual process to prepare for opening the door to the other world. Cell looked at the demons in front of him and gradually fell into deep thought. He was a demon abandoned on the blue star, and suffered all kinds of cold eyes and ridicule since childhood. The last time Abra entered the blue star, he forced a human woman to combine and finally gave birth to him. Father Abra soon returned to the plane where he was, and his mother left after giving birth to him. He became an abandoned orphan and was left in the no man's land. In order to survive, Cell had to fight various monsters since he was a child, which also cultivated his 553 fierce and cold-blooded character. The person Cell hated most in his heart was his father Abra. He had no affection for this father, warmth, and no love at all. Cell originally wanted to improve his strength on Blue Star, and when he had enough strength, he would find a way to kill Abra. But one thing was beyond Cell's expectations. A few months ago, his father Abra actually took the initiative to find him, hoping that he could open the door to Blue Star. During this brief exchange, Cell learned that Abra was seriously injured. So his heart began to stir, maybe this was his chance. However, although Abra was seriously injured, he was also a powerful existence of the sun level, which was not something he could handle at the moment. Cell finally decided to open the door to the other world for Abra, led it to Blue Star, and then slowly plan. This monster tide was planned by him, just to gather enough death power and open the door. Lord Cell, the ceremony has been completed. Quote, the power of death seems to be a little short, how about waiting a little longer? An 8th level demon came over and asked softly. Sharu slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of cold green triangular eyes. A little short, he spit out a thin and long tongue like a snake's tongue from his mouth. Crack. As soon as he finished speaking, Sharu came to the 8th level demon and strangled his neck with one hand. A wisp of black mist suddenly floated out of the corpse of the 8th level demon and was sucked into the magic circle. The surrounding demons trembled, but no one dared to raise any objections. Looking at the huge magic circle that was gradually running, Sharu's face showed a grim smile. Look, isn't this enough? Hearing this, the surrounding demons all breathed a sigh of relief. If the power of death is not enough, they have no doubt that Sharu will continue to kill people until they have enough power of death. As a large amount of death power was extracted by the magic circle, the magic circle gradually emitted a black light. Boom! A majestic force surged in the void, making a sound like thunder. The black light emitted by the magic circle condensed in the air, gradually forming a huge door more than 100 meters high. As the light continued to condense, this illusory huge dark door turned from illusory to real, spanning under the sky, spectacular and magnificent. Liao Shion and Su Fan, who were hiding on the side, had seen the abyss door before, so they were not shocked. They both restrained their breath and waited quietly. With the continuous injection of death power, the door of the other world gradually took shape. Behind the door, there was a vast and boundless world phantom, which was the plane where Abra was. Just at the moment when the door was formed, a huge monster figure that was 100 meters high suddenly appeared behind the door. The huge black shadow that looked like a mountain slowly raised its feet and stepped into the door. Soon, a huge hoof covered with purple-black scales appeared in the sight of everyone at the scene. Abra crossed the gate to another world. In the dark night, a monster slowly emerged. Its figure was strangely similar to the legendary Qilin, but full of terrifying horror. Its body was so huge that it almost covered half of the night sky. Every muscle seemed to be carved from hard rock, flashing a cold luster. Its head was similar to Qilin, but twisted and deformed. Its pair of red eyes seemed to burn with the flames of hell, flashing cruelty and madness. Its horns were sharp and curved, as if they could pierce through all obstacles that blocked it. Its limbs were strong and powerful, and every step it took was accompanied by the trembling of the ground and the vibration of the air. Its claws were as sharp as knives and could easily tear hard rocks and steel. Its body was covered with scales, each of which was like a carefully polished armor, hard and smooth, reflecting a cold light. What was even more terrifying was that it exuded a dark aura, as if it could devour the light of all life. When it entered the blue star, it let out a low roar. The sound was as deafening as thunder, full of endless anger and violence, and the breath it exuded was like the cold wind of death. Wherever it blew, everything withered and lost its vitality. This terrifying monster that looked like a unicorn was Abra. A terrifying monster of the sun level. When Cell saw Abra's figure emerge, he hurriedly took the demons around him and walked forward, kneeling on one knee respectfully. Father, finally, I've waited for you. The demons around were all prostrating on the ground in fear, not even daring to raise their heads. The terrifying breath exuded by Abra made their hearts almost burst. Abra moved his body, and then his red eyes slowly looked at Cell, with a hint of disdain and sarcasm flashing in his eyes. Father, a lowly creature with ant-like human blood flowing in his veins is worthy of calling himself father. If any random scum can be called that, then wouldn't Abra have millions of descendants? Get up. Abra didn't express his contempt, because he still needed Cell for the time being. This time, it was surrounded and killed by several powerful enemies and suffered extremely serious injuries. It couldn't even open the door to Blue Star alone. Abra then remembered Cell, so he contacted him secretly. In the next period of time, Cell can still help him do some things, and can keep him alive first. Abra moved his body a little uncomfortably. As soon as he entered Blue Star, he felt a very heavy sense of oppression. This is the will of the world putting pressure on him. This will affect his strength. If it is a demigod or true god creature, the oppression will be even stronger. But it doesn't matter, it will soon go into a deep sleep to repair its own injuries. After a few decades, when the will of this world begins to collapse, it will be able to be active again. Abra's red eyes suddenly turned and glanced at the dark fog around. Then it looked at Cell, who was still kneeling respectfully on the ground, and said in a joking tone, Cell, is this how you do things? You don't even know that someone is targeting you. How can I trust you to do something in the future? Cell, who was kneeling on the ground to express his loyalty, suddenly raised his head after hearing Abra's words. Being targeted by others. Cell showed an unbelievable look on his face. This is impossible. This plan was made so secretly that no one else could know about it. Besides, those people in Jinling City are now busy dealing with the monster tide, so how can they care about him? Quote. Cell wanted to explain, but two figures quietly walked out of the black fog on the side. It was Su Fan and Liao Shion who had been hiding nearby. Su Fan knew that his spells might be able to deceive the Morning Star class warriors, or even the Brilliant Moon class warriors. But it would definitely not be able to deceive the Sun class warrior Abra. There was no point in continuing to hide. Wow, it's really a Sun class monster. Liao Shion looked at the terrifying monster Abra standing in the air and couldn't help but sigh. Although Su Fan was by his side, a hint of nervousness and uneasiness flashed in the depths of his eyes. If Su Fan wasn't by his side, Liao Shion would have already started to design a better-looking grave for himself. Quote. Su Fan stared at Abra, who looked like a unicorn in front of him, with a hint of greed in his eyes. A seriously injured Sun-class monster. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When Sharu saw Su Fan and Liao appeared first, with a look of deep shock on their faces. How did these humans know about this action that was so secretive? Are all my actions under their surveillance? A chill instantly struck Cell's heart. But in a flash, Cell calmed down. He glanced at Abra beside him, and a grim smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. I almost forgot that my father Abra is here. Although Abra has no feelings for his son, he will not watch it. All these people in Jinling City will die here. The Sun stage. When will I have such a powerful force? A strong desire for power emerged in Cell's heart. Two ants. Abra looked at Su, who walked out of the black fog. Fan and Liao Shion did not hide the sarcasm in their eyes. One of them was a 9th-level human, with the life wave of the 9th-level Morovine. The other was a Morning Star level, and seemed to be quite powerful. But in Abra's eyes, this strength was no different from that of an ant. Although it was seriously injured, it was not something that two ants could mess with. These two people were simply courting death. Let them act, and leave the rest to me. Su Fan said to Liao Shion beside him. You can't intervene in the battle later. Quote. Liao Shion's forehead was black. I am the strongest man in Jinling, the head of the weird department, but you despise me like this. Liao Shion looked at Abra, who was emitting an aura like the mighty power of heaven, and silently chose to step aside. It's actually quite good to play a supporting role. Everyone, move. Liao Shion gave an order. The members of the weird department hidden around all showed their bodies and prepared to capture the demons present. When Cell and the demons saw the members of the weird department around them, their faces showed strange colors. Abra still maintained his disdainful look. Ants are ants, and there is no meaning in their numbers. With just this little power, dare to challenge the great lord of black fire Abra. Abra laughed contemptuously. Su Fan walked up slowly and said softly, "Your opponent is me." Quote. Although he was facing a powerful sun-level monster, Su Fan's face remained calm. Because he had already thought about how to deal with Abra. Let's take a step back. Even if he tried his best and couldn't kill Abra until the end, Su Fan still had a trump card in his hand. That was the power of Chen. That was the powerful power of the demigod level. Not to mention killing a seriously injured sun-level monster. Even if Abra was at his peak, he would be killed. If it weren't for these trump cards in his hand, Fan certainly wouldn't be able to attack the sun-level monster casually. Oh, 9th level ants, plus a Moro vine. Abra stared at Su Fan with interest and said in a mocking tone. It really didn't know where the human in front of it got the courage to challenge it. I've seen people who are not afraid of death, but I've never seen people who are so desperate. Then it's as you wish. Quote. Abra danced his hooves gently. Under the suppression of the world's will, it felt more and more tired. Abra just wanted to fall asleep as soon as possible to relieve the double pain brought by the suppression of will and injury. Su Fan looked at Abra waving his hooves, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. If it were any other time, it would be really difficult for me to deal with you. But, now, I can handle it. As soon as the voice fell, Su Fan's body made a dull sound similar to drumming. Dong 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 dong. This sound resounded between heaven and earth, and was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. If you listen carefully, you will find that this is not the sound of drumming, but the sound of Su Fan's heart beating. His body began to resonate slowly with this world, and the sound of his heart beating was like the sound of heaven and earth. Liao Shion on the side widened his eyes and almost dropped his chin to the ground. This is resonance. Looking at Su Fan who was resonating with the heaven and earth, Liao Xion's eyes almost fell to the ground. He was very familiar with this movement. Liao Xion would never forget the moment when he resonated with the heaven and earth in his life. That wonderful feeling was like the unity of heaven and man, and I was the wonderful feeling of heaven and earth. Even after so many years, Liao Xion still remembered that moment clearly. So when he heard Su Fan's thunderous heartbeat, Liao Xion knew what happened. His mouth opened wide, as if he had seen something incredible. As we all know, it is very difficult for awakeners to resonate with heaven and earth. Generally, it takes a long time of meditation to grasp that extremely ethereal feeling. But Su Fan's resonance is as simple as drinking water. He resonates when he says it. Liao Xion was stunned. This shows that Su Fan has been intentionally controlling his resonance time. He could have been promoted to the Morning Star level long ago, but he suddenly broke through at this moment. Liao Xion couldn't help but complain in a low voice, "It's really annoying to compare with others. If ordinary awakeners can break through, they must want to break through immediately. Who would be so casual as Su Fan, who even deliberately suppressed it and chose a time to resonate?" Liao Xion muttered a few words and then withdrew his thoughts and began to command the members of the weird department to capture the demon. Breakthrough. Abra saw Su Fan suddenly promoted to the Morning Star level, and a strange color flashed across his face. This human is lucky enough to be able to break through at such a critical moment. But what's the use of this? Even if he breaks through to the Morning Star level, he is still just an ant in his eyes, and he can crush him to death with a raise of his hand. Su Fan, who resonates with the world, has a faint smile on his face. If it comes to rank, I am far worse than you, and I am indeed not your opponent. But if it is during the resonance period, it is not impossible for me to deal with you. While Su Fan was speaking, the Styx pen was already in his hand. When the awakener resonates with the world, the origin of the world will also be open to the awakener and infuse it with huge energy. Other awakeners will be filled with this energy almost instantly. Because the body can contain too little power, it is like a drop of water in the ocean, insignificant to the power of the origin of the whole world. But Su Fan is different. His body can absorb the power of the origin, and the 10,000 spirits demon soil can also absorb the power of the stars. This will cause Su Fan to receive the initiation for much longer than other awakeners. During this period of time, Su Fan can squander unlimited star power. Although the level of star power is weaker, its quantity is too huge. The nearly infinite energy is enough for Su Fan to use many means that he cannot use at ordinary times to deal with Abra of the sun level. Boom! When Su Fan finished speaking, the stars above the sky suddenly burst into brilliant luster, and the starlight fell from the sky, covering Su Fan's body. This is a sign that the heaven and earth began to instill Su Fan. The next second, the majestic star power spread out from the void, shining with colorful luster, and poured into Su Fan's body in an extremely rough way. In just a blink of an eye, Su Fan's body was filled with star power. Logically, the resonance should have ended at this moment, but the majestic star power surged into Su Fan's body. Endless star power suddenly appeared in Su Fan's native space and rushed towards the Wanling demon soil below. If someone could see it, they would find that the star power rushed into Su Fan's body like a waterfall and fell into the Lingmo soil. 15 minutes. Su Fan felt it and then said to himself, "At this rate, it will take at least 15 minutes for the 10,000 spirits demon soil to be filled. After these 15 minutes, he will be able to squander unlimited original power." Abra seemed to have noticed Su Fan's abnormality, and his contemptuous eyes changed. Abra didn't want to give the ant in front of him any more time. It now needs to fall asleep as soon as possible, and needs to get rid of these annoying ants as soon as possible. Abra waved the huge hoof claw, and the majestic power surged towards Su Fan like a landslide and tsunami. Su Fan looked at the hoof claw that was gradually falling, but his face was not afraid at all. He held the Styx pen in his hand, and infinite star power poured into the green pen body. Su Fan uttered a series of low hums, like the prayers of ancient sacrifices, through endless years, from ancient times to the present. Buzz! The Styx pen burst out with a brilliant green luster. A series of black snake-like spells emerged silently and covered Su Fan's body. Su Fan's face and body were covered with dark spells, making him look very strange. However, as the spells covered him, the aura emitted by Su Fan was also rising rapidly. This is an extremely ancient spell that can be used to bless the body to gain stronger power. It takes a great price to cast this spell, at least it takes an awakener of the Weiyu level to do it. Su Fan relied on the resonance with the heaven and earth at this moment, and with the help of the holy object Styx pen, he was able to barely cast this ancient spell. His strength instantly rose to the level of half-step Weiyu. With such strength, and relying on the infinite world origin power brought by the resonance, Su Fan was barely qualified to fight Abra. This also shows the power of the sun level. Su Fan tried his best, taking advantage of the time, place and people, and barely fought against the seriously injured sun level. However, he was already quite strong to be able to do this. If the news of using the Morning Star rank to fight against the sun rank spread, no one would dare to believe it. This move was too crazy. When Abra's hoof claws fell, Su Fan, who was covered with spells, suddenly opened his eyes. He waved the Styx pen in his hand and outlined several dark snakes to block Abra's attack. Abra felt Su Fan's gradually rising power and let out a low roar. It suddenly had a very bad feeling in its heart. It might suffer a loss from this ant. Abra's body suddenly rose with a dark blue flame, and his eyes revealed endless cruelty and violence. It ran towards Su Fan with its hoof claws, and its 4 powerful hoof claws stepped on the void, making a deafening thunder and stirring the air nearby. Roar! Abra roared, opened his mouth and spewed out a dark blue flame. The extremely hot blue flame burned the void and a dark hole appeared. Even the strong men of the Weiyu level dared not resist this flame. Su Fan waved his right hand quickly and erected a high wall made of spells in front of him. Boom! The dark blue flame attacked, burning the spells that made up the high wall into nothingness. However, because of the obstruction of the spell, the dark blue flame was blocked within 3 feet in front of Su Fan. Abra stared at Su Fan indifferently, and shouted coldly, "An ant dares to be my enemy." As soon as the voice fell, Abra rushed over like he was breaking the void. The most important thing for monsters is their powerful physical strength and those innate special abilities. Abra has many special abilities, and the dark blue flame just now is one of them. Because of the serious injury, Abra was unwilling to use many methods. It felt that using physical strength was the easiest way to deal with the opponent. Su Fan looked at Abra, who suddenly rushed over, frowning quietly. Abra could continue to fight, but he only had 15 minutes, and he had to be dealt with in the shortest time. BB. Su Fan took a deep breath and decided to use his strongest secret technique. This secret technique was created by chance after he was promoted to the demigod level. He had never had enough power to perform it before. Now, with the blessing of ancient spells and the resonance of heaven and earth, he should be able to perform the bed. The Styx pen flew out of his hand, surrounded him, and actively outlined countless spells to help Su Fan resist Abra. Su Fan slowly closed his eyes. The moment Su Fan closed his eyes, the world also dimmed as his eyes closed. The sky and the earth fell into darkness. At the same time, a mighty force like the vast ocean emerged from Su Fan's body. His own strength was not enough to perform this secret technique, and he had to rely on the power of his own soil. The end of all things. Su Fan's whisper resounded in this absolute darkness. The next second, a ray of light suddenly appeared above everyone's head. It was a crack that emitted light, like a thin band of light floating in the sky. From a distance, it looked as if the sky was cut in half by a sword. Sizz. What's going on? Such a powerful force, I feel like a demon is about to revive. The demons and agents of the weird department at the scene all showed horrified expressions. In this darkness, they felt a powerful energy gradually accumulating. Even Liao Shion, who was at the morning star level, couldn't help swallowing his saliva at this moment. What's going on? Liao Shion looked at the darkness around him, and then looked at the light-transmitting crack in the sky. As a morning star level warrior, Liao Shion felt it more strongly than others. The power surrounding him was extremely powerful and full of destructive flavor. This power made him feel deeply afraid. Abra also felt the tremendous power that was constantly accumulating in the darkness, and his face instantly became gloomy. This human could actually use such a secret technique. I really underestimated him. These little tricks, break them all. Abra roared, raised a hoof, and struck the void to shatter the darkness that enveloped this place. The blue flame bloomed, and this space appeared a dark blue. Just as Abra used all his strength to shatter the darkness that enveloped this place, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, the thin light band on the sky suddenly opened. A huge, lifeless and indifferent eye suddenly appeared above everyone's head. Those eyes were like the eyes of gods, flashing with deep starlight, overlooking the vast world, as if they could see through all the falsehood and reality in the world. If you look carefully, you will find that this god's eye is exactly the same as Su Fan's eyes. When this god's eye opened, all the creatures shrouded in darkness were still. There was an extremely huge force exerted on them. This force was so powerful that it imprisoned their bodies in an instant. Not only that, even the time and space of this world were completely isolated. Abra and Liao Shion could sense that the space and time around them were all forcibly disordered by invisible forces, falling into absolute chaos. There were chaotic air currents all around, which were filled with destructive auras and could destroy everything in the world. Abra looked at the huge god's eye in the sky, which was staring at it quietly. The eyes were cold and ruthless, as if looking at ants and dead things. Abra's face suddenly became a little panicked. This is a divine art. It contains the power of rules. How can you cast a divine art? Abra screamed in horror. It felt the surge of rules in the surrounding power. Rules, this is a higher level of power. This is also a power that only gods can master. When the rules cover the world, everything is dominated by the gods. Abra's heart was filled with deep fear. Even at his peak, he could not fight against the rules, let alone being seriously injured. Under the rules, all creatures that are not gods must be wiped out. This is a dimensionality reduction strike. Looking at the indifferent god's eye above his head, Abra's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Tan Shion, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but tremble. However, his trembling was not because of fear or dread, but excitement, intense excitement. Divine arts. It's actually divine arts. Liao Shion stared at the sky with fanatical eyes, and his body shook slightly and at a very high frequency. Divine arts are means that only gods can use. It is a terrifying power beyond the imagination of mortals. Even the most powerful sun level is difficult to resist in front of God. Because the power dimensions of both sides are not at the same level at all. So far, no human on Blue Star has been able to reach the level of God. Maybe there is, but he doesn't know. This is the first time Liao Shion has seen divine arts, and his emotions suddenly became surging and excited. Is this the power of the Pen Fairy? Liao Shion looked at Su Fan, who was also standing under the god's eye, and his heart suddenly shook. The spokespersons of the gods are not easy to mess with. They can borrow the power of the gods to kill any enemy. Su Fan's performance before was completely lacking in the solemnity and majesty that the spokesperson of the gods should have. But in Liao Xion's eyes at this moment, Yin Fan was like a real formation. Even if he was just borrowing the power of the Pen Fairy. If Liao Xion knew that there was no so-called Pen Fairy at all, and all this was Su Fan's own power, I wonder what kind of changes would happen in his heart. The end of all things. This is the strongest secret art created by Su Fan after he entered the demigod level and went to the Mother River of Rules. Although Su Fan is not a true god, in a sense, the end of all things is a true divine art. In the Mother River of Rules, Su Fan saw the essence of this world. Countless divine chains of rules intertwined and gathered into a rushing river, invisibly surrounding the entire world. The power of divine art does not lie in how much power it has, but in the fact that it uses the calendar of rules of this world. It shows the cornerstone of the operation of this world. Creatures below the true God level can only survive according to the rules and survive according to the framework that has long been arranged by the will of the origin of the world. They cannot see or touch these rules, but they can never violate them. True gods can touch these rules and give them power. If creatures below the true god are regarded as chess pieces, then true gods can already be regarded as chess players. The gap between the two is like a world of difference. The power of rules contained in Su Fan's divine art is called the origin of life and death. As a demon lord, Su Fan cultivated and created countless demons. Countless lives were born in his hands. Su Fan witnessed the flow and passing of life force in those monsters. He saw the flow and extinction of life in the Mother River of Rules, and with so many years of understanding, he created this divine brilliance. It is extremely rare to create a true divine art with the power of a demigod. Su Fan's talent can indeed be called against the sky. After his rebirth, his power was too weak to perform this divine art at all. However, with the opportunity to resonate with the heaven and earth, he can use the infinite star calendar. This can barely perform this divine art. The end of all things that Su Fan is performing now is not a complete version, but a fragmentary one, which is the limit of what he can perform now. But killing Abra should be no problem. Under the sky, all the people who were watched by the eye of God trembled. The omnipresent power of rules enveloped and controlled their bodies. Everyone looked up at the indifferent eye of God and dared not move. They had a feeling. As long as the owner of the eye of God is willing, he can deprive them of their lives at any time. Under the true God, everything is an ant. Whether it is Wei Yu or Yaori, it is the same. Abra stared at the sky with horror, and his huge body trembled uncontrollably. Divine art. I just entered Blue Star, how could I meet a human who can cast divine arts? You are the spokesperson of the gods. But why don't you have any fluctuations of divine power on your body? There is no mark of divine fire either. The shadow of death enveloped Abra, making him a little crazy. He stared at Su Fan and roared in a low voice. There is only one possibility that he can cast divine arts without the strength of the true God level. That is the human being in front of him, the spokesperson of the gods. That is why he can use the power of the gods to perform magic. But this is not in line with common sense. If he is the spokesperson of the gods, then he must have the mark of divine fire on his body, and he will also emit the same breath as that god. Abra did not feel any trace of divine fire fluctuations on Su Fan. So it never thought from the beginning that Fan would be the spokesperson of the gods. Liao Shion was also slightly stunned when he heard Abra's roar. Indeed, he didn't believe that the Pen Fairy really existed at first, and the biggest reason was that Su Fan acted too ordinary. He was too different from other representatives of gods. However, a series of events that happened later dispelled Liao Xion's doubts. The pen fairy should be real. Otherwise, how could Su Fan know so many things, and even know what will happen in the future? Liao Shion thought that maybe it was because the pen fairy was special and low-key. So Su Fan behaved very differently from other representatives of gods. Su Fan did not answer Abra's words, and murmured in a low voice. Quote. The eye of God in the sky also turned suddenly at this time, staring at Abra's huge body. Su Fan's voice sounded like the whisper of a devil in Abra's ear. Immediately, Abra felt the vitality in his body was rapidly fading at a strange speed. This speed of fading made him panic. The eye of God deprived Abra of his life and completed the transition between life and death. No, no, Abra raised his head and roared, using all the strength in his body to stop the loss of vitality. But no matter what means he used, he could not stop it. At this moment, it was the power of rules that was bestowed on it, a power that it could not resist. Unless Abra could be promoted to a demigod at this time and also comprehend the rules, only with the power of the Black Fire Lord can it resist. No, no one can kill me. I am the great Lord of Black Fire. Abra. The shadow of death made Abra go berserk. As a powerful being of the Sun Order, Abra is not as fragile as ordinary monsters. The closer death is, the stronger its will to survive becomes. It is precisely because of such an unyielding and tenacious will that it can step by step walk to today, enter the Sun Order, and be honored as the Lord of Black Fire. Death is gradually approaching, and Abra can no longer care about the so-called injuries. It pushed its own power to the extreme, and the dark blue flames emitted from its body slowly turned into a strange black. Abra was like a unicorn bathing in black fire, standing proudly under the eye of God, with his head held high, roaring low towards the sky. Abra in this state was its true face, and also a sign of its full strength. The black flame was more blazing and hotter than the blue flame just now. This black flame can also add to Abra's strength, and even absorb the power around to replenish its own consumption. This is why Abra is called the Lord of Black Fire. Abra's sudden full-strength burst made everyone around him look horrified. This is the sun-level monster, the true power. If it weren't covered by the eye of God at this moment, I'm afraid this uninhabited area would instantly turn into a sea of fire and be melted by the blazing black fire. Abra is just like a black sun, emitting a blazing heat that makes it impossible to look directly at it. Unknown currency A. So you are just barely able to use the extremely weak power of rules. Abra's surprised roar sounded in the darkness, and the sound was extremely excited. In order to resist the deprivation of its own vitality by the eye of God, Abra had to burst out all his strength and make the final resistance. It was already desperate in its heart. He was already seriously injured, and his strength dropped by 1/3. Facing the attack of the magic, he had no power to resist. Even in his prime, he might not be able to withstand the magic. But when Abra burst out with all his strength, he was surprised to find that the speed at which his vitality was lost was delayed several times. Abra was immediately ecstatic. This shows that the rule power used by this magic is very weak, even weak enough for it to contend with. After discovering this, Abra was immediately ecstatic, and a ray of hope emerged in his heart. It seems that the human in front of him is not as strong as he imagined. He tried his best, but he could only cast a weakened magic, not a real magic. But even a weakened magic is enough to deal with ordinary sun level. But it is Abra, the Lord of Black Fire, the top existence in the sun level, a powerful monster with unlimited demigods. If it can burst out with all its strength, it will be enough to compete with this weak rule power. Abra burst out all its own strength to offset the rule power bestowed on it. Sure enough, its life loss completely disappeared. Ha ha ha, ants, even if you cast a magic spell, you can't do anything to me. The panic and fear in Abra's heart disappeared instantly, and he laughed triumphantly. After hearing Abra's roar, Liao Shion, who was standing aside, suddenly became gloomy. Oh no, can't the magic spell deal with Abra of the sun level? This time Su Fan cooperated with him, and the two had a clear division of labor. Su Fan came to deal with Abra, and he and Jinling Weird Department were responsible for cleaning up the demons. Liao Shion was still very confident in Su Fan. Because there is a god standing behind him, the Pen Fairy. With the help of the Pen Fairy, Su Fan will have no problem dealing with a sun-level monster, right? This should be a sure thing. But after hearing Abra's excited cry, Liao Xion's heart sank to the bottom again. Could it be that this operation will fail? Impossible. As an omniscient pen fairy, it is impossible that he can't even take down a sun-level monster, right? He remembered what Su Fan said before. The pen fairy is now in a special state. Could it be that the pen fairy's strength is affected? Liao Xion's heart immediately began to beat. If Abra can't be hunted down, the position of deputy director is the second. I'm afraid that Abra will hate himself and Su Fan, and then he may come to Jinling City to seek revenge, which is not good. Oh no, this time may be a bit reckless. Liao Xion said secretly in his heart, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Under the eye of God, Abra had completely controlled his body, so that the vitality in his body would not continue to flow away. Abra swept away the haze of death, regained his vigorous appearance, and stood up to the sky. Ha ha ha, humble human, do you think you can kill me with a wisp of rule power? Unfortunately, with your strength, you can't do it. Abra let out a low roar, staring at Su Fan with a pair of red eyes. It didn't want to drag it on any longer, this human was a little weird. I must kill it as soon as possible. Having experienced countless storms, Abra knew that such things must be decisive and the threat must be eliminated as soon as possible. Die. Abra's eyes flashed with cold light, and the black flames lingering around his body suddenly blasted out. It wanted to use its most blazing flame to burn the flesh and soul of the human in front of it into nothingness. Ah, it's still a little short. Su Fan sighed softly when he saw Abra resisting the attack of the Eye of God. There was not much disappointment in his eyes. Su Fan had estimated the power of the magic he had cast before. It was definitely enough to deal with ordinary sun level. But Abra happened to be one of the strongest ones in the sun level. It can completely rely on its own powerful strength to resist the power of rules. Although the power of rules is a powerful force beyond the secular world, but there is also a saying that one force can break all laws. If you have enough power, then it is not impossible to counter the power of rules. Abra now belongs to this group. Su Fan performed this magic with great difficulty. At his current level, he was able to use that weak power of rules, which was already quite powerful. But it was precisely because the power of rules was too weak that the group gave Bola a chance to resist and breathe. If Su Fan could show the true power of the end of all things. Abra is just an ant. Seeing that Abra had blocked the attack of the Eye of God and quickly launched a counterattack, Su Fan's face did not show any panic. Because he had already anticipated that such a thing might happen, good luck to King Zhao, and had made a response plan in advance. Then, I have to let you see the real God Rice. Su Fan looked at the arrogant and complacent Abra in front of him and said softly. Immediately, Su Fan slowly stroked the wrist of his right hand and made a slight call in his heart. Chen, I need your power. After this call, Su Fan sensed a strange fluctuation. That was the response of Chen, who was in deep sleep. Take it. A very simple response. Although Chen had fallen into deep sleep, it still had a trace of will left to respond to Su Fan at any time. It once promised Su Fan that he could use its power in times of crisis. This promise also became Su Fan's strongest trump card. The power of the demigod level. Once he had this power, Su Fan would be able to return to the peak in an instant. If it wasn't for the last moment, Su Fan really didn't want to use Chen's power. Although he could rely on the power of others to allow himself to enter a powerful moment of emptiness for a short time. But the power of others is always someone else's. Those who often use the power of others will eventually be sunk by this power and hinder their own path forward. This is why those spokespersons of gods, although they have extremely strong strength, cannot reach the realm of gods. Because they rely on the power of gods to live and change all their lives. Their own path is gradually blocked, and finally the path to becoming a god is completely cut off. The spokesperson of God seems to be an excellent career, but it is actually a dead end. Only by relying on oneself and tempering oneself into steel can one walk out of one's own divine path. Quote. Countless points of light suddenly emerged from the ground where Su Fan stood and merged into his body. This is the power of the demigod from Chen. Countless points of light seeped out of the soil and merged into Su Fan's body. Su Fan's aura also began to rise wildly. In almost the blink of an eye, his aura had risen to an extremely terrifying level. Demigod. Chen had almost no concealment of Su Fan and gave him all his power. Su Fan was surprised by Chen's honesty. Even if the gods lend power to their own spokespersons, they will only drop a wisp of divine power. Chen, on the other hand, gave him all his power. Fortunately, Su Fan's will was strong enough to receive this power smoothly. Otherwise, he would be instantly lost in this huge power. The reason why the spokespersons can only use a small part of the power of the gods is not because of the stinginess of the gods, but mainly because of this. If the gods really lend their power to the spokespersons, then they will not be able to accommodate this power regardless of their will or physical strength. In serious cases, they may be stretched and burst on the spot. Su Fan is different from other representatives of gods. He was once a demigod and is familiar with this power. He has no problem with his will. Moreover, he has his own land as a temporary storage and transfer place for energy, so it is not difficult to contain this power. In short, Su Fan can easily control this power. More people are controlled by this power. After Su Fan absorbed this majestic power, his aura began to rise rapidly, and in a short time it rose to a level that made everyone feel terrified. Familiar feeling. Su Fan whispered in a low voice, and the aura of the demigod permeated from his body, covering the whole scene. Abra, who had just found the dawn of survival, had a stiff face and his body suddenly froze in place. Demigod, and Liao Shion, the members of the weird department, and the demons present were even more frightened by this sudden terrifying power. The aura that Su Fan exuded at this time was even greater than the oppression brought to them by the eye of God just now. This is an absolute crushing. Su the demigod aura that permeated the fan instantly swept the entire no man's land. In Jinling City, thousands of miles away, there was an exquisite courtyard. A woman slowly raised her fair head and looked towards the direction of the no man's land. Such a powerful aura. That has surpassed the level of Yao. The woman's eyes showed a deep surprise. But she was not surprised. Before coming, Chairman Muan had already told her that there was a spokesperson for the gods in Jinling City. It should be this person. Quote, the woman slowly retracted her gaze, not paying too much attention to the sudden burst of breath. Her duty is to guard Jinling City. As long as Jinling is safe, she does not need to take action. Su Fan, who temporarily entered the demigod level with the power of Chen, slowly opened his eyes. His body exuded a wisp of power, which completely eliminated the black fire sprayed by Abra. Su Fan looked at Abra with indifferent eyes and smiled softly. Since you want to see the magic so much, then let you see the true power of the magic. Just now, Su Fan relied on the infinite star power attracted by resonance to barely perform the magic, but he could only use extremely weak rule power. But now he has temporarily returned to the demigod level, with nearly peak strength, and can also exert the true power of the end of all things. Abra's eyes were terrified, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying, and the joy and excitement on his face disappeared without a trace in an instant. Abra's body was completely controlled by an invisible force, making it impossible for him to move. Abra was trying to move his hooves, but it was extremely difficult. There was an extremely powerful force controlling it. Su Fan stared at Abra indifferently, and the huge eyes in the sky also stared at it with an even colder and more indifferent attitude. The end. Su Fan groaned. The divine eye suddenly expanded, and a wisp of invisible power fell from the eyes. The next second, Abra let out a sharp roar. It was a painful wail, the most desperate cry before the death of a creature. Under the gaze of Liao Shion and everyone around, a white mist suddenly rose from Abra's body. It was not white mist, but the life force in Abra's body. When the life force is completely deprived, the creature will naturally die. Life and death are like the two sides of a coin, and like the combination of yin and yang, they never exist alone. Life and death are intertwined ABCG, and the two states are transformed in different forms. Only the true God can see the secret of the cycle of life and death. Those ancient taboo figures, even after death, will be able to revive one day, precisely because they have seen through the mystery between life and death. Life and death are just two different states of existence for them. They themselves are eternal, will never perish, and will not be wiped out. As Su Fan, who has the power of creation, he has more insights into life and death that are different from others. This magic, the end of all things, can deprive all gods of their vitality, including the true God. It can not only deprive vitality, but also block the conversion between life and death. Su Fan has enough confidence that if he can be promoted to the level of the true God, then the end of all things will become a terrifying magic that those taboo figures will be afraid of. It is only because of Su Fan's strength that the power of the magic will also change. A ball of white mist that is almost condensed into substance is quietly suspended above Abra's head. All life force was drawn out, and Abra was instantly transformed into a state of death. His body withered and dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if he had been dead for thousands of years, and the life essence in his body had already disappeared with time. If it weren't for the coverage of the Eye of God, I'm afraid its body would be blown into flying powder by the wind. Hiss. Liao Shion, who saw Abra's death with his own eyes, couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. His heart was trembling, and his scalp was numb. This method is too weird, right? It was just a matter of a moment, and Abra died silently, and he couldn't even make the last resistance. Abra is a very strong existence in the sun level, and the most powerful creature close to demigod. But under the Eye of God, he died without resistance, not yet. To be more precise, it has no time and ability to resist at all. When the Eye of God fell, Abra was forcibly led into a state of death. Liao Xion's heart was shaken, and he was a little confused about what happened. Just now Su wasn't Fan still unable to deal with Abra. How did the situation suddenly reverse and he won so smoothly? Liao Xion didn't know what happened, but it must be related to the Pen Fairy. Even in a special state, the Pen Fairy can raise Su Fan's strength to the semi-god level. Even if this is only temporary, it is enough to show how powerful the Pen Fairy is. As for Cell and the demons on the side, they were all scared silly, their minds were blank. Father, Abra, is dead. Cell's eyes were wide open, and the corners of his eyes were almost cracked. He looked at Abra, who had turned into a dried corpse, and his mind was in chaos, as if filled with countless voices, making him unable to think. Although Cell hated his father Abra so much, he also admired Abra's strength. Father was the Lord of Black Fire, a notorious existence in the Sun Order, and had conquered countless planes and worlds. In fact, Cell had always regarded Abra as a godlike existence in his heart. His greatest desire was to have the same powerful power as Abra. But today, Cell's faith suddenly collapsed. Even as powerful as Abra, he eventually died in Su Fan's hands. He died silently, without even any amazing battle, and died so peacefully. Cell was completely paralyzed. Abra is his biggest support now. Its death means the end of his life, and these humans will not let him go. Even the fierce Cell was frightened, not to mention the other demons. These demons almost fainted. Lord Abra is gone. What should they do then? The members of the strange department around them are all staring at him, ready to take action at any time. For a moment, all the demons stayed where they were, feeling that there was no light in their lives. And the members of the strange department who participated in this action were all excited and their cheeks flushed. What did they see? Divine arts. Powerful divine arts. Even the sun-level monsters cannot compete with this terrible power. Not everyone is so lucky to see the power of divine arts with their own eyes. This action was so worth it, enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Although there was no horrific battle that destroyed the world, it was exciting enough. Do it. Liao Xion was the first to react, shouting coldly in a low voice. Those members of the weird department who were in a state of excitement also reacted immediately and started to act immediately. Swish, swish, swish. Figures rushed out one after another, and Cell and others on the scene were all controlled. The whole process went smoothly without any obstacles. When those demons saw Abra's death, their faith collapsed instantly, and they had no idea of resisting at all. After killing Abra, Su Fan quickly collected the white mist that was as solid as a substance into his life space. This is all the life force in Abra's body. Its life force, such as the life force of millions of demons combined, is even greater. Su Fan would naturally not let this majestic life force flow between heaven and earth, that would be a waste of heaven's resources. Seeing that the situation had been controlled by the weird department, Su Fan also returned all the power of the dust to it. This power is indeed very strong, making people want to keep it, own it, and control it. However, Su Fan knows that this power does not belong to him, and he will lose it sooner or later. Only the power that truly belongs to him will not be taken away. Countless points of light surged out of Su Fan's body, rushed into the earth, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The aura emitted by Su Fan's body also weakened rapidly, and he fell directly from the demigod to the morning star level. Although his rank dropped, Su Fan did not feel any loss. Because sooner or later he would have a stronger power than this. What was that just now? The power of the pen fairy. Liao Shion walked over slowly and asked tentatively. Su Fan thought about it, and then nodded. That's right. Liao Shion showed an expression of, as expected, and the expression on his face became much more emotional. The power of the pen fairy really exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect that the old man was not only omniscient and omnipotent, but also possessed such a strong power. It really amazed me. Hearing Liao Xion's praise, Su Fan smiled helplessly. The pen fairy has gone and can't hear your praise. Liao Xion touched his nose angrily. Also, what's the matter with your resonance? Liao Xion came back to his senses and looked at the sky that was still filled with the calendar of the stars. Su Fan's resonance with the world has not ended, but is still continuing. A large amount of star power is still surging into Su Fan's body. This strange picture attracted Liao Xion's attention. The resonance of ordinary awakeners only lasts for more than 10 seconds. Even if they are more absorbent, it will only last for a minute at most. But Su Fan, how long has he been absorbing it? It's almost been more than 10 minutes, right? Liao Xion just reacted. His mouth opened wide again, his chin almost dropped to the ground. Isn't this gap too outrageous? Liao Xion remembered the scene when he resonated at the beginning. He only absorbed it for a few seconds, and he felt that he was almost full. In other words, he can only enjoy it for a few seconds, but Su Fan can enjoy it for more than 10 minutes. Liao Xion is envious just thinking about it. Su Fan also saw the envious and jealous expression on Liao Xion's face. He smiled softly. Chief Liao, you don't have to look at me like that, it's about to end. Quote. As soon as Su Fan finished speaking, the star power that filled the sky began to slowly weaken. It seems that the resonance is indeed coming to an end. In order to kill Abra, Su Fan deliberately chose the time of this resonance during the battle, which is an act of elimination. But the benefits are huge. I successfully promoted to the morning star level and once again embarked on the road of transcendence. At the same time, I also successfully killed Abra and obtained the latter's complete body. It only takes a period of cultivation for Su Fan to cultivate Abra of the sun level. At that time, he will be able to join the ranks of the top powerhouses of Blue Star. Finally it's over. Liao Xion also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and complained in a low voice, then squeezed out a smile, and said in a tone that sounded a little insincere. Congratulations, you have successfully promoted to the morning star level. Quote. Su Fan's smile turned strange when he heard Liao Xion's tone, and he was about to respond. But at this sudden moment, Yin Fan's face suddenly changed. Liao Xion saw Su Fan's sudden change of expression, and his heart was shocked. He was about to ask what happened, but at this moment, something even more weird happened. Su Fan standing in front of him, disappeared silently. Liao Xion watched Su Fan suddenly disappear in front of him, and his face suddenly changed. His hair stood up, and he looked at the empty front, and quickly looked back and scanned the surroundings. Without any signs or unusual movements, Su Fan just disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Liao Xion's forehead suddenly broke out in cold sweat, and he thought of Abra at the first time. Could it be that this sun-level monster was not dead yet, and attacked Su Fan at that moment? But this doesn't make sense. Abra had been wiped out by Su Fan just now, and his body turned into a mummy, and it is absolutely impossible for him to be resurrected. Su Fan's sudden disappearance must have nothing to do with Abra. Liao Xion thought of Su Fan's shocked expression before he disappeared, and he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that there are some powerful enemies around, quietly attacking Su Fan? Even he himself did not notice any abnormality. This must be at least the top level of the sun level, comparable to the powerful figure of Chairman Mu Yun. Or it must be above the sun level. Liao Xion's eyes gradually shrank into needles. I thought that this time the fight against the monster tide would be successfully concluded, but I didn't expect such a mistake. You stay here and continue to clean up the scene to see if there are any traces of other monsters. After Liao Xion left a sentence, he hurried back to Jinling City. The monster tide outside Jinling City continued to attack the city, and countless monsters completely surrounded Jinlingcheng. However, Jinling City has long been impregnable after several months of fundraising and preparation. No matter how these monsters attack, they cannot move forward half a step, and are blocked by the defense personnel. Liao Xion has no intention of caring about the monster tide, but quickly came to a villa in Jinling City. Master Lin, something happened. Liao Xion stood at the gate of the courtyard with a solemn face and whispered. What happened? A cold female voice came from the courtyard. The voice was very ethereal, like the sound of birds singing in the valley. Liao Xion quickly recounted what happened just now. Master Lin, would you like to go to the no man's land with me? Su Fan's disappearance is too strange. It is very likely that he had an accident. He has made great contributions to the Federation. We can't just ignore it. Under Liao Xion's persuasion, the Weiyu level strongman who guarded Jinling City went out of the city with him and came to the no man's land. The Master Lin mentioned by Liao Xion was shrouded in a hazy moonlight, so that outsiders could not see her face and figure clearly. However, judging from her voice and movements, she must be a beautiful woman with an extremely charming figure. Lin Yu was in Su Fan stopped for a long time at the place where he disappeared, and his body emitted a wisp of silver light, as if he was exploring something. Liao Xion stood beside her, waiting quietly. After a long time, she slowly spoke, with a hint of doubt in her voice. Strange. There is no abnormal power fluctuation here, no power remnant. Quote. The mysterious strong man who can make you unaware must be at least a figure like Chairman Muan, but I should not be unaware of any abnormality. Quote. Lin Yu looked down at the surroundings, as if to find some clues from the slight changes in the surrounding environment. Unless it is a demigod or true god, it will be like this. Lin Yu gave a positive judgment. If someone really attacked Su Fan, then it must be at least a demigod. Liao Xion's face changed slightly when he heard this. If it was really what Lord Lin Yu analyzed, they would have no hope of saving Sha Fan. Even if Speaker Mu Yun took action personally, he might not be able to save Su Fan. But they didn't know what happened and why Su Fan suddenly disappeared. Lin Yu hesitated for a while and slowly took out a silver bead. Since this person has made a great contribution to the Federation, we can't ignore his life or death. At least we have to know what happened to him. Liao Xion looked at the silver bead in Lin Yu's hand and nodded. This is the Moon God bead, which has many wonderful functions. One of its abilities is that it can trace back time and space to a certain area and reproduce what happened at a certain moment. Su Fan disappeared too suddenly, and Liao Xion had no psychological preparation, so he didn't know what happened at all. If the Moon God bead is used to trace back time and space in this area, perhaps something can be discovered. Thank you, Lord Lin Yu. Liao Xion said in a deep voice. Lin Yu's face did not change. He hummed lightly and then injected his spiritual power into the Moon God bead. Quote, quote. The Moon God pearl immediately emitted a hazy light, looking like a miniature bright moon, floating in front of Lin Yu and Liao Xion. The white and soft light enveloped the area, and strange phenomena began to appear around it. A huge magic circle appeared beside Lin Yu and Liao Xion, and Cell and the demons appeared, surrounding the magic circle. The scene of this area not long ago appeared in front of the two of them, and they were like bystanders, watching everything silently. Then the picture began to change. Cell summoned Abra, Su Fan and Liao Xion took action respectively. Then Su Fan used magic to kill Abra. Lin Yu looked at the magic performed by Su Fan, and the expression on her face changed a lot. Her eyes were shining, and I don't know what she was thinking. The surrounding pictures continued to change, reproducing everything just now. Here it comes. Liao Xion suddenly reminded Lin Yu softly, asking her to pay attention to what happened next. In the picture, Su Fan and Liao Xion stood side by side. This was the picture before Su Fan disappeared. Liao Xion and Lin Yu were both very alert, staring at the picture intently, ready to see what would happen next. The picture was about to show the scene where Su Fan disappeared. However, at this moment, the change suddenly appeared again. Invisible ripples appeared in the void, like a lake with splashes. As the ripples spread, the picture reproduced by the moon god pearl also shattered instantly. It was as if someone didn't want the moon god pearl to reproduce the scene of Su Fan's disappearance, so he broke the picture traced by the god pearl. Lin Yu and Liao Xion's faces changed instantly, and they looked around vigilantly. What's going on? The picture of the moon god pearl was interrupted. Liao Xion asked with shocked eyes. He subconsciously thought that the mysterious strong man who attacked Su Fan was still here. Lin Yu's body even burst out a brilliant glow covering the city for thousands of miles. No one. There is no one suspected within thousands of miles. Quote. Lin Yu bit her lip and said in disbelief. She looked at the gradually dimming moon god pearl. Her face was actually a little scared and pale. Let's not care about this anymore, let's go back. Lin Yu's ethereal voice sounded in the no man's land and reached Liao Xion's ears. Liao Xion's face was uncertain, hesitant and entangled. Su Fan is his lucky star. Not only did he save him more than 10 years of struggle, but he also made a lot of contributions to Jinling City and the Federation. Are we just going to leave him alone? Master Lin Yu. Liao Xion spoke unwillingly, as if he didn't want to make the final attempt. However, Lin Yu's next words made Liao Xion shiver all over and changed his mind. Lin Yu looked back at Liao Xion, biting her bright red lower lip tightly, frowning and said, the moon god pearl is a sacred object containing the power of the moon. Even a demigod-level strongman cannot affect its ability to exert its power. Even true gods will be traced back by the moon god pearl, but they will only be sensed by the latter, but they have no ability to stop the moon god pearl from continuing to trace time and space, and at most they can cover up their own existence a little. After Lin Yu finished speaking, Liao Xion still didn't quite understand what she meant. But Liao Xion changed his mind and immediately understood the meaning of Lin Yu's words, and his whole body was instantly wet with cold sweat. It is impossible for a demigod to interfere with the operation of the moon god pearl. Even if they are at the true god level, their interference with the moon god pearl is second only to the concealment and modification of the content, such as blurring the content, fading the figure and so on. But what happened just now was that the tracing of the moon god pearl was forcibly interrupted by someone. But that person is not here yet, maybe thousands of miles away from here, or even in another world or plane. There is only one explanation. The strength of the person who took action is still above the true God. For most awakened people, the true God level is the real God, the omnipotent God. But above the true God level, there are stronger existences, they wander in the heavens and the worlds, the long river of time, eternal and immortal. Just a wave of waves can affect thousands of planes. Such a person actually took action against Su Fan. Liao Xion suddenly felt dry mouth and tongue, and a chill rose from the coccyx and permeated the whole body. To trace the traces of such a taboo person. This is simply no different from seeking death. No wonder Lord Lin Yu, a strong man of the brilliant moon level, would say such a thing. Liao Xion gradually regained his composure and sighed helplessly. This matter was indeed not something they could intervene in. Even if they found that person, what could they do? All the Federation powerhouses were tied together, and they would not be able to fight back. Su Fan could only pray for good luck this time. Perhaps the Pen Fairy could protect him. Lin Yu and Liao Xion looked at each other and left the place in tacit understanding. Although there was nothing abnormal here, just standing here made them feel creepy, as if the taboo figure was watching them silently at any time. Su Fan slowly opened his eyes and frowned. He was talking to Liao Xion just now, but suddenly he felt an extremely powerful force dragging his body here. The power that Su Fan said was not based on his current strength as a reference standard, but with his former peak strength. Even from the perspective of the former demon lord, this force is extremely powerful, so powerful that Su Fan feels that he cannot resist it. The person who made the move is definitely not a demigod or a true god, but a being above a true god. I didn't expect such a person to attack me. I really don't know what he wants to do. When he thought of this, Su Fan's heart calmed down. The reason is very simple. The person who attacked is so powerful that he is a taboo figure above the true god. Such an existence would not be difficult to wipe out the current me, even if it was him in his prime. Now that he has been summoned here in this way, it seems that he doesn't want to kill him for the time being. After thinking about this, Su Fan calmed down a lot. Since he can't resist, it's better to calm down and think about how to break the situation. Su Fan looked up and looked around, and suddenly found that the space he was in was very strange, which made his face change. Where is this place? Su Fan looked around with a puzzled look on his face. The place where he was a chaotic area. Su Fan really didn't know how to describe everything here, so he had to use chaos to describe it. The whole person was like being in a chaos, surrounded by a gray area. He can move in any direction at will, even towards the top of his head, without any so-called gravitational restrictions. Above and below this chaotic space, there are countless silk threads. These silk threads spread along the void, some of which are hidden in the void, and some are exposed, revealing something like silk threads. But if you look closely, you will find that these are not silk threads, but divine chains of laws constructed by countless micro-secret patterns. Su Fan naturally saw this, and his eyes suddenly tightened, as if he saw something extremely shocking. These are divine chains of laws, and they are exposed. Su Fan looked at the intertwined divine chains of laws around him, his face showing a deep shock, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Where is this place? Su Fan's heart was shocked. The divine chain of laws is the cornerstone power that maintains the operation of the world. This power is hidden under the world, carrying the operation of the entire world, and it will not be revealed at all. Only those awakened ones with strong strength may be able to see some clues, so as to comprehend the mystery of the operation of the law and gain stronger strength. But many of the law chains here are exposed, which is equivalent to being directly displayed in front of Su Fan. This is simply the legendary Holy Land of cultivation. If Su Fan is willing and has enough time, he can comprehend all the laws. Laws and rules are the power that only gods can use and comprehend. But here, these powers are exposed unscrupulously. Su Fan is more and more curious about where this place is, and he can see such a strange scene. Is this the habitat of a certain god? A taboo figure above the true god dragged himself to his home. What is this picture? Su Fan waited quietly in this chaotic space, waiting for the person behind the scenes to appear. Since the other party dragged himself here, it must not be for him to spend the rest of his life here, right? The other party must show up. Su Fan's guess was soon verified. Changes occurred in the chaotic space, and the mysterious master appeared. There was only one thing that was beyond Su Fan's expectations. That is the mysterious person behind the scenes. It seems that he is not a human. A huge object like a hazy colorful mist quietly led this chaotic space and appeared in front of Su Fan silently. When it appeared, Su Fan did not notice anything and was almost frightened. But he calmed down immediately and looked at the strange object in front of him quietly. This group of colorful mist was like a moving nebula, sometimes expanding and sometimes collapsing, which was very strange. No vitality could be felt in this mist, as if it was a dead object. But Su Fan knew that the thing in front of him could not be a dead object, but alive, depending on his consciousness. This is. Su Fan's eyes kept wandering on the object in front of him, thinking seriously about what this thing was. Could this thing be the culprit who brought him here, and the taboo figure above the true god he guessed? It doesn't look like it. Su Fan saw many mottled gray spots on the edge of the colorful nebula. It looked like a stain on a white handkerchief. Su Fan watched for more than 10 minutes, and he couldn't think of what was in front of him. Quote. The colorful mist expanded slightly, emitting a strong wave. This wave was very similar to the spiritual wave when Chen communicated with him, but it was not. This wave conveyed a very vague message, not precise information like words. Su Fan was enveloped by this strange wave, and some information appeared in his heart in an instant. Immediately, Su Fan seemed to understand something, his face changed, and he even instinctively took a few steps back. Su Fan had lived 2 lives, and was once a demigod-level strongman, fighting with countless true gods. Whether it was experience, it was definitely much richer than 99% of people. So there were really not many things that could make him lose his composure. Even the destruction of the world and the overthrow of the race, he had seen it. But even so, the information emitted by the colorful mist in front of him still shocked him, even horrified. Su Fan stared at the colorful mist not far in front of him, and was silent for a long time before whispering. You are the original will of the world. The original will of the world is the most important thing to maintain the operation of the world. It has many names. Many powerful awakeners call it the way of heaven, the law of nature, etc. However, no one has really seen the existence of the original will of the world. Although everyone talks about the way of heaven and the law of nature all day long, who has really seen it? The existence of the original will of the world has caused a very heated discussion. Some awakeners believe that the original will of the world must exist. It is responsible for maintaining the normal operation of the entire world, the guardian of order, and the controller of rules, responsible for clearing all abnormalities. Its absence does not mean that it does not exist. However, the vast majority of people still firmly believe that the original will of the world does not exist. It is not the original will that maintains the operation of the world, but various laws and rules. There is no need for any manipulation of the original will. As long as the framework and rules are established, the world will operate normally within this already woven system. Su Fan is one of those people who firmly believe that the original will of the world exists. He believes that the original will exists and can set things right for what is happening in this world. If the world is simply run by various laws and rules, then the world will fall into disorder. The debate on this point has lasted for a long time, but there is still no conclusion. Because no one can prove that their conjecture is correct. Now, Su Fan saw the original will of the world. It was the colorful light in front of him. Su Fan's face was filled with shock, and his expression was stiff for a long time, and then he gradually calmed down. Sure enough, the original will of the world exists. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why the original will of the world wanted to pull him to this space, it was definitely not to kill him. If the original will wanted to do something to him, there were many ways, so there was no need to be so troublesome. Su Fan looked up and stared at the original will, who seemed to be staring at him. Although he had no eyes, Su Fan could feel that there seemed to be a pair of cold eyes looking at him. That kind of indifference was not because of disgust towards himself, but an absolute indifference. The way of heaven is unkind, and treats all things as straw dogs. The original will not have any emotions, it is the way of heaven, and treats billions of creatures in the world equally. What are you going to do by dragging me here? Su Fan murmured in a low voice, as if asking. The light body of the original will showed some changes, and soon after, it burst into fluctuations again. Immediately, scenes appeared directly in Su Fan's mind. What appeared in his mind was the colorful light body of the original will, which was rapidly modeled and grayed. Until the colorful light body completely turned into a ball of gray mist, and all vitality and spirituality died. Then, Su Fan saw the barriers of the main world collapsed, and countless evil gods and powerful beings entered the main world. Then he saw the end of mankind, and saw countless powerful monsters slaughtering humans, and blood soaked the blue planet. The evil gods and various powerful monsters killed all humans. Quote. Su Fan's eyes condensed. The original will showed him the picture of the future, the fate that the human race was about to face. Su Fan was not too shocked, because he had experienced it once. After his death, the end of human destiny seemed to be coming. What the original will showed him was exactly what would happen in the future. Then the picture stopped abruptly, and Su Fan fell into silence. He stared at the colorful light in front of him, lost in thought, thinking about what the other party wanted to express. The original will would not pull him into this space for no reason, nor would it show him a corner of this destiny for no reason. Su Fan recalled everything he had just seen. The colorful light represented by the original will gradually dimmed and finally turned gray. Does this mean it's death? After the original will died, the main world completely lost control and fell into a real disorder, giving those evil gods and powerful monsters the opportunity to attack. However, the original will not really die. After countless years of silence, a new will be born from the decayed body, and it will become the new order guardian of the main world. Su Fan made some inferences based on the picture he had just seen and some information he knew. After pondering for a long time, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Su Fan's mind. He looked up at the colorful light, his eyes narrowed slightly. So, you want me to help you avoid death? Other than that, Fan really couldn't think of the reason why the original will found him. In the first scene, the original will is describing and explaining its own state. It has entered the countdown to death. The second scene reveals the future destiny of mankind. In addition to revealing destiny, this scene should be telling Fan implicitly that his death will also bring an end to mankind. If Fan wants to save himself and the tribe, then he must save the original will. This is the most reasonable explanation. Fan is sure that his guess is correct. However, the original will did not react at all, and no fluctuations were emitted. Isn't it? Fan frowned, with a self-deprecating smile on his face. It seems that his imagination is quite big. Isn't it a bit presumptuous to be able to think of such a guess as saving the original will? What does it mean? No, that's not right. Fan thought of something, and a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. You don't want me to save you. Because for you, death is also a manifestation of existence, and this is also a rule. You are the executor of the rule and are also subject to the constraints of the rule. After death, there is rebirth, and infinite reincarnation. You hope that I can delay your death and not die so quickly, which is also to buy more time for mankind. Quote. Fan immediately understood what the original will wanted to express. Life and death are the rules of the world, and everyone must abide by this rule. Once someone transcends life and death and becomes eternal, he will become a person who breaks the rules and is no longer recognized by the world will. This is why those true God-level creatures cannot enter the main world. Because in the eyes of the world will, they are all people who break the rules and will be exiled. Even if they enter the main world through some means, they will be suppressed and cannot stay here for a long time. Only after the will of the main world is extinguished, those true gods can successfully enter the main world. Many doubts in Fan's heart were answered at this moment. The invasion of the evil gods of the heavens and the demise of human will are all related to the annihilation of the main world. As the guardian of order, the world will protects the weak, expels the strong, and always maintains the fairness of the rules. Breaking the rules can gain stronger power, but will also be branded with expulsion. The world will also knows that death is inevitable, so it hopes that Fan can help it delay the arrival of death. This time, Fan guessed right. When he finished this sentence, the colorful light ball in front of him emitted another wave. Then some pictures appeared directly in Fan's mind. Fan suddenly appeared in front of a vast sea of stars, with countless stars flashing in it. But he soon discovered that these were not stars at all. These light spots were like shining bubbles, some big and some small, with mountains and rivers inside, and endless creatures. These are the myriad worlds and the planes of the heavens. Fan realized what he saw, and his eyes suddenly shrank into needles. This is a vast sea of worlds. Every bubble in it represents a world. These countless worlds are big and small, and the largest of them is the world he is in. Before Fan calmed down from his surprise, the picture changed again. A red bubble suddenly burst, emitting countless air currents. Fan saw a group of colorful mist burst in the bubble and turned into a stream of colorful air. The main world absorbed this stream of colorful air, and then the spots on the original will were reduced. Then the picture ended again. Fan didn't have to spend much time guessing the meaning of this picture, and he already had the answer in his heart. If the main world can give birth to the original will, then other worlds and planes will also give birth to wills. When these worlds are destroyed, the original will also die. Their dead bodies can be absorbed by the main world, thereby reducing the death on it. For it, this should be equivalent to the same kind devouring each other, thereby enhancing its own strength. The meaning of the original will of the main world is very clear. It needs a lot of colorful power to eliminate the death on its body. It hopes that he can collect these powers for it. When Fan knew the answer, he fell into a huge shock. First of all, the original will actually let him do such a thing. Does this mean that he should invade other worlds and planes? Isn't this a bit too much of a compliment to him? Although Fan is ambitious in this life and wants to lead his tribe to resist the attack of the evil gods of the heavens. But he didn't think of attacking other worlds and planes. Quote. Just as Fan was thinking, the colorful light group emitted a wave of fluctuations again, as if was urging him to make a decision. If Fan chooses to accept, then he will work for the original will from now on, and he will definitely be able to take this opportunity to get some rewards or help. If he chooses to refuse, this memory will be erased and he will be sent back to Blue Star, as if nothing happened. Su Fan slowly raised his head and stared at the origin will, with a smile on his lips. Su Fan actually had the idea of attacking the evil god plane. He hoped to collect some of the origin power of the world to see if he could make the soil of creation evolve to the final stage. Now the origin will also hopes that he can invade other planes to gain more time for his own survival. The two sides almost hit it off and benefited from each other. I can help you, but I can't do things for nothing, right? Su Fan stared at the origin will and licked his lips. Rewards, should there be some? And my current strength is too weak, I'm afraid I can't help you conquer other planes. Su Fan hadn't finished speaking yet. The colorful light ball in front of him changed. The light body collapsed slightly, and then a stream of light burst out and shot into Su Fan's brow. Immediately, a flame-like mark appeared between Su Fan's brows. Countless mysterious and complex information appeared in Su Fan's mind. This is the complete law of fire. After checking the information in his mind, Su Fan's face suddenly became ecstatic. There were countless insights into the law of fire in his mind. The original will directly gave him a complete insight into the law of fire. Su Fan's face was filled with joy, his mouth was almost grinning to his ears. Laws are a field that can only be touched after reaching the sun stage. Laws represent the foundation of the world's operation. Only by understanding the laws can one enter the sun stage and become a top powerhouse. Generally speaking, as long as one can get started with a certain law and have enough strength, one can enter the sun stage. However, that is just getting started with the law, and it cannot be said that one has comprehended the law. The depth of the understanding of the law also leads to a huge gap in combat power among the sun stage. Take Muan as an example. He comprehended the law of wind, and his attainments in the law of wind are extremely deep. He is only a little short of fully mastering the law of wind, so Muan is considered the top one in the sun stage. Su Fan comprehended the law of wood in his previous life, but his attainments in the law were not high. Because he does not rely on his own combat power, but on the monsters under his command. Even if the understanding of the law is insufficient, Su Fan's strength is still the strongest. But for ordinary awakeners, once they enter the sun stage, the depth of their comprehension of the law determines their combat power. The reason why Su Fan was so surprised was because the origin will directly gave him a complete understanding of the law of fire. The current Su Fan is equivalent to mastering the complete law of fire. This is naturally a huge improvement in his combat power. If he faces Abra again now, he will definitely not be so powerless, and he may even suppress the other party. Because the law that Abra, the Lord of Black Fire, comprehends is also the law of fire. Its understanding of the law is definitely not as good as its current self. It's just a deposit, and it's rewarded with a complete understanding of the law. Su Fan grinned and praised the generosity of the origin will. The colorful light body transformed by the origin will once again emitted a wave of fluctuations. It was telling Su Fan that this was a help for the next task. If Su Fan can complete the task, there will be a better reward. But if Su Fan can't help it, then the reward can naturally be taken back. Got it. Next, I will go all out. Su Fan clenched his fist, and wisps of flames jumped out from his fingertips. This is not a flame released by relying on the natal object, but completely relying on the perception of the law. Buzz. The colorful light body vibrated again, giving Su Fan some feedback. It can give Su Fan a lot of help, but it does not include directly taking action on events and creatures. The world's original will cannot take action on the legal residents of the main world, nor can it directly intervene in anything in the world. So if Su Fan encounters a strong enemy, it can't help, and he has to rely on himself. Su Fan understands this. If the original will can directly intervene in anything, then it won't be so mysterious. Besides, in the eyes of the original will, everything and creatures have their own trajectory, it will not stop it, and everything is treated fairly. In its eyes, there is no concept of good and evil, ethics, and law, only two concepts of rules and breaking the rules. Unless these creatures or events violate the rules, it can directly intervene. However, Although the original will cannot provide any direct help to Su Fan, it can provide some convenience. But these conveniences and help are only limited to the main world. If Su Fan leaves the main world, he will not be able to get any support from it. Next, the original will continue to fall into a deep sleep to delay the arrival of extinction. It hopes that Su Fan can provide it with some vitality as soon as possible. Okay, Su Fan nodded heavily, full of expectations. The first reward is a complete law, so the second reward will not be bad. It seems that I have to think of a way to grab some vitality for the main world will as soon as possible, get the reward, and rely on this method to quickly improve my strength. After the two sides reached an agreement, the scene around Su Fan slowly changed. He returned to the no man's land again. The chaotic space and the original will disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. But Su Fan knew that everything just now was true. Because he still had a complete understanding of the law of fire in his mind. This time, I made a lot of money. Quote, Su Fan's eyes flashed with excitement. He got Abra's body and also got the complete understanding of the law of fire. He can even get more complete laws and even some authority through transactions with the original will of the world. His strength will far exceed that of the previous life. Su Fan couldn't wait to master more laws. After calming down, Su Fan left the no man's land. All the members of the weird department in the no man's land left, and it seemed that the demon organization had been eliminated. There was no concept of time passing in that chaotic space, and Su Fan didn't know how long he had been away. He returned to Jinling City and saw countless monster corpses outside the city. The monster tide has ended, and many people are cleaning up the battlefield. It should have been less than a day. Quote, Su Fan judged the approximate time through the traces of the battlefield outside Jinling City. He did not rush back, but went to the place where the trap was set to collect the life materials harvested this time. Soon after, Su Fan had a pile of purple-red crystals in his hand. There were a total of 10 large crystals and dozens of smaller crystals. These red crystals are life materials, solid objects solidified by life force and soul force. The amount of life materials contained in the 10 large crystals is extremely large, and each one can cultivate tens of thousands of low-level monsters. It's a big harvest. Su Fan was in a very happy mood, humming a little song, and returned to Jinling City. He first went to the weird department and found Liao Shion. He disappeared suddenly, and Liao Shion must have been scared. Just as Su Fan expected. When he walked into Liao Shion's office, the latter immediately widened his eyes and showed an extremely shocked look. Liao Shion walked up quickly and said in surprise, "Are you okay? What happened the night before yesterday?" As soon as Fan got into trouble, Liao Shion went to ask for help and asked Lin Yu of Wei Yu to come to investigate. However, Lin Yu gave a shocking conclusion. The one who took action this time was a being above the true God. Liao Shion was scared to death after hearing this. For the past 2 days, the hair on his back stood up, fearing that he would also be targeted by that terrifying being and wiped him out at any time. Now that Su Fan appeared safely, Liao Shion was relieved and more curious about the matter. It happened suddenly, and I didn't have time to explain. The pen fairy needed me at the time, so he dragged me away directly. Su Fan once again put all the blame on the pen fairy. This excuse was very useful. Liao Shion's face changed slightly when he heard this. It was the pen fairy who took action. Doesn't that mean that Ying Shion is a terrifying existence above the true God? Hiss. Liao Shion took a breath of cold air. He had always believed that the pen fairy was just an ancient god of the true god level. Now it seems that he was totally wrong. If it was just a true god, how could he know so many things and even predict the future? And judging from the attitude of the pen fairy towards things, he could not be an ordinary god. Liao Shion looked at Su Fan with a change in his eyes. Su Fan turned out to be the spokesperson of such a terrifying existence. Okay, then don't say it, I don't want to know at all. Liao Shion said, and his curiosity was instantly extinguished. The detection of the moon god pearl was interrupted by the pen fairy. It seems that he should not want outsiders to know about this. So it's best not to ask, don't get yourself into trouble. It's not easy to welcome the happy moment of promotion, don't kill yourself. Liao Shion silently warned himself in his heart. What's the situation in Jinling City? Su Fan didn't want to continue discussing this topic with Liao Shion. He couldn't tell anyone about the deal he made with the original will, so he took the initiative to change the subject. The situation in Jinling City is naturally fine. The monster tide lasted only 1 day and ended. 2/3 of the monsters died, and the rest fled back. Liao Shion sat back in his office chair and gave a brief account of the situation in Jinling City. They prepared for 4 months, and the monster tide posed almost no threat and they survived safely. This time, Jinling City created a super luxurious record of the lowest casualties and the highest record in resisting the monster tide in history. When the monster tide attacked, the cultists lurking in Jinling City started to make trouble as expected. Liao Shion had already made arrangements to wipe out these cult groups. Sharu's demon organization was also wiped out in one fell swoop. This battle in Jinling City can be said to be a great victory, and the 3 fronts of monsters, cultists, and demons all bore fruit. This battle will also have a far-reaching impact on Jinling City in the future. In the next 10 years, there will definitely be no large-scale riots in Jinling City. Well, quote, Su Fan was not very surprised by these results and nodded silently. Thanks to your information, my achievements have risen rapidly. A smile suddenly appeared on Liao Xion's face, like a blooming chrysanthemum. I have just been appointed as deputy director, and I will go to Kyoto to take up my post soon. Now that you have been promoted to the Morning Star level, you can also become a member of the House of Commons. Do you want to go to Kyoto with me? Liao Shion did not want to separate from Su Fan, this great nobleman. As long as he could hold on to this golden thigh, relying on the pen fairy in front and speaker Muan in the back, wouldn't his career be smooth? Member of the House of Commons. Su Fan then remembered what Muan had promised before. As long as he reached the Morning Star level, he could become a member of the House of Commons and ignore the rules of the spokesperson of the gods. Okay, Su Fan thought about it and agreed to Liao Xion's invitation. He will not stay in Jinling City next, and will probably be running around outside. One is to collect the bodies of potential monsters. The second is to prepare for the evolution of the 10,000 spirits demon soil into the life soil of living beings. The third is to help the origin will collect vitality in exchange for rewards. The identity of a counselor can bring him some conveniences and will not hinder him. Ordinary counselors only have the power to attend meetings and will not be in charge of specific affairs, so they are not busy. Kyoto City is the core of Blue Star, and I will go there sooner or later, so why not go with Liao Shion? Okay, I'll contact you when the time comes. Liao Shion was overjoyed when he heard this. Whether he can remove the word deputy depends on whether Su Fan will help him. Liao Shion has made up his mind to be a loyal supporter of Su Fan. In this life, people always have to lick something. Liao Shion looked at Su Fan with a faint smile on his face, and felt a little emotional in his heart. Who would have thought that Su Fan was just an ordinary freshman a few months ago? At that time, he was not worthy of his attention at all. As a result, within a few months, the identities of both parties were reversed. Su Fan's own rank had been upgraded to the Morning Star rank, and he was on equal footing with him. And the most powerful thing about Su Fan was not his own strength, but the support behind him. Pen Fairy, a being more powerful than a true god. With such strength and background, he could walk sideways on Blue Star. Su Fan returned home after leaving the Weird Science Department, and he began to count the gains of this war. The most valuable gain was undoubtedly the complete understanding of the law of fire given by the original will. This instantly increased Su Fan's combat power by more than a dozen levels. Although he is only at the Morning Star rank now, he can compete with the strong men of the Sun rank with his profound understanding of the law and his own strength. The Morning Star rank competes with the Sun rank, no one would dare to believe it if it was told out. If he can master more laws in the future, his strength can increase again. The second biggest gain was Abra's body. It was purely an accident that he could get the information about Abra this time. Su Fan also had a sudden idea and wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect it to work. This is a complete corpse of a sun-level monster. As long as he can cultivate it, he can get a powerful sun-level warrior. Su Fan's original intention to deal with the monster tide was life materials. As a result, life materials became the least valuable of Su Fan's harvest this time. I have to say, things are really unpredictable. Su Fan's mind entered the life space and saw the body of Abra floating above the magic soil. Abra had turned into a dry corpse at this moment, without any vitality. Su Fan slowly sank Abra's body into the magic soil and began to cultivate it. He put all the crystals condensed from the life materials he got this time into the magic soil. This batch of life materials plus the vitality extracted from Abra's body is not enough. Su Fan's face is helpless. The cost of cultivating a sun-level monster is terribly high. Su Fan used all the life materials he got this time and the vitality extracted from Abra's body to cultivate, but it was not enough for him to cultivate Abra. However, there are already a lot of life materials and energy in the 10,000 spirits demon soil, which can be supplemented. It is estimated that it will take 2 months to cultivate this Abra's body, which takes a very long time. Su Fan rested in Jinling City for 9 days, during which he mainly counted the gains during this period and planned ahead for the next things. For him, the most important thing is to upgrade his natal soil to the stage of the natal soil of living beings. If he wants to improve his strength as soon as possible, he must upgrade his natal soil to the level of the soil of creation. At that stage, Su Fan can start to create various powerful creatures. In the previous life, not long after Su Fan upgraded his natal soil to the soil of creation, his original will was extinguished, and then thousands of evil gods attacked Blue Star, and people were destroyed. The time to upgrade to the soil of creation was too short, so Su Fan has not been able to create too many life forms. From upgrading his natal soil to the soil of creation to the end, Su Fan has only created 3 quite powerful life forms. However, the strength of these 3 life forms is not comparable to that of ordinary monsters. They are almost invincible among the same level, and even have the ability to fight across levels. Existing monsters always have shortcomings in various aspects, but if you create monsters, you can eliminate these shortcomings and combine the powerful materials of monsters to create perfect life. If Su Fan can upgrade his natal soil to the soil of creation earlier, he can improve his strength as soon as possible. The result of the battle in Jinling City was also passed on to various places as time passed, causing a huge sensation on Blue Star. Because there has never been a battle in the monster tide that can be done so perfectly. What Liao Shion did also caused a huge sensation within the Federation. Not only did he perfectly deal with this monster tide, but he also took this opportunity to solve the cult groups and demon organizations within the jurisdiction. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, he completely cleared the hidden dangers inside and outside Jinling City. The Federation was very curious about the source of Liao Xion's action. After an investigation within the Federation, Liao Xion was making various preparations 4 months in advance. His precise source of information made many people curious. However, due to Muan's operation, the investigation on the source of information was suppressed. Liao Xion's great achievements made him jump 3 levels directly, from the chief of the Weird Department of Jinling City to the deputy director of the Weird Department of the Federation. This behavior is also quite rare in the history of the Federation. 9 days later, Liao Xion and Su Fan, who received the transfer letter, set out on the road to Kyoto together. If it weren't for you this time, I probably wouldn't have become the deputy director. Thank you very much. On the super high-speed fighter, he first expressed his gratitude to Su Fan. As the deputy director of the Weird Department, Liao Xion is now one of the high-ranking officials of the Federation with great power and enjoys extremely high treatment. This super high-speed fighter is the special plane configured for him by the Federation. Even ordinary members of the House of Commons do not have such luxurious treatment. Su Fan, who was resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the refreshed Liao Xion, and smiled softly. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to sit on this exclusive fighter. If there is a chance in the future, we can continue to cooperate. Hearing Su Fan say the 4 words, continue to cooperate, Liao Xion's face suddenly bloomed with a smile. Isn't this what he was waiting for? Okay. Liao Xion was very happy. With the help of Pen Fairy, he would be able to get promoted smoothly in the Federation. Su Fan was his lucky star. Su Fan slowly closed his eyes and continued to rest. He also received a notice from the federal parliament that he had officially become a member of the House of Commons and had the power to participate in the federal conference. After becoming a member of parliament, his various powers and the power he held were greatly increased. This was naturally helpful for his next actions. However, if you want to have more authority, you must have stronger strength. Su Fan and Liao arrived in Kyoto first. Looking at the extremely familiar city in front of him, Su Fan's eyes flashed with a trace of nostalgia. How long did it take for him to come to Kyoto in his previous life? It should be the 17th year of awakening. In the 17th year of awakening, Su Fan became a member of the House of Commons, entered the stage of Kyoto, and bloomed his own glory here from then on. Since then, he has settled in Kyoto and rarely goes to other cities. Now, after only a few months of awakening, he has returned to Kyoto and obtained the status of a member of the federal parliament. Such a life trajectory is many times faster than in the previous life. I hope to be able to improve my strength to the level of true God, or even higher, before the extinction of the original will. Su Fan's eyes flashed. The root cause of the evil god's invasion lies in the temporary extinction of the original will, and the main world has temporarily fallen into a state of disorder. He has reached a deal with the original will. If the extinction node of the main world can be delayed by the rise of the seven-color power, more preparation time can be gained for humans. This is also to buy enough time for himself. Let's go to see Speaker Muan first. Liao Shion whispered in Su Fan's ear, interrupting Su Fan's meditation. Speaker Muan has made a lot of efforts to promote him to deputy director this time. After arriving in Kyoto, it is reasonable to go and see him. Su Fan will naturally go with him. As a spokesperson for the gods, he can become a member of parliament. This is the first time in the world. Su Fan came back to his senses and nodded slowly. Let's go. Quote. He then took a step and walked towards the familiar courtyard in Kyoto. He was more familiar with Muan's residence than anyone else. The two had talked in that courtyard countless times, discussed the practice of awakeners, and discussed the future of human destiny. Liao Shion followed Su Fan. He looked at Su Fan's familiar appearance and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. How come Su Fan looked like he knew everything when he entered Kyoto? Could it be that he had been to Kyoto before? But when he thought of the ability of the pen fairy, Liao Shion was relieved. The pen fairy knew what was going to happen in the future, so how could he know the pattern of Kyoto? The two soon came to the place where Chairman Muan was, and were allowed to enter after reporting. In the quiet courtyard, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged in the pavilion. He just sat there quietly, his figure seemed to blend with the world. Even if you deliberately sense it, you won't sense any of his breath and life fluctuations, as if there is no such person. But he was clearly sitting there. Before Fan and Liao Shion entered the courtyard, Muan had already opened his eyes. Here we are. He looked at the courtyard gate, watching Su Fan and Liao Shion slowly appear, and smiled softly. Meet Speaker Muan. Liao Shion looked quite excited, perhaps because he had just been promoted, or perhaps because he could meet Muan in person. As one of the 10 chairmen of the Federation, Muan's strength has reached the sun level, and he is only one step away from the demigod. He is one of the top strong men on Blue Star. It can be said that his strength can be firmly ranked in the top 5 on Blue Star. Moreover, Muan's governing ability is very strong. During his rotation, the Federation showed tenacious vitality, and all values were increasing. He became the person who served as the rotating chairperson the most times. He has a large number of diehard fans in the Federation, and Su Shion is the king among them. Now that he can meet the Speaker Muan in person, Liao Shion is of course excited. I read the detailed report. You did very little in Jinling, and set an example and demonstration for others. Now that you have become the deputy director of the Weird Department, you should continue to work hard and not slack off. Muan looked at Liao Shion and whispered. Liao Shion immediately straightened his back, his face solemn, and responded in a deep voice. In the future, I will continue to contribute to the Federation and will never let down the cultivation of Speaker Mu. Muan smiled and waved his hand. There's no need to be so serious. This isn't the federal parliament. Relax a little, just treat it as a casual chat between friends. After saying that, Muan slowly moved his eyes to Su Fan, and his eyes became much softer. He now believes Su Fan's words at the beginning. Maybe there is really reincarnation in this world, and he and Su Fan are really old friends in the previous life. Although he had only had brief contact with Su Fan twice, Muan had a very good impression of Su Fan, and he also had an indescribable sense of closeness in his heart. It was as if the two were old friends who had known each other for many years. Although Muan didn't know where this feeling came from, Su Fan's brief conversation with him last time gave him a great shock. Especially about the content of the Shinwo plan. Su Fan asked Muan to give up the Shinwo plan, which was impossible to succeed and would eventually fail. Instead of using so much manpower and material resources on the Shinwo plan, it would be better to use it to enhance the defense power of mankind. After ending the communication, Muan thought for a long time, and finally opened the speakers' meeting and asked to end the Shinwo plan. This incident caused a huge shock in the core power layer of the Federation. Many people were shocked and questioned Muan's decision. The Shinwo plan has been launched, and the Federation has paid a huge price for it. It is a pity to stop it now. This matter is still being discussed within the Federation. Liao Shion and Su Fan sat down slowly. Muan chatted with them for more than 10 minutes, mostly about the Federation and Kyoto City. After that, Muan gave Liao Shion a look, and the latter got up and left very tactfully. Speaker Muan, then you continue chatting. Quote, I have to report to the weird department. I have official business to attend to. Goodbye. After that, Liao Shion left casually, leaving the space for Su Fan and Mu Tian. Su Fan also knew what this meant, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just the three of them, do they still need to do this little trick? After Liao Shion left, Muan said, I didn't expect you to be promoted to the Morning Star level so quickly. It really surprised me. Quote, people who rely on the power of gods often improve very slowly. Quote, because they can borrow powerful power from the gods that does not belong to them, this power will make them sink, thus cutting off their own path. Few people can maintain their independence. In the eyes of ordinary people, being a spokesperson for gods is an extremely sacred and noble profession. How lucky is it to be chosen by gods? However, in the eyes of high-level awakeners, spokespersons for gods are not that special. Just an ordinary person who can only rely on the power of gods. They may be able to be glorious for a short time, but that powerful power is not their own, and they will have to return it sooner or later. So high-level awakeners rarely become spokespersons for gods. I rarely use the power of Pen Fairy, so it won't have much impact on my own practice. Su Fan smiled lightly and explained casually. Muan nodded nonchalantly, and it seemed that he didn't care about Su Fan's answer at all. He stared at Su Fan's face, thinking for a long time before speaking. The strength of Pen Fairy is above the true god. Muan knew that in the no man's land, Su Fan suddenly disappeared, and learned all the subsequent matters. According to Lin Yu's analysis and judgment, the real strength of the Pen Fairy is likely to be above the true god level. If it is only the true god level, Muan may not be so curious about the Pen Fairy. If the Pen Fairy is above the true god level, it will be completely different. Although Liao de Zhao Ran has only been promoted to a higher level, the two sides are very different. Muan sent Liao Shion away just to confirm this. If the Pen Fairy is a powerful existence above the true god level, then humans may be able to make some transactions with him to deal with this disaster. A taboo figure above the true god is fully capable of helping humans survive this disaster. And the Pen Fairy is a god who is very good at trading. His rule is that both parties make equal exchanges. So humans may really get some help from him. As long as people can pay enough. Muan suddenly asked about the Pen Fairy's strength, and Su Fan really had a hard time answering. Regarding the Pen Fairy's strength, he naturally couldn't say too much. Otherwise, once Muan made a request later and he couldn't complete it, the former would become suspicious. Su Fan has always wanted to shape the Pen Fairy into an omniscient and functional god. In fact, he succeeded. It's just that the matter of the original will made Muan and Liao Shion make wrong judgments. This loophole has to be fixed by himself. To be honest, the strength of the Pen Fairy, I don't know. I haven't been in contact with the Pen Fairy for much longer than you. Quote. B. After hesitating for a few seconds, Su Fan sighed and answered slowly. Mu Yun did not show any doubt or surprise at Su Fan's answer. Instead, he felt that it was natural. That's right, such an existence is indeed unlikely to reveal too much information about itself, unless he wants to tell you. Despite saying so, Mu Yun was still very shocked by the strength of the Pen Fairy. According to the information currently available, the strength of the Pen Fairy is indeed likely to be above the true god. Okay, let's not talk about this matter. I want to communicate with the Pen Fairy again about the fate of mankind, that is, the change in 30 years. Mu Yun no longer inquired about the true strength of the Pen Fairy, and his face became slightly serious. He met Su Fan today to learn more about the fate of mankind. The Pen Fairy once said that the blue star will usher in huge changes in 30 years, and the fate of mankind will also enter a turning point. It should refer to the large-scale invasion of the blue star by the evil god. Although no news has been spread yet, according to the various information held by the Federation, this matter is already a foregone conclusion. The Federation is also discussing this matter. The information that Mu Yun got from the Pen Fairy last time shocked several core figures in the Federation. They want to know more things, so as to make various targeted arrangements in advance. Su Fan saw that Mu Yun no longer asked about the strength of the Pen Fairy, and Shin Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, there is no need to communicate with the Pen Fairy about this matter. He has already told me about this matter, and I can tell you what I know. Su Fan said softly. Mu Yun was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then a strange smile appeared on his face. So, I don't need to trade with the Pen Fairy and pay the corresponding price. Su Fan's expression was stunned. Forgot about this. Let Mu Yun, the old guy, take advantage of it. But since I have already said this, it is naturally not easy to change my words. I can only suppress the pain in my heart and bite the bullet and say, of course. After all, I am also a part of the human race. It is my duty to make some contributions to the tribe. Mu Yun smiled and made a gesture of listening attentively. Su Fan thought about it, so he said, there are new changes about the time when the change will come. But the Pen Fairy did not tell me the reason. Quote, the time when the change will come may be delayed. I don't know how much it will be delayed. Quote, Su Fan made a deal with the Origin will to help the latter delay the event of annihilation. Then the time node of the evil god's invasion will naturally be moved back. As for how long it can be delayed, Fan doesn't know. It should depend on how much vitality he can bring to the Origin will. The reason why Su Fan said this is because he knows that many arrangements of the Federation are quietly. They will arrange various plans with a time scale of 30 years. They even use the method of fishing in a dry pond to quickly improve their strength. The degree of preparation of the plan will be different at different times. If there is more time, many plans will change drastically. Oh, really? Mu Yun's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and his expression was slightly surprised. This is good news for humans. There is more time to prepare. Those strong men also have more time to make a breakthrough. If one or even several true gods can be born among humans before the invasion of the evil god, there should be hope for survival. Even if it is not possible to guarantee the survival of all mankind, at least a part of it can be preserved. If it is really as Su Fan said, then some plans must be adjusted. Mu Yun said secretly in his heart. However, this matter must be discussed by many parties. The Federation cannot believe all the information provided by Su Fan. The Pen Fairy is a god after all, not a human being. If there is no such vigilance, then humans would have died in the long river of history. Afterwards, Su Fan told Mu Yun some information he knew, all of which were quite critical information. It is useless for him to have this information. It is even more useless to tell Liao Shion, as his position is still too low. However, Mu Yun is the rotating chairman of the Federation. It can be said that he is the first person in the human race of Blue Star today and can decide the progress of many things. This information is extremely valuable to Mu Yun and can help him make a decision. Mu Yun listened carefully to all the information Su Fan said, and sighed after a long time. Okay, I'll remember what you said. If humans can survive in the changing situation in the future, Su Fan, you have made an invaluable contribution. Mu Yun's words came from the heart. If what Su Fan said is true, it will be of great help to humans. Many targeted preparatory work can be carried out to maximize the efficiency of resource and human utilization, and greatly increase the probability of surviving this disaster. It would be best if it can be used. Su Fan responded with a chuckle, glancing at the secretary who was waiting anxiously beside him. That's all for today. There may be many opportunities to chat with Speaker Muan in the future. Muan realized that the two of them had been chatting for several hours. Such a long time must have affected many subsequent meetings. Ha ha ha, okay, let's talk next time. Muan, in a good mood, stood up and took the initiative to send Su Fan to the door. This shocked many people waiting at the door. All of them are high-ranking officials of the Federation and people with great power, but when they see Speaker Muan, they have to be respectful. It is even more impossible for Speaker Muan to personally send him to the door. Where did this young man come from that Speaker Muan could send him to the door? What's going on? Where did this young man come from? I've never seen him before. He looks like he's only in his 20s, but his strength has reached the Morning Star level. This is quite impressive. Quote, could it be that he is the illegitimate son of Speaker Muan? Everyone outside the door was looking at Su Fan's back and whispering, with a strong curiosity in their hearts. The Federation plenary session was held in the Federation building in Kyoto. This is the center of the Federation. Those who can enter and exit this place are all powerful people. Stamping their feet outside can make the earth shake. And those who can enter the highest floors are the real core figures of the Federation. In addition to the core layer of each department of the Federation, there are powerful awakeners, who together form the core management of the Federation. Although the federal parliament controls the operation of the entire human society, the plenary session is rarely held. Because there are too many people in the upper and lower houses, it is not conducive to the decision-making of daily affairs. And a large part of the members of the House of Commons are awakeners of the Morning Star level. They care more about how to improve their strength instead of wasting time on meetings. The 10 speakers are the top strong men on Blue Star. Their strength determines the future of mankind, and it is more important to improve their strength. It is a waste to waste these people's time on trivial daily things. Therefore, the federal parliament made a decision. The 10 speakers rotate to elect a rotating speaker as the leader of the federal parliament. Then select outstanding members from the upper and lower houses who are willing to devote time and energy to human society to form a cabinet. Unless it is a major event related to the fate of mankind, the rest of the cabinet can be decided without opening a plenary session. Generally speaking, convening a plenary session often means that new members have joined. In order to show respect and welcome to new members, the Federation will open a short plenary session. Today is the case. The Federation will open a plenary session for Su Fan's arrival, which can also be regarded as a welcome party. This kind of meeting is very short and will not delay the members' time too much. The top of the federal building is very wide. Not to mention accommodating thousands of members, it is probably more than enough to sit tens of thousands of members. The interior decoration style is very technological, as if it is a scene presented in a science fiction novel. Some members may not be able to come in person, so they will use holographic projection. There are many people sitting in the conference room, and many members choose to be present in person. However, about 2/3 of the members chose to use holographic projection. As the people gradually gathered, Muan, the rotating chairman, began to convene this meeting. This plenary meeting is to announce a good news to everyone. Muan's face appeared on the huge screen in the front, his eyes staring at everyone, and there seemed to be a little smile on his face. Today, the Federation welcomes the 1740th member of the House of Commons. Su Fan will automatically obtain the status of a member of the House of Commons because he has been promoted to the Morning Star rank. As the voice fell, the door of the conference room slowly opened, and Yin Fan's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Let's welcome Senator Su Fan to join us. I hope he can make more contributions to the development of the Federation and the survival of mankind in the future. In Muan's low and infectious tone, Su Fan slowly walked into the meeting room and came to the front of his exclusive seat. Su Fan looked very calm, not as excited or nervous as others who entered the parliament for the first time. Because this place is not the first time he has come. There was even a period of time when Su Fan sat in the position where Muan sits now. But now, he can only sit at the back of the meeting room. This is the position of the members of the House of Commons. The parliament is divided into two houses. The number of people in these two houses is very different. The number of members in the House of Commons is as large as more than 1,400. And there are only 300 members in the House of Lords. And the number of members in the House of Lords is permanently fixed at 300, while the number of members in the House of Commons can be increased indefinitely. As long as the strength reaches the Morning Star level, or reaches a certain position, you can become a member of the House of Commons. Members have countless times higher authority than ordinary people, and have a higher resource tilt rate and priority rate. But the power of the lower house members is very small, and their influence on parliamentary decisions is also very small. Only after becoming a member of the upper house can you have enough say. There are only 300 seats in the upper house, and it is very difficult to enter. There are still two ways to become a member of the upper house: strength or career. If you rely on strength, even if you are promoted to the Weiyu level, you may not be able to become a member of the upper house. You must be extremely powerful, at least at the top of the Weiyu rank. If you rely on official career, it is also very difficult. You must become the head of each department of the Federation to be qualified to become a member of the Senate. Although Liao Shion became the deputy director of the Weird Department, he still did not qualify to enter the Senate. It can be said that the 300 people in the Senate represent the peak of power and strength of Blue Star. If Su Fan wants to become a member of the Senate, he must rely on strength. And strength needs to be based on achievements. Su Fan stood in front of his seat, bowed slightly to the many members in the parliament, and then sat down slowly. Thunderous applause rang out in the parliament, and everyone welcomed Su Fan. But whether this welcome was mixed with other emotions is not clear. Many members in the parliament stared at Su Fan with curious eyes. This new member named Su Fan seemed a little too young. He looked less than 20 years old. To be able to reach the Morning Star level at such a young age. Just when everyone's faces showed doubts, Muan looked at everyone and smiled softly. I forgot to tell you that Su Fan has just awakened for 6 months. Wow! Muyan's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 waves, and instantly caused an uproar in the parliament. All the parliamentarians present widened their eyes and stared at Su Fan, their mouths wide open enough to fit an egg. There are very few things that can make this group of parliamentarians collectively show such expressions. All the faces of the parliamentarians were shocked. Did they hear it right? Only awakened for 6 months, and reached the Morning Star level. What a joke! Even the fastest record of advancement in the history of the Federation, when he was awakened for 6 months, he was only a 5th level awakener. This speed is already very shocking. Newcomers often need to spend more than 10 years of hard training to reach the 9th level. As for being able to break through from the 9th level to the Morning Star level, it depends on talent. Su Fan's move was too scary. He doubled the record from level 5 to Morning Star level. Even though the counselors present had experienced many ups and downs, it was the first time they heard such an exaggerated advancement speed. It was simply shocking. If it took 6 months to advance from level 1 to level 9, they wouldn't be so surprised. After all, between level 1 and level 9, it was purely the accumulation of spiritual power, which could be quickly promoted through some means. But to advance from level 9 to Morning Star level, one must rely on one's own talent. If one does not have enough comprehension and talent, it is impossible to resonate with the world. This step alone would stop the invincible for more than 10 years or even decades. Some people could not even cross this threshold in their entire lives. However, Su Fan was able to complete the accumulation of power in just 6 months, and successfully resonated with the world and entered the Morning Star level. This talent was simply terrifying. All the counselors stared at Su Fan as if he was looking at a monster. After a brief uproar, the entire parliament remained silent for several minutes. There was collective silence for several minutes, which is a rare occurrence in parliament. It is hard to believe that the arrival of a new member of parliament would bring such a huge impact to the members of parliament. Chapter 71. He has reached the Morning Star level in just 6 months, which has broken the record. Is this young man's talent so high? Doesn't this mean that our human race will have another Sun level strongman? 6 months. Tisk tisk tisk, this is too incredible. It took me 14 years to awaken to the morning star level. I still think I am gifted. I am really a waste of time. I saw this child in Speaker Muan's mansion yesterday. Speaker Muan personally sent him out. At that time, I wondered what this person was like that made Speaker Muan treat him like this. It turned out to be a monster. It is a blessing for the Federation and the ethnic group to have such an outstanding young man with terrible talent. The sighs of the members of the parliament gradually sounded. At the back of the parliament, Liao Shion also sat in the seat of the member, and his position was relatively far back. Although he became a deputy director, Liao Shion was still not qualified to be a member of the Senate, and he was still a member of the House of Commons. It's just that his seat has moved up a lot. He estimated that if he wanted to become a member of the Senate, he would have to survive several senior officials. Liao Shion looked at the shocked eyes of the people around him looking at Su Fan, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These people just heard about it. But he saw Su Fan's strength improve with his own eyes. From just awakening to the current morning star level, Su Fan almost grew up under his eyes. This speed is indeed a bit scary. I'm afraid it won't be long before Su Fan can be promoted to the brilliant moon level. But others can't envy him. Who let him stand behind a pen fairy? That is a terrifying existence above the true God. It's not easy for such a terrifying existence to improve the rank of its own spokesperson. But Liao Shion could feel that there was no trace of divine power infusion on Su Fan's body. If Su Fan's strength was forcibly improved by the pen fairy, he would have a sense of vanity. In other words, Su Fan relied on his own talent to be promoted to the morning star level, and he could have today's strength basically by his own efforts. The pen fairy provided him with some assistance at most. But perhaps the pen fairy's methods were special and he could not see it. Muan's eyes swept over everyone, and then continued, and Su Fan is also a spokesperson for the gods. Hearing this, the voices in the parliament gradually quieted down. Everyone showed a strange look. If they remembered correctly, the Federation passed the resolution on the identity of new members a few months ago. The resolution at that time was directly decided by Speaker Muan, as the rotating speaker. This resolution came so suddenly that many members felt confused. Because the spokespersons of the gods are not interested in joining the Federation, they are executing the instructions of the gods and are responsible for spreading the belief in the gods on Blue Star. Although they are also part of the human race, they are more likely to obey the orders of the gods. Therefore, although the Federation has a plan that the spokespersons of the gods cannot become members, it is actually useless. Everyone thought about it carefully and suddenly found that this resolution seemed to be specially changed for Su Fan. At the same time, the shock in the hearts of thousands of counselors quickly faded, and their expressions returned to normal. Some even showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. No wonder Su Fan's strength improved so quickly. It turned out to be because of his identity as a spokesperson for the gods. As a spokesperson, he can get the help of the gods, and his advancement speed must be much faster than that of normal awakeners. The counselors present also knew the upper limit of the spokesperson for the gods. Such people are destined to never become real strong men. Many counselors suddenly showed disappointment on their faces and shook their heads helplessly. I thought he was a rare genius in 1,000 years, but he turned out to be the spokesperson of the gods. What a pity. If he had relied on himself to reach the morning star level, it would be really admirable. What a pity. Although the advancement speed is fast, the upper limit is just that. He can only rely on the power of the gods for his whole life. Quote. Hey. Quote. The atmosphere in the parliament suddenly became a little strange. The parliamentarians who had just warmly welcomed Su Fan all retracted their gazes, and their eyes even became a little indifferent. Although there are various factions within the parliamentarians, they are still very loyal to the Federation and the tribe. The spokesperson of the gods is also a servant of the gods to a certain extent, but the name sounds better. These spokespersons are not regarded as the same kind by them. Su Fan also noticed the changes in the parliamentarians present, but his face did not show any abnormality, just sitting quietly in his seat. This change did not make him angry, but he was a little happy in his heart. To a certain extent, this also reflects the loyalty of the top leaders of the Federation to the tribe. If even these people are no longer loyal to the tribe, then there is really no hope for mankind. As for their views on themselves, Su Fan doesn't care. Muan obviously noticed the change in the atmosphere on the scene, but he did not make any explanation. As long as Su Fan can join the parliament smoothly, his goal will be achieved. As for everyone's views on Su Fan's opinion can be changed in the future. The federal affairs process will be carried out next, and non-cabinet members can leave the meeting. If you are interested, you can also stay and listen. After Muan finished speaking, many members hurriedly left the meeting. Except for the cabinet members, everyone present also left. Su Fan stood up and left silently, and no member came up to greet him. Don't take it to heart. People really don't like the spokesperson for the gods. Most members don't like the spokesperson. Liao Shion's voice reached Su Fan's ears. Su Fan looked back and saw Liao Shion separated from several colleagues and walked towards him quickly. I know, quote. Su Fan chuckled softly, indicating that his mood was not affected. Is there anything to do next? Can I help? Liao Shion walked to Su Fan's side, a strange smile appeared on his face, and asked tentatively. Su Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy just became the deputy director, and he wants to achieve some results so soon. However, there are only so many positions in the weird department, and it may be very difficult for Liao Shion to continue to climb up. If you rely on results, you must at least do several big things that will shake the Blue Star. Su Fan thought about it, and there will be no big things happening in the Blue Star for a while in the future. He can take advantage of this period of time to collect the secret crystal of life and help the Origin will grab some colorful power. Just become the deputy director, so be quiet. You haven't had the opportunity to achieve great results recently. If there is, I will contact you first. Liao Shion was overjoyed when he heard this, and hurriedly shook Su Fan's hand, and said excitedly, we can make a deal. Brother, whether I can climb up next depends entirely on you. At this moment, Liao Shion no longer had the dignity he had before in front of Su Fan. The two of them seemed to be friends of the same generation, and Liao Shion even felt that he had taken the initiative to lower his posture. After all, Su Fan's strength was already at the same level as his, and he had a big backer like Pen Fairy behind him. Su Fan left the federal building and went to a courtyard in Kyoto City. This was a courtyard specially allocated to him by the Federation for his solitary life. If such a courtyard was sold, it could be sold at a sky-high price. Even in this era, Kyoto City is still Yuangjin. Becoming a member of parliament can enjoy many benefits and treatments, which provides a lot of convenience for Su Fan. After Su Fan entered the courtyard, he immediately opened his laptop. Treasure Pavilion is finally open to me. The Federal Treasury is a resource library open to all federal staff. As long as you have enough authority and points, you can exchange the materials you want in it. This move is to encourage many awakened people to work for the Federation. The Wanbao Pavilion is the upgraded product of the Treasure House. All the resources in the Wanbao Pavilion are precious and rare materials, which are only open to a few people. The materials here are all high-end goods that are not available in the Treasure House. The exchange points required are basically sky-high prices. Although points can also be exchanged here. But most of the resources in the Wanbao Pavilion do not accept points. Because only a small part of these materials belong to the Federation, most of them are items in the hands of those top powerhouses. For these top powerhouses, points are almost useless. They hope to have the treasures in their hands and exchange them for what they desire more. After becoming a senator, Su Fan also has the qualifications to enter the Wanbao Pavilion. There is no division of authority in the Wanbao Pavilion, and all treasures are open to entrance. Su Fan entered the Wanbao Pavilion internal network familiarly, and immediately saw many treasures waiting to be sold or exchanged on the website. These treasures are not available in the Federal Treasury. Su Fan searched for the secret crystal of life in the Wanbao Pavilion without thinking. This is what he needs most at the moment. The item you want has not been found yet. Su Fan's face remained calm as he looked at the text on the computer screen. The secret crystal of life is indeed rare. Even if someone has it, they may not necessarily exchange it. It seems that it is difficult to get the secret crystal of life by relying on Wanbao Pavilion, and you have to rely on yourself. In his previous life, Su Fan went through countless twists and turns to get enough secret crystals of life, and spent a lot of time and energy to finally get them together. There is also a lot of luck involved. He knew that there were 3 places where there must be secret crystals of life, and there were almost more than 100 of them in total. The Temple of Life, the Eternal Dead Zone, and the Sea of Monsters. Su Fan narrowed his eyes and whispered to himself. The Temple of Life is one of the 7 temples on Blue Star, with 1 million believers. It is an extremely large force with many strong people. They believe in the goddess of life. In the Temple of Life, there are more than 40 secret crystals of life stored. Su Fan knows how to get these secret crystals of life from the Temple of Life. But this will have to wait until he improves his strength a little bit. The Eternal Dead Zone is a small plane in the World Sea, and there are more than 30 secret crystals of life inside. The Monster Sea is now the most dangerous uninhabited area on Blue Star. Its area is as large as 1/7 of Blue Star, and there are at least hundreds of millions of monsters inside. It is extremely dangerous and is listed as the most dangerous uninhabited area. Even the awakened ones of the sun level may encounter danger when entering the Monster Sea. If I want to get the secret crystal of life in the Monster Sea, I must wait until Abra successfully cultivates it before I can go there. Su Fan is still a little shocked when he thinks of the scene of entering the Monster Sea in his previous life. Who would have thought that there would be so many terrifying things deep in the sea of the Monster Sea? He had experienced a life and death experience before he successfully escaped from the Monster Sea. Even he, as the Demon Lord, almost died at the bottom of the sea, which is enough to show the horror of the Monster Sea. The most terrifying thing is, at that time, Su Fan felt that there were several extremely powerful life waves deep in the big crack in the Sea of Monsters. That kind of life wave reached the level of semi-god. In his previous life, he did not alarm the monsters in the big crack, which was considered good luck, but this time it may not be the case. So you must be fully prepared before heading to the Monster Sea. Pipe. Even if I get all the secret crystals of life in these 3 places, it won't be much less. At least, I need another 100, Su Fan sighed in a low voice. There are only 3 places where he knows there must be secret crystals of life. The rest of the secret crystals of life need to rely on luck to get. Su Fan dare not say that he can have good luck in this life. After all, his rebirth has changed the trajectory of many things and shifted, so the subsequent things will definitely change accordingly. Su Fan turned off the internal network of Wanbao Pavilion and continued to operate on the computer. Soon he entered a private chat group. This chat group is also open to the top human powerhouses and parliamentarians, and even has exclusive communicators. Even in the depths of the no man's land, these communicators can work as usual and contact other people holding communicators. This is mainly to facilitate communication among the top powerhouses so as to support each other. Su Fan entered the group, thought for a moment and sent a message to find the secret crystal of life. If anyone has the secret crystal of life, they can trade with him. Those who know the secret of life can also trade with him. Su Fan just wanted to give it a try. If these people have the secret crystal of life, or are interested, it may be helpful to him. Su Fan was mentally prepared for this message to fall on deaf ears. After all, this group of counselors and top powerhouses were not very enthusiastic about him as the spokesperson of the gods. They probably wouldn't pay much attention to him. But what happened next surprised Su Fan. Not long after he sent the message, someone contacted him. Ding! The new communicator in Su Fan's hand vibrated slightly, and a new message was delivered. Su Fan glanced at the sender and immediately raised his eyebrows. Is it him? Looking at the information displayed on the special communicator, Su Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. The sender of the message displayed on the screen is called Drizzt. Drizzt, a Morning Star level warrior, is currently a member of the Federal House of Representatives. He has no real federal position and his strength is in the upper middle level of the Morning Star level. The reason why Su Fan showed such an expression when he saw this name is because Drizzt is too cunning and insidious. His natal creature is a monster that looks like a yaksha ghost. It has extremely strong combat power. When fighting with him, it can burst out with extremely strong combat power. But no one knows that there is actually a monster hidden in the body of the yaksha ghost, and its strength is even stronger than that of the yaksha ghost. This is Drizzt's strongest trump card. Su Fan's memory of Drizzt is so deep because he defected to the underworld on the eve of the war. If it was just a defection, Su Fan would not care so much. After all, the end of mankind was almost a foregone conclusion at that time, and Drizzt's defection to the underworld in order to survive was nothing. The key is that he relied on his accumulated reputation to plunder a large number of materials from the Wanbao Pavilion. And also took away a large number of human war resources, using these as a token of his allegiance to join the underworld, and provided the underworld god Osiris with a lot of top-secret human defense information, which led to the great defeat of the Southwest Front, and tens of millions of people paid their lives for this, and their souls were harvested by the underworld demons. This incident had a great impact on the humans who were already in despair at the time, causing an uproar in all directions, and had an impact on the confidence of all mankind in preparation for war very bad in nature. If everyone does things like Drizzt, then there will be no hope for mankind. In the end, Su Fan and several human strongmen went deep into the underworld, and after paying a huge price, they killed Drizzt. Although this did not compensate Drizzt for any losses. Su Fan looked at the specific message content displayed on the communicator. If you want to find the secret crystal of life, I might be able to provide some help. Drizzt actually has information about the secret crystal of life. Su Fan was puzzled. Based on his usual cunning character, this is likely a trap or snare. But Su Fan would not let go of this clue. What if there is really information about the secret crystal of life? With his current strength, he doesn't have to worry about Drizzt setting a trap for him, which would undoubtedly be a dead end. If Drizzt really has any ideas, Su Fan doesn't mind sending him off in advance. A sharp cold light flashed in Su Fan's eyes. He turned on the communicator and quickly replied to the message. Drizzt quickly replied, hoping to have a face-to-face chat with him. Not long after, Drizzt came to Su Fan's courtyard. To Su Fan's surprise, Drizzt was not the only one who came, but also 3 other people, all of whom were Morning Star level strongmen. Oh, quote. Drizzt greeted Su Fan enthusiastically and walked into the courtyard with a smile. In contrast, the other 3 people were much more indifferent, and there was no smile on their faces. This may be because Su Fan is the spokesperson of the gods. Su Fan just glanced at Drizzt with a smile on his face, and said softly, "Please sit down." Drizzt is very good at disguising. If Su Fan didn't know this person's character, he would probably be deceived by his enthusiasm. These 3 are members of the House of Commons, Song Jia, Oganudu, and Chen Po. They will be our partners in this operation. Quote, you are one of them. Drizzt introduced these 3 Morning Star level strongmen to Su Fan. Su Fan, nodding, the 3 just nodded indifferently, not looking very enthusiastic. He had no impression of these 3 people. That is to say, when he entered the parliament, these 3 people were no longer members of parliament. Either they made some mistakes and were expelled by the Federation, or these 3 people were already dead when he entered the parliament. The first possibility is not high. There are only 1 or 2,000 Morning Star level strongmen on Blue Star, and Su Fan has met all of them. Even if the relationship is not familiar, there is a certain impression. After all, they often meet in the parliament. The memory and information processing ability of the awakened brain are much stronger than ordinary people. Then it can only be the second possibility. When he entered the parliament, these 3 people had died for some reason. Although the death rate of Morning Star level strongmen is not low, it is not that high. These 3 people happened to appear beside Drizzt at the same time, and they all happened to die. Su Fan glanced at Drizzt silently, and his heart moved faintly. The death of these 3 people is probably related to Drizzt. What partner? Where are we going? Su Fan stared at Drizzt and frowned. Although the human beings on Blue Star now only have one governing body, the Federation, the human beings inside are divided into many branches. This is the different characteristics formed in the long years of evolution. Very similar to the racial division of the Earth star before the crossing. Drizzt has obvious white features, blonde hair and blue eyes, and his skin is strangely white. He smiled at Su Fan and said in a rather strange tone, "Su, aren't you looking for the secret crystal of life? The place we are going to next is the secret crystal of life. Aren't you going with us?" After speaking, Drizzt took out some pictures and information and handed them to Su Fan. Su Fan browsed through them and found that these materials and pictures were all about information about a small plane. There are countless planes and worlds in the World Sea. The world where Blue Star is located is just one of them, and it is the largest. In addition, there are countless planes and worlds. These world planes are large and small, and the strength of the creatures is also different. The information provided by Drizzt was all about a plane called Evil Moon. The Evil Moon plane is about half the size of a blue star, with about 200 million creatures inside. The strongest is at the brilliant moon level, and there are no strong people at the sun level for the time being. The creatures on the Evil Moon plane all worship the moon, a god who likes killing and blood. It seems that Drizzt and his team are going to explore the Evil Moon plane. Since creatures from other planes can enter the main world, the top strong people in the main world can naturally go to other planes. There are many resources needed by strong people in these planes. It's just that entering other planes will be suppressed. The stronger the strength, the stronger the suppression. It is easy to be in danger in these planes. Therefore, the top strong people on Blue Star will choose to go there in a team to increase the probability of success. Su Fan's eyes stayed on the last photo information. The photo should be taken in a place where treasures are hoarded. Su Fan saw the secret crystal of life piled in the corner in the lower right corner of the photo. Although the photo is blurry, Su Fan can conclude that it must be the secret crystal of life. So, you just need to enter the Evil Moon plane. Su Fan slowly put down the information in his hand and asked softly. Drizzt smiled and said, "It's not you, it's us. The Evil Moon plane has what we need, so of course we have to go. I have already discussed with the three of them and we will go to the Evil Moon plane to explore together, but there are fewer people, not very safe. Although the strongest person in the Evil Moon plane is only the Brilliant Moon rank, there are many Morning Star ranks. The local creatures are extremely hostile to outsiders. If they are discovered, it will be difficult to escape. If you can join the team, you can enhance the strength of the team and share some of the cost of opening the door. The reason for going to the other world is not only because other planes are more dangerous. Opening the door requires a price, often requires a lot of energy. Human strongmen naturally cannot learn from those cultists and kill millions of people to open the door. They can only pay out of their own pockets and use their own treasures to open the door. The more strong people go to the other world, the less the cost will be. Su, you are the spokesperson of the gods. If there is really danger, you can also use the power of the gods, which will undoubtedly greatly improve the safety of our exploration this time. Drizzt looked at Su Fan and persuaded. We have already discussed that all the crystals of life obtained from this exploration belong to you. Except for the materials that we all need, the remaining spoils will be divided equally. How? Drizzt stared at Su Fan with an expectant look, waiting for his reply. Su Fan did not answer immediately, but pondered for a moment. Since there are crystals of life in the Evil Moon plane, he must go there. Even if there are only a few crystals of life, he needs to get them. If the spoils are divided equally, there will be good returns. The only problem is that Su Fan feels that Drizzt's intention to form a team this time is not so simple. Su Fan silently glanced at Drizzt. This exploration gave Su Fan a bad feeling. Drizzt seemed to have some arrangements. Perhaps the death of Songjia and the other three was because of this exploration. However, Su Fan thought for a moment, and finally accepted Drizzt's invitation. Okay, how long will it take to set off? Su Fan was still very confident in his current strength. He had already reached the Morning Star level and mastered the complete law of fire. It was not difficult for him to fight against the strong men of the Brilliant Moon level. The strange monster in the body of Drizzt's natal Yaksha ghost was at most at the peak of the Morning Star level. He was enough to compete with it. It was just that after leaving the main world, Su Fan could not accept the help of Chen and the Origin Will. If there was enough time, he could cultivate Abra, who was the top combat power in the sun level. Even if Drizzt could jump around, he would definitely not make any waves. When Drizzt saw Su Fan's agreement, his face was very happy, and he said happily, "Okay, then it's settled. We will set off in half a month." Half a month. It seems that we can't wait until Abra is successfully cultivated. But he can take advantage of this time to improve the strength of Linmoro and Shixing to the Morning Star level. They are both at the peak of the 9th level now, much weaker than himself. Okay, Su Fan nodded in agreement. The five of them immediately discussed some details of the exploration, and then Drizzt and the others left Su Fan's villa. In the natal space, Su Fan looked at Abra's body immersed in the magic soil. Abra had all his life force extracted and turned into a fragile mummy that was breakable. After soaking in the magic soil for more than half a month, it absorbed a lot of life materials. Its body has gradually filled up and turned into its appearance before death. However, it is still far from successful cultivation. It still needs to absorb a lot of life materials before Abra can give birth to a new consciousness and successfully revive. On the other side of the magic soil, Moro is trying to absorb life force and strive for an early breakthrough. Shixing came to Su Fan's side, with more than a dozen vines surrounding him, looking aggrieved. What about the precious metals that were agreed to be eaten at will? As a result, it ate a wave and raised its strength to the 9th level. Since then, it has never seen a single metal hair. The owner is a big dermatitis. Sorry, I'm too busy during this period. Su Fan stroked the vines of Shixing that were as hard as metal, and a hint of apologetic smile appeared on his face. During this period, he was busy dealing with the monster tide and hunting Abra, and forgot about Moro and Shixing in his natal space. They were too weak to help with hunting Abra. I'll send you supplies later. Try to help you break through the Morning Star level. Su Fan checked the situation in his natal space and returned to the real world. He opened the Federal Treasury and began to exchange for the supplies needed for Moro and Shixing to break through. There were still hundreds of thousands of points left from the points exchanged for the Abyss Crystal, which came in handy now. Moro is now at the peak of the 9th level, and it needs to give birth to a soul mark and then break through to the Morning Star level, so that it can be promoted from a demigod to a true god in the future. As for the cultivation of Shixing, it is much simpler and more brutal, just exchange the corresponding metal and let it devour it. Su Fan's eyes quickly swept through the treasury list, because he was about to leave the battlefield. After becoming a member of the House of Commons, Su Fan enjoyed the highest star-level authority in the Federal Treasury and there was a certain discount. This is a preferential treatment from the Federation to the top strongmen, to encourage them to do more. Soon, the remaining hundreds of thousands of points were all spent. These materials should be just enough for Moro and Shixing to break through to the Morning Star level. Su Fan exhaled lightly. If the points are not enough, he can only continue to exchange for materials, or complete the tasks of the Federation to obtain bonus points. Su Fan does not want to waste time on those tasks for the time being. In his previous life, he spent a lot of time doing tasks to accumulate points. 2 hours later, the Federation Treasury sent a team to deliver all the materials to Su Fan. The convenience of being in Kyoto City is reflected. If these things were in Jinling City, it would take at least a few days to deliver. Su Fan put all the materials into his natal space. Shixing pounced on him almost instantly, like a big octopus, entangled in those high-grade metals that shone with various lights, and it seemed that whoever grabbed it would be anxious. Moro was a little more elegant, using thick and long vines to gently gather the materials around him. These materials are all yours. Within 15 days, you will be promoted to the Morning Star level. Su Fan said softly in a tone like announcing a countdown. During the 15 days of waiting to go to the evil god plane, Moro and Shixing began to devour the materials prepared by Su Fan for them frantically, so as to break through to the Morning Star level as soon as possible. As plant life forms, they have an innate advantage in resonating with the heaven and earth. As long as there are enough materials, it is basically not difficult to advance to the Morning Star level. Moro absorbed several items carefully prepared by Su Fan for it, which can allow Moro to condense a soul mark. As a plant life, Moro has no soul mark, and its power exists in every inch of the vine. This makes Moro's ability to resist soul attacks extremely powerful, but it also becomes an obstacle for it to break through the true god level in the future. Su Fan has made many deductions, and only when he is at the 9th level, he can let Moro condense a soul mark, so that he can have hope of breaking through the true god level in the future. After devouring these materials, Moro fell into a long period of silence. The soul power in its body was replenished and reached an unprecedented height. The rich soul contained in the vine gradually formed a vine mark in the root system under the traction of Moro. This is the soul mark of Moro. Condensing the soul mark has both advantages and disadvantages for Moro. The disadvantage is that after having the soul mark, enemies who are good at soul attacks can carry out targeted attacks, making Moro more vulnerable to soul attacks. But the advantages are also very obvious, which gives Moro a glimmer of hope for the future promotion of true God. After condensing the soul mark, Moro immediately began to absorb the life force in the magic soil. Its aura began to rise steadily, and in less than 10 days it broke through the 9th level, the low morning star level. When it broke through to the morning star level, Moro's body began to expand rapidly. The number of its vines increased to 216. Each vine is 100,000 meters long, and it has reached a terrifying 1,000 meters so far. It is simply a real behemoth. Boom! The star power in the sky directly poured into Su Fan's life space, and madly infused into Moro's body. The star power is a higher level of power, much stronger than spiritual power. Moro's size allows it to absorb more source power. The entire infusion process lasted 5 minutes, much longer than the time it takes for humans to absorb star power. Compared to Moro's speed of improvement, the Star Eater undoubtedly took longer. The method of cultivating the Star Eater is actually very simple, that is, to give it the most suitable metals to absorb at different levels so that it can grow quickly. But absorbing metals takes time. Such a huge amount, even the Star Eater needs a lot of time to absorb it. Su Fan saw that its speed was too slow and it was afraid that it would not be able to advance to the morning star level within 15 days, so he had to help it. Su Fan put all the metals into the magic soil, let the dust spirits decompose the metals, and then give the decomposed materials to the Star Eater for absorption. This behavior is very similar to chewing something up and feeding it. The Star Eater strongly protested against this behavior. It likes those hard metals. But under Su Fan's insistence, the Star Eater had to absorb the metals decomposed by the dust spirits. It must be said that this method is indeed much faster, because it greatly speeds up the absorption of the food star. On the 14th day, the food star finally lived up to everyone's expectations and was promoted to the morning star level. Rumble, the surging star power once again descended on Su Fan's natal space and rushed towards the food star's body. The size of the food star is half that of Moro, so it took only 2 minutes to absorb it. Although the size of the food star is small, its vines are very sharp and can easily cut sea-level metal, which is a high-level metal used to make weapons for morning star-level warriors. Su Fan entered the natal space and looked at Moro and Food Star, who were standing like two mountains, with a satisfied smile on his face. After Moro and Food Star were promoted to the morning star level, it was also a great help for him. In the future, we have to continue to exchange materials to keep up with their improvement speed. In fact, the speed of Food Star and Moro's strength improvement is already very fast, many times higher than in the previous life. But Su Fan's improvement speed is even faster, so that Food Star and Moro can't keep up with him. Now Su Fan can compete with the strong men of the Weiyu level without any trump cards. When Abra is successfully cultivated, ordinary Sun-level warriors are not his opponents. So the ranks of Moro and Food Star need to be improved more quickly. Su Fan then took another look at Abra in the magic soil. After absorbing a large amount of life materials, Abra's body has gradually had life fluctuations. It seems that it has begun to recover gradually. The new will is gradually condensing, and it should be able to recover successfully in more than a month. This time, it should be able to recover after returning from the evil god plane. On the 15th day, Shifin's communicator rang. Drizzt sent a gathering message to Su Fan. They will gather in the suburbs of Kyoto City, then open the door and go to the evil moon plane. Su Fan immediately came to the suburbs and saw Drizzt, Song Jia, Algu Nudu, and Chen Po who had already arrived here. Su, you are a little late. When Drizzt saw Su Fan appear, he came up enthusiastically to say hello. Su Fan smiled and greeted, then looked at the gathering place. The items needed to open the door have been prepared here, and the magic circle has been carved long ago. Su Fan glanced at it and was a little surprised. He thought Drizzt would do something with the magic circle and teleport himself and others to a place that is 100 times more dangerous than the evil moon plane. But to his surprise, there was nothing wrong with the magic array, and it opened the door to the evil god plane. Could it be that, am I too suspicious? Su Fan thought to himself. But no matter what, he could not let down his guard against Drizzt. Su, the magic array can be activated at any time to open the door to the evil god plane. The cost of the materials spent on opening the door this time will be shared equally by the 5 of us, about 1.2 million points per person. Quote. Quote. Su Fan nodded gently in agreement, and had no objection to the shared price. This was not the first time he went to other planes, and he was very familiar with the process and the price. The cost of opening the door was determined by the distance and the strength of the plane. The evil moon plane was not far from the main world, and it was only a lower-level plane, so the cost of opening the door was not very high, a total of 6 million points. This was almost the entire fortune of a Morningstar-level strongman. But if it was shared by 5 people, it was not an unbearable price. I hope we can have a great harvest this time when we enter the evil moon plane. Trist talked to Su Fan with a smile on his face. If you can get the secret crystal of life this time, Su, you will be lucky. You know, the price of a secret crystal of life in Wanbao Pavilion is treasure points. Treasure points are the special currency in Wanbao Pavilion. Although points can also be used to exchange treasures in Wanbao Pavilion, there will be a higher floating rate, so the Federation strongmen are more willing to use treasure points to exchange treasures or convert treasures in their hands into treasure points. 1 treasure point is equivalent to 1 million points. The last time the secret crystal of life appeared in Wanbao Pavilion, the price was 5 treasure points, which is much more expensive than 5 million points. I hope we can all have a good harvest this time. If the information you provided is true, if we go well this time, each person should be able to get 7 treasure points. The information provided by Trist shows that there are many good things in the evil moon plane, as well as treasures that Songjia and others urgently need. That's why they are tempted and are willing to team up with Trist to go to the evil moon plane. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Su, the information I provided is absolutely accurate. I spent a lot of money to get this. Just for this information, I spent 1 treasure point. The content discussed by Su Fan and Drizzt aroused the interest of Songjia and others. They are going to the evil moon plane together, so they will naturally worry about the harvest of this exploration. It must be said that the information provided by Drizzt is very tempting. Drizzt has also organized several explorations of different planes and is quite famous among the Federation's strong men. The information he provided should not be a big problem. After entering the evil moon plane, we must be careful not to attract the attention of the bright moon stage. You should all have prepared treasures that can conceal your breath, right? Drizzt maintained a smile on his face and began to discuss with Su Fan and others about what to do after entering the evil moon plane. Songjia and the other 3 nodded, they were already prepared. Su Fan has rich experience in plane exploration, so he naturally thought of this a long time ago. He has many means of concealing his breath. After reaching the Morning Star stage, Su Fan can use many methods. Okay, I won't repeat the specific action plan, you should have seen it. Get ready to enter the evil moon plane. Drizzt stopped talking nonsense, and the 5 of them turned their heads to look at the gradually activated magic circle. The magic circle has now burst into brilliant light, and a majestic force is surging in the void. A strange blood moon slowly appeared in the 5 people's vision. The door leading to the evil moon plane quietly opened and appeared in the 5 people's vision. Quote. With the full activation of the magic circle, a tall blood-colored door is fully opened. Let's go, Drizzt reminded softly, and then took the lead to step into the door. Su Fan and others followed his steps and walked in. After entering the door, everyone had a feeling of traveling through time and space. The time and space in front of them seemed to be distorted, flashing countless luster. The figures of Su Fan and the other 5 quietly appeared in a pale red land. Several people looked around to check the surrounding environment to see if there was any danger. Although Su Fan had been to many different planes, this was his first time in the evil moon plane, and his eyes were quite curious. The first thing that caught his attention was the moon hanging high in the sky. This moon is not a full moon, but a broken half moon, and the luster it emits is not the holy silver white, but a faint blood color. In the evil moon plane, there is no replacement of the sun rising and the moon setting, only this broken blood moon is always hanging in the sky. No wonder the creatures of the evil moon plane worship this broken blood moon. In the eyes of the creatures of the evil moon plane, the broken blood moon in the sky is supreme, and it is the habitat of the god of the evil moon. However, according to the information provided by Trist, the evil moon plane is just a plane of lower specifications, and the strongest is only at the brilliant moon level, and it is impossible to give birth to a strong man at the level of a demigod or even a true god. Because the evil god plane cannot accommodate such a strong man. Su Fan stared at the broken blood moon in the sky, and felt a strange feeling in his heart. Could there really be a god dwelling in this thing? This incomplete blood moon reminded Su Fan of a disaster in his previous life. The lunar disaster. At that time, humans were preparing for war with all their strength to deal with the attacks of the evil gods and the terrible enemies rushing out of the void cracks. However, people at that time did not know that the first disaster was caused by the moon that was always hanging above everyone's head. While everyone was busy preparing for war, the moonlight falling on the earth quietly turned bloody. Anyone bathed in the bloody moonlight was distorted and turned into a terrible monster. Countless people fought and gnawed each other, and the flowing blood dyed several cities bloody. Su Fan didn't know if this incomplete blood moon was related to the lunar disaster in the main world. He just suddenly thought of it. Lucky, there's no one here. After looking around, Trist smiled happily. We conceal our breath and try to avoid conflicts with the native creatures of the evil moon plane. Drizzt took out a green bead and crushed it, and a green smoke lingered around his body. After that, Drizzy's breath quickly disappeared and became much lighter. If you don't feel it carefully, it's hard to detect. Song Jia, Chen Po and Oganudu also used their own methods to cover their breath. Then the four of them looked at Su Fan and signaled with their eyes. Su Fan took out the stick's pen calmly and waved it around him. A series of black snake-like spells twisted in the air and covered his body. In an instant, Su Fan's breath completely disappeared. Not only the fluctuation of life, but even the breath of the soul disappeared. Even Drizzt and others couldn't sense any fluctuations of Su Fan. If Su Fan hadn't been standing in front of them at this moment, they would have thought that Su Fan had completely disappeared. Drizzt, Song Jia and the other four were shocked. This method is simply bizarre, it can completely hide all of one's own aura. Although these methods can also conceal the aura, they are nothing compared to Su Fan. Drizzt and the other four are all Morning Star level warriors, so they naturally know that Su Fan is casting a spell. Spells require a lot of learning before they can be used proficiently, and each use of a spell requires a long time of preparation. But Su Fan can actually draw a spell in the air. A sorcerer needs to go through a lot of learning before he can use his spiritual power to draw out the required spells and cast spells. Trist and others have naturally seen sorcerers before. But none of the sorcerers they know can draw spells in the air as easily as Su Fan. The spell used by Su Fan has such a powerful concealing effect, it must be an extremely advanced spell. It is really surprising that such a spell can be drawn so easily. Su, you don't know the spell. Trist stared at Su Fan in surprise. Su Fan is the spokesperson of the gods, and if he used other means to conceal his breath, he would not be so surprised. Or the god that Su Fan believes in is very good at spells. Su Fan smiled faintly. It's just a little trick. Let's go. After hearing Su Fan's words, everyone reacted and nodded. Before they entered, someone had already entered the evil moon plane and explored the various situations here. These people are called pathfinders. Their main job is to enter the various planes, detect information, and then transmit it back to Blue Star, and then sell it to the top powerhouses at a high price. The top powerhouses of Blue Star can also contact people from other planes and obtain information from other planes. With this information, Su Fan and others can make this trip much easier, at least they can take targeted actions. They have to go to 4 places in total, 3 of which are the resource storage locations needed by Songjia and others. The last place is more dangerous. It is a forbidden area of the evil moon plane, which contains many treasures. The secret crystal of life is also there. So this place was listed as the last place to explore, and Trist and Su Fan and others discussed and decided to force their way in, collect all the supplies as quickly as possible, and then leave the evil moon plane with the supplies. Even if the powerful man of the Weiyu level reacted, it would be too late, as they had already left. But the key to this matter is that when exploring the first few places, you must not reveal your identity and attract the attention of the powerful man of the Weiyu level in the evil moon plane. If your whereabouts are exposed before this, it will be difficult to complete the last step. Let's go. After Su Fan and others found their current location by comparing the map, they immediately rushed to the first location according to the plan. The creatures in the evil moon plane are very similar to humans, except that their skin is light red and there is a pair of horns on their foreheads. The people here gather and reproduce in the form of tribes, and there are a lot of tribes, as many as thousands. This scattered tribal form provides convenience for Su Fan and others. When they explore, they only need to face the enemies of one tribe, and will not be besieged by the entire plane. The technology of the evil moon plane is not advanced, so their information communication ability is also weak. Even if Su Fan and others' identities have been exposed, and it will take some time for the news to spread. The tribe where the moon level expert is located is the most powerful, and it is also the last place Su Fan and others visited. The strength of the first 3 tribes is not very strong. As long as Su Fan and his 5 companions are careful, there will be no big problems. The first Fu tribe is coming, and there are only 3 Morning Star level experts in the tribe. We hide our own breath, and then sneak in, try not to disturb the 3 experts, and take away the things we need. If our tracks are exposed, Trist whispered to Su Fan and his 4 companions, and at the end, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. There is no other way. In order to ensure that their identities are not exposed, they can only wipe out this tribe directly. In this way, their subsequent actions will be guaranteed. Song Jia, Aodu Nugu and Chen Po were all mentally prepared and nodded gently. Although this kind of thing sounds cruel, it happens all the time. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame these tribes for not being strong enough. If one day Blue Star encounters a large-scale invasion, humans will not have enough strength to protect themselves and will also face the same fate. The essence of this world is the law of the jungle, and only the strong have the right to show mercy. Su Fan's face was very calm, and he did not object to Trist's suggestion. They are invaders at this moment. In his previous life, after he entered the various planes, he also needed to kill a lot of local creatures for his own safety. It's just that Su Fan is not so decisive in doing things, and he will not kill everyone. No need. If our whereabouts are exposed, I will use a spell to temporarily close that tribe. Wait until we leave, the spell will be automatically lifted. If there is too much killing, it may cause hatred from local creatures. Su Fan said softly. Trist and others heard this, and their faces showed a look of joy. Su, can you completely close it? None of them are vicious, so it would be best if they don't kill people indiscriminately. Yeah, no problem. Su Fan nodded gently. Drizzt smiled immediately, but the smile looked a little weird. Ha ha ha, that's great, Yin. It's a wise decision to bring you into the team. While Drizzt was speaking, he also looked at Song Jia and the other 2. Song Jia and the others looked at Su Fan with deep eyes, and their attitude towards the latter changed. Su Fan's ability is indeed good, and can help them a lot. And as a spokesperson for the gods, he should be quite indifferent to killing and life and death. This is also one of the reasons why many top strong men reject the spokespersons of the gods. Because these spokespersons are close to the gods, their own humanity is gradually erased, and they are very cold and ruthless to their own people. Unexpectedly, Su Fan still has some humanity. Don't stand there, get started. Drizzt patted the shoulders of the 3 and laughed softly. Su Fan and the others immediately took action and sneaked into the tribe in front of them according to the established plan. They concealed their own auras very well, and the 3 Morning Star level strongmen in the tribe did not notice anything unusual. The 5 people successfully came to the treasure accumulation place of the tribe and instantly subdued several 9th level guards who were guarding this place. 10 minutes later, the figures of the 5 people rushed out of the tribe and fled thousands of miles away. Not long after they left, a low horn sounded in the tribe, and there were waves of commotion. Su Fan and others flew thousands of miles in one breath before stopping, and the 5 people had excited smiles on their faces. The first action was so successful, it was a good sign. Except for the treasures you specified, the rest of the things will be temporarily placed with me, and they will be distributed when we return to Blue Star. Trist threw something to Song Jia, and then collected the rest of the items. Song Jia took the treasure that looked like a feather fan, and couldn't help showing an excited smile on his face. This is the treasure he specifically requested. Su Fan glanced at it. Although he didn't know what use this thing would have on Songjia, it looked good. It should be a defensive weapon. Let's go, let's continue. After a short rest, the 5 of them immediately headed for the second tribe. The shorter the exploration time, the better. The shorter the time, the safer they would be. The longer they stayed in the evil moon plane, the greater the chance of being exposed. Then Su Fan, Trist and Songjia followed suit and looted the treasure houses of the second and third tribes in succession. The word, looting, may not be very accurate. It was simply scraping the ground 3 feet. Regardless of whether the items in the treasure land were good or bad, they were all taken away and slowly distinguished after returning to Blue Star. They had spent a lot of money to enter the evil moon plane this time. They needed to get enough treasures to make up for the cost of opening the door. If the harvest this time could not even make up for the cost of opening the door, it would be a big loss. Ha ha ha, I took a look, the spoils we got now can almost offset the cost of opening the door. That is to say, the things we get next are all our net gains this time. After Trist put the things away again, he grinned at the few people. Su Fan and others also smiled when they heard it. Why did they risk such a big risk to enter the other plane? Isn't it for profit? There is also a small tribe waiting for them to plunder, and the final destination, the tribe where the strong man of the brilliant moon rank is located, which is the highlight of this exploration trip. Perhaps because the first 3 actions went smoothly, Trist and others relaxed their vigilance. When exploring the 4th tribe, there was a problem. Su Fan and the other 5 chose the same way, sneaking into the treasure land in the tribe, preparing to subdue the guards and plunder all the treasures and then quickly leave. However, this action was discovered by the Morning Star rank strongman in the fall. While subduing the guards, I don't know whose breath escaped a little. This outflowing aura immediately attracted the attention of those Morning Star level warriors in the tribe. A thunderous roar suddenly came from the depths of the tribe. The 5 people's expressions suddenly changed when they heard it, knowing that this operation might not be as easy as before. Songjia, Aodu Nugu, Chen Po, you stop them. I'm responsible for looting treasures. Su, you are ready to start drawing spells. Drizzt quickly made arrangements, and the 5 people immediately acted according to the plan. There are only 3 Morning Star level warriors in this tribe, and their strength is not very strong. Songjia and his team only need to block for a short time, and Drizzt can collect all the things in the treasure land. Su Fan is responsible for drawing spells to temporarily close this tribe. In this way, they don't need to clear the people in the tribe, which not only reduces a lot of killing, but also saves a lot of time. Songjia, Chen Po and Aodu Nugu nodded in unison, and then rushed towards the 3 auras that rushed out from the depths of the tribe. The battle was about to break out, and the sound of thunder suddenly sounded in the sky and spread out. Su Fan drew out the Styx pen, and the star power in his body quickly poured into the pen, drawing black snake-like words in the air. These black snake-like words quickly spread in all directions. Prepare to retreat. Quote, after Trist put away all the things, he made a new call to Songjia and others in the sky, and then hurried to Su Fan. Su, what's wrong? Su Fan glanced at Drizzt, and shook the Styx pen in his hand lightly. The black snakes that spread in all directions suddenly flashed. All the spells burst out with power at the same time, forming a super large magic circle that enveloped the entire tribe. This is a magic circle composed of spells. It is impossible to seal such a large tribe with the power of spells alone. Most of the spells that Su Fan mastered were attack types, and only a few were functional. However, he had dabbled in both spells and magic circles, and his attainments were not low, so he directly used spells instead of array patterns. If it were someone else, it would be absolutely difficult to do it. Boom! As the magic circle composed of spells was activated, the tribe was instantly completely blocked. Songjia, Chen Po and Aodu Nugu easily left the range of the magic circle, but the Morning Star level strongmen in the tribe were trapped in it. No matter how they attacked, the formation was always as stable as Mount Tai, with no signs of breaking. Drizzt and others wiped the sweat from their foreheads, looked at Su Fan and gave him a thumbs up. Su, you are really amazing. You can even handle such a large-scale spell. Drizzt and others didn't know that Su Fan used spells to cast the formation, and thought it was a very advanced spell. The 4 of them were quite shocked. They didn't expect Su Fan's spells to be so high. The spell he cast could even trap a Morning Star level warrior. The attitude of Song Jia and the other two towards Su Fan at this moment has changed significantly from before. Su Fan has helped them a lot along the way. Although Su Fan is the spokesperson of the gods, he seems to be different from other spokespersons. This spell can only last for 10 hours. We must end this exploration as soon as possible and return to Blue Star. When the spell ends, these people will spread our news, which will be very disadvantageous to us. Perhaps all the strong men in the evil god plane will come to capture us. Su Fan raised his voice softly. Drizzt and others nodded quickly. If there are strong men from other worlds entering Blue Star and being exposed, they will also go to surround and kill those strong men from other worlds. Then act quickly, we are only one place away. Drizzt urged softly. Su Fan, Song Jia and the other two all showed solemnity on their faces. Because everyone knows that this last place is the most dangerous place in this exploration. There are more than a dozen Morning Star level strong men in that tribe, and there is even a Bright Moon level strong man. If they are discovered during the operation, they will face a fierce battle. Before the operation, they have already discussed it. They will open the door to Blue Star directly at the place where the tribe is located. As soon as the things are in hand, they will step directly into the door and return to Blue Star. The Bright Moon level strong man will definitely not follow them into the door to take it, unless he wants to die. On the towering mountains, Su Fan and the other 5 people overlook the plain below. On this endless wide plain, there are countless buildings scattered around, and you can't see the end at a glance. This is the strongest tribe in the Evil Moon Plain. There is a powerful person of the Brilliant Moon rank in this tribe, and there are more than a dozen Morning Star rank strongmen. The overall strength is very strong. If Su Fan and the other 5 people are exposed when exploring the tribe, they will be surrounded by countless powerful enemies in an instant. Not to mention the powerful person of the Brilliant Moon rank, even the more than a dozen Morning Star rank enemies are enough for them to shout. However, since Drizzt dared to form a team to enter this place, he was naturally prepared. Drizzt slowly took out a silver scroll that was half a meter long. Everyone, this scroll was bought at a high price from a Brilliant Moon rank strongman. After opening it, it can form a barrier to temporarily imprison an area. Quote, after we enter the treasure house of this tribe later, we will use the scroll to imprison and isolate it, and then quickly kill the enemies guarding the treasure house. Quote, after that, we will run away. If we are lucky, we may not attract the attention of the powerful person of the Brilliant Moon rank. Single quote. There is only one scroll, so don't waste it. The reason why Drizzt took so much trouble to provide both information and scrolls was certainly not out of kindness. As the initiator of this exploration, he can get a higher share of the spoils. So the more he gains this time, the more benefits he will get. Song Jia, Su Fan and the other 4 nodded gently. Everyone knew the difficulty of this operation. This is their last place of operation in the Evil Moon Plain, and it is also the most dangerous place. If you are not careful, you may be surrounded by more than a dozen powerful people of the same level. You may even be targeted by a powerful person of the Brilliant Moon rank. So you must be alert and never slack off. Quote. After Drizzt finished speaking, he turned to look at Su Fan and said with some hesitation. Can you cast a spell to cover our breath for us? The treasures we prepared don't seem to be as useful as your spells. Hearing this, Song Jia, Aodu Nugu and others also stared at Su Fan expectantly. Su Fan's concealment is the kind that completely isolates himself, and will not leak out any breath. Although their means of concealing their breath are also quite advanced, they are still no match for Su Fan. If they go in like this, there is a high probability that the breath fluctuations will be captured by the Weiyu level strongman. If Su Fan can cover their breath, it will undoubtedly greatly improve safety. Su Fan saw that several people were staring at him with such eyes, so he smiled lightly, of course. Casting this kind of spell is basically free for him. You know, Su Fan still has the 10,000 spirits demon soil as a backup hidden energy source, so he doesn't have to worry about the consumption of his own power. If an ordinary spellcaster casts 4 such advanced spells in a row, I am afraid that a lot of power in the body will be wasted. Su Fan took out the Styx pen and waved it easily in the air. A series of black snake-like spells immediately emerged in the air, and then rushed over to the 4 people surrounding them. In just a moment, the faint breath of Horst, Songjia, Aodu Zigu and Chen Po disappeared. The 4 looked at each other in surprise and admiration. Su, you are so amazing. You are the most powerful sorcerer I have ever seen. Trist couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praised. At this time, Songjia and the other 2 also expressed their gratitude to Su Fan. Thank you. What a perfect way to conceal your breath. I have never heard of such a spell. Su Fan is amazing. He can cast such a high-level spell at will. Quote, the attitude of the 3 people towards Su Fan is completely different from before. In these few short actions, they have recognized Su Fan and truly regard him as a companion. Not all the spokespersons of the gods are annoying. With Su helping us conceal our breath, the probability of success of this exploration is much greater. Quote, as long as we are careful, we will never be discovered by the brilliant moon-level expert in advance. Drizzt lowered his voice and said to everyone in an excited tone. Songjia and the other 2 smiled and nodded in agreement. Then, Su Fan, Drizzt and the other 5 quietly sneaked into the huge tribe from the southwest. Entering the tribe from the southwest room is the shortest distance to the treasure house. Because of Su Fan's spell, the 5 people hardly attracted anyone's attention along the way. According to Drizzt's information, the residence of the brilliant moon-level expert is far away from the treasure house, so as long as there is no big noise, the latter will not notice it. ABFC. What they have to do is to deal with the guards responsible for guarding the treasure house as quickly as possible after the barrier is deployed, and then take all the treasures and leave. There are a total of 17 Morning Star level experts in this tribe. Su Fan and others inferred that there must be a Morning Star level warrior guarding the treasury, but they didn't know the exact number. But it certainly couldn't be more than 4. And they had 5 Morning Star level warriors, and they were all extremely powerful. With the advantage in numbers, the 5 of them could easily defeat the other side. Not long after, a building similar to a hill appeared in front of them. This was the location of the treasury recorded in the intelligence. The treasures of the tribe were displayed here. Su Fan felt several powerful auras hidden around the treasury. Their guess was right. There were indeed Morning Star level warriors here, and the number was the same as they guessed, 4. Such a configuration was stronger than the strength of ordinary tribes and was enough to guard the treasury. However, the strength of Su Fan and his 5 men was still stronger. We're here. Quote, Drizzt didn't even dare to make a sound, and made a gesture to signal the few people to stop. Then he took out the silver-white scroll and slowly spread it out. The silver-white scroll swelled in the wind and quickly extended into a barrier, completely covering the entire hill. The tribe was quiet, and no one noticed that the barrier had covered the place. Several Morning Star level strongmen guarding the treasure house seemed to have noticed something unusual, and a trace of doubt appeared on their faces. They sensed the surroundings and did not find anything unusual, so they fell silent again. Drizzt saw that the barrier was fully unfolded, and as they expected, it did not attract the attention of the tribe's strongmen, and a smile appeared on his face. The plan went as usual. Next, they only need to deal with these 4 Morning Star level strongmen, and they can get away with the treasure. When the time comes, open the door and return to Blue Star. No matter how strong the brilliant moon-level strongman is, he dare not continue to chase and kill. If he really dares to follow himself and others into Blue Star, it will undoubtedly be a dead end. Trist gestured to everyone to move forward, and the 5 of them stepped into the barrier one by one. When the 5 people passed through the barrier, the void was slightly rippled. But from the outside, they could not see the figures of the 5 people, only a quiet hill. The barrier would completely conceal the internal scene and the fluctuations of the battle. They were fighting inside, and no one outside would notice it. After Su Fan and the other 5 entered the barrier, they were completely relieved and no longer concealed their own aura. Therefore, the 4 Morning Star level strongmen guarding the treasure house discovered Su Fan and others at the first time, and roars sounded immediately. Who are you? This is the forbidden land of our Black Moon tribe, how dare you barge in? The 4 Morning Star level warriors immediately rose up to meet the enemy. Act according to the plan. Quote, Drizzt shouted to the 4 people around him in a low voice. Before they came, they had already made a plan on how to kill the Guardian as quickly as possible. Drizzt, as the initiator and the strongest among the five, dealt with one person alone. Song Jia's strength was second, and he was also responsible for dealing with one person alone. Aodu Nugu and Chen Po teamed up to deal with an enemy, striving to kill him as quickly as possible. Everyone was not clear about Fan's strength, so they only asked him to hold an enemy and wait for them to come to support. The five people reacted very quickly and immediately chose their targets. A hideous monster resembling a Yaksha ghost suddenly appeared beside Trist. The aura emitted by this Yaksha ghost was very powerful, even stronger than Trist himself, reaching the peak level of the Morning Star rank. This Yaksha ghost was Trist's natal creature, and many people knew it. Trist stepped on the Yaksha ghost's shoulder and attacked a guard. At the beginning of the battle, he firmly gained the upper hand. The Yaksha ghost had a hideous face and a skinny body, but he was very strong. The steel fork in his hand shone with cold light, forcing the Morning Star rank guard to retreat step by step. Song Jia's eyes flashed with cold light, and a crescent-shaped sword similar to a full moon appeared. The knife was caught in his hand. The natal object he awakened was this crescent-shaped scimitar. Jung. The scimitar was swung, making a sound similar to the roar of a dragon. Song Jia chose the Southeast Guardian as his enemy. The scimitar danced like a full moon hanging high in the sky. The cold light was fascinating, and the exploding blade light made ripples in the void. Because of their weak strength, Aodu Nugu and Chen Po chose to join forces to deal with an enemy. Although their strength can only be ranked in the middle of the Morning Star level, their combined strength is also very strong, and it is definitely not a problem to deal with the enemy in front of them. Both of them used their means, and in an instant, various lights shone in the air, illuminating the sky. The battle broke out in an instant, without any delay or nonsense, and started directly. A burst of extremely strong battle fluctuations suddenly broke out near the hill. In the end, only one of the five people was left. Su Fan was alone, and the last guard guarding the treasury was left. The two just looked at each other, and the latter suddenly stepped over. Ang! The man roared like a beast, and rushed towards Su Fan. His figure was as fast as thunder, but his steps were heavy, and the ground was trampled with strong earthquakes. He was actually a power player. Su Fan raised his eyebrows. He originally wanted to release Moro and Shixing. Both of them have been promoted to the Morning Star level. No matter which one is sent, it is estimated that they can easily deal with the opponent in front of them. However, Su Fan thought about it and held back. In the current situation, Moro and Shixing don't need to take action. With his own strength, he can deal with it. It's just right to try the newly realized law of fire. Su Fan's eyes slowly opened and closed, and a flash of fire suddenly appeared in his eyes. He waved his right hand violently, and a majestic fire dragon suddenly appeared out of thin air, rushing towards the enemy in front of him with fangs and claws. Su Fan has obtained a complete understanding of the law of fire. Even if he is not in the main world, he can also use it. Because the laws in the World Sea are common. Sparks appeared around Su Fan. Like a flower vase flying in the air, they all rushed towards the Morning Star level guardian. Boom boom boom. Rays of fire flashed inside the barrier, and the blazing high-temperature flames swept in all directions. The power of the law was fully demonstrated at this moment. The Morning Star level warrior didn't even change Su Fan's body, and was almost half dead by Su Fan. Using the power of the law to deal with opponents below the sun level is indeed a dimensionality reduction attack. Su Fan looked at this scene and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Only the sun level can use the power of the law. Although the awakeners of the moon level and Morning Star level are also very powerful, they are not comparable to the sun level. Because the power of the law contains the secret of the operation of this world. Comprehension of the law can understand the essence of the world, and thus obtain stronger power. Su Fan, this is still the most rough way to use the power of the law, converting one's own power into elemental power, and bombarding and killing at will. The most accurate way to use the power of the law is to refine the law perception into various law secrets. Once it is used, the power can be said to be devastating. Although Su Fan has comprehended the complete law of fire, it takes some time to create the law secret. Nevertheless, it is definitely enough to deal with the enemy in front of him. The Morning Star Guardian looked at Su Fan's figure in the distance, and a trace of fear emerged in his eyes. The power of this enemy is too strong. Both sides are obviously Morningstar, but he has no power to resist in front of this person. The strong body he is proud of can be easily burned by this flame. Is this person really Morningstar? The Morningstar Guardian even questioned his life in his heart. Su Fan used the law of fire for the first time, and his face showed satisfaction. The attack power of the law of fire is indeed stronger than the law of wood he comprehended. Even if it is just a casual elemental attack, it can be so powerful. It seems that after returning this time, I have to calm down and carefully review these insights in my mind, and create a few secret techniques of the law of fire. In this way, my combat power can be greatly improved. Time is tight, I won't play with you. Su Fan looked at the Morningstar Guardian surrounded by flames in the distance, and a deceitful smile appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Endless flames gushed out from his palm, forming a terrifying flame tornado, which instantly swallowed the man. When the dazzling flames dissipated, the man fell heavily. The body of the Morningstar Guardian fell heavily, his whole body turned black, and his skin looked carbonized. Although it looked very scary, he was not dead, but just suffered very serious injuries. Su Fan did not kill this person, but saved his life. If the subsequent treatment is timely, there should be no big problem. He came here for the secret crystal of life, not to kill people. As long as the other party does not cause obstacles to him, it will be fine. Su Fan used the law of fire to easily resolve the battle, but Trist and others were not in the fierce battle. Trist and Yaksha Ghost joined forces to fight fiercely, and beat the Morningstar Guardian step by step, and he could not resist at all. The Guardian was finally pierced through the chest by the Yaksha Ghost, and his heart was instantly broken. No matter how strong the recovery and vitality of the Morningstar Strongman are, they cannot withstand the heavy blow of a broken heart and will die on the spot. The ferocious Yaksha Ghost beside Drizzt licked his tongue greedily, picked out the man's heart with the silver fork in his hand, swallowed it, and immediately showed an extremely comfortable look. Drizzt glanced at Su Fan and saw that he had solved his opponent, and his face showed an unconcealable surprise. Just now, his mind was on the battle, so he didn't pay much attention to Su Fan's movements. He only saw the flames rising to the sky where Su Fan was, and the scorching heat burned the air and twisted it. Then the Morningstar Guardian who fought with Su Fan fell down. His strength is so strong. As the natal object related to fire. Drizzt's eyes flashed with suspicion. Unless the natal object gives the awakened person the ability to use elemental power, the awakened person's own power cannot be converted into elemental power before reaching the sun stage. Or maybe Su Fan has practiced some spells, so he can use the fire element to attack. Before coming here, Drizzt had investigated Su Fan's information, but he found nothing. All the information about Su Fan has been sealed and classified as top secret. Only a speaker of the Federation is qualified to view it. So Drizzt didn't know what Su Fan's awakened life object was. When Drizzt looked at Su Fan, the latter also looked at him. The strangeness in Drizzt's eyes disappeared immediately, a smile appeared on his face, and he gave Su Fan a thumbs up. Su Fan smiled faintly. Compared with Drizzt and Su Fan, Songjia and his team were much slower. As the second strongest person in the team before, Songjia was responsible for dealing with a Morningstar Guardian alone. His awakened life object was a crescent scimitar, which also destined him to take the path of a warrior. Songjia's swordsmanship was extremely exquisite. The crescent-shaped scimitar seemed to have life in his hands, very agile. In the end, Songjia used his unique swordsmanship to cut the enemy in half. Songjia's figure moved forward rapidly, and rounds of silver moons appeared around him, shining in the night sky, and finally merged into two. The power of hundreds of silver moons was instantly superimposed, forming a terrible attack. The Morningstar Guardian could not withstand such a powerful attack and was killed immediately. After dealing with the opponent, Songjia came to Su Fan and Trist. When he looked at Su Fan, his eyes were slightly startled. Obviously, he did not expect Su Fan to be able to deal with the opponent so quickly, which was beyond his expectations. Song, your swordsmanship is really amazing. I heard that the Federation spent 10 treasure points to buy your Silver Moon Sword Classic. I think it's too cheap. Trist looked at Songjia and exclaimed, with a tone of admiration. Song Jia's eyes flashed with pride when he heard this, but he controlled it very well and didn't show it on his face. This silver moon sword cannon is the masterpiece that Song Jia is most proud of in his life. Perhaps his talent is limited and he can't make further progress in his realm. But the Silver Moon Sword Classic will leave a strong mark in the history of human martial arts. Silver Moon Sword Classic. The creator is actually him. Su Fan's face changed a little when he heard this, and he quietly glanced at Song Jia who had just approached. He had not learned the Silver Moon Sword Classic, but he had heard of it. Many Sun-level awakeners who follow the path of martial arts highly respect this sword technique, and believe that its founder is proficient in the mystery of sword techniques and can be called a master of the generation. The only pity is that this founder failed to reach the Sun level and blend the law with the sword technique. If the law can be integrated into this sword technique, it must be a very powerful secret technique. Although Su Fan has heard of the Silver Moon Sword Classic, he does not know who the founder of this sword technique is. Unexpectedly, it was Song Jia. This person has such a high talent in sword techniques. If he can continue to grow and step into the Sun level, he may also become a very good fighting force in the Federation. Su Fan thought of this and glanced at Trist calmly. Su Fan didn't know whether the death of Song Jia and the other two had anything to do with the trip to the Evil Moon Plane. But judging from the current situation, everything seemed normal. Even if Trist was cunning and sinister, he shouldn't have attacked his own people, right? As for his defection, that was decades later. Maybe Trist was still loyal to the Federation and the tribe, and had no other intentions. I hope I'm overthinking, Su Fan thought to himself. If there was no accident in the trip to the Evil Moon Plane, how did Song Jia and the other two die? It seems necessary to remind them later. Su Fan was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business. But Song Jia's talent for swordsmanship was indeed terrifying. If such a person grew up, he would be a great help to the Federation. If I could help, I would help. More than 10 minutes after Song Jia dealt with his opponent, Aodu Nugu and Chen Po finally completed their mission and killed the last Morning Star Guardian. The two of them came to Su Fan and others with a guilty smile on their faces. It seems that the three of you are much stronger than us. It took us so long to defeat the opponent together. Quote. Trust laughed and pointed at Su Fan on the side and said, Su is the hidden one. He was the first to defeat the enemy. Everyone looked at Su Fan at once, with deep surprise in their eyes. Although they had focused all their attention on the battle just now, they also saw the movement of Su Fan. The flames shot up to the sky. The scorching heat made them feel a little unbearable. Su Fan only took 2 or 3 minutes to defeat the opponent. His strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Su Fan really surprised me. I thought you were average, but I didn't expect you to be so strong. Yes, and you have covered too many fields. Not only do you know spells, but you also know fire spells. Awesome. If it weren't for you this time, we probably wouldn't have been so easy. Sorry, I have always been prejudiced against you before, and I hope you don't mind. Song Jia and others all praised Su Fan and apologized for their previous indifference. Song Jia and others admitted that their previous judgment was indeed one-sided. Most of the spokespersons of gods are weaker than awakened people of the same level without the help of divine power. They thought Su Fan was also of this kind. But Su Fan's trip gave them too many surprises, and they liked his personality very much. He is a strong man who doesn't talk much. Who doesn't want to have such a teammate? Being able to explore with such a person will increase the safety rate several times. They are all small things, don't take them to heart. Su Fan responded with a faint smile. Let's not waste time. It's important to take the things from the treasury and leave. After hearing what Su Fan said, the few people came back to their senses. Yes, it's really important to search for treasures quickly. Whether we can make money this time depends on this final harvest. The previous tribe didn't have any good things. Drizzt and his friends' eyes were full of excitement. The things in the first 3 tribes were relatively ordinary, and they were barely worth the opening price this time. When exploring the 4th tribe, they were discovered. They only searched roughly and didn't check many secret places carefully. They probably missed a lot of good things. Whether this plane trip can make money depends on the treasure house in front of them. However, this treasure house should not disappoint them. According to the information provided by Drizzt, the treasures contained in this treasure house are more than the sum of the previous tribes. The 5 people immediately walked towards the hill. Su Fan and the others initially thought that this was a tall building that only looked like a hill. But they didn't expect that this was actually a real mountain, which was completely hollowed out inside and used to store all kinds of resources needed for the survival and development of the tribe. Su Fan and the other 5 walked in with excitement on their faces. Song Jia couldn't wait to reach out and push the door of the treasury. Wait, Su Fan's low voice made Song Jia withdraw his hand. Trist and the other 4 looked at Su Fan with puzzled eyes and asked, "What's wrong?" Su Fan's eyes swept across this huge mountain, and his face suddenly sank. It seems that we won't be able to get the treasures in the treasury so easily next. He sighed, and then stretched out his hand and pointed to several places. These places have extremely hidden small restrictions. If the method is not right, the restrictions will be triggered immediately. It seems that this should be the early warning system of the treasury. Quote, "Once the early warning system is activated, I think that Weiyu level expert will know immediately." After hearing Su Fan's explanation, Trist and others' faces instantly became more serious. Their original plan was to defeat the guards, then enter the treasury to search for treasures, and then exit the barrier after collecting all the supplies. Once they exit, they will be immediately sensed by the Weiyu level expert. But by then the treasure will be in hand, and they can immediately open the door and return to Blue Star. The whole process must be seamless. If they are blocked by the Weiyu level expert, I am afraid there will be casualties. Now hearing Su Fan's fan, Trist and the others looked a little ugly. As soon as they pushed open the door of the treasury, they would be discovered by the Weiyu level strongman, who would rush to the treasury immediately. That barrier could only serve as a cover, and could not block the attack of the Weiyu level strongman. And it would take time for them to enter the treasury to search for supplies. I am afraid that when they just finished searching, they would be blocked by the Weiyu level strongman. The Weiyu level strongman stood in front of them and would not give them time to open the door. Although the micro device that opens the door can be activated with one button, it also takes at least 10 seconds to fully unfold. Plus, they can only bet that the Weiyu strongman cannot kill all of them within 10 seconds. What should we do? Aodu Nugu and Chen Po scratched their heads, a little at a loss. Song Jia also frowned tightly, not knowing how to deal with this situation. After thinking for a moment, Trist turned his head and looked at Su Fan, whispered, "Su, do you have a way to temporarily cover it up? It doesn't take too long, just buy us a little time. With our speed, searching and opening the door, 30 seconds is enough." All eyes turned to Su Fan. They were not proficient in these restrictions, spells, etc., so they could only put their hopes on Su Fan. Facing the eyes of the 4 people, Su Fan's thoughts turned slightly. It took 3 to 4 seconds for the Weiyu strongman to rush to the treasure house. I still need to buy 27 seconds. Su Fan's eyes swept over the restrictions near the gate again, and his brows rose quietly. The main function of this kind of restriction is early warning, and there is almost no way to cover it up. As soon as it is triggered, the arranger will sense it immediately. Spells and magic arrays are useless, unless it is also using restrictions. I can arrange a few more restrictions next to these sensing restrictions, or slow down the triggering time. Su Fan didn't know much about the ban, because the scope of use of this thing is very narrow, far less useful than the formation, and he didn't study it much at the beginning. Now I think that my vision is still too narrow. Seeing Su Fan lost in thought, Trist and others stood quietly aside, not daring to disturb him. After a long time, in the expectation of everyone, Su Fan finally spoke. "I'll try. In addition to these few bans, I will set up a few more bans to delay the sensing time. But I'm afraid we can't get 27 seconds, at most 20 seconds. Equals plus the time it takes for the powerful Weiyu to travel, about 10 seconds. It will take 10 seconds to open the door." Everyone fell silent after hearing this. This treasure house is very large, and it will take 20 seconds for the 5 of them to search at the same time. How about this, the 4 of us search for 20 seconds and return in 3 seconds. Trust, you search for 10 seconds, then return to the entrance and open the door. When the time is up, we will retreat," Song Jia said in a low voice. After hearing this, Su Fan and the other four thought about it and nodded. This method is much more risky and dangerous than before. But now they have all arrived at the door of the treasure house, there is no reason not to try it, they can't return empty-handed. Although the search time is short, as long as the time is controlled well, it can still ensure safety. Okay, let's do it. At this point, we can only fight. Drizzt and others all agreed with this plan. Although time is a little tight, it is enough to loot most of the treasures. As long as the 5 of them cooperate properly, there should be no accidents. When the powerful man of the Brilliant Moon level arrived, they had already looted the treasures and opened the door to return to Blue Star. Then I will start. After Su Fan finished speaking, he came to the gate, and his palms spurted out streams of star power, and began to arrange the periphery of the restriction. The restriction is completely composed of the awakened person's own power, which is different from the magic circle and spell, so there is no need to use the Styx pen. As Su Fan's power gushed out, the restriction left by the Brilliant Moon level strongman was wrapped by several restrictions arranged by Su Fan. Although these restrictions cannot block the induction, they can delay for a period of time. After everything was arranged, Su Fan took a half step back. He looked at the others with a serious look, and reminded them again, to be on the safe side, we will only search for 20 seconds. When the time is up, return immediately, and don't be greedy for the treasure. Trest, Songjia, Chen Po, and Aodu Nugu all nodded heavily. The faces of the 5 people became very serious, and they all looked at the door in front of them. Su Fan's hand was already on the door, ready to push it open at any time. Let's go. When Su Fan pushed the door open, the restrictions placed on the door were immediately triggered. But because of the restrictions of Su Fan's same restrictions, the triggering message will be delayed for a short time. Su Fan can't block it, but can only delay it for a short time. 20 seconds later, the Wei level strongman will sense the abnormality of the treasure vault. 3 seconds later, he will appear at the door of the treasure house. The time of Su Fan and the other 5 is very precious, and it can even be said that they are racing against time. So when the door opened, Su Fan and the other 5 rushed into the treasure house at lightning speed. The 5 people had already divided the treasure range, and each of them had their own area of responsibility. They had to reserve a certain amount of time to return, so they only had 18 seconds of search time at most. Su Fan didn't care about the other treasures in the treasure house at all, and put them into his life space at will. What he wanted most was those few secret crystals of life. Su Fan went straight to the place where the secret crystals of life were placed, and reached the target location a few seconds later. In the corner of the cave, 7 secret crystals of life lay quietly, emitting a faint luster. There are 7. Su Fan's eyes showed a hint of joy. From the photos that Trist had given before, it can be seen that there are only 3 or 4 secret crystals of life here. Unexpectedly, the actual number is twice as much, which surprised Su Fan. Su Fan counted down the time in his heart while collecting the secret crystals of life. He did not let go of other treasures in the cave, and collected them all. Time passed bit by bit. When they counted to 18 seconds in their hearts, Su Fan, Songjia and others immediately turned around and rushed to the entrance. No matter how many treasures there are, they must be alive to take them away. It is not worth losing their lives for these treasures. With these looted treasures, their gains from this plane journey are already very huge. Don't think about making a fortune in one go. When the countdown reached 20 seconds, a majestic and terrifying aura suddenly erupted inside the tribe, and the awe-inspiring aura seemed to contain the owner's endless anger. It was the strong man of the Wei level who sensed the message from the ban. Treasure house, something unexpected happened. Although they were inside the barrier, Fan and the others also felt the sudden outbreak of this terrifying aura. Everyone's face changed slightly. Although the 5 of them were all strong in the Morning Star rank, they were really no match for the Shining Moon rank. If a battle breaks out, there will inevitably be great casualties. Fortunately, they don't need to fight this Shining Moon rank strongman. Drizzt only needs to search for 10 seconds, and then return to the entrance to open the door. 10 seconds is enough for the door to open. All they need to do next is enter the door and return to Blue Star, and they will be safe. Swish, swish, swish. Strong winds sounded in the cave. Su Fan, Songjia, Aodu Nugu and Chen Po returned to the entrance almost at the same time. and Drizzt had already returned to the entrance and was waiting for them here. Everyone looked at the entrance, and their faces suddenly changed. What's going on? Where's the door? Why isn't it open? Drizzt, why hasn't the door been opened yet? Seeing that the micro device in Drizzy's hand hadn't been triggered, panic appeared on Songjia and the others' faces. This is no joke. If the door doesn't open, they can't return to Blue Star. Next, they will have to face the boundless anger of a powerful man of the Brilliant Moon rank. This behavior is no different from seeking death. Su Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Drizzt coldly. Drizzt turned his head to look at the four people, with a bitter smile on his face. Ha! This tribe seems to be controlled by a strange force, and the door to return cannot be opened here. While speaking, Drizzt activated the micro device in his hand many times to prove it to others. When everyone saw this scene, their faces turned pale instantly. Unable to return immediately, this is almost a death sentence for them. Even if the 5 of them were put together, they would not be enough for the powerful Wei level warrior to kill. The terrifying aura in the tribe was approaching and was about to reach the treasure house. They seemed to be able to see the cold eyes of the powerful Wei warrior filled with anger. Both Aodu Nugu and Chenpo had expressions of fear on their faces. Songjia, who was always quite calm, was also in a state of panic at this time. Go! Su Fan reacted immediately and shouted in a low voice. Escape first. Think of a way later. Trust. Songjia and others reacted very quickly, and quickly flew out of the treasure house and fled in the opposite direction of the room Moon Roper. But the distance between the two sides was too close. They couldn't escape far, and they would be caught up by the Wei level strongman behind them. It would still be a death sentence at that time. Sure enough, the Wei level strongman appeared behind them in a few breaths, and everyone could hardly see his face clearly. This strongman had obvious characteristics of the evil moon creature. The 2 horns on his forehead were dark red, and his eyes were filled with anger, staring at them. He was surging with terrible power like a vast ocean, and he could swallow the 5 of them at any time. I have a space scroll. Chenpo gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. We can be teleported 1,000,000 miles away. But you have to buy me some time to unfold the scroll. This space scroll is Chenpo's life-saving trump card. He spent 2/3 of his fortune to exchange for it, and he has been reluctant to use it. Now the crisis is imminent, and he can only use the trump card. Everyone's faces suddenly became ecstatic when they heard this, and their eyes were filled with the hope of escape. A space scroll that can be teleported 1,000,000 miles away is a big deal. Although with the speed of a Wei level strongman, it doesn't take too long to cross 1,000,000 miles. But this can at least delay them for a while to activate the door back to Blue Star. 3 seconds. Chenpo quickly took out the space scroll and shouted. When the space scroll was unfolded, a strange space ripple suddenly emerged, as if this space was disturbed. It can be seen that although the transmission distance of this space scroll is very long, the quality is relatively average. Normal space scrolls should be instant, and the space scroll in Chenpo's hand needs 3 seconds to trigger. Equals. Everyone gritted their teeth when they heard this. If they can work together, they will not be unable to resist the strong man of Wei for 3 seconds. As long as they are careful, there should be no death. Let's do it. Songjia let out a dull roar, and the blood in his body burst out, and he immediately took out the crescent scimitar. Swish swish swish. He used his strongest trump card right away. Hundreds of silver moons appeared beside him in an instant, but suddenly merged into one, and the peak power of hundreds of swords merged into one, which could burst out extremely strong power. Trist and Aodu Nugu also stopped and used their own methods to buy time for Chenpo. Su Fan was no exception. He sighed, took out the Styx pen, and instantly cast several powerful spells. At the moment when Su Fan, Trist, and Songjia stopped, the powerful man of the Brilliant Moon stage came to them. The Brilliant Moon stage master uttered strange syllables. Although they were in different languages, Yifan and others still understood the meaning of the syllables. The Brilliant Moon stage master waved his palms, and a round of bloodlight condensed in his palms, and then suddenly erupted. The boundless bloodlight instantly engulfed the world and pressed towards Su Fan and the other 5. Bang! Songjia's knife light was smashed by the boundless bloodlight on the spot, and he flew backwards heavily. Puff! Song Jia vomited blood and felt that his body was about to be broken apart. A trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Is the gap between the Morning Star stage and the Brilliant Moon stage so big? It was just a face-to-face encounter, and he was severely injured. When Trist and Aodu Nugu saw this scene, their faces changed in shock. This is too strong. Song Jia lost his fighting power with just one strike. Is this the strength of the Brilliant Moon rank? But in order to fight for a chance of survival for themselves and others, Trist and Aodu Nugu had to bite the bullet and go up. Su Fan looked at the Brilliant Moon rank warrior with anger on his face and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The luck of the five of us is really too bad. The Awakeners of the Morning Star, Brilliant Moon, and Sun ranks have almost the same strength as heaven and earth. Even if there is only a difference of one level, the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. Within the same level, the difference in strength is also very large. Some Awakeners, such as Muan, can beat a lot of Yori of the same level at one time. And this strong man in the Evil Moon Plane, his strength is definitely the best in the Weiyu level. Otherwise, Song Jia would not be seriously injured by a single blow. It's not that he is too weak, but the person in front of him is too strong. Fortunately, they only need to buy 3 seconds to escape 1,000,000 miles away with the space scroll, and then they will have enough time to think about how to get out. I don't need to burst out all my strength. While thinking, Su Fan waved the Styx pen, instantly casting powerful spells to stop this Weiyu level strong man. 3 seconds was originally very short, but in the eyes of Drizzt and others at this moment, it seemed as long as several centuries. Drizzt and Aodu Nugu were directly blown away by the power of the Weiyu level strongman and flew out. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he was about to use the law of fire to fight the Weiyu level strongman in front of him. At this moment, Chen Po's voice full of surprise finally sounded in everyone's ears. Okay. Just as his voice just sounded, a vast force instantly erupted from the space scroll, directly disrupting this space completely. The calm space was like a water surface thrown into a stone, and suddenly there were wild ripples. And the figures of Su Fan and others were immediately absorbed by the ripples. The 5 people immediately felt a strong sense of weightlessness, and the terrifying pressure came from all directions, as if to crush them to pieces. But this is a normal situation when traveling through space. The farther the distance of teleportation, the greater the pressure. In the blink of an eye, Drizzt and others have disappeared from the sky above the tribe and arrived 1,000,000 miles away. Everyone checked the surroundings immediately, and then they all breathed a sigh of relief. This is a valley with no people. Ahem, finally escaped. Just one blow, I felt like I was going to shit myself. Song Jia leaned on the ground with his knife, coughed up blood, and couldn't help cursing. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard Song Jia's words, and their faces showed an excited smile of surviving a disaster. Ahem, Weiyuji is really powerful. Fortunately, we only need to hold on for 3 seconds. Aodu Nugu's eyes showed a trace of fear. His strength was originally relatively weak. If they really continued to fight, he would definitely be the first to die. Although Chen Po did not participate in the battle, he also saw the terrifying power of the Weiyuji strongman, and his face turned pale. Okay, let's not waste time. 1,000,000 miles is not a long distance for a Weiyuji strongman, and he will arrive soon. Quote. Let's open the door and return to Blue Star. Everyone nodded quickly after hearing this, and then looked at Drizzt beside them. Drizzt, try to activate the micro device again. This place is far away from that tribe, so it should be able to be activated. Under everyone's gaze, Drizzt slowly took out the micro device. A strange smile appeared on his face. Of course the micro device can be activated. I'm sorry, you may not be able to return to Blue Star. When Song Jia, Chen Po and others heard this, their faces changed slightly. Su Fan, who was standing aside, sighed softly. Drizzt, what do you mean by that? Song Jia's eyes suddenly turned gloomy, staring coldly at Drizzt opposite him. Chen Po and Aodu Nugu's faces also changed. Although they didn't know what was going to happen, their sharp intuition over the years gave them a bad feeling. Su Fan looked at Drizzt with a smile on his face and sighed softly. There was indeed something wrong with this plane trip. He had felt before that Drizzt's purpose in organizing this plane trip was not simple. In addition, Song Jia, Chen Po and Aodu Nugu, who were accompanying him this time, were all Morning Star level warriors who were about to die. This made Su Fan feel even more wrong. However, during this plane trip, everything went smoothly, and Drizzt behaved very normally. Su Fan thought he was overthinking. Unexpectedly, Drizzt still had evil intentions. It seems that my guess was right. Song Jia, Chen Po and Aodu Nugu all died at Drizzt's hands. Su Fan said in his heart. He was skeptical about the cause of death of the three people, but now he is sure. If he had not come with them, then Drizzt would have set out with Song Jia and the other two and entered the evil moon plane. In the end, Drizzt returned safely, while Song Jia and the other two died. Drizzt still had a bright smile on his face, staring at Su Fan and the others in front of him. But his smile seemed a little hypocritical and cold to the others. I finally found an opportunity. How can I let you go back? You, just become my nourishment. While speaking, the ferocious and fierce Yaksha ghost suddenly appeared above Drizzt's head. The tall and skinny Yaksha ghost stepped on the void, with cold ghost eyes, holding a steel fork, staring at Song Jia and the other two with cold and greedy eyes. Song Jia, Chen Po and Aodu Nugu heard the words, and their faces changed again. The hearts of the three people sank instantly. What does Drizzt mean by nourishment? They can more or less guess it. They never thought that this incident would turn out like this. Federal congressmen are forbidden to kill each other. Doing so violates federal law. This regulation is to reduce the fighting of top human beings and preserve their strength. If Drizzt attacks them on Blue Star, he will be wanted by the Federation. The 10 speakers will not tolerate such a thing. So he can only choose to attack in the other world, so that the news will not be leaked. This is also the reason why the strong men of the Federation are very cautious in selecting team members when they form a team to enter the other world. Drizzt has organized several explorations of the other world before, and there have been no problems. So his reputation is still good. It seems, Drizzt is just preparing for this time. Even if something happens this time, no one will doubt him. After all, going to other planes is a very risky thing. Quote. Song Jia's face is cold and he stares at him. Do you want to fight against all of us on your own? Aodu Nugu and Chen Po both looked at Drizzt and stood with Song Jia. Drizzt is only one person. And they have 4 people. Even if he has bad intentions, he can't beat the 4 of them. However, Drizzt laughed loudly when he heard this, and said complacently, how many of you can fight now? Hearing this, Song Jia and the others' faces changed again. Indeed, if they were all in their prime, even Drizzt and Yakshagui could not defeat the 4 of them. But now the situation has changed. The battle with the powerful man of the Brilliant Moon rank just now has greatly reduced their combat power. Song Jia, who has the strongest combat power, has suffered a heavy blow and basically has no combat capability. Aodu Nugu and Song Jia are in a similar situation. Although he is not as seriously injured as Song Jia, his strength is not much. As for Chen Po, his strength is not as good as Drizzt. Now Song Jia, Aodu Nugu and Chen Po together, it is estimated that they can only tie with Drizzt. What about me? Su Fan chuckled and stepped forward with a faint smile on his face. Seeing Su Fan take the initiative to stand up, Song Jia and the other two suddenly showed a touch of joy. Although they don't know Su Fan's true strength, judging from the previous series of battles, he is definitely very strong. Su Fan's personal strength can definitely be regarded as the first echelon of the Morning Star rank. Even stronger than Song Jia. The most important thing is that Su Fan is the spokesperson of the gods. He can borrow the power of the gods at critical moments to help himself and others overcome the crisis. The reason why Song Jia and the other two looked so ugly before was that they were not sure whether Su Fan was in the same group with Drizzt. If they were in the same group, then they would definitely die without a burial place. Even if they were not in the same group, Su Fan would not necessarily fight Drizzt to death for the 3 of them. Now that they saw Su Fan take the initiative to stand up, the stone in the hearts of the 3 people fell immediately. As long as Su Fan can be in the same camp with them, Drizzt's conspiracy will fail. Drizzt slowly looked at Su Fan, his smile was restrained a little, but his eyes became colder. He gave a strange smile and whispered, "How could I forget you? You are the spokesperson of the gods, and you are also very powerful. Su Fan, you are the person I pay the most attention to this time. It was the first time that Su Fan heard Drizzt call him by his full name, and he felt a lot more comfortable. Drizzy's previous intimate address made him very disgusted. Oh, in that case, you still dare to pull me into the team. Su Fan had a playful smile on his face, as if he was very puzzled by Trist's behavior. Since he was going to attack Songjia and others, the fewer people, the safer it would be. A greedy look appeared in Trist's eyes. Because I'm worried that eating the three of them would not be enough for me to be promoted to the Brilliant Moon level. The others are unwilling to team up with us. With you, it's just right. Trist's eyes flashed with cold light, as if a monster was looking at delicious food, and seemed to be eager to eat it. Are you so confident in dealing with me? I'm the spokesperson of the gods. Su Fan laughed softly, with no tension or panic on his face. Songjia and the other two felt strange when they heard Su Fan's question. It would be fine if Trist attacked the three of them. But he actually dared to attack Su Fan. Su Fan is the spokesperson of the gods. Although many top strong men look down on the spokespersons of gods, they have to admit that the spokespersons of gods are not easy to mess with. AAA. Drizzt lowered his head slightly and gave a strange and sharp smile. Immediately, he slowly raised his head and looked at Su Fan, saying word by word, "Do you think that only you can get the help of gods?" As soon as these words came out, the faces of Songjia, Chenpo, Aodu Nugu and others changed subtly. And Su Fan's face also sank instantly. His guess in his heart was verified at this moment. Drizzy's future defection from humans and joining the god of the underworld Osiris was not a sudden change of mind. He should have connected with the god of the underworld Osiris a long time ago and sought a way out for himself. Later, in order to be valued by the god of the underworld Osiris, Drizzt did not hesitate to seize the human war resources and leak many defense secrets, resulting in the deaths of tens of millions of people. Ha ha ha, you can't imagine it. Drizzt looked at Su Fan and Songjia, whose faces changed slightly, and couldn't help laughing triumphantly. If I wasn't sure, how could I dare to invite you to join the team? You have the help of the gods, and I can also get the help of the gods. So your identity as the spokesperson of the gods is not a threat to me. Drizzy's proud laughter reached the ears of several people. The bodies of Songjia and the other two shook slightly, as if they saw their bleak fate. At this moment, Su Fan's cold voice slowly sounded. I didn't expect you had colluded with Osiris, the god of the underworld. Su Fan's cold voice made Drizzy's face stiffen suddenly. Then, Drizzy's face suddenly darkened, his eyes were uncertain, and he stared at Su Fan. How did you know? You knew it a long time ago. Drizzt never mentioned the name of Osiris, the god of the underworld, from beginning to end. His contact with Osiris, the god of the underworld, began several years ago, but he had always maintained a low frequency of communication. Hades didn't care about him, a weak morning star. If it wasn't for the plan to make a move on Blue Star in advance, Hades wouldn't even care about him. Most of his communication with Hades was conveyed by his follower Tiara. But something happened not long ago. Tiara's clone quietly entered Blue Star, preparing to do some secret things for Hades, and Drizzt assisted. Who knew that something unexpected would happen? For some reason, Tiara's whereabouts were leaked, and Speaker Muan knew about it. God knows what method Muan used to kill Tiara's clone at the demigod level. Fortunately, Muan only found Tiara's whereabouts, and didn't find the little tricks between him and Hades. After that, Drizzt took the initiative to volunteer, hoping to do something for Hades. His strength was too low. Drizzt begged Hades to help him to upgrade to the Brilliant Moon level. The plan he proposed was to lead Su Fan, Songjia, Aodu Nugu and Chenpo into the evil moon plane, and then wait for an opportunity to eat them, so that he could use their power to help him advance to the Brilliant Moon stage. However, Su Fan was the spokesperson of the gods, so he might not be easy to deal with. Trist hoped that Hades could help him. So Hades gave him an artifact. This artifact could temporarily isolate the connection between the gods and the spokesperson. Without the help of the gods, the so-called spokesperson was just an ordinary person, not even as good as the awakened ones of the same stage. That's why Trist dared to invite Su Fan to join the team. However, the strength and means that Su Fan showed along the way surprised Drizzt. The former's personal strength was much stronger than he expected. Drizzy's apparent strength was in the upper middle Morning Star rank, but in fact his strength could reach the peak of the Morning Star rank. He thought that Su Fan, like most of the spokespersons of the gods, would only rely on the power of the gods and was weak in his own strength. So he could completely rely on his own strength to kill Su Fan, Song Jia, Aodu Nugu, and Chen Po. However, the strong personal strength that Su Fan showed made the plan change. Therefore, Drizzt had to take risks. He deliberately did not activate the door carving in the tribe, so that Song Jia and others were attacked by the strong men of the Brilliant Moon rank, thus greatly reducing their strength. In this way, the next plan would be much smoother. Drizzt always believed that although things had some twists and turns, everything was under his control. Until this moment, Su Fan revealed his relationship with the god of the underworld Osiris. This gave Drizzt a bad feeling in his heart. He stared at Su Fan and Kutong with uncertain eyes. Could it be that the Federation had already discovered the affair between him and the god of Hades? Or did Speaker Muan already know about it? No, this should be impossible. If Speaker Muan knew, he would have been dead by now. In his eyes, if the Federation knew that he was colluding with the god of Hades, it would probably abolish his status as a counselor and put him in prison. Drizzt looked at Su Fan with deep eyes. Could it be that Su Fan knew about this? How is this possible? The connection between him and the god of Hades Osiris was very secretive, and he hid it very well. Even the first speaker did not find anything unusual. However, when Drizzt thought of Su Fan's identity as the spokesperson of the gods, he felt relieved. His behavior might be hidden from the 10 speakers, but if the gods wanted to know, it was not impossible. As long as the 10 speakers didn't know about this, Drizzt breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately looked at Su Fan with cold eyes and said coldly, "In this case, you can't leave here tomorrow. As long as you die, my secret will not be leaked out." Drizzy's words shocked Song Jia and the other two. Their eyes first showed a trace of disbelief. Drizzt actually colluded with Osiris, the god of the underworld. This has violated federal law and also touched the bottom line that human strongmen abide by together. Drizzt, you traitor. Song Jia and the other two immediately showed deep anger on their faces. As a federal congressman, he defected to the evil god. Osiris, the god of the underworld, is defined as an evil god in the federal god archives. Because he likes to harvest human souls very much. Drizzt actually colluded with the god of the underworld, which is undoubtedly a betrayal of mankind and the Federation. However, Drizzy's face didn't care, and he sneered, "Betrayal. You have reached the Morning Star level, why are you still so naive? Humanity will perish sooner or later, I just found a way out for myself. I don't want you to die with those idiots." The smile on Drizzy's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a sinister look. Why should I die with those idiots? Drizzt didn't think his choice was wrong. The building was about to collapse, so what was wrong with him seeking a way out for himself? He had finally cultivated to the Morning Star level, and he still had a bright future. He shouldn't be buried with those people on the blue planet. Song Jia and others fell silent after hearing this. Although there was no definite evidence about this matter, rumors had already spread among the top masters. Humanity is about to suffer a large-scale invasion. The specific time is not clear yet. It may be soon, or it may be decades. This rumor made the top masters panic, and many people had strange thoughts. Although the current parliament looks calm on the surface, in fact, there are already undercurrents underneath. Maybe there are not a few people like Drizzt. Song Jia and others didn't know how to refute it for a while. People die for money, birds die for food, selfishness is human nature. Not everyone is willing to sacrifice their lives for the survival of the tribe. But this did not prevent Song Jia and the other two from looking at Drizzt with contempt. They could not accept Drizzy's betrayal from the bottom of their hearts. This behavior was extremely shameful in their eyes. I would rather die with my tribe than surrender to the evil gods and become their slaves. Song Jia pouted and tightly grasped the knife in his hand. Even the weaker Aganu and Chen Po stared at Drizzt with anger. Betrayal is a shameful act. Drizzt, you disappoint us so much. Drizzt turned a deaf ear to the angry rebukes of several people and sneered, "Since you are willing to die, then die. You are going to die anyway, so why not become my nourishment and let me be promoted to the Brilliant Moon rank?" At this moment, Su Fan's voice slowly sounded. What a sophistry. You are a federal congressman, enjoying countless resources and preferential treatment given by the Federation. You can have the strength you have today, and the Federation's cultivation of you must have helped a lot. You want to survive, you want to be a dog for others, no one will stop you. Federal law does not stipulate that members of parliament cannot voluntarily withdraw from parliament, but you contacted Hades privately. In the final analysis, you don't want to give up the current generous benefits, but you also want to find a way out for yourself. Su Fan's voice reached the ears of several people. Song Jia and others felt that it made a lot of sense. They nodded heavily and looked at Drizzt with more stern eyes. After hearing this, Drizzy's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth and said, Su Fan, I didn't expect that you, as the spokesperson of the gods, could have such awareness. But what's the use of talking so hard? You will all die today. Drizzy's face was ugly. Su Fan's words were merciless and exposed his hypocrisy. He also ridiculed him as a dog of Hades. This made Drizzt even more angry. Because Su Fan was right. The Hades didn't care about him, a Morning Star level minion. In the eyes of Hades, he was probably not even as good as a dog. This sharp remark, like a sharp needle, pierced into Drizzy's heart, causing the anger in his heart to burst out. No matter what, at least I'm alive. And you will die today. Drizzt growled, took out a dark blue ball, and suddenly crushed it. Buzz. A sinister aura instantly spread, covering the area. A cold smile appeared on Drizzy's face. This is an item given to me by Hades, which can temporarily isolate the connection between humans and gods. Su Fan, you can't borrow the power of gods now. Song Jia and the other two people's faces changed slightly when they heard this. It is difficult for them to compete with Drizzt with their strength, and now their biggest reliance is Su Fan. Or the god behind Su Fan. But Drizzt directly blocked the connection between Su Fan and the gods, which undoubtedly cut off their last retreat. Su Fan's face did not change at all, and he even wanted to laugh. Because I am not a spokesperson for gods at all. Drizzt deliberately asked for treasures from Hades, just to isolate himself from the so-called gods. I have to say that it was very thoughtful. But it was useless. From beginning to end, Su Fan relied on his own strength and never borrowed the so-called power of gods. Drizzy's body floated into the air and stood on the shoulders of Yaksha Ghost, staring at Su Fan, Songjia and others in front of him with grim eyes. Today is the day you die. Quote, you will all become the nourishment for my promotion. After that, Drizzt and Yaksha Ghost rushed towards everyone. Songjia and the other two all looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Drizzt was only slightly injured just now, and his combat power was almost unaffected. But the three of them were injured to varying degrees. The combined combat power of the three of them was not Drizzy's opponent. You step aside. Leave the rest to me. Just as the three were preparing to meet the enemy, Su Fan's voice slowly sounded. Then a figure blocked them, blocking Yaksha and Drizzt. The three looked at Su Fan in astonishment, and a trace of worry appeared on their faces. Can you do it? Now Su Fan's connection with the god has been cut off. Without the power of God, can Su Fan compete with Drizzt, who is well prepared? Don't worry. Su Fan just responded lightly, and then looked at Drizzt in front of him. HMPH, without the help of God, you are just an ordinary awakener. Drizzt sneered. He was extremely confident in his own strength. Although his strength was only at the upper middle level of the Morning Star rank, he actually had the combat power of the peak of the Morning Star rank. Although Su Fan's personal strength was also very strong, he was not his opponent. Swish. The wind blew, and Drizzt had already arrived in front of Su Fan. The ferocious Yaksha Ghost raised the dark blue trident in his hand high and stabbed towards Su Fan's forehead. Facing the attack of the Yaksha Ghost, Su Fan did not even move, and just watched the trident pierce his body. Swish. When the Yaksha Ghost's trident was about to pierce Su Fan's forehead, something strange happened. A green vine quietly emerged from his sleeves and tightly wrapped the trident, preventing it from moving forward at all. And then, a huge creature that seemed to be as big as a mountain appeared behind Su Fan. It was a green plant life with hundreds of vines, each of which was extremely long. It suddenly appeared like a mountain, suddenly lying between everyone, exuding a majestic and magnificent aura. A Morning Star level plant life. Song Jia and the other two were all stunned and stared at the suddenly appearing Moro, their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Moro Vine. Moro Vine is a very rare plant monster with extremely high growth potential and extremely loyal. It is a monster that top masters like to raise very much. However, the number of Moro vines is very rare. The top masters of Blue Star have less than 10 plants in their hands. Song Jia and the others had seen Moro vines before, but they had never seen one so big. This is Moro vine. Anyu was shocked for a long time before he spoke hesitantly, almost unable to believe his eyes. Song Jia on the side slowly said, "It should be, right, I have seen a 9th level Moro vine before, with exactly the same life breath, but why is this Moro vine so big, and its vines are too many?" Chen Po seemed to know more about plant monsters, and at this moment, he showed a very puzzled expression on his face. Yes, a normal morning star level Moro vine has only 140 vines, and Su Fan's Moro vine has more than 200 vines, right? How did this happen? It actually broke the growth limit of Moro. As we all know, Moro's strength is proportional to the number of hot calamus. The more vines there are, the stronger the Moro vine is. Su Fan's Moro vine directly refreshed Chen Po's understanding of Moro vine. You know, once a normally developed Moro vine enters the morning star stage, it will have the powerful strength of the upper middle morning star stage. If it is artificially raised and cultivated with many resources, the number of Moro vine vines will be larger. Once it enters the morning star stage, it will be the top level. The number of vines of Su Fan's Moro vine is too many. This has reached the peak level. Song Jia, Algu Nudu and Chen Po all showed dumbfounded expressions. The powerful strength that Su Fan showed before has already shocked them. Unexpectedly, this kid actually has something hidden. A Moro vine at the peak level of the morning star stage. Song Jia's mind was the fastest, and he couldn't help but laugh and curse. Su Fan must have known that Drizzt had a conspiracy, so he has been hiding his trump card, waiting for the moment when he shows his fangs. Anyudu and Chen Po also reacted at this time, and said, "Oh," as if they had suddenly realized something. From what Su Fan said to Drizzt just now, and his reaction along the way, the team is indeed like this. Su Fan obviously knew that Drizzt had organized this plane journey for a trick. So he didn't reveal all his strength along the way. Even if he was chased by the strong man of the Brilliant Moon rank just now, Su Fan did not use this Moro vine with the peak combat power of the Morning Star rank. If you say that Su Fan didn't do it on purpose, the three of them would not believe it even if they were beaten to death. Drizzy's face suddenly changed when he saw this Moro vine that suddenly appeared. He had carefully prepared this plane journey for a long time, in order to devour Song Jia and the other two, so that he could be promoted to the Brilliant Moon rank. But Drizzt was worried that Song Jia and the other three were not enough to support his successful promotion, so he set his sights on Su Fan, who had just joined the parliament. Su Fan's identity as the spokesperson of the gods made him quite fearful, so he made many preparations in advance. Along the way, Drizzt was also observing Su Fan's strength. The various means and strengths displayed by Su Fan made Drizzt feel very shocked. It was not until the strong man of the Brilliant Moon rank was chasing him just now that he was sure that Su Fan's true strength should be the top level of the Morning Star rank. After all, in such a critical moment, Su Fan couldn't hide his weakness anymore, right? As long as Su Fan couldn't rely on the power of the gods, then he could completely deal with it. But Drizzt didn't expect that Su Fan didn't hide his trump card. Su Fan, you really have such a deep thought. Quote. Drizzt gnashed his teeth as he looked at the Moruo vine, which was at the peak of the Morning Star rank. The plan began to go beyond his control step by step. This made Drizzt feel a strong sense of uneasiness. He could not imagine that Su Fan did not summon the Moruo vine at the critical moment just now. If Su Fan had used the Moruo vine when fighting against the powerful moon rank just now, he would definitely not do it now. He would rather the plan fail than risk exposure. But it's too late to say anything now. He has exposed his identity, and can only bite the bullet and continue to persevere. It's not impossible to deal with Moruo himself at the peak of the Morning Star rank. You have made so many preparations, it's not too much for me to prepare more methods. Quote. Su Fan smiled faintly. Song Jia and the other two standing behind Su Fan all breathed a sigh of relief, their tense nerves gradually relaxed. It's stable. Su Fan, together with the peak level of the Morning Star Vine, is enough to deal with Trist. Although the three of them were framed by Trist, they were saved by Su Fan, so their lives were saved by Lida. On the other hand, Trist's face at this moment became extremely ugly, and he no longer had the smile he had before. The plan encountered accidents again and again, which made Trist feel very uneasy. Trist stared at Su Fan with cold and resentful eyes. He suddenly regretted it at this moment. He shouldn't have been so greedy and pulled Su Fan into the team. If it weren't for Su Fan, his plan has already succeeded. Song Jia and the other two have already become the nourishment for his promotion. Even if he cannot be promoted to the Weiyu level immediately, there is always a chance to take it slowly. Now if the plan fails and his affairs are exposed, he can only flee to the underworld. If the god of Hades does not protect him, the 10 speakers will make him die without a burial place. But in the eyes of the god of Hades, he is just an ordinary chess piece that cannot be more ordinary. Thinking of this, Trist's eyes suddenly became extremely fierce. He has no way out. Either he successfully devours Su Fan and others and is promoted to the Weiyu level, or he will be exiled to another world. Su Fan, you are cruel. But you are still one step behind. Quote, Drizzt gritted his teeth and growled like a wild animal. I also have a hidden trump card. The words fell. The Yaksha ghost under Drizzy's feet suddenly changed dramatically. The Yaksha ghost showed an extremely painful expression and opened his mouth to an incredible and terrifying degree. Then, a wet green ball was spit out from the Yaksha ghost's mouth. The green ball fell to the ground and slowly opened. Then everyone realized that it was not a ball, but a strange green creature similar to a baby. The powerful aura it exuded made everyone's face change slightly. Another Morning Star level peak combat power. The smiles on Song Jia, Chen Po and Aganu's faces gradually solidified, and their nerves that had just relaxed were stretched straight again. Drizzt actually also has a trump card with the peak combat power of the Morning Star rank. The situation that was originally extremely favorable to them was flattened in an instant. Drizzt himself is only at the upper middle level of the Morning Star rank, but his Yaksha ghost is at the top combat power of the Morning Star rank. And the strange baby ghost spit out by the Yaksha ghost is even more powerful than the Morning Star rank. The advantage of Morotang was instantly wiped out. A unknown currency, A unknown currency, A. Drizzy's laughter became very hoarse, like a whine from hell. You can't imagine that the life object I awakened is not the Yaksha ghost, but the twin ghost. The baby ghost hidden in the Yaksha ghost is even more powerful. Drizzy's tone was quite arrogant. Because this is the strongest trump card he has been hiding, and he has never told anyone. Even the strong men of the Federation, no one knows this secret. This is the biggest confidence that Drizzt dares to organize this plane journey plan. The baby ghost of the peak level of the Morning Star is enough to kill Su Fan and others. If there is no Moro Vine, although there are some unexpected things in the plan, it can still go on. The baby ghost is responsible for entanglement with the Moro Vine, and the Yaksha ghost deals with Su Fan. As long as I give myself a little time, I can devour Song Jia and the other two. When Song Jia and the other two become his nourishment, my strength will be able to skyrocket instantly. At that time, he will turn around to deal with Su Fan. Even if Su Fan is well prepared, he is not his opponent and will be taken down sooner or later. Drizzt looked at the astonished expression on Song Jia's face, and his heart suddenly became clear. In the final analysis, I am the final winner. Although there are some waves, your fate will not change. Become my nourishment obediently. Quote, Drizzt glanced at the dark night sky behind him out of the corner of his eye. He couldn't waste any more time. The moonlit stage warrior must be on his way to kill him. He had to deal with Su Fan, Song Jia and the others as soon as possible, and then return to Blue Star. As long as these 4 people died here, his affairs would not be leaked, and he could still stay on Blue Star. Go ahead, kill them. Quote, Drizzt gave cold orders to the baby ghost and the Yaksha ghost. He didn't want to waste any more time and had to fight quickly. The baby ghost rushed to the Moro Vine at the first time. The baby ghost's weak and tiny body formed a sharp contrast with the huge body of the Moro Vine. But the baby ghost's strength is undoubtedly strong. It is at the same level as the Moro vine, and the strength of both sides is equal. The Yaksha ghost once again raised the dark blue trident and stabbed Su Fan fiercely. The trident flashed a cold light, as if it came from hell. Trist himself rushed towards Song Jia and the other two. He wanted to kill the injured Song Jia and the other two in the shortest time, and then go to face Chen Fan. Song Jia and the other two had already taken a fighting stance, ready to meet Trist's attack. Hold on. Song Jia held the crescent scimitar with difficulty and gritted his teeth. Now it's a matter of who is faster. They rely on Su Fan. As long as they can hold on until Su Fan is free, there is a glimmer of hope. Algu Nudu and Chen Po both nodded vigorously. They obviously also knew the current situation. Su Fan has relieved them of a great deal of pressure, and they must bear the rest. Trist rushed to Song Jia and the other two with a ferocious face, his hands surrounded by black light. Just as he launched an attack on the three, a silver-white light suddenly appeared in his eyes and rapidly enlarged in his vision. Trist had no choice but to retreat instantly, and this time he barely avoided the stab of the silver light. Immediately, another huge figure slowly walked out from behind Song Jia and the other two. Another plant-like monster. It was silver-white all over, with hundreds of vines, and each vine had thousands of dense vines and leaves, swaying and clanging, as if it was made of metal, all emitting cold light. Thousand-leaf star-eating grass. Song Jia and the other two looked at the star-eating grass that slowly appeared in front of them, and all of them fell into a stagnation. They stared at the scene in amazement, and they were all speechless. Is this thousand-leaf star-eating grass? Thousand-leaf star-eating grass with the peak combat power of Morning Star. Song Jia and Algu Nu did not recognize the strange monster in front of them, but Chen Po shouted in surprise. The shock in Chen Po's heart could no longer be described in words. Thousand-leaf star-eating grass is a plant-type monster that is even rarer than the Moro vine. And it is a rare and extremely aggressive monster among plants, with very strong attack power. The sharp vine leaves can even easily cut the body of the awakened person of the same level. In the records of Blue Star, thousand-leaf star-eating grass only appeared 3 times in total, which is even rarer than the Moro vine. Su Fan not only has a Moruo vine with the peak combat power of Morning Star, but also a thousand-leaf star-eating grass with the peak combat power of Morning Star. This is too cool. The Moruo vine is mainly responsible for defense and entanglement, while the star-eating grass is responsible for attack and strangulation. These two monsters, one for attack and one for defense, are simply a perfect combination. If he could have these two monsters, Chen Po felt that he would faint from happiness. Song Jia and Algu Nu didn't know much about the star-eating grass. After listening to Chen Po's explanation, they suddenly realized it. Both of them showed a deep shock on their faces. Su Fan. How many cards did he hide? Just took out a Moruo vine, and then took out a thousand-leaf star-eating grass. Could the god this guy believe in be a true plant god? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Trist, you're done. Song Jia couldn't help the excitement in his heart, and laughed a few times, but it affected his injuries and he coughed up blood. After being shocked, Algu Nudu and Chen Po all smiled with relief. It's over. No one thought that Su Fan actually had two plant monsters with the peak combat power of Morning Star. Trist had made all the calculations, but he couldn't have expected Su Fan's terrible trump card. With the help of Moro Vine and thousand-leaf star-eating grass, Su Fan is almost invincible at the Morning Star level. No, how is it possible? Trist looked at the thousand-leaf star-eating grass that suddenly appeared, and his expression instantly twisted, and his face gradually showed an unbelievable look, and then gradually became a little crazy. The accidents appeared again and again, causing Trist's heart to receive continuous shocks. His perfect plan, which was originally sure to win, was destroyed because of Su Fan's disruption. Looking at the star-eating grass with the peak combat power of Morning Star level that suddenly appeared in front of him, Trist collapsed instantly. Is it over yet? This was the last cry in his heart before he still maintained his sanity. Su Fan actually has two monsters with peak Morning Star combat power. Drizzt knew that his plan had failed. Even if he had the baby ghost as a trump card, he could not compete with Su Fan. Ah, Fan. Drizzt suddenly became furious, and his reason was instantly overwhelmed by the anger, despair, unwillingness and other emotions in his heart. He had the opportunity to be promoted to the Brilliant Moon level and have stronger strength. Righto. Everything was changed because of the appearance of Su Fan. Drizzy's eyes instantly turned red, like a beast in a desperate situation. Why are you red? Su Fan looked at Drizzt, who suddenly fell into madness, and smiled softly. When Trist heard Su Fan's mockery, his anger instantly increased many times. Su Fan, I want you dead. I want you dead. Trist let out an extremely resentful and sinister roar, and the endless hatred revealed in that voice made Songjia and others feel cold. Can you kill me? Su Fan looked at Trist with a rather playful look and asked. Trist did not answer his question, but asked the baby ghost and the Yaksha ghost to continue. I want you dead. All of you must die. Trist just repeated the words just now. But Su Fan already understood his idea. Seeing that his plan was unsuccessful, Trist planned to let everyone be buried with him. The powerful man of the Brilliant Moon rank was on his way and would arrive soon. Trist only needed to pester them for a while, and the powerful man of the Brilliant Moon rank would come. All of them, indeed, must die, including Trist himself. To perish together, how vicious. I can't waste so much time to kill you. Su Fan shook his head gently. Trist was startled when he heard this, and his expression became more and more angry. He rushed to Su Fan and others without hesitation. Even if he died, he would drag Su Fan and Songjia to death with him. But Su Fan would not give Trist time to delay. Speed. Su Fan gave orders to Moro and Shixing. Shixing had been in the natal space for several months. Although his strength had been improving, he never had the opportunity to show himself. Now that he finally waited, he was a little impatient to kill. Swish. Shixing's speed was very fast, and he aimed at Trist in front of him in an instant. More than 100 vines pierced out quickly like arrows from a string. This sudden burst could reach a speed of 10 times the speed of sound. Although Trist's strength was pretty good in the Morning Star level, he was too far behind Shixing, who was at the peak of the Morning Star. The baby ghost was stopped by Moro, and neither side could do anything to the other for the time being. The Yaksha ghost was suppressed by Su Fan. Endless flames bloomed around the Yaksha ghost, and the scorching breath made it scream. Without the help of the baby ghost and the Yaksha ghost, Drizzy's own strength was not that strong. Especially compared with the Eater Star. Almost at the first sight, Drizzt was completely entangled by the hundreds of vines of the Eater Star. The Eater Star was best at strangling, using the extremely sharp vines on the vines to cut and tear the prey into pieces. Chi. Although Drizzt was wearing combat uniform and defensive soft armor, he could not withstand the repeated cutting of countless vines by the Star Eater. Within a few strokes, Drizzy's defensive equipment was completely cut open, and the sharp broad grass instantly pierced into his muscular hands. Drizzt became a bloody man in the blink of an eye, howling miserably. This feeling of pain is comparable to the terrible torture of being cut into pieces by thousands of knives. Even Songjia and others on the side showed an expression of not being able to bear to watch. But they were secretly happy in their hearts. Good death. Just when the Star Eater was about to cut Drizzt into meat pieces of the same particle size, Su Fan went up and stopped him. Wait, the things in his natal space have not been taken out yet. After hearing Su Fan's words, Songjia and the other two finally reacted. The treasures they collected before were all placed with Trist, ready to be distributed when they return to Blue Star. If Trist dies, the natal space will collapse instantly. Those treasures will be crushed into powder by the endless chaotic airflow, and they will lose a lot this time. But Songjia and the other two don't care about this. It is a blessing in disguise that they can save their lives this time. Logically, they should kowtow to Su Fan after they go back. As for the treasures, if they are gone, they are gone. As long as there is green, there is no need to worry about firewood. But Su Fan obviously had different ideas from them. These main items were also a considerable fortune. It was a pity to lose them just like that. Drizzt, who was entangled by countless vines and turned into a bloody man, raised his head with difficulty. His eyes were still so resentful, without any regret or begging for mercy. Wanting treasures is just a dream. Drizzt laughed. This was his last stubbornness. Let those treasures disappear with his death. Su Fan glanced at Drizzt casually and said lightly, "Do you think I need your consent? As a demon lord who often kills and robs, no, as Su Fan, who often fights with other awakeners, he naturally knows how to collect the spoils in the natal space of other awakeners. As long as you know some space spells, you can easily grab the items in the natal space of other awakeners. However, there is a prerequisite for doing this, that is, you must subdue the other party before you can take it out smoothly. Otherwise, once the other party resists, the spell will fail. Now Drizzt is entangled by countless vines, and he is only one breath away, so there is no problem. Su Fan stretched out his right hand, with a gray light shining from his palm, and his hand actually sank into the void in front of him. Immediately, all the items in Drizzy's natal space were taken out by him and transferred to his own natal space. Drizzy's face became more and more ugly when he saw this scene. His last stubbornness was also shattered by Su Fan's blow. Killed, quote, Su Fan said softly without even looking at him. The star-eating vine suddenly exerted force, and the sharp vine leaves instantly cut into Drizzy's body, and the vines that had been wrapped around Drizzt closed instantly. When these transfer orders were slowly opened, Drizzt was no longer there. Only the vines were seen shaking slightly, dropping a mixture of countless blood and meat foam. Song Jia and the other two felt their scalps tingling, and the cold rushed from the coccyx to the top of the head. It was a terrifying way to die. They all looked at Su Fan with a strange look in their eyes. In the future, no matter what, you can't provoke Su Fan. Otherwise, they might become meat foam with uniform granularity like Drizzt. Chapter 81. As the host, Drizzt died, so his natal creatures, the Yaksha ghost and the baby ghost, naturally could not survive. The bodies of the two evil ghosts began to gradually disintegrate and dissipate. The Yaksha ghost and the baby ghost both screamed sharply, and their faces revealed a deep fear of death. However, no matter how they screamed, it was useless, and their bodies quickly turned into ashes. Okay. Seeing Drizzt being killed by Su Fan, Song Jia and the other two finally felt relieved, and the tense expressions on their faces also relaxed. No one expected that such a thing would happen during this plane journey. Drizzt, a federal congressman, actually colluded with the evil god in secret, and wanted to attack them, who were also congressmen. It can be said to be vicious. If Su Fan hadn't been here, the three of them would probably have been killed. I don't thank you for your kindness, Su Fan. Song Jia looked at Su Fan in front of him and said in a deep voice. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, I will do my best to help. Oganudu and Chen Po also expressed their gratitude to Su Fan. Thank you very much. If it weren't for you this time, we would probably all be killed by Drizzt. His collusion with Hades would not be exposed, which would probably cause considerable losses to the Federation. Thank you. If you need any help in the future, we will do our best and never shirk responsibility. Song Jia and the other two had a huge change in their attitude towards Su Fan. This was not only because Su Fan saved their lives. It was also because of the powerful strength Su Fan showed. The two terrifying monsters with the peak combat power of the Morning Star rank had at least the top level of strength of the Morning Star rank. Such a powerful force is enough to be invincible in the Morning Star rank. And all these powers are Su Fan's personal strength, without the help of the gods. The strong can win respect no matter where they are. Because of Su Fan's identity as the spokesperson of the gods, they were indifferent and contemptuous of him. After experiencing these things now, they realized how wrong they were. Not all spokespersons of the gods are what they imagined. At least Su Fan is not. Su Fan's appearance refreshed their understanding of the spokespersons of the gods. As a strong man of the Federation and the tribe, I will help if I can. But if there is anything in the future, I will definitely find you, don't worry about not repaying me. Su Fan responded with a smile. He agreed to Drizzy's invitation this time, first for the secret crystal of life, and second to understand Drizzy's surrender to the god of Hades. He thought Drizzt would surrender to the god of Hades in the future to pave a way for himself. But he didn't expect that he would collude with the god of Hades Osiris so early. Now that he has eliminated this scum, he can also save the lives of countless ordinary people. Okay. Seeing that Su Fan was not hypocritical, Song Jia and others smiled. In order to maintain the majesty of the gods, most spokespersons of the gods usually speak and act in a pretentious manner, and they look like they deserve a beating. Su Fan is much more straightforward, which makes them not hate him. Let's return to Blue Star quickly. Algu Nudu said hurriedly. He didn't want to stay in this place any longer, and just wanted to return to Blue Star as soon as possible. The alien world is too dangerous, he just wants to go home. Chen Po and Song Jia nodded quickly. The three of them are not in good condition, they have to return to Blue Star to recuperate as soon as possible. Su Fan immediately took out the micro device he searched from Drizzy's life space. Just when he was about to start the micro device, he suddenly looked up at the distant sky. Su Fan's face was a little solemn, and he whispered, "I'm afraid we can't get away." Song Jia and the other two also looked ugly. They sensed a strong breath approaching at a very fast speed in the distance. There is no doubt that it must be the Weiyu level strongman chasing them. A distance of 1,000,000 miles is not a very far distance for a strong man of this level. They just wasted a lot of time to deal with Drizzt. What should I do? Oganudu's mentality was a little broken. This plane journey is two ups and downs. It was not easy to escape, and he almost died in Drizzy's hands. Now that Drizzt has finally been dealt with, the Weiyu level strongman is coming again. After so many twists and turns, it's just like this, it's really too much of a mental problem. You go. Su Fan threw the micro device in his hand into the hands of Algu Nudu and others. There's not enough time to open the door, I'll go and resist for a while, so you can buy some time. The three of them were immediately anxious when they heard Su Fan's words. The three of them were saved by Su Fan's rescue, and now they have to watch Su Fan sacrifice himself. No, you go, I'll stop him. Song Jia gritted his teeth, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Algu Nudu and Chen Po flashed despair in their eyes, and then they also said, Su Fan, you go. We'll buy you time. You saved us just now, now we should repay your kindness. Su Fan stared at the three people blankly, as if he was moved by their words, speechless, and seemed to have nothing to say. Can you be more flexible in your mind? Quote, I asked you to go back and get help. I can still hold out for a while. Quote, 10 speakers, so many Senate members, just find one to save me. Song Jia and the other two heard Su Fan's helpless words, and they all came to their senses and patted their foreheads. Too much blood. Su Fan is so strong, it shouldn't be a problem for him to hold on for a while in the hands of the Weiyu level strongman. As long as they are fast enough, they can bring people back to save him. Okay, you must hold on. Song Jia and the others also knew that time was precious, so they didn't delay any more. Who wants to die if they can live? They can't repay Su Fan's kindness for these two lives in this life. Buzz. The micro device was activated, and a very small door slowly opened. This device is equipped with magic arrays and various energy crystals, which can open the door for a short time. It is an item often used by federal strongmen to explore the plane. The breath of the Weiyu level strongman is approaching. This extremely unstable door can be smashed by a slap. So Su Fan must stay and stop him. Su Fan dared to do this, of course, he had the confidence. This strong man has the strength of the top level of the Weiyu level. Although he can't defeat him with his current strength, he can still fight for a while. Song Jia and the other two will ask the Federation for help after returning to Blue Star. Just send a strong man of Weiyu level or Sun level, and he can be reborn. If there is any accident in the middle, Su Fan is not worried. Although he can't beat the strong enemy in front of him, he can still escape. At worst, he can hide by all his means and hide in this evil moonplane for 1.5 months. When Abra is cultivated, he will still be safe and sound. In general, Su Fan has a lot of trump cards now. The strong enemy in front of him is a huge threat to Song Jia and the other two, but it is not a threat to him. When the door was opened, the Weiyu level warrior had already arrived. His red eyes ruthlessly and indifferently scanned the four people, and then he saw the fully opened door, and immediately understood that these people wanted to escape. He stretched out his big hand without hesitation and grabbed the door, and the majestic power surged out, trying to crush the door. Su Fan's eyes flashed, and his body also burst out with a force, forcing him to retreat. Just at the moment when the two forces collided, the door was completely formed. Song Jia and the other two looked at Su Fan with worry, and then immediately returned to Blue Star through the door. The door existed for a very short time, only a few seconds. Swish. With a clear sound, the opened door disappeared in the void. The figures of Song Jia and the other two disappeared, leaving only Su Fan and the Weiyu level warrior at the scene. The Weiyu level warrior saw that his attack was blocked, resulting in the successful escape of the three invaders, and the anger on his face became more intense. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. After Song Jia and the other two left, he could finally display his full strength. He was only at the Morning Star level at the moment, but with all his means, he should be able to fight against Xingzuo, who was at the top of the moon-waving level, right? This was his strongest battle since his rebirth. In his previous life, Su Fan rarely fought in person, and mostly relied on his monsters, while he was responsible for assisting. This also led to a problem, that is, his own combat power was low. When his monsters were eliminated, he looked very weak. Of course, Su Fan's low combat power was compared with the top strong men at the same level. If we only talk about combat power, he himself is not weak, but he can't be said to be very strong. In this life, Su Fan paid special attention to this issue. In order to cultivate his monsters, he must also improve his own combat power. In this way, even if he loses the help of monsters, he still maintains his extremely strong strength. The powerful enemy of the Weiyu level in front of him is his best whetstone now. Quote. This Weiyu level strongman did not speak, and his horn emitted waves of ripples. These ripples are his spiritual fluctuations, emitting boundless murderous intent. He was very angry about what Su Fan and other invaders did, and he needed blood to calm down. Su Fan looked solemn and put the food star into his life space. In this level of battle, neither the food star nor Moro could intervene, but would be injured. Moro was not taken into Su Fan's life space, but covered on the surface of his body. Another function of Moro is to provide him with good defense. Su Fan turned his wrist and grabbed the Styx pen in his hand. He stood in the air, with wisps of flames surrounding his body. Su Fan was ready to fight with all his strength, using the Morning Star level to fight against the Brilliant Moon level. Humph! The Brilliant Moon level strongman saw Su Fan's actions and snorted coldly, as if he thought Su Fan was struggling to death. The gap between the Morning Star and Brilliant Moon levels is extremely huge, and it cannot be filled by human power. Whoosh! The figure of the Brilliant Moon level strongman suddenly disappeared from the spot and rushed towards Su Fan. He was so fast that he seemed to be teleporting, and appeared in front of Su Fan in almost the blink of an eye. This is naturally impossible to teleport. After all, the Brilliant Moon level has not yet reached the level of mastering the law, he is just extremely fast. Su Fan was not frightened by the opponent's extreme speed. He was once a top strongman of the demigod level and was very familiar with the strength of each level. The reason why the Weiyu class is more powerful than the Morning Star class is that the power they use is at a higher level. It is no longer the power of the stars, but the power of the Weiyu. This is a higher level of cosmic energy, so the Weiyu class is much stronger than the Morning Star class, because the power used by both sides is not at the same level. This is equivalent to two ordinary people fighting, one using a wooden sword and the other using an iron sword, the same principle. What's more, the strength of the Weiyu class is not only reflected in the power used, but also far exceeds the Morning Star class in other aspects. These factors combined together create a huge difference between the two. Su Fan is currently in the Morning Star class, and the power he uses is the star calendar, which is weaker than the power of the Weiyu. But he has a way to increase his power. The law of fire. The law is the cornerstone of the operation of the universe. If you understand the law, you will understand the secret of the operation of the universe. Integrating these insights into the fighting method can greatly increase the power of the attack. Su Fan can enhance his attack power through the law of fire, thus making up for the gap between the calendar of stars and the calendar of Brilliant Moon. He also has many means such as spells and magic arrays, which can be used to enhance his combat power. Boom! Su Fan gently raised the Styx pen, and countless black snakes sprang out from the dark pen tip, wandering in the void, turning into attacks. The body of the Brilliant Moon level strongman burst out with a vast force, directly shattering all the incoming spell attacks. Su Fan was not panicked when he saw this, and quietly operated the power of the law, and boundless fire suddenly rose around his body. In his previous life, he comprehended the law of wood and created more than a dozen secret arts. After he mastered the complete law of fire, he had not yet completely absorbed these insights and created his own secret art of fire. But the secret arts of different laws have many common principles. This is the so-called one law, one method. Su Fan can directly use the law of fire to apply the previously created wood secret art and transform it into a fire secret art. This fire domain is one of the most common secret arts. When in the boundless sea of fire, all of Su Fan's attributes can be blessed by the domain and improved tenfold. And the enemies surrounded by the flames will be suppressed by the fire domain. As one grows stronger, the other loses. The gap between the two sides has been narrowed a lot. The moon-waving stage expert looked at the huge sea of fire covering this area and uttered a surprised exclamation. His face also changed. He could naturally feel the specialness of this flame. This is the use of the power of the law. The moon-waving stage expert was shocked. One of the thresholds he had to cross to be promoted to the sun stage was to get started with the Shidao law. But to comprehend the law, even if it was just to get started, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. This morning star stage human in front of him actually comprehended the law. Even for someone as powerful as him, it is extremely difficult to comprehend the law. This matter depends entirely on one's talent. It took him an extremely long time to have a little understanding. But even with such a vague understanding, it is still a long way to go to comprehend the law of wind. The stronger the strength, the easier it is to see the essence of the world and know the truth of the operation of heaven and earth. But there are always one or two monsters who are exceptions. Even if they are weak, they have amazing talents and can clearly see the laws that are perfectly hidden between heaven and earth. The human in front of him is the latter. He is only at the morning star level, but he has already comprehended the law. This kind of person can no longer be described as a genius, but a monster. This kind of person may only appear once in billions of miles. At the moment when the strong man of the Weiyu level was in a trance, Su Fan was launching a continuous attack. The stick's pen waved, and a ferocious giant snake rushed out of the void, bringing a foul smell and fishy wind, and rushed straight to his face. Su Fan's body was surrounded by an endless sea of fire, as if the Emperor of Flame had descended to the world. He slowly spread his hands. Hundreds of feet-long fire dragons suddenly rose from the sea of fire, lifelike and majestic. Countless fire dragons rose up, and there was no end at a glance, and it seemed that there were thousands of them. 10,000 dragons roar. After trying the field of fire, Su Fan easily transformed several secret arts he had mastered into the secret arts of fire. It was just the application of different laws, and the manipulation methods were the same. Su Fan was very familiar with these secret arts created in his previous life. Although it was the first time to use the law of fire at such a deep level, it was still a little obscure, but Su Fan could barely perform the bed. 450. Tens of thousands of fire dragons rose from the endless sea of fire, emitting blazing heat, and the hot air waves swept in all directions. Tens of thousands of dragons crossed the sky, with terrifying power, pointing directly at the Weiyu level strongman. The face of the Weiyu level strongman had long lost the previous sternness, replaced by a deep solemnity. Although the human in front of him was only at the morning star level, he could use the law. This was enough to fill the power gap between the two. I must do my best to defeat this person. The Weiyu level strongman roared in a low voice, as if he roared a syllable that Su Fan could not understand. The power surged around him, causing the stars in the sky to tremble. The stars rustled, as if they were about to be dragged down by this huge force. The Weiyu level strongman raised his hand and transformed into a blood-red crescent moon, hanging high in the sky. The blood-colored moonlight illuminated the boundless sea of fire, as if to suppress it. The moonlight contained the power of the brilliant moon, pressing down like an invisible big hand, trying to extinguish the entire sea of fire. Bang bang bang. The dragons that rose from the sea of fire, under this terrifying suppression force, all burst open and scattered flames. But more fire dragons rose from the sea of fire and bit towards the blood moon in the sky. The blood moon seemed to be angered by the actions of these fire dragons, and its light suddenly became several times brighter. The richer blood moonlight fell from the sky. 10,000 dragons soared into the sky, facing the blood-colored moonlight. This scene was extremely shocking in the dark night. Bang! The two forces collided with each other, causing a violent wind in the void. The space was like a water surface blown by the wind, with violent ripples. Finally, the blood moon dissipated, and the flying dragons also disappeared. Even if Su Fan used the secret technique of the law, he could only tie with the Weiyu level strongman in front of him, which was enough to show the huge gap between Morningstar and Weiyu. Su Fan was not surprised by this. With the help of the secret technique of the law, he could fight this person on equal terms, which was already very difficult. After all, the enemy in front of him was not an ordinary enemy, but a strong enemy at the top level of Weiyu level. This level is definitely a top strongman on Blue Star. The Weiyu level strongman narrowed his eyes slightly, and was quite shocked by the scene in front of him. With his own power, it was like killing an ant to wipe out the Morningstar level. But the human in front of him was not ordinary, and he could actually compete with himself. The Weiyu level strongman suddenly raised his palm, and the majestic power in his body surged, forming a blood-colored moon wheel around him. In the blink of an eye, thousands of moon wheels emerged, spanning the void. The next second, thousands of blood-colored moon wheels came across the sky, covering the sky, as if they had completely blocked this piece of sky. This move is somewhat similar to Songjia's silver moon blade, but its power is 1,000 times greater than the latter. Even Su Fan had to treat this attack with caution. Su Fan waved the Styx pen and drew a black full moon in the air. The light reflected by this black full moon is not bright silver or bloody, but a strange black. The breath emitted by this black moonlight is very strange, containing a monstrous evil. This is one of the strongest spells Su Fan has mastered. It is said that it can only be used when reaching the brilliant moon stage, but with the Styx pen, he can barely perform it at the morning star stage. Just performing this spell drained all the power in his body. Fortunately, Su Fan can draw strength from the 10,000 spirits demon soil. The natal soil has become his biggest advantage in continuous combat. The nearly unlimited energy supply allows Su Fan to fight continuously with high intensity. This is an advantage that other awakeners do not have. After absorbing the energy of the 10,000 spirits demon soil, the weakness in Su Fan's body was immediately swept away, and he regained his peak combat experience. At the same time, the evil black moon scattered dark moonlight. Everything illuminated by the moonlight turned into darkness. This dark moonlight was like some kind of terrible monster, swallowing everything silently. The thousands of blood-colored moon wheels crossed the sky and killed into the boundless darkness, and then they were silent. There was no movement in the darkness composed of the evil black moonlight. All those blood-colored moon wheels were swallowed up without causing any waves. Seeing this, the strong man of the Weiyu level shrank his eyes slightly and took a breath of cold air. What a powerful spell! Even his attack hit it, there was no movement. The eyes of the strong man of the Weiyu level looking at Su Fan changed again. This human brought him too many surprises. The dark moonlight emitted by the black moon swallowed up half of the sky silently, like a terrifying glutton that never knows how to be full. Thousands of blood-colored moon wheels all slammed into the dark moonlight, but they failed to cause any waves and disappeared silently, as if they had never appeared. The darkness in front of him swallowed him up, and the Weiqi level strongman took a breath again. What kind of terrible spell is this? He has never seen such an evil and terrifying spell. The Weiyu level strongman instinctively wanted to dodge, but at this time he found that his body had been locked by the black moon. He was like falling into a huge quagmire, and an invisible suction force imprisoned his body, making it extremely difficult for him to move. The darkness ahead was approaching. The huge and indescribable darkness slowly encroached from all directions, submerging his body inch by inch. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the Weiyu level strongman, but he soon calmed down and began to burst out with strength. At this time, he had been completely swallowed up by the dark moonlight. Su Fan stood aside, watching all this silently. In an instant, the whole world was left with only boundless darkness, everything was swallowed up, even light could not escape from this dark space and was swallowed up completely. The whole world seemed to be left with only the black moon and Su Fan standing outside the darkness. Su Fan silently stared at the dark space in front of him, his eyes very calm. He waved the Styx pen, emitting countless black snakes, as if he was making some arrangements. The dark space lasted for a full 7 minutes. During this period, this area was always very stable and calm, as if nothing had happened. The Wei-Yu level strongman who was swallowed up by the dark moonlight did not move at all. Until 7 minutes later. Then a furious roar came out from the dark space. Immediately, the huge black hole in front of Su Fan was like a broken porcelain, and countless cracks suddenly appeared that let in light. Boom! A huge dull sound sounded, and the dark moonlight was dispelled, revealing the face of the Wei-Yu level strongman. But at this moment, he was very different from before. This Wei-Yu level strongman was covered in blood and was seriously injured. His eyes even had a hint of fear. I don't know what he experienced in the dark space, which made this Wei-Yu level strongman with top combat power show such a look. Su Fan was not surprised by this scene. If he had cast this spell with the strength of Wei-Yu level, then the enemy in front of him would have been dead. But he used the strength of Morning Star level to cast it forcefully, and the power of the spell naturally decreased. It was not easy to cause the opponent to be severely injured. Ang! The moonlit master roared at Su Fan, his voice filled with rage. No one knew what he had experienced in that dark space. But judging from the look on his face, that experience must have been very unpleasant. The moonlit master was really angry, and his killing intent towards Su Fan had reached its peak. Su Fan's expression remained calm and composed. In the 7 minutes that the moonlit master was trapped in the dark space, he had done a lot of things. These arrangements were enough to lead the injured enemy to bliss. Get up! Su Fan waved the stick's pen and chanted softly. Immediately, countless black snakes emerged from all directions around the moonlit master. These strange and ugly spells formed a huge and extremely complicated magic array. Using spells to arrange magic arrays is Su Fan's specialty. Black thunder suddenly appeared in the sky, and the roaring sound was heard. In an instant, a pool of black thunder emerged, engulfing the body of the powerful man of the brilliant moon stage. But Su Fan's arrangement was more than that. Devouring fire. A golden flame suddenly appeared above his head. This golden flame was extremely pure, exuding a holy and fiery breath, like a king in the flame, with a domineering majesty. This secret technique was originally called the Wood of Swallowing the Sky, but it was used by Li Fan on the Law of Fire. Use the law to refine and purify the elemental power infinitely. Finally, a terrifying flame was obtained. It took Su Fan 7 minutes and he spent 3 times his own strength to create this small handful of golden flame. But the terrifying power it contained was enough to burn a strong man of the Wei-Yu level to ashes. The strong man of the Wei-Yu level looked at the terrifying energy surging around him, and his eyes suddenly showed fear. I was going to die at the hands of a human of the Morning Star level. On the other side, after Song Jia and the other 2 returned to Blue Star through the gate, they immediately asked for help from the Federation. They reported to the Federation about Drizzy's collusion with Hades in a concise manner, and then immediately asked for the rescue of Su Fan. This incident caused an uproar within the Federation, and countless members were shocked. Drizzt usually had a good reputation among the members. No one thought that he would actually collude with Hades and even plot to frame Song Jia and others. The members did not expect that Su Fan would actually stand up, leaving Chuang Jia and others. The group of members, which was quite quiet in the past, instantly exploded. What's going on? Drizzt is colluding with Hades and is going to defect to the underworld. I heard that Song Jia and the other 2 just escaped from the evil moon plane. It is said that Su Fan stopped a moon-wielding alien strongman alone in order to buy time for them to open the door. There should be no need to worry about this. Su Fan is the spokesperson of the gods. Can't he deal with a brilliant moon level? No, Drizzt used a method to temporarily cut off the connection between Su Fan and the gods. What? Then Su Fan is not doomed to die. The sudden explosive news shocked all the members. Drizzy's collusion with Hades is already a major news. As the latest member to join the parliament, Su Fan has been a hot topic recently. With this incident, he instantly became the most discussed person. Song Jia and the others had no intention of caring about the news in the parliament group. They just wanted to find someone to rescue Su Fan as soon as possible. Su Fan would face a brilliant moon-level strongman alone. It's extremely dangerous. Even if his strength is invincible among the Morning Star level, it is difficult to compete with the brilliant moon level. Maybe he is seriously injured now, so we must find someone to rescue him as soon as possible, Wozi. If we go, he may be gone. This kind of rescue is either someone volunteering to rescue, or the Federation organizes people. Su Fan has just joined the parliament and has just emerged in the Federation. Not many people know him. With this kind of relationship, the probability of the former is probably very low. Fortunately, the Federation responded quickly. Speaker Muan attaches great importance to this matter, decided to go to the evil plane in person. After hearing the news, Songjia and the other three were relieved. They all know the strength of Speaker Muan, who is invincible at the sun level. If he is willing to come forward to rescue Su Fan, there will be no problem. However, not long after, Yun sent a message in the parliamentarian group. I can't open the door to the evil moon plane. That plane is closed. These two short sentences made Songjia and others' hearts instantly cold. When Songjia and the other two heard what Muan said, their faces were instantly dulled, and they murmured. How could it be? Songjia, Aodu Nugu and Chen Po were like ants on a hot pot, their hearts seemed to be roasted on fire. Generally speaking, opening a door only requires three elements: plane array, sufficient energy, and anchor point. The Federation stipulates that when entering an alien plane, an anchor point backup must be made in the Federation. This is to facilitate the Federation to quickly rescue in case of accidents. So at this moment, Muan can quickly enter the evil moon plane with the information backed up by Trist. But he said that the evil moon plane was closed. This situation has never happened before, unless someone imprisoned the entire plane, so that the door to the plane could not be opened. But the strong who can do this is probably much stronger than the sun level. But isn't the strongest person in the evil moon plane the Wei Yu level? With his strength, how could he close the entire plane? This is absolutely impossible. In a courtyard in Kyoto City, Muan frowned tightly. After he received the news reported by Songjia and others, he immediately took action. After all, Su Fan is very important to the current Federation. The information he received from the Pen Fairy may be able to save the human race. Moreover, Muan also favors Su Fan himself. He can feel that Su Fan is close to the Federation and the race, and is a young generation rookie with great potential and training value. Muan even feels that Su Fan and himself always have a familiar friendship. So when he learned that Su Fan was in trouble, he must not ignore it. Muan immediately called Trist's plane record, ready to force the door to enter the evil moon plane. But at this time he was shocked to find out. The evil moon plane is completely sealed off by a powerful force. The door to the evil moon plane cannot be opened at all. As the entire plane sealed off. Although the evil moon plane is not a high-level plane, to seal off the entire plane, at least a demigod's strength is required. Can such an existence exist in a mid-level plane? Muan fell into deep thought, frowning quietly. No matter what, Su Fan must be saved. Quote. Muan made a decision in his heart. After the plane is closed, the plane door can no longer be generated. Ordinary awakeners are naturally helpless at this time. But he still has a way to force the door open. Muan's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and came to a cave. It is unknown how many miles away this cave is from Kyoto City, and it is also unknown where it is located. At the entrance of the cave, two white-haired old men were sitting cross-legged. The state of these two old men was very strange. They were sitting there, but they seemed to no longer exist, without any fluctuation of life breath. Just like two motionless sculptures. The two old men saw Muan, who suddenly appeared, and they didn't even raise their eyelids. Muan saluted slightly to the two and said softly, "This time I came here, I will ask for the tribe's artifact again." Quote. Evil moon plane. The brilliant moon-level warrior escaped from the dark moonlight with serious injuries. However, Su Fan had already prepared a series of killing moves for him. Several trump cards were used at the same time, determined to kill this top-level brilliant moon-level warrior. The warrior looked at the boundless black thunder, and then looked at the group of hot golden flames slowly floating towards him, with despair in his eyes. He knew that he was doomed. The face of this brilliant moon-level warrior showed an incredible expression. He found it hard to believe that he would die at the hands of a morning star-level human. This kind of thing was almost a fairy tale. The huge gap between the morning star level and the brilliant moon level had never been made up by anyone, let alone killing someone at a higher level. However, the human in front of him did it. The brilliant moon-level warrior showed a bitter smile on his face, and his expression was very calm, not furious or crazy. It was his fate to meet such a monster. Su Fan was calm and indifferent. Although he didn't like killing, he would never show mercy when it was time to kill. At this moment, the world suddenly returned to silence. The blood-colored waning moon hanging high above the plain scattered a faint blood-colored glow. Time seemed to have stopped flowing, and everything returned to stillness. The black thunder and the blazing golden flame surrounding the powerful man of the Wei class suddenly appeared in the sky. The body of the powerful man of the Wei class was shocked. He immediately prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed to the crescent moon in the sky. The creatures of the evil moon plane all worship the bloody crescent moon. People here believe that it is the habitat of the gods. Even though no miracles have appeared for many years, the creatures of the plane have always believed in this matter without any doubt. The powerful man of the Wei class also firmly believes that the god of the evil moon is real and regards it as a firm belief. The sudden change in front of him proved everything. The god of the evil moon does exist. And he took action at this moment and saved his life. Looking at the powerful man of the Wei class prostrating on the ground, Su Fan immediately looked up at the sky again, and he actually sighed. Then, Su Fan found that his body was moving away from the earth, and under the control of a powerful force, he was flying rapidly towards the blood-red waning moon. But he did not reach the waning moon, but stopped at the highest point of the sky. Looking at the blood-red waning moon from this position, the latter became much clearer. It can be seen that this waning moon is not in the shape of a crescent moon because of the change of the moon phase. It is because it is incomplete. This waning moon seems to be torn by some force, and it is only 1/3 the size of a complete moon, so it presents a fixed waning moon shape. Su Fan looked at the moon quietly, and did not speak for a long time. On this incomplete blood moon, a vague figure seemed to appear. The figure was covered by the blood-red moonlight and could not be seen clearly. Su Fan stared at the figure, whispered, "You are Red Moon." Soon after, a very ethereal voice came from the waning moon, like the sound of birds in a quiet valley. "You really know my existence. That's why you use the Black Moon spell, right?" The Black Moon spell that Su Fan just cast is one of the most bloody spells he has mastered. The origin of this spell is not simple. This spell was not created by any spell master, but by Black Moon. Black Moon, one of the 3 moon goddesses in ancient times. In the night sky of the main world, there is always a silvery white flawless bright moon hanging, shining the moonlight and illuminating the earth. The awakened people of that era would naturally worship nature, especially for the symbol of powerful power such as the sun and the moon. At that time, even including now, people believed that there were gods in the moon. The miracles of the moon god often fell on the earth. The Moon Temple is still a very large faith group on Blue Star, recognized by the Federation. But no one knows that there is not only one moon god. But there are 3. The Red Moon, Silver Moon, and Black Moon goddesses jointly hold the power of the moon and maintain the rotation of the sun and the moon. The 3 moon goddesses are what the awakened humans think of as the moon gods. Su Fan didn't know about this at first. After the moon catastrophes in later generations, the awakened humans began to conduct a deeper investigation and research on the moon hanging high above their heads, and learned many secrets. The Battle of the Sky Throne in ancient times, a shocking battle unknown to the world, affected countless gods and buried countless gods. It also led to the disintegration of the 3 moon goddesses. Su Fan didn't know the specific process of the Sky Throne battle, he just knew some of the results. Red Moon escaped with serious injuries, taking away part of the moon's power. Black Moon almost died and hid in the Sea of Evil. In the end, the Silver Moon goddess mastered most of the moon's power and became the only moon array in later generations. It was the Silver Moon goddess who caused the moon catastrophes. Her character was not as gentle and holy as her name, and the moon disaster she launched caused huge casualties and losses to mankind. By chance, Su Fan entered the Sea of Evil, met the dying Black Moon goddess, and inherited some of her spells. This process was not beautiful and warm, but full of hardships, and Su Fan almost died. He had already seen 2 of the 3 moon goddesses. To be honest, the personalities and dispositions of these 2 left a very deep impression on Su Fan. He had no chance to meet the last Red Moon goddess. Unexpectedly, he could meet her in this life. Su Fan stared at the hazy figure in the incomplete blood moon and bowed slightly. He rarely showed gratitude to a certain god. Meet the Red Moon Goddess. Red Moon Goddess, one of the most important gods for the human race, even the best. She used the power of the moon to open the road of awakening for mankind and the road of evolution for the human race. During the period when the Red Moon Goddess was in power, mankind ushered in a very gentle period of development. Although she is called Red Moon, she is very gentle and does not advocate killing. After Su Fan entered the evil moon plane, he noticed the incomplete blood moon hanging high in the sky. He felt vaguely that he might meet the most mysterious of the three moon goddesses. But this is just a guess, without any basis, let alone substantial evidence. In the end, Su Fan chose to stay and fight against the powerful enemy of the brilliant moon stage alone, casting the black moon spell. If it was really the Red Moon Goddess on the sky, there should be some reaction. And the fact is as he expected. This incomplete blood moon is the Red Moon Goddess who fled from the main world in the Battle of the Sky Throne and hid in the World Sea. Losing the power of the moon, she fell from the highest, but still possessed terrifying strength that ordinary people could not imagine. This evil moon plane was probably opened up by her. So the creatures here are similar to human form and have the same power as humans. Su Fan discovered this in the previous battle. Humans from the main world. Why do you want to see me? The Red Moon Goddess asked. Although the other party's figure was hazy, Su Fan could still feel that there was a gentle gaze looking at him. Su Fan pondered for a few seconds and said in a deep voice, I will help you regain the power of the moon. Let you ascend the throne of the sky again. The Red Moon Goddess fell silent after hearing this. She did not laugh at Su Fan, who was at the morning star level, for overestimating his own abilities, nor did she show any excitement or joy. The Red Moon Goddess just stared at Su Fan quietly. Your fate is very strange, chaotic, disorderly, and full of variables. You don't belong to the World Sea, nor to this space and time. I see the eyes of several supreme beings in you. The Red Moon Goddess said this after a long silence. Su Fan's eyes shrank slightly. But his expression soon returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, the Red Moon Goddess slowly shook her head. You yourself have not been saved. I have no obsession with regaining the power of the moon and the throne of the sky, but if you can do it, I will cooperate with you. Quote. Su Fan was not surprised at the calmness of the Red Moon Goddess. Because the Red Moon Goddess he knew was indeed such a character. To describe it in a more modern way, she was very Buddhist. She would lie down if she could. She would never stand if she could sit. After the Battle of the Sky Throne, she quietly left the main world and never thought of counterattacking and taking back everything that originally belonged to her. Letting the Red Moon Goddess take charge of the power of the moon is definitely a beneficial choice for the human race. Whether it is the Black Moon Goddess or the Silver Moon Goddess, it will bring disaster. The Black Moon Goddess is originally in the moon. A god born in the shadow of the moon, she symbolizes the evil behind the moonlight and is one of the origins of the curse. The Silver Moon Goddess is too cold, she is a pure and holy goddess. She is a true god, without any humanity and emotion. In her eyes, there is only white moonlight. In addition to the moonlight, everything in her eyes is filthy and needs to be refined. The moon cataclysm is to cleanse the filth of the blue star. Compared with the Black Moon Goddess and the Silver Moon Goddess, the Red Moon is more in line with the human imagination of the gods. Buddhist, arrogant, and not busy. In her spare time, she will try her best to help humans with some things. Su Fan had already guessed the character and temper of the Red Moon Goddess, but he didn't expect that the data on her character description was so accurate. You go. Quote. The Red Moon Goddess ordered him to leave without saying anything. It seemed that she wanted to go back to the Moon Palace to continue lying down. Su Fan's forehead was filled with black lines. Can you be more serious, rigorous, and passionate? What we are discussing now is the power of the moon, the throne of the sky, and the highest pursuit of countless gods. You sent me away with just 2 sentences. By the way. The Red Moon Goddess suddenly stopped and looked back at Su Fan. Tell your friends to stop knocking. It disturbs me a little. Quote. Friend, knock. Su Fan had a question mark on his face. What does it mean? Before he could ask, the Red Moon Goddess disappeared. All the changes around her also disappeared. The bright moon-level warrior was still crawling on the ground, thanking the moon god for saving his life. Su Fan returned to the earth with a puzzled look on his face. The next second, the void beside Su Fan was suddenly pierced by a sharp sword, and a sword tip emerged. Then a pair of big hands tore the space apart. An extremely terrifying and powerful aura instantly spread. Muan appeared between heaven and earth with a solemn expression like a hero on stage. Su Fan was a little surprised by Muan's appearance. He didn't expect that Songjia and the other two could bring Muan out when they called for help. And he didn't expect Muan to appear in this way. "Brother, you have to tear down the wall when there is a door." But Su Fan immediately understood that Hongyu must have closed this plane, and Muan couldn't open the door of the plane normally, so he had to use this last resort to enter the Xiaoyu plane. Su Fan was slightly moved. After Muan entered the plane, he first glanced at Su Fan, who was safe and sound, and then saw the Weiyu level strongman who was prostrating on the ground and kowtowing. His face also became a little strange, and he was silent for a long time before he said. Songjia and the others said, "You are about to be beaten to death." Su Fan shrugged and pointed to the Weiyu level strongman opposite. "If nothing unexpected happens, he is indeed about to be beaten to death by me. It's okay here, let's go." Quote. Muan sighed and put away the sword in his hand. Then he raised his head and looked at the waning moon in the sky with complicated eyes. "If I had known that you were fine, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to come here." Quote. Although the evil moon plane is only an intermediate plane, it still takes a lot of effort to forcefully enter. What's more, he also asked for the tribe's artifact. This wave of asking for nothing. Su Fan and Muan returned to Blue Star by relying on the space channel that was forcibly opened. When Songjia and the other two learned that Su Fan had returned safely, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and expressed their gratitude to Muan in the group. Muan did not reply to their thank you messages. Because he really did nothing. After that, the Federation began to investigate Trist's affairs and question Songjia, Algu Nudu, Chenpo and Su Fan. After all, it was related to the life and death of a counselor, and it also involved collusion with the evil god. It must be concluded after careful investigation. The Federation questioned the four people a lot, and sent people into the evil moon plane again to investigate and collect evidence, and finally concluded the matter. Trist colluded with the Hades and organized a plane journey to harm Songjia, Algu Nudu, Chenpo, and Su Fan, four counselors, but was eventually killed by Su Fan. Quote. After the conclusion of the investigation came out, the Federation convened a general assembly and required all members to attend the meeting. When the results of the investigation were announced to the public, it instantly caused an uproar in the parliament. Thousands of members showed extremely shocked and surprised expressions. Many of them already knew about this, but they were not clear about the specific process. Now that they know the whole picture, they are very surprised. Drizzt, the traitor, actually colluded with Hades, the scum of the tribe. Shameful behavior. As a federal member of parliament, he surrendered to the evil god. Good death. I didn't expect Drizzt to disguise himself so well, we didn't even find any clues. It's really surprising. I always thought Drizzt was a loyal defender of the tribe. Many members of parliament were very surprised by this. The collusion of members with evil gods has never happened before. Because if you want to become a member of the federal parliament, you need to go through background and identity investigation. If you believe in gods, you cannot be recognized by the Federation. This is to ensure the purity of the Federation. All human strongmen who join the parliament are loyal to the tribe and the Federation. It's not a good sign that Trist, a senator, has defected to the evil god. Immediately, many counselors turned their heads and looked at Su Fan, who was in the back row, with complex lights flashing in their eyes. What surprised me more was Su Fan's strength. Trist's true strength was actually the peak of the Morning Star rank, and Su Fan actually defeated him. At that time, Su Fan was cut off from the connection with the gods. How did he do it? Could it be that his own strength has reached the peak of the Morning Star rank? Didn't he just enter the Morning Star rank? He actually has such a strong strength. In a world where the weak are the prey of the strong will naturally win respect and awe. Su Fan's strength surprised many counselors. The combat power of the peak of the Morning Star rank. This can be ranked in the top 50 among all the current human Morning Star rank powerhouses. Because Muan concealed the existence of the moro vine and the star-eating grass. So everyone didn't know that Su Fan had these two terrifying monsters. Similarly, Muan did not announce anything that happened in the evil moon plane in the future. No one knew that Fan defeated the top-level warrior of the Shining Moon rank with the strength of the Morning Star rank. If this were made public, it would probably shock countless people. If the counselors present knew about this, I wonder how wonderful their expressions would be. However, even though so much content was hidden, the information revealed also made the counselors present have a huge change in their impression of Su Fan. Many people looked at Su Fan with a much softer look, and their attitude was closer than before. Obviously, after this incident, many counselors began to accept Su Fan, a new counselor with a special identity and background. Although Su Fan is the spokesperson of the gods, judging from his behavior, he is at least close to the tribe, and does not have a sense of belonging like other spokespersons. This is commendable. Silence. Quote, Muan's cold voice rang out in the parliament. His sharp eyes swept across the faces of the parliamentarians present, as if he was seeing into everyone's inner thoughts. Drizzy's matter gave Muan a bad feeling in his heart. This is a warning signal. Changes have occurred within the parliament, and the Federation needs to be prepared in time. The parliamentarians present are all the pillars of the tribe. I hope you can stick to your original choice. Muan's voice was solemn, staring at all the parliamentarians present. If you want to find another way out, the Federation will not stop you. You can submit your resignation application and then seek other ways out. But don't violate the rules of the Federation. Don't be an enemy of the tribe, otherwise, I will kill every traitor with my own hands. When Muan spoke, the parliament fell into silence, and some parliamentarians looked strange. Muan noticed the subtle changes in these people's expressions and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, a different undercurrent has appeared in the parliament. Drizzy's incident is just a beginning, not an end. But he can't control or change this kind of thing. The human heart is the most unpredictable thing, it will change inadvertently. The meeting is adjourned. After Muan gave the warning, he ended the plenary meeting directly. Su Fan returned to his courtyard in Kyoto. In the natal space, Su Fan threw the 7 secret crystals of life obtained from this trip into the 10,000 spirits demon soil. This amount of secret crystals of life is not enough to make the 10,000 spirits demon soil evolve into the life soil of life. The remaining secret crystals of life need to be obtained as soon as possible. Although there were some waves in this trip to the evil moon plane, it was still quite beneficial for Su Fan. He solved the hidden scourge of Drizzt and saved the lives of countless fellow tribesmen in the future. After Drizzy's incident, those parliamentarians who were ready to move would be deterred, which would also be good for the unity within the parliament. But if they still have any activities in private, they will be more secretive and difficult to detect. These are not what Su Fan can control. Muan and him can clean up the traitors, but they cannot manipulate the changes in people's hearts. The biggest gain of this trip to the evil moon was to meet the most mysterious red moon goddess among the 3 goddesses of the moon. The red moon goddess is the only one of the 3 goddesses who is close to humans. It can't be said that they are close, but her Buddhist character is beneficial to the human race. If we can help the red moon goddess regain the power of the moon before the moon catastrophes, maybe we can change history. Su Fan's eyes flashed, thinking secretly in his heart. Although the red moon goddess is Buddhist, if there is a hope to regain the full power of the moon, she will definitely not give up. As for how to do it, this requires Su Fan to think carefully. To participate in this level of battle, at least you need to reach the sun level or the demigod level to do it. But Su Fan is not in a hurry. There are still more than 20 years before the moon catastrophes. And it has only been 8 months since he awakened. In 8 months, he has evolved his natal soil to the 3rd stage, and his own strength has reached the morning star level. If it is based on combat power, the brilliant moon level is not his opponent. He still has plenty of time. After this, the attitude of the federal congressmen towards me has also changed. If they have news about the secret crystal of life, they should tell me. The incident of Drizzt also made Su Fan completely integrated into the parliament. The attitude of those congressmen towards Su Fan has changed greatly, and they have accepted and recognized him. This is very helpful for Su Fan to find the secret crystal of life in the future. Maybe someone can provide him with some clues. When thinking of the secret crystal of life, Su Fan thought of those three places: the Temple of Life, the Sea of Monsters, and the Eternal Dead Zone. The first two places are both on Blue Star, which is more convenient to contact. The Temple of Life, Su Fan murmured in a low voice, and then he fell into deep thought. Drizzy's incident caused a huge sensation within the Federation, but as time passed, the matter gradually subsided. Many top masters focused their main attention on improving their own strength. The content discussed by the Parliament before gave these top masters a strong sense of oppression. Their current strength is far from enough. Su Fan handed over the spoils he got from Trist to the Federation to exchange for points or treasure points. After all the supplies were sold, they were exchanged for a total of 4 treasure points. Originally, Su Fan wanted to distribute them equally. Song Jia, Algu Nudu and Chen Po said they didn't want anything. Su Fan had no choice but to accept all of them. Treasure points are still quite useful to him at present, and can be exchanged for some rare resources in the Wandao Pavilion. Then, Su Fan also began to fulfill his responsibilities as a member of Parliament. Members of Parliament enjoy the preferential treatment and benefits provided by the Federation, and naturally they must also fulfill their duties. Since many members of Parliament entered the Parliament with strong strength, all of these members often help the Federation solve crises caused by some powerful monsters. Depending on the different tasks completed, some points or treasure points can also be obtained. However, many members of Parliament look down on these rewards and think that they are too much of a waste of time. Except for the tasks assigned by the Federation, they basically will not take the initiative to accept tasks. Su Fan completed 32 tasks in a month, and refreshed the attendance rate of members of Parliament's tasks by himself, becoming a hot topic of discussion among members of Parliament recently. Su Fan, you have been too fierce recently. You have traveled to 26 cities in 30 days and completed 32 tasks. You are so aggressive that it makes us uncomfortable. Su Fan, is the Federation giving you some invisible benefits? Don't hide it, say it out, and we can make money together. These tasks aren't that dangerous, they're just a waste of time, that's not what you want. Single quote. Don't be involuted, don't be involuted, don't be involuted. King of Volunteer, please don't do the tasks, I'm scared. The discussion about Su Fan in the parliamentary group was heated. Everyone was shocked by Su Fan's desperate attitude. Good. The Federation didn't recruit a parliamentarian, it simply recruited a natural holy body. Although the parliamentarians teased whether Su Fan had received invisible benefits, they also knew that this was impossible. Although everyone was saying that Su Fan was involuntarily, it was actually just a joke between friends. Su Fan's actions actually relieved their pressure. Because if these tasks were not taken for a long time, the Federation would distribute them and force them to complete. They were eager for Su Fan to complete all the tasks. After this incident, no one had any opinion on Su Fan's identity as a spokesperson for the gods. Which spokesperson for the gods would work so hard for the Federation? As long as they are really loyal to the tribe, it is enough. In the courtyard of Kyoto City, Lianyan looked at Su Fan's task attendance rate rose, and he fell into deep contemplation. He couldn't figure out for a while, what on earth was Su Fan going to do. After returning from the Evil Moon Plane, he began to accept congressman tasks crazily. He completed most of the Federation's KPIs by himself. These tasks were originally to be assigned, but now, the number of tasks is not large enough. Assigning tasks has always been a headache for Muan. He could never find an effective way to mobilize the enthusiasm of the congressman. Su Fan is a role model, the star of the Federation. Muan was silently moved, and at the same time, he put the 10 latest tasks under Su Fan's name. Let him do it. Announce and praise him in the parliament tomorrow. Let others see what is a qualified congressman and what is the pillar of the ethnic group. I want to pass a new congressman bill. The previous requirements were too loose, and they must take action. Ding dong. You have a new task delivered, please check it. Su Fan was drinking tea in the courtyard, and the communicator on the table rang. Another task has arrived. Su Fan raised his eyebrows and picked up the communicator to check. As expected, Muan, the old man, took advantage of the situation and assigned him a lot of tasks, which was in line with the old man's character of taking advantage of everything. But Su Fan didn't care. Although he had done dozens of tasks these days, he actually did very few tasks himself. Moruo and Chengxing completed most of the tasks. With these two top fighters, why would Fan do it himself? Su Fan was not afraid of Moruo and Shixing being exposed, as this was not a big deal. Abra was about to be successfully cultivated and would become the strongest force under his command. Besides, Moro and Shixing needed to continue to advance and consume a large amount of resources. They were already adult monsters and should go out to work by themselves. Completing the Federation mission can earn points or treasure points, which can be used to exchange for the materials they need. After a month of hard work, the two of them have gathered half of the resources needed for promotion. Su Fan looked at the mission details displayed on the communicator and flipped through them casually. When Su Fan saw one of the missions, his eyes suddenly flashed and he sat up straight. Mission: assist the Temple of Life. Mission content: go to the City of Life and assist the Temple of Life in eliminating powerful enemies. Click to view details. Mission reward: 300 W points. Yes, no. Su Fan looked at the mission and raised his lips slightly. The reason why he was doing missions these days was, first, to gather the resources needed for Moruo and Shixing to advance, and second, to wait for the opportunity to approach the Temple of Life. In his previous life, he came into contact with the Temple of Life a long time later. At that time, there was a big problem in the Temple of Life, which almost led to the destruction of the City of Life. Su Fan helped the Temple of Life solve the crisis, and in return, he received more than 4,000 secret crystals of life as a reward. The problem of the Temple of Life has existed for a long time, and it has asked the Federation for help before, but there was no response in the end. In terms of time, now should be the time when the problem just occurred. As long as I can help the Temple of Life solve it, it will not be a problem to get more than 40 secret crystals of life. Accept. Su Fan immediately accepted all 10 tasks. Although Muan assigned these tasks to him, Su Fan, who has completed this month's KPI, has the right to choose independently. These 10 tasks are not difficult tasks, so Su Fan naturally has no reason to give up. Except for the Temple of Life, the rest of the tasks can be left to Moro and Shixing, and 2 or 3 days are enough to complete them. All accepted. Muan looked at the task system that responded immediately, and his face was a little weird. 10 tasks. Su Fan accepted all in just a few minutes. Why does this Su Fan give him the feeling of working hard and accepting everything? Is this guy an undercover sent by the gods into the Federation? Muan smiled and shook his head. If it was true, he hoped that there would be as many undercover agents as possible. If you do a good job, you should be rewarded. You can't let others down. Muan rubbed his chin slightly. Why don't we let this guy be promoted to the Senate? I guess other people shouldn't have any objections. With his strength, it's enough. With the full speed of Moro and Shixing, the 9 tasks were completed in just 2 days. Su Fan once again refreshed the attendance rate of the congressman's tasks, ranking first with the advantage of a gap, and others could hardly catch up. After Moro and Shixing returned, Su Fan did not rush to the City of Life, but waited in Kyoto for a few days. He was waiting for Abra to be born. In the natal space, the Abra, who looked like a unicorn, was sleeping in the Scarlet Devil soil as before. Its life breath and soul fluctuations have been fully restored. The heavy beating of the heart echoed throughout the natal space. The strong aura of the sun level made Shixing and Moro feel very uncomfortable. Su Fan silently looked at Abra, who was sleeping. Abra is in the upper middle level of the sun level, a few levels lower than Muan, but he is definitely a strong man in the sun level. The original Abra was at the peak of the sun level, but after the recovery, he could only reach the upper middle level of the sun level. It will take a long time to recover to his prime. But even if it is only the upper middle level of the sun level, it is enough for Su Fan at present. In the 10,000 spirits demon soil, Abra, who had been sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. A strong and fierce aura suddenly gushed out from the demon soil, sweeping all around. Moro and Shixing squatted in the corner of the demon soil and shivered. The scales on Abra's body vibrated and hummed, and his blood-red eyes shot out 2 rays of divine light. It suddenly rushed out of the magic soil, threw off the red mud on its body, and then came to Su Fan. Master. Abra's body shrank to the size of an ordinary buffalo, and he knelt down respectfully in front of Su Fan. Finally, I've waited for you. Su Fan reached out and touched the metal-like scales on Abra's body. The former Lord of Black Fire, now Abra. This is a potential monster that he couldn't get in his previous life. With Abra's potential, if he is well cultivated, he will definitely become a demigod, and there is also hope that he can become a true god. Shixing and Moro are too eye-catching, you can just be my mount for a while. Taking a sun-level monster as a mount, only Su Fan can say such words. Abra did not object at all, and said respectfully, okay, master. Su Fan laughed, and his mind left his life space. Now he can go to the City of Life. With Abra here, he can walk sideways in the City of Life. Member Su Fan, you have accepted the mission to assist the Temple of Life. Please pay attention to the rules of the legal religious groups of the Federation. Please keep a certain distance from the members of the Temple of Life. Su Fan rode on Abra's back and went from Kyoto to the City of Life. When he checked the mission details, a series of warnings popped up on the communicator. Although many religious groups have been legally recognized by the Federation, such as the Quetzalcoatl, the Temple of Life, the Temple of the Moon, etc. But the relationship between the Federation and these legal religious groups is very delicate. The two are not in a superior-subordinate relationship, and they often do not interfere with each other. And a large cult like the Temple of Life, which has its own city and millions of loyal believers, is a powerful force that cannot be ignored. Without affecting the interests of the Federation and the ethnic group, the two sides try to keep a certain distance. So many congressmen are reluctant to deal with such incidents. If it is not done well, it is easy to cause friction between the two sides, leading to escalation of conflicts. The collision between faith and power is extremely likely to lead to disasters. The City of Life is located in the southwest of the human territory. It is a large city with believers of the Goddess of Life as the main cornerstone. The entire city is completely controlled by the Temple of Life, and all matters are decided by the temple. Federal laws here are often just decorations. However, the Federation is not completely without defense. There is a city defense army stationed there. In name, it is to assist the temple in managing the City of Life, but in fact it is to monitor the temple. Both sides are tacitly aware of this matter, and no one has broken this window paper. As long as they don't do too much, there won't be too much conflict. Abra was very fast, and Su Fan arrived at the City of Life in a short time. He first went to the City Defense Army headquarters of the City of Life. After revealing his identity as a member of Parliament, the head of the Defense Army immediately rushed over. Meetings, Member of Parliament Su Fan. The 9th-rank City Defense Army commander straightened his back in front of Su Fan, and his attitude was extremely respectful. Although Su Fan, as a member of the House of Commons, did not have any specific power, he was not someone that a small City Defense Army commander like him could provoke. Su Fan glanced at the commander and nodded. From now on, the City of Life City Defense Army will take over. The City Defense Army commander immediately said in a deep voice, yes. Then, Su Fan issued a decision that shocked the City Defense commander. From now on, block the City of Life. Quote, the City Defense commander's eyes widened instantly, his face was very surprised, as if he thought he had heard it wrong. Counselor Su Fan, what did you say? Block the City of Life. What a joke. Are you going to declare war on the Temple of Life? The City of Life, which has independent autonomy, is nominally under the jurisdiction of the Federation, but is actually controlled by the Temple. To block the city directly is no less than declaring war on the Temple. This is my order, Su Fan shouted in a low voice. The City Defense Commander was stunned for a long time and did not dare to speak. This matter was of great importance and was not something he, a commander, could decide. I need to report this to my superiors. If a conflict between the army and the temple is triggered, it may cause heavy casualties. The City Defense Commander hesitated for a long time, gritted his teeth, and said with a stiff upper lip. It's not that the City Defense Commander is tough. It's really that he doesn't dare to make such a decision. What's more, the Su Fan is only a member of the House of Commons, and he does not hold any real position in the military. In theory, he does not have such power. Even if his career in the next life is gone, he must ask for instructions. Otherwise, the conflict between the temple and the Federation will easily lead to a disaster. No need. Su Fan was not angry, and his voice was still quite gentle. You will receive a direct order from the parliament soon. After that, Su Fan took out the communicator and called Mu Yun directly. Please say, I am Mu Yun. Mu Yun's words were very concise and direct. Su Fan also spoke directly. I will temporarily control the power of the defense forces of the City of Life and the 3 surrounding cities. Next, I will block the City of Life. Quote, Su Fan roughly told Mu Yun what he was going to do next. The city defense commander next to him was sweating profusely. The person opposite was actually Speaker Mu Yun. As the rotating speaker, Mu Yun is now the undisputed #1 in the Federation and holds several positions. In fact, this is the boss of his boss. The city defense commander felt that the young man in front of him was crazy. How dare you, a member of the House of Commons, speak to Speaker Mu Yun in this tone? Who gave you the courage? And what this person was going to do made him terrified. The city defense commander thought that Speaker Mu Yun would directly refute Su Fan's request, or give the latter a lecture. What he didn't expect was, Mu Yun was silent for a few seconds, and then asked softly. Do you think this is necessary? Yes. Okay, I'll sign the order right away. Su Fan, you can mobilize the city defense forces in the southwest region, and the southwest region of Weird Science will also be under your command. You do it first, and the parliamentary order will be issued later. DEBDBDB. The city defense commander was already sweating profusely, and his heart was shocked to the point of no return. Is it over? Speaker Yun Yun actually agreed to the request of the young man in front of him so easily. And even gave him such a huge power. Su Fan put away the phone, then looked at the city defense commander in front of him, and smiled. Did you hear it? The city defense commander nodded dully, his mind was blank. Then go and execute the order. You don't need to blockade it with great fanfare, just take over the defense work of the temple guards in the normal process. Single quote. Your city defense army alone is not enough to block the entire city. The city defense forces of the other cities will come to support immediately. This matter is top secret, don't let the wind leak out. The city defense commander felt his throat dry, swallowed hard, and nodded vigorously. Go. After hearing Su Fan's second urging, he hurried out of the office. Ding dong. The communicator sounded, and Su Fan looked at it. The order signed by Mu Yun had been officially issued through the parliament, and Su Fan had obtained the corresponding power. He could command directly on the communicator. Su Fan immediately made a series of arrangements. After the arrangements were completed, he stood up and stretched, officially entered the City of Life, and went to the temple in the center. The Temple of Life stands in the center of the City of Life and is the most sacred place in the entire city. The towering building reveals a style that does not belong to Blue Star, and it stands majestically in the center of the city. Even from a long distance, you can clearly see the statue of the Goddess of Life, shining with a faint luster, sacred and solemn. The total population of the City of Life is tens of millions, most of whom are believers of the Goddess of Life. Although the city is controlled by the temple, the latter is undoubtedly doing a good job, and the whole city presents a thriving vitality. Compared with many cities controlled by the Federation, the people here seem to be happier, and their eyes are shining with the light of faith. After Su Fan left the headquarters of the City Defense Army, he quickly went to the Temple of Life in the center. Outside the temple, he handed his identity certificate to the guard. Federal Senator Su Fan, I accepted the task to assist the temple in dealing with some problems. After the guards carefully checked Su Fan's identity, they took him into the temple. After walking through countless tortuous passages, they came to a reception room on the upper floors of the temple. Please wait here. The guards left the room immediately after leaving this sentence. Their words and actions were not as respectful as those of the city defense commander. Because these people are believers of the Goddess of Life, the goddess is their only belief. Except for the goddess and the upper echelons of the temple, they should not fear anyone. Su Fan did not feel anything strange in his heart, but just waited silently in the room. He walked to the balcony of the reception room, where the scenery was very good, and he could see most of the City of Life. Who would have thought that such a vibrant city would become a paradise for demons in a few years? Su Fan showed a look of reminiscence and sighed in his heart. In order to solve the problem of the Temple of Life, the Federation sent many top strong men including him, and paid a huge price to barely solve the matter. Now the problem of the Temple of Life has just emerged, and it is not so serious. With his current strength, it should be able to solve it. Da da da. A heavy sound of footsteps came from behind Su Fan. He looked back. A middle-aged man in silver light armor walked into the room quickly. The middle-aged man looked quite handsome, with a faint stubble on his chin, and he looked like a handsome uncle. His temperament and appearance were a killer for ordinary girls. Most of the high-ranking officials in the temple were very handsome. The reason was simple. In order to attract believers and increase the appeal to the masses, people with excellent external conditions must be selected to take the position. The spokesperson of God can't be ugly, right? This is somewhat blasphemous. Counselor Su Fan, welcome to come. The middle-aged man walked up quickly, showing great enthusiasm. Although this is the first time we meet, I have heard about your deeds. Quote, it's really enviable to have a plant monster with 2 Morningstar peak combat power. Although the influence of the Life Temple is mainly limited to the City of Life, it can be seen that they are very concerned about everything in the outside world, especially the top human beings. Su Fan exposed the Star Eater and Moro only for a month, but the middle-aged man in front of him obviously knew about it. Before he came, he must have checked Su Fan's information. Commander Lin Dong is also very powerful. My little power is not worth mentioning. Su Fan responded with a faint smile. The middle-aged man in front of him is named Lin Dong, who is at the peak of the Morning Star level. He can be promoted to the Brilliant Moon level for a short time by relying on the secret art of life, and there are no side effects. He is the Grand Commander of the Temple, and his status is quite high, only slightly lower than the Temple Master, Saintess and several bishops. It seems that Counselor Su Fan has learned about the personnel information of the temple. Lin Dong was not surprised that Su Fan called out his name and laughed loudly. I know a little bit. Su Fan laughed softly. More than a little. He knows all the secrets of the Temple of Life. The Federation probably knows less information than he does. The information advantage of the Reborn is really too great. Okay, then we don't have to waste time on boring self-introductions. Lin Dong grinned and got straight to the point. The Temple of Life has had some problems recently, and some demons have entered the City of Life through the gaps in the void. These demons are very powerful, at least they are all at the top level of the Morning Star. Although the strong men of the temple have come out in full force, it is still difficult to get rid of these demons, so we have to ask the Federation for help. 2 demons have been temporarily blocked by us, but they can't be blocked for too long. I hope Counselor Su Fan can help us get rid of these 2 demons. Quote. Su Fan nodded gently. He had already seen this information in the mission details, so he naturally knew what he was going to do next. Dozens of powerful demons suddenly appeared near the City of Life. The strong men of the temple resisted with all their might, so these demons did not cause catastrophic consequences. Even so, the power of the temple could not last too long, and it was necessary to eliminate these demons as soon as possible and close the void crack that suddenly appeared in time. Otherwise, there would be a steady stream of demons entering the City of Life. In Su Fan's impression, this incident should have been under control. At that time, with the help of the Federation, the temple cleared all the demons and closed the void crack. But no one knew that this incident laid the groundwork for the subsequent disaster. All Counselor Su Fan has to do is to help us clean up these demons. After the mission is completed, the Federation will give you a reward, and our Temple of Life will also send a big gift to express our gratitude. After all, we are very grateful to be able to lend a helping hand to the temple at this time. Quote. Lin Dong spoke very sincerely. If Su Fan hadn't known what happened later, he might have thought that the problem was not that serious. Okay, give me the coordinates. Su Fan sighed softly. Lin Dong seemed relieved to see that Su Fan did not ask for any information about the problem, and a smile appeared on his face. I like the straightforward character of Counselor Su Fan. Quote. Lin Dong immediately informed Su Fan of the coordinates of the 2 demons. Su Fan left immediately. Lin Dong looked at Su Fan's back as he walked away, feeling somewhat relieved, but a puzzled look appeared on his face. This Counselor Su Fan gave him a feeling, as if it was a little hard to figure out. I heard that he was a spokesperson for the gods. Why can't I feel any breath of God on him? Lin Dong muttered to himself in confusion. He had read the information about Su Fan collected by the temple and knew that the latter was a spokesperson for the gods. If the information was not very certain, he would have suspected that there was something wrong with the information. Because he could not feel any breath of God on Su Fan, not even a trace. This was a little abnormal. When he faced the saint or other spokespersons for the gods, he could clearly sense the strange breath emanating from the other party's body. Su Fan did not reveal any breath, which made Lin Dong very confused. Perhaps that god was quite special. Su Fan came to the place given by Lin Dong, which was the outskirts of the City of Life. He heard the devil's whispers from a distance. The sound was like countless people whispering in your ears, affecting people's minds. If a person's will is not strong enough, it is easy to be confused by the whispers and be controlled by the devil unknowingly. However, for Su Fan, this level of devil's whispers will not have any effect on him. This kind of evil and pervasive evil thought made him feel extremely familiar. Su Fan looked up and looked forward. I saw a semi-dome-shaped barrier in front of me, and there were two huge monsters inside the barrier. They were pitch black, with black smoke all over their bodies, exuding a demonic breath. Outside the barrier were the guards of the temple, who were trying to maintain the existence of the barrier and ensure that the barrier would not be broken. These guards all wore special helmets to protect them from the influence of the devil's whispers. As soon as Su Fan approached, a temple guard came up and warned him. For your safety, please leave as soon as possible. Su Fan briefly introduced his identity. I'm a federal congressman who is here to help you deal with these two demons. The guard on the opposite side was in awe when he heard this, and a look of relief appeared on his face. They had been working hard and exhausted these days to trap these two demons. Despite the protection of the helmet, the demons' whispers that seemed to penetrate everywhere still brought great wear and tear to their minds. Now someone finally came to liberate them. Open the barrier. Su Fan glanced at the semi-dome-shaped barrier that trapped the demons and said softly. Then you retreat quickly, leave this to me. The guard looked at Su Fan with some doubt, as if he thought that it was a bit too risky for him to solve the two demons at the same time. However, the guard really didn't want to stay here any longer, so he nodded immediately. Okay. After that, the guard immediately walked towards the team and whispered a few words. The guards who maintained the barrier all smiled with surprise and relief. Then the guards removed the barrier and left the area at the fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, only Su Fan and the two demons were left in the area. The two demons found that the barrier that imprisoned them disappeared, and their eyes like ghost fire began to jump. They locked onto Su Fan not far away at the same time, and then showed a hideous smile. Swoosh! The two demons rushed towards Su Fan without thinking. Su Fan just waved his hand. The huge bodies of Moro and Star Eater suddenly lay in front of him. Deal with them, Su Fan ordered softly. These two demons were only at the top level of Morning Star. With the power of Moro and Star Eater, they were enough to deal with each other, and Abra didn't need to do anything. Even more, he didn't need to do it himself. The sudden appearance of Star Eater and Moro made the two demons pause slightly. Hundreds of Moruo's vines entangled one of the demons at a very fast speed. It did not extend its vines to the extreme state. If Moruo showed his full form now, it would probably be as big as half of the City of Life. In an instant, the sound of vines breaking through the air continued to sound, and the scene was extremely tense. The demon on the left did not even react before being entangled by hundreds of vines. The vines were immediately entangled, making a creaking and harsh sound. The most common method used by Moruo vines is to use entanglement to kill the enemy. The demon entangled by the vines naturally would not sit and wait for death. He struggled hard in the Tomb of Silence and could break the Tomb of Mercy one by one. Its explosion caused more than a dozen vines around him to break directly, and many vines had cracks. But these injuries were simply painless to Moruo. In less than a breath, the vines were completely restored to normal. This is the powerful recovery ability that Moruo is proud of. With this powerful induction ability, it can even fight with many morning stars at the same time. The battle of the Star Eater is more direct and swift. A dozen vines pierced out like iron chains, killing the demon on the right. The vines flew across the sky, and their speed was countless times faster than that of the Moro vine. Those sharp vines seemed to be able to cut through the air, and they made no sound in the air, like the tentacles of a deep-sea monster, quietly reaching out. This super demon seemed to be smarter than the previous one, and retreated quickly, not giving the Star Eater a chance to entangle himself. The silver-white thick vines of the Star Eater suddenly exploded. A dozen vines pierced the demon's front. The other vines rushed quickly to the back of the demon, quickly blocking all its retreat routes. In an instant, all the retreat routes of this demon were completely blocked. A tightly sealed blockade was formed, leaving the demon with no way out. The demon also discovered this, let out a low roar, and quickly set out to break out. Whoosh! The Star Eater immediately tightened the encirclement. The demon instantly became a turtle in a jar, completely surrounded by vines. Swish! The Star Eater's vines are not the vines of the Moro vine. Its vines are covered with various sharp vines, which can easily cut even metal. Roar! The demon was entangled by dozens of vines of the Star Eater, and instantly let out a miserable wail. After being wrapped by the Star Eater before, Trist was almost instantly cut into minced meat. Although the body of this demon is much stronger than Trist, it can't hold on for too long. Swish! A vine of the Star Eater suddenly slashed, and it was about to cut off the demon's arm. Followed by several consecutive dull sounds. The entangled demon was gradually dismantled by the Star Eater. The black dew emanating from the demon's body became thicker and thicker, but it was completely entangled by the Star Eater and could not struggle at all. The harder it struggled, the deeper the vines would penetrate. This was like a cage full of thorns. The harder the trapped person resisted, the more he would hurt himself. But if he did not struggle, he would be slowly dismantled by the Star Eater. Boom! The demon entangled by the Star Eater soon became a pile of rotten meat, emitting an extremely strong stench. The Star Eater shook the vines with disdain, cleaning up all the rotten meat stained on the vines. It dealt with its opponent cleanly and neatly, while the Moro vine continued to fight. Compared to the extremely aggressive Star Eater, Moro's aggressiveness is much weaker. It's not that the Star Eater is stronger, but their strengths are different. Although it took some more time, Moro finally dealt with the demon. When countless thick green vines loosened, the body of the demon fell weakly from the gaps in the vines. Well done! Su Fan praised the Star Eater and Moro, and immediately put them into his life space. The guards who retreated to a very far distance saw the two demons being killed, and they immediately cheered. At first, they were worried that Su Fan would not be able to deal with the two demons at the same time. Now it seems that their worries are too unnecessary. The strength of this federal congressman far exceeded their imagination. He barely spent much effort to deal with the two demons, and easily solved the latter. Sir, do I need to lock you up and take you back to the temple? The captain of the guard walked up quickly and asked respectfully. The powerful strength displayed by Su Fan made the captain's attitude change significantly. No, I can go back by myself. Su Fan waved his hand, indicating that the captain of the guard didn't need to worry about him. Then his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Before leaving, Su Fan didn't forget to collect the bodies of the two Morning Star demons. This is a good thing. It can be cultivated later. Even if it can't be cultivated, it can be decomposed into life materials, so it can't be wasted. After completing the task, Su Fan didn't rush back to the Temple of Life, but wandered around the suburbs. This time, there should be a lot of demons emerging from the Temple of Life, otherwise the Temple of Life would not ask for help from the Federation. Su Fan recalled the information of the Temple of Life. As one of the 7 major temples, the Temple of Life itself is quite powerful. The master of the Temple of Life is a top-level warrior at the sun level. Although Saint Lu Roran is only at the peak of the moon level, she is the spokesperson of the goddess of life on Blue Star, and her strength cannot be measured by normal standards. Any spokesperson of the gods can be regarded as a peak sun-level warrior. Several bishops of the temple also have the strength of the moon level. Lin Dong, the chief commander of the temple, can also be regarded as the moon level. Speaking of which, the strength of the Temple of Life is really not weak. However, such a strong force has to ask the Federation for help when dealing with this crisis. You can imagine the seriousness of the incident. The Temple Master is definitely unable to do anything. Is there something wrong with those bishops? Su Fan showed a thoughtful expression. He didn't know the situation when the problem first appeared in the Life Temple. In the previous life, when he intervened in this matter, the crisis of the temple was already very serious. If it was slower, I'm afraid the Life Temple would be removed from the Blue Star. So Su Fan didn't know what the specific situation is now, and could only guess based on the information he knew. But no matter what, now it's just the early stage of the problem, and the matter is definitely not that serious. The master of the temple should still be saved. Su Fan wandered around the city of life while thinking about this information. But his attention was soon interrupted by the sound of fighting in front of him. There was a very intense battle wave in front of him, reaching the Weiqi level. Su Fan looked up and saw a beautiful figure in the sky in the distance, fighting with a demon at the peak of the Weiyu level. Lu Roran. A name suddenly appeared in Su Fan's mind. The person not far away was Lu Roran, the saint of the Temple of Life. The battle between Lu Roran and the demon had lasted for a long time, and now it was coming to an end. Lu Roran obviously had the upper hand, and it was only a matter of time to solve this demon. Just as Su Fan expected, Lu Roran quickly killed the demon, and the latter's body fell from the sky. Su Fan only walked forward at this time. Who are you? Lu Roran saw Su Fan suddenly appear, and her eyes were obviously a little alert. A federal congressman who came to assist the Temple of Life, Su Fan. Su Fan showed his ID. Lu Roran's attitude immediately eased up a lot, and she nodded gently. So you are a federal congressman. Have you solved the mission target? Su Fan nodded gently. Lu Roran immediately said, since the mission has been completed, you can return. I will send someone to deliver the mission reward to you immediately. Su Fan waved his hand and smiled, I'm not in a hurry. It seems that the temple is in a lot of trouble this time, and the manpower seems to be insufficient. I should be able to help if I stay. The temple has always kept a distance from the Federation and is unwilling to have too much contact with the Federation. If it were normal, Lu Roran would definitely reject Su Fan's proposal. However, the current situation is special. Lu Roran thought for a moment and said softly, user. The temple is indeed a little short of manpower now, so I'll have to trouble Counselor Su Fan. I will increase the reward later. Lu Roran's reaction was the same as Su Fan expected. He smiled and said, the reward can be discussed later. For now, we still need to resolve this crisis as soon as possible. Although most of the tens of millions of people in the City of Life are believers of the goddess, they are also citizens of my federation. Lu Roran heard this and agreed with it. She looked at Su Fan with a deep look in her eyes. What this person said makes sense. Her impression of Su Fan was immediately improved a lot. The situation is urgent, let's act quickly. Lu Roran quietly set off and flew away. There are many demons scattered around the City of Life now, and we need to increase our efforts to clear them as soon as possible. Lu Roran swung her white wrist, and a stream of light fell into Su Fan's hand. This is the communication token of my temple. You can contact the temple guards in it. The information of the demons will also be updated synchronously. Thank you. Su Fan grabbed the communication token in his hand and smiled, okay. The assistance mission sent by the temple to the Federation only requires the elimination of 2 demons. After Su Fan completed the task, he could have returned. However, because he had his own purpose, Su Fan finally chose to stay and help the temple continue to deal with the crisis. With the token given by Lu Roran, Su Fan obtained more information about the temple crisis. 10 days ago, a void rift appeared near the City of Life, and many demons entered the Blue Star from the rift. The temple immediately organized people to clear and block it. The strong men of the temple almost came out in full force, and barely stopped all the demons outside the city. It was impossible to clear them quickly. So they used the means of barrier to temporarily trap these demons to buy more time. The temple also sent a request for assistance to the Federation. There were dozens of demons this time, most of which were Morning Star level, but there were also many Bright Moon level demons. Even if the Life Temple was strong, it would be difficult to kill so many demons quickly by itself. Su Fan learned the location of other trapped demons through the token, and then rushed over to provide support. With the addition of Su Fan, the subsequent cleanup operation of the temple was undoubtedly much smoother. Star Eater and Moro almost swept all the Morning Star class demons. They are both at the peak of the Morning Star class, but if they are combined, they are enough to fight against the invincible Morning Star class demons. The number of Morning Star class demons near the City of Life is decreasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The attitude of the temple guards towards Su Fan has also begun to become more respectful. In just one day, all 23 Morning Star class demons entrenched near the City of Life were eliminated. Su Fan alone solved 17 of them. After solving the Morning Star class demons, Su Fan did not sit idle, but participated in the Battle of the Shining Moon class. He had only one request, that is, he hoped to take away the bodies of these demons. The strong men of the temple certainly had no objection to this, and they agreed with both hands. They have all heard of Su Fan's diligence. It is a blessing for the temple that such a person can come to help. Besides, the corpses of demons are different from the monsters of the same level, and their value is generally not high. Moreover, the corpses of these demons are very difficult to handle, and they will be contaminated if they are not careful. Instead of wasting time to sort it out, it is better to do a favor and give it to Su Fan. Su Fan followed several powerful people of the Weiyu level in the temple and collected the corpses of 6 Weiyu level demons. These demon corpses, which exuded monstrous evil thoughts and were full of fishy smells, were very popular in Su Fan's eyes. Because the Wanling demon soil can decompose these demons, transform them into raw materials for life, and can also strip out the demon power in their bodies. As for cultivating demons, there is no need for this. Because it will take some time for the Wanling demon soil to be promoted to the living life soil, and it is impossible to wait that long. Su Fan stayed in the City of Life for 3 days until all the demons were eliminated. During this period, he also helped a lot. The staff of the temple and the people of the City of Life were very grateful to Su Fan. Even the Saint Lu Roran's attitude towards Su Fan changed significantly, and she asked him many times. On the night of the end, the temple held a celebration banquet. The people of the whole city also cheered for this victory. At the celebration banquet, Su Fan sat with Lu Roran, Lindong and several core members of the temple. Everyone looked at Su Fan with smiles on their faces. Lu Roran looked at Su Fan with soft eyes and a sweet smile on her face, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. Mr. Su Fan, thank you very much this time. Without your help, it would not be so easy for us to solve the demon this time. The temple will not forget your contribution. Su Fan just raised his glass lightly. Lin Dong on the side also said, Mr. Su Fan, thank you for your help this time. If the reception was not thoughtful before, please forgive me. People with strength will be respected no matter where they are, and this truth is fully reflected at this moment. In this action of killing the demon, the powerful strength shown by Su Fan shocked everyone in the temple. Apart from anything else, relying on the Moro vine and the 1,000-leaf star-eating grass, Su Fan can be called invincible in the Morning Star rank. This does not count Su Fan's own strength. In the previous battles, Su Fan had also taken action. His strength is definitely not just the top Morning Star rank that is circulated. Lin Dong still remembers that scene. At that time, he was fighting a Weiyu level demon and was struggling to deal with it. Su Fan attacked with a fire dragon and helped him out. After that, he and Su Fan joined forces to easily kill the Weiyu level demon. Lin Dong can be very sure that Shi Fan's combat power is definitely as high as the Weiyu level. This incident caused a great impact on Lin Dong. A Morning Star level can have the combat power of the Weiyu level. This kind of demon has appeared before, but the number is too small, 1 in a million. This incident also completely changed Lin Dong's attitude towards Su Fan. Su Fan has such strength at the Morning Star level. If he successfully enters the Weiyu level, how terrifying will his combat power be? Lin Dong dare not think about it. But Su Fan will definitely be one of the pillars of the Federation in the future, and his achievements will probably not be lower than the 10 speakers. Those 10 speakers are all invincible in the Sun level and are qualified to enter the demigod. You have worked hard this time. The temple has specially prepared some gifts for you. I hope you won't refuse them later. Lu Roran said with a smile. However, Su Fan shook his head again and said, there is no rush for the gifts. His words made the high-level temple officials present a little confused. It was understandable that he said there was no rush before. Now that everything is over, you are not in a hurry. You kid, don't you really want to do voluntary labor for the temple? Su Fan did not explain, but looked around and said casually, by the way, where is the temple master? Why didn't I see the temple master when I came to the temple this time? As soon as this was said, the banquet fell into silence. Su Fan obviously saw that the gods and high-level officials around him were a little nervous, and their expressions became unnatural. It was Lu Roran who reacted first and explained, the temple master followed the goddess's order and went to another plane, and he can't return for the time being. If he was in charge of the temple, why would we ask the Federation for help this time? Quote. Su Fan suddenly realized and said, oh, and then changed the topic. The well-known temple leaders continued to smile and toasted with Su Fan. After 3 rounds of wine, the banquet came to an end. Lu Roran and several temple leaders took Su Fan away from the banquet and went to the top floor of the temple to settle Su Fan's remuneration. Originally, the temple had prepared gifts for decoration. But Su Fan contributed too much in this crisis, and the temple felt that the gifts originally prepared were not good enough, so they added some things. Su Fan followed a few people to the main hall on the top floor. This is the core area of the Temple of Life. Usually only some high-level people are qualified to enter. In the front of the main hall, there stands a full-length statue of the Goddess of Life, only 3 meters high, not as tall as the statues outside. But this statue is more solemn and holy, exuding a strong pressure. After Su Fan walked into the main hall, his eyes were immediately attracted by the statue. This statue looked very unusual, emitting a strong pressure. But this pressure was not strong, but very gentle. It was not like a god glaring at all beings, but more like a gentle goddess looking down. Her pressure was gentle and not strong, and would not bring too strong a sense of oppression to people. But because the statue was stained with the breath of the goddess, everyone who walked into the main hall would involuntarily feel awe. Su Fan was just distracted for a moment, and then quickly returned to normal. With his willpower, he was enough to maintain himself in front of the true god without getting lost. Su Fan's tiny movements were seen by Lu Roran and others. Everyone showed a surprised expression on their faces. Even the awakened people of the Sun stage would be affected by the statue when they first entered the main hall. If they were people with weak willpower, they might even feel panic and their bodies would react with fear. But Su Fan was only slightly uncomfortable and quickly returned to normal. This surprised Lu Roran and others. However, when they thought that he was also the spokesperson of the gods, they felt that this was a very normal thing. The pressure of the statue of the Goddess of Life was not strong. As the spokesperson of other gods, Su Fan would not be affected. Lu Roran and several high-level officials of the temple took their seats one after another, and Su Fan sat in the guest seat. From the seats of these people, we can see their level division in the temple. As the saint of the temple and the spokesperson of the gods, Lu Roran has an extremely worshipped authority and status in the Temple of Life. In a sense, she is actually the top leader of the Temple of Life, and the master of the sun level has to step back a little. After that, there are several bishops responsible for promoting faith, and their strength is all at the brilliant moon level. Lin Dong, the great commander of the temple, is also one of the high-level officials. He is qualified to have a chair in the main hall, but his seat is relatively far back. Counselor Su Fan, wait a moment, I will send someone to send a gift right away. Lu Roran had a sweet smile on her face and her tone was very gentle. No need. Quote, let's talk about the reward after the matter is settled. Su Fan shook his head. Lu Roran and several high-ranking officials of the temple looked at Su Fan immediately, with doubts in their eyes. They could no longer suppress their curiosity and could not help asking. Counselor Su Fan, what do you mean? Lu Roran's face changed slightly, her smile was much more restrained, and her eyebrows were quietly wrinkled. Su Fan was not very concerned about the reward at the beginning. She initially thought that Su Fan was a very responsible person, and he was embarrassed to talk about the reward before the matter was done. Just now, he declined again at the banquet. Lu Roran thought that Su Fan might be thin-skinned and did not want to talk about the reward in front of so many people. Now it's time to settle the bill, and he still doesn't want the reward. And what Su Fan said aroused Lu Roran's vigilance, making her feel a little uneasy. It sounds like Su Fan knows a lot of things. But how is this possible? Only she and several high-ranking officials know what happened in the temple. These people are absolutely trustworthy in their loyalty to the temple, and they will not reveal any information. Why did Su Fan say that? It's not just Lu Roron. The commander-in-chief Lin Dong and several bishops also stared at Su Fan, and the smiles on their faces faded. The atmosphere in the main hall suddenly became suspicious. Su Fan didn't care about the questioning eyes of the people around him, just looked at Lu Roron sitting on the seat of the hall master, and said lightly, "It's not over yet." Am I wrong? The scene was still silent. Lin Dong and several bishops all lowered their heads, and the expressions on their faces could not be seen. Lu Roron's face was uncertain, and after a long time, he said in a firm tone, "Senator Su Fan, all the demons have been eliminated." I don't understand what you mean by this. Your mission has been completed, and you can leave with your reward. The temple has absolute control over the City of Life, but you are the benefactor of the temple, and I don't want to have any contradictions or conflicts with you. Lu Roron's words were both soft and hard, and she was very sure. She guessed that Su Fan might have seen something, but she was not sure, and now she was acting herself. So Lu Roron showed a rather tough attitude. However, Su Fan ignored the meaning of Lu Roron's words and whispered, "Yes, the City of Life is nominally controlled by your temple. But the City of Life is a federal city, controlled and managed by the Federation. I have notified the City Defense Army to temporarily block the City of Life. The members of the Weird Department in the Southwest region are also on their way to the City of Life. Sorry, this city will be temporarily taken over by me. This is an order issued by Chairman Muan himself. If the temple staff refuse to execute this, they will be regarded as enemies of the Federation. Quote, the Federation will take over the City of Life by force and abolish the legal status of the Temple of Life." Every word Su Fan said would change the faces of the temple leaders present. When he finished all his words and showed the order to several people, the faces of Lu Roron, Lin Dong and other temple leaders suddenly became gloomy, and their eyes showed shock and disbelief. The bodies of the bishops collapsed on the chairs, as if all their strength had been drained. The temple commander Lin Dong had a stiff face and sat on the chair for a long time without saying a word. Lu Roron looked at the Federation order Su Fan showed in his right hand, her body trembled slightly, and she bit her lower lip tightly. So, the Federation already knows. Lu Roron's tone was no longer as firm as before, but became a little decadent and powerless. Su Fan's eyes were solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "Yes, the Federation has known it for a long time." Quote, "Your behavior has seriously threatened the lives of the people of the Federation. I came to the City of Life this time, first to complete the assistance mission. The second is to help you completely solve the current crisis." When Lu Roron and others heard the second half of the words, they all raised their heads and stared at Su Fan with unbelievable eyes. Help them and completely solve the crisis. It's not that they don't want to believe Su Fan. But it sounds a little outrageous. The real crisis that the temple is facing now may not even be solved by the Sun rank. Not to mention Su Fan, who is a Morning Star rank. Even if he has the fighting power of the Wei Yu rank, he can't help the temple solve the current problem. Lu Roron bit her lip and said helplessly, "Since the Federation knows the current problem of the temple, why doesn't it send top strongmen to help?" "Counselor Su Fan, I don't doubt your strength, but..." Lu Roron tried to make her tone calm and not so sharp. If it was Speaker Muan, one of the 10 speakers, who came, she might still think there was hope to help the temple. Su Fan's strength is not a little bit worse than Muan. The others also looked at Su Fan with the same eyes, with more or less doubts on their faces. Su Fan glanced at everyone and said lightly, "Have you forgotten? I am also the spokesperson of the gods." Just this sentence made the eyes of several people present brighten and wake up. They were all attracted by Su Fan's own strength. I almost forgot that he is not a spokesperson for a god. If he can use the power of the gods, then Su Fan will never be weaker than any sun level. This is probably the real reason why the Federation sent Su Fan here. When everyone thought of this, hope suddenly emerged in their eyes. Maybe Su Fan can really help them solve the problem. Su Fan saw that the expressions of Lu Roron and others had changed, and his face was no longer as serious as before. He sat down slowly, and then said, "Let's not waste time. Su Fan slowly looked at Lu Roran in front of him. Now, can you tell me in detail about the specific situation of the temple crisis? Although the Federation has grasped some of the situation, it may not be comprehensive. Especially about that extended plane. Quote, hearing the words, extended plane, Lu Roran and others' faces changed again. They are now sure that the Federation has really mastered all the situations in the temple. Even such a secret matter, the Federation actually knows it. Lu Roran took a few deep breaths, exchanged glances with several bishops, and then said, okay, since the Federation already knows these things, we don't have to hide them. Immediately, Lu Roran carefully explained the ins and outs of this matter. The main information is the same as what Su Fan knows. Only a few details are different. Su Fan listened carefully and nodded from time to time. The information Lu Roran said was similar to what he guessed. Because of the intentional control of the Federation, the Temple of Life has always stayed in the City of Life, and its sphere of influence is also limited to the City of Life. But for the Temple of Life, it will definitely not be satisfied with the current scale. As loyal followers of the goddess, they have the responsibility to spread the faith of the goddess to a wider area and let more people become believers of the goddess. But Blue Star is mainly dominated by the Federation. In the era when the gods did not appear, the powerful control of the Federation was still unshakable by any force. The Temple of Life could not expand its scope of faith to Blue Star, so it had to find another way. And the current master of the temple happened to be a sun-level strongman who had comprehended the law of space. So, the plan to extend the plane was launched. The master of the temple used all means and spent an unimaginable huge price to open up an extended plane on the main world barrier. From the appearance, this extended plane looks like a small bubble attached to the barrier of the main world. Its area is not huge, only the size of a dozen or so cities of life. In terms of area, it is probably not even a low-level plane. However, this plane is very important to the Temple of Life. Because this is a plane that belongs entirely to the goddess and the temple, and is an absolute place of faith. So, for many years, the temple has quietly selected loyal believers and quietly sent them to the extended plane to reproduce. After so many years, the extended plane has formed a fairly large scale. The number of believers who have reproduced alone has reached 30 million. This has exceeded the number of believers in the City of Life. More importantly, in this extended plane, the goddess is the only belief, and the temple has absolute power. Even the Federation does not know the existence of such a plane. The temple has always regarded this matter as a top secret, and only a few core senior officials know about it. The subsequent arrangements for the extended plane have been considered by the temple. If the situation in the main world is stable in the future, then this plane will be completely integrated into the main world. Let a place of faith that absolutely belongs to the goddess of life appear in the main world. But if the situation in the main world is turbulent in the future, the temple can also peel off the extended plane and let it float into the world sea. This move can be said to be offensive and defensive. But the people in the Temple of Life never thought that the extended plane itself would have problems. Su Fan had been listening silently until here and then he spoke. Now tell me how serious the problem of the extended plane is. And the state of your temple master. Hearing Su Fan's words, Lu Roran's eyes became more dim, and she answered softly. We don't know. 10 days ago, the hall master entered the extended plane as usual to reinforce the space barrier. But since he entered, the extended plane has been closed. At the same time, a void rift appeared near the City of Life, and many demons appeared. We had no time to investigate what happened in the extended plane. We wanted to wait until these demons were cleared before trying to contact the hall master, or forcefully enter the extended plane to check the situation. Lu Roran was not deliberately deceiving or concealing. They really don't know what happened in the extended plane now. Just dealing with these dozens of demons has made the temple masters exhausted. Where is their other manpower to investigate? Lu Roran originally planned to investigate the matter after sending Su Fan away. But she didn't expect that Su Fan would directly break the secret of the temple. I'm not hiding anything, but we really don't know what's wrong with the extended plane. Why did the void rift appear in the City of Life? Why did the demon appear? Are these things related to the extended plane? Lu Roran's face was full of helplessness and confusion. Su Fan looked at her and said lightly, "Of course it is related. Because your extended plane has been invaded by the abyss plane." As soon as Su Fan said this, the entire main hall suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. The extended plane was invaded by the abyss plane. Lu Roran, the bishop of the temple, and Lin Dong, who were present, all showed incredible expressions. The extended plane is just a subsidiary plane attached to the main world. It is so small that it is not even as big as the plane fragments in the world sea. How could it possibly cause an invasion from the abyss plane? Even if the abyss plane invades, it will definitely choose those large planes. Their gains from invading the extended plane are very small, and even less than the price they pay. The people of the Temple of Life had never thought that the extended plane would be invaded. This is unlikely. If it is an invasion from the abyss plane, why would it choose that small world? A bishop asked in confusion. Su Fan glanced at him and whispered, "This all started with your clever ideas. You should also know that the plane invasion is either the entire world descending directly to cover the invasion plane, or a channel is established between the two. The abyss plane has long coveted the main world, but has never been able to break through the world barrier and completely cover it. They have also tried to build a channel to teleport the demons over, but the Federation strongmen will close the channel as quickly as possible and deal with those demons. So the abyss plane has never been able to effectively invade the main world until they discovered your extended plane. This extended plane attached to the main world barrier is the best springboard for invading the main world. It is separated from the main world by only a thin barrier. If the abyss plane takes over the extended plane, it can stockpile troops in the extended plane and serve as a transit station between the abyss and the main world. Quote, when the time comes, they will break through that barrier. After Su Fan finished speaking, the faces of the people in the main hall turned pale. Because they have already imagined that terrible scene. Once the weak barrier is broken, the countless demons stored in the extended plane will come out in droves. In an instant, the whole world will be occupied by countless demons. The bodies of several bishops trembled a little, obviously thinking of the terrible consequences. Even the Saint Lu Roran turned pale, pursed her lips, and couldn't speak for a long time. If this really happened, then their life temple would be the center of the main world. The original intention of their construction of the extended plane was just to create more faith territories for the goddess, and they never thought that this plane would become the center of mankind. Then, what should we do now? The master of the hall is in the extended plane, and there are tens of millions of believers in it. Quote, Lin Dong said tremblingly, this matter has gone beyond the control of him, the great commander of the temple. The invasion of the abyss plane. The power of the temple alone is simply impossible to resist, and the Federation needs to assist. Several bishops and Lu Roran looked at Su Fan. Since the Federation has already known about this, there must be a solution, right? Lu Roran crossed her fingers and entangled her hands, revealing her inner tension and anxiety. Su Fan did not answer her question, but asked with interest. Didn't you seek help from the goddess of life? Su Fan was also very confused about this matter. If the goddess of life could help the temple solve the problem at the beginning, then things might not be so serious later. Lu Roran sighed and said, the goddess often falls into a deep sleep recently, and sometimes I can't contact her. Su Fan showed a look of realization, so that's it. He did not continue to ask, but brought the topic back. Although the invasion of the abyss plane is bad news, but the invasion has just begun, and the palace master is in the extended plane, so the situation has not yet reached its most dangerous point. We must rescue the extended plane as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only will the temple master die, but also the tens of millions of believers you have accumulated with great difficulty will die with him. Hearing Su Fan's words, the faces of the people present suddenly turned pale. If this matter is not resolved as soon as possible, then the believers in the extended plane may not only die. Okay, Lu Roran spoke immediately, with a very decisive attitude. The strong men of the temple will gather immediately and listen to your orders. Since this matter was caused by the temple, it should be solved by the temple, even if it costs a great sacrifice to eliminate the trouble. Now we can talk about the reward. Su Fan grinned and finally talked about the reward. After this matter is over, I want all the secret crystals of life stored in your temple. Su Fan stared at Lu Roran. The latter agreed without even thinking about it. No problem. After this matter is over, I will give all the secret crystals of life in the temple to Counselor Su Fan, as well as the promised rewards. Su Fan smiled and nodded. Why did he do all this? Wasn't it for the secret crystals of life? Now, let's focus all our attention on solving the current crisis. Lu Roran said softly. Su Fan's face became serious. Even if it is only the early stage of the invasion, the situation of the extended plane is probably not very ideal, but it is not yet to the point where human strongmen need to come out in full force. Lin Dong, gather people and prepare to enter the extended plane. Lu Roran looked at the commander-in-chief Lin Dong, with an unquestionable toughness in his tone. Lin Dong immediately stood up. But at this moment, Fan called him. Wait. Su Fan looked solemn, looked at everyone and said, I am enough to enter the extended plane. Quote. Everyone in the main hall showed a surprised expression. If the extended plane has been invaded by the abyss plane, the number of troops required is extremely large. How can Su Fan alone deal with so many demons? Su Fan did not explain anything to everyone, but directly told them his plan. I can enter the extended plane alone. The situation there is not that the more people go, the better. What you have to do is to guard the city of life. Not long after I enter the extended plane, a large number of demons will descend on the city of life. You must be prepared for defense. The city defense army and the people of the Federation Weird Department will assist you in the battle. Remember, don't open the city of life before I come out. All problems must be resolved here. Su Fan's eyes were very firm. Although his tone was not sharp, they could not refuse. Okay, you, be careful. Quote. Lu Roran thought for a long time before she said with a complicated look. Since the Federation has known about this for a long time, it must have been prepared. The temple will do its best to cooperate. Several bishops and the commander-in-chief Lin Dong quickly left the main hall and went down to make various preparations. Lu Roran and Su Fan stayed in the main hall. Su Fan stood up and walked to the statue. He looked at the lifelike statue of the goddess and whispered, Now, send me to the extended plane. When Lu Roran saw Su Fan's actions, an incredible look appeared on her face again. You actually know about this. When the extended plane was opened, the temple arranged several passages to enter the plane. Now these passages have been closed. Only the last secret passage that is not often used remains. And the entrance to the passage is inside the statue. This passage is reserved for emergency situations and is not used at ordinary times. Lu Roran originally wanted to use this passage to enter the extended plane to check the situation, but the subsequent demon invasion incident left her no time to split. Su Fan just smiled and did not answer. Lu Roran gently placed her hand on the statue and released a wisp of her own breath. This statue should have the function of detecting breath, and only a few core figures in the temple can open the passage. The statue immediately burst out with white light, forming a space vortex. Su Fan looked at this space vortex that was as high as a person and slowly walked in. Before his figure disappeared, he turned his head and said, After I enter, close this passage. The voice fell. Su Fan's figure also disappeared from Lu Roran's sight. Lu Roran looked at the vortex with a slightly worried look in her eyes, and it took a long time before she closed the passage. I don't know if Su Fan can solve the situation in the plane. But since he dared to go alone, he should be certain, right? Su Fan's dizziness lasted only a short moment and disappeared almost instantly. The last time he went to the evil moon plane, this feeling of weightlessness and dizziness lasted for several seconds. This is because the extended plane is only separated from the main world by a thin barrier. The two can be said to be almost one. After Su Fan's figure settled, he looked up and looked around, taking a deep breath. The fiery and burning breath suddenly hit him, and the air was also mixed with a pungent smell. If he didn't know that this was the extended plane, Su Fan might have thought that this was the abyss plane itself. Su Fan looked up at the sky. The originally blue sky turned dark red, and a huge crack appeared in the middle, as if someone had torn the sky apart. Many demons can be seen entering the extended plane from the gap. This is a fixed passage connecting the abyss plane and the extended plane, opened by a powerful demon in the abyss. The reason why there is a void rift near the City of Life is that when this passage is opened, some barriers of the main world are also torn apart. But those rifts are completely incomparable to this huge rift. So, even if the temple closes all the rifts near the City of Life, it is meaningless. The source of the problem is in the extended plane. It looks like the situation is not good. Su Fan shook his head, thinking that his previous estimate might be too conservative. Boom! Abra suddenly appeared beside Su Fan, revealing his complete body. The tall body covered the sky, and a pair of scarlet eyes were like two red suns hanging high in the sky. Let's go. Su Fan stood on Abra's huge head and said softly. He was going directly to the source of the problem. In this extended plane, the temple built 3 large cities, surrounded by a triangular shape. In the center of the 3 cities, there is a more magnificent temple. The root of the problem is in that temple, and Su Fan needs to go there. Su Fan went forward, and there were many demons on the road. It seems that many demons have entered the extended plane, and there are quite a few of them. But with Abra here, Su Fan doesn't have to worry about these demons. Bang bang bang. Some demons rushed up to attack along the way, but were directly killed by Abra's claws. The strength of the upper middle level of the Sun Order allows Abra to run rampant in this plane. Not long after, a magnificent temple came into Su Fan's sight. Compared with the temple in the City of Life, this temple is undoubtedly more magnificent and spectacular. The originally solemn and holy temple now exudes an evil atmosphere. Black mist shrouded the sky, and the gaps in the green walls of the temple were filled with purple-black flames. This place doesn't look like a temple, but more like the residence of an evil god. Abra's body stopped in front of the temple and stopped moving forward temporarily. Because it felt several powerful auras. The owners of these auras were not inferior to it in strength. Obviously, there are at least 3 sun-level demons living in this temple. But Su Fan only has 1 sun-level combat power. Keep moving forward. Su Fan patted Abra's body and said softly. Abra narrowed his eyes and walked towards the temple fearlessly. As the former Lord of Black Fire, although Abra's strength has fallen to the middle level of the sun level, his pride and courage have not diminished at all. Abra's approach immediately attracted the attention of the 3 sun-level demons in the temple. A shocking roar of an evil dragon suddenly resounded throughout the universe. Then, a dark figure rushed out of the temple. The figure of this demon covered the sky and the sun, extremely huge, almost occupying half of the sky. It has a body similar to a snake, and a hot wing more than 100 meters long. Boom! The dragon circled in the air, and then stepped heavily on the eaves of the temple. Boom! The whole temple made a sound. A dull sound. After the demon dragon appeared, the other 2 demons living inside the temple also appeared one after another. 2 figures rushed out of the temple again. The demon on the left was shrouded in black fog and could not be seen clearly, but it could be vaguely seen that its figure was a bit like a human. The demon on the far right was a goat with a hideous face. On the curved horns on its head, countless black secret characters were engraved, making it look very evil. The auras emitted by these 3 demons were extremely powerful. They were all at the sun level, and none of them were ordinary sun level. The strength of the demons on the left and right sides reached the middle level of the sun level. And the fierce demon dragon in the middle was at the top of the sun level. The demon dragon was perched on the top of the temple, staring at Abra and Su Fan with a pair of fierce dragon eyes, and roared with murderous intent. The dragon looked at Abra with a fierce look, and then turned his eyes to Su Fan on top of it. After a long time, the dragon spoke. Abra, the dignified Lord of Black Fire, actually got involved with humans. But your aura and strength are a little different from the rumors. The dragon actually recognized Abra's identity. Su Fan was not surprised by this. The top-level creatures of the Sun Order are very famous in the World Sea. Even in the vast World Sea, there are not many strong people at this level. The level division of countless planes in the World Sea is based on the level of life inside. The plane that can only give birth to creatures of level 1 to 9 is a low-level plane. The plane that can give birth to creatures of the Morning Star Order is a low-level plane. The plane that gives birth to creatures of the Brilliant Moon Order is classified as a middle-level plane. The plane that gives birth to creatures of the Sun Order is a high-level plane. The reason why the main world has such a special status in the World Sea is that it can give birth to creatures of the demigod or even true god level. That is why countless powerful monsters will break their heads to enter the main world, and they want to seek breakthroughs here. Abra was a top-level monster of the sun level during his lifetime, and was known as the Black Life. So it is very famous in all major world planes, and it is not surprising that it was recognized by the dragon in front of it. Abra did not answer the dragon's question, but just let out a provocative roar. If it was in its heyday, the dragon in front of it would not be its opponent. Even if the 3 sun-level demons in front of it came together, it could compete. But now that its strength has dropped by 1 level, it can only fight with the sun-level demons on both sides. The dragon's eyes gradually fell on Su Fan, and his eyes became a little playful. Human, are you here to rescue this place? It's probably not enough to rely on the Lord of Black Fire alone. This plane will become the front station for the Abyss to invade the main world. Soon, the roar of the devil will resound in the main world. You are too late. The voice of the magic dragon sounded, causing countless demons around to roar excitedly. They are only dormant here temporarily, and attacking the main world is their ultimate goal. The Abyss demons are entering this plane continuously. After a period of time, the world barrier will be opened, and they will attack the main world. Perhaps soon, the whole world will become a paradise for demons. Su Fan's face did not change when he heard this, but he looked at the magic dragon entrenched above the temple, and a strange smile appeared on his face. This smile made the magic dragon on the opposite side feel that he was blasphemed and insulted. A morning star level ant dared to stare at the Dragon King with such eyes. Just when the angry magic dragon was about to explode, Su Fan's voice slowly sounded, causing it to stop moving. The devil dragon Dia, the eldest son of the Dragon King on Sunday. You seem to be doing well after joining the Abyss plane. Hearing Su Fan's words, the devil dragon perched above the temple suddenly became extremely sharp and fierce. But Dia's eyes quickly returned to normal, and he laughed jokingly. You actually know my identity. It seems that you also know something about the past of the dragon race. But this can't change the fact that you are about to die, which will only make me want to eat you more. Faced with Dia's intimidation, Su Fan was unmoved, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Of course I understand. I'm curious if you had any regrets when you killed your father. If the old Dragon King didn't die, it's estimated that the Dragon Plane wouldn't be invaded so easily, and your fellow tribesmen wouldn't die. When Dia heard Su Fan's words, his face changed instantly. His aura suddenly became fierce, and a scarlet aura filled the air, as if a raging sea of blood was rolling behind him. The demon dragon Dia looked down at Su Fan and let out a low and angry roar. Who are you to Enos? Those who knew about the incident back then have mostly died. All the people in that dragon plane died in the Abyss invasion. The brothers and sisters who joined forces with him also died at the hands of Enos in the end. Only he and Enos know the truth of this matter. The human in front of him actually knew about this matter, and it must have been told by Enos. There is no doubt about it. This person has a very special relationship with Enos, otherwise Enos would not have told him about this. The evil dragon Dia's killing intention towards Su Fan reached its peak all of a sudden. Everyone who knows about that matter must die. This matter is a thorn in Dia's heart. In the final analysis, he is the real murderer of his father's murder, and the sinner who caused the tragic death of countless people of the Dragon Clan. But after the invasion of the Abyss Plane, Enos became a scapegoat. At that time, Dia saw that the situation was not right, so he showed goodwill to an Abyss Lord and joined the Abyss Plane from then on. Dia has been paying attention to the information about Enos for so many years. What he knew was that Enos later joined the Abyss Plane and killed all the brothers and sisters who participated in the patricide at that time, and then escaped into the Abyss without a trace. Enos and Dia both wanted to find each other, one wanted to cover up all the truth, and the other wanted to avenge his father and wash away his own humiliation with blood. Although they were in the Abyss Plane was so huge that neither side had any news of each other. In the previous life, the reason why Enos was seriously injured by Dia's sneak attack was precisely because of the matter of the extended plane. After occupying the extended plane for more than 10 years, the Abyss Demon launched an attack on the living world. As a superior demon, Enos naturally participated in this battle. During the attack, Enos's whereabouts were known by Dia. Then Dia designed a series of plans to seriously injure Enos and almost kill him. This is why Su Fan met Enos and saved him later. If it weren't for knowing Enos's real name, Su Fan's last entry into the Abyss Plane would not have been so smooth. Speaking of the present, Dia suddenly became furious after Su Fan said these words. It identified Su Fan as a man of Enos, and the killing intent suddenly rose. But it did not take action, but temporarily suppressed the killing intent in its heart. Because it wanted to know more about Enos than this human. Bang! Dia stretched out its dark dragon claws and crushed the top floor of the temple. Tell me the information about Enos, and I can spare your life. Dia's eyes flashed with murderous light, and said fiercely. Su Fan certainly would not believe Dia's nonsense. Don't say such words, it's too naive. Dia's figure suddenly jumped down from the top floor of the temple and landed heavily in front of Su Fan, making a dull and huge sound, and the earth trembled. Its eyes full of murderous intent stared at Su Fan's body. Then, you can die. Even the Lord of Black Fire cannot protect you. The other two demons also jumped out with Dia, surrounding Su Fan and Abra in a triangle, blocking their retreat. Even if Abra has the strength of a mid-level sun level, he cannot fight against 3 sun-level enemies at the same time. Su Fan was not panicked in the face of this situation, and smiled softly. You are not dealing with Abra, nor me. But your brother, Enos. After saying that, Su Fan looked up at the huge crack in the sky and said to himself. If there is no void crack, it would be difficult for me to summon Enos. If Su Fan wants to summon Enos in the main world, he must open a door to the abyss. Or he could use summoning to allow Enos to enter the civilian world for a short time. The former would cost a lot and require a lot of preparation. As for the latter, Su Fan could not do it yet. He and Enos had only reached an agreement and had not yet signed a master-servant contract. But this invasion of the Abyss Plane opened up an extremely large and stable channel. Su Fan did not need to make any more preparations. He took out the Styx pen and waved it gently, condensing a few spells, and whispered. Enos. When Su Fan's voice sounded, a defiant laugh suddenly came from the huge crack in the sky. Dia, my big brother. It's been a long time, no see. An extremely hot breath quickly emerged from the crack in the sky. Then, an extremely huge dragon poked its body out of the crack, then flew down and stepped heavily on the ground. The Purgatory Dragon, Enos. Its 1,000-foot-long body lay beside Su Fan, and flames were emanating from the gaps between each dragon scale. An extremely powerful aura instantly enveloped the scene. Sun level, peak. Enos was the most talented and potential among the sons of the Dragon King in the past, otherwise he would not be loved by the old Dragon King. It was this exclusive favor that attracted the jealousy of other brothers and sisters. Although Dia had reached the top of the sun level, Enos was even stronger than him. Enos's body was also larger than Dia. It stared at Dia in front of it with a pair of eyes, and countless emotions flashed in its eyes. Anger, murderous intent. The big brother in front of him, who was thicker than blood, was the black hand that made it bear the sin for tens of thousands of years. These tortures and pains will end today. Big brother, long time no see. Enos showed a hint of a grim smile. Dia saw Enos suddenly appear, and his expression was obviously a little panicked. Because it had no mental preparation at all to encounter Enos in this situation and at this time. Dia knew that with his own strength, he was no match for Enos. Enos, the man who killed his father has the nerve to appear in front of me. Dia roared in a low voice, unwilling to be outdone. Enos was not furious at all because of Dia's slander, but just swung his dragon tail leisurely. What happened in the past will end today. Tens of thousands of years of pain have already made Enos's will as hard as gold. There was only one thought in its mind. Kill Dia. Enos turned to look at Su Fan on top of Abra and said with a smile, the spokesperson of the Pen Fairy. Thank you for your help. Please thank the Pen Fairy for me. After this, Ernos will surrender to him and will follow him forever. It has only been a few months since Ernos and Su Fan met in the abyss. Enos thought he would have to wait for a while before he could get the chance to kill Dia. Unexpectedly, after only a few months, he had waited for this long-awaited opportunity. This made Ernos' trust in the Pen Fairy soar. It remembered the Pen Fairy's original promise to help it get rid of the pain of eternal. If it can really get rid of the eternal pain. Ino's heart has begun to get excited. It never thought that one day it would actually be able to get rid of it. Su Fan did not comment on what Inos said. Follow. This is not something Inos can decide. He already knows Inos's real name, how dare it disobey him? Unless it is willing to die with him. Dia is in your hands. By the way, these two demons are also in your hands. Is it okay? Inos is at the peak of the sun rank, and there is no problem dealing with Dia and the other 3 demons. Inos grinned, revealing a hideous smile. Of course. Boom. More than a dozen figures fell from the gap in the sky. These are the dragon warriors who once loyally traced Inos. Even if Inos surrendered to the abyss, they are willing to follow. Although the strength of these dragon guards is weaker, they are enough to deal with the other 2 demons. Inos's whole mind is on Dia. It has been waiting for this moment for too long. Inos doesn't want others to disturb him. Brother. Quote. Inos turned around and faced Dia, stepping out step by step. Let's end all the old grievances today. The grievances between my father and the people of the past need your blood to be appeased. Dia's expression was obviously a little nervous. The 3 of them together might not be Inos's opponent. If it fights alone, it has no hope of winning. Inos, if you kill me, the Lord will not let you go. You have no place to stand in the abyss plane. Dia roared. However, Inos showed a sneer. Abyss, Lord, do you think I care about these things? Brother, your performance disappoints me a little. You seem to have lost the arrogance of the past and the dignity of the Dragon Clan. Now, you are just a servant of the Lord of the Abyss. Show your strength and fight me. Don't let me down. Quote. Inos' words entered Dia's ears, like a needle piercing his heart. In the past, he was the eldest son of the Dragon King, and the young master supported by countless people. Now he is just a slave under the command of the Lord of the Abyss, crowded among the demons and in a humble position. Although Inos has surrendered to the Abyss like it, he is still proud and unyielding, as if he is still the unruly prince in the past. The gap between the 2 made Dia feel a strong sense of shame in his heart. As a dragon, you must die with dignity. Roar. Dia let out a somewhat exasperated roar, and then went down to Inos. The surrounding dragon guards also attacked the other 2 sun-level demons. Su Fan looked at all this and patted Abra's body. Let's go, let's enter the temple. The battlefield here belongs to Inos and Dia. The place he was going to was the deepest part of this temple, where was the root of all problems. Chapter 91. The fighting outside was earth-shaking, and the entire temple was shaking violently. If it weren't for the blessing of various magic arrays, this temple would have collapsed long ago. It seems that Lu Roran and his team really put a lot of effort into building this temple, and the materials used are very solid. Ordinary buildings would have become ruins long ago. Su Fan walked in the tall and wide corridor of the temple, muttering in his heart. The corridor was very quiet, and there were no demons. Su Fan did not encounter any obstacles along the way. But Su Fan's face was still very solemn. His eyes shone with a silver luster. In Su Fan's eyes, this temple has become a living thing. There is a slight vitality flowing in the cracks of the corridor wall. All the vitality is gathering in the depths of the temple, which is also the destination of Su Fan's trip. Su Fan sat on Abra's body and continued to move silently towards the inside of the temple. Soon after, he came to the largest main temple. This main hall is magnificent, just like the supreme hall of a true god. One word to describe it is extreme luxury. In the front of the main hall, there is still a statue of the goddess of life. This statue is more vivid than the one Su Fan has seen before. It is obviously cast by a master craftsman. However, this statue does not have that strange divine breath. In front of the statue, there is a throne. It belongs to the position of the temple master. It is only below the statue, symbolizing the power of the temple master in the temple. This throne is not empty. There is a burly figure sitting on it. This person lowered his head, his hair was disheveled, and the breath he exuded was very strange. His body was lingering with extremely strong evil thoughts. In Su Fan's vision, there were countless life threads around him, and the source was this person's chest. Ow. Quote. Su Fan sighed and thought of the scene he saw in his previous life. Compared with this scene, it is a little more terrifying. Now it should be just the early stage of corrosion. Lin Tianfang. Su Fan called out softly to the person on the throne. Lin Tianfang is the current master of the Temple of Life, a powerful sun-level warrior. Hearing Su Fan's call, the person on the seat raised his head with difficulty. His face was extremely scary, withered, like a weak centenarian, or like an evil ghost, with drooping skin, which made people a little creepy. Lin Tianfang seemed to be sensitive to Su Fan's call, but his eyes were very confused, revealing a strong sense of doubt. Quote. Lin Tianfang made an extremely hoarse murmur, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Su Fan did not look at Lin Tianfang's extremely haggard face, but looked at his chest. On Lin Tianfang's chest, there was a purple-black branch. This branch seemed to be rooted in Lin Tianfang's flesh and blood, constantly absorbing his vitality, and at the same time absorbing the life energy in this plane. The branch used Lin Tianfang's body as a petri dish to strengthen itself. This scene was very shocking. The great sun-level strongman has now become a petri dish for this branch. Su Fan stared at the purple-black branch, his expression became solemn. Because this is a branch of the fallen goddess's body. The fallen goddess, one of the gods in the abyss dimension, stood at the top of the abyss for countless years, and many powerful abyss lords and demon kings followed her. But only very few people know that the fallen goddess's body is a tree entangled with countless evil thoughts. That tree of desire later became the authority of the fallen goddess. And now, what is inserted into Lin Tianfang's chest is one of the branches that once fell from the tree of desire. Although these branches have not been subjected to any sacrifice, they are treasures in themselves. It is said that the entire abyss dimension is supported by the tree of desire, so the fallen goddess is also honored as the mother goddess by countless demons. However, whether this is true or not, Su Fan does not know. He only knows that this branch is a great threat to the main world. The abyss demons use Lin Tianfang's body as the growth nutrients of the branches of the desire tree, allowing it to thrive and eventually become a weakened version of the tree of desire. At that time, this extended plane will be completely eroded by the tree of desire and transformed into one of the abyss planes. At that time, all demons entering the main world will no longer be suppressed by the original will and can exert their full strength. In the last life, when Su Fan and a group of federal strongmen entered the extended plane, the transformation here was almost completed. As a petri dish, Lin Tianfang has completely become a tree man and integrated into the minister of the tree of desire. His flesh and blood and consciousness have become completely blurred. But now is only the initial stage of fusion, and the branches of the tree of desire have not yet fully grown. As long as he can defeat Lin Tianfang, Su Fan will have a way to completely peel off the branches of desire from his body. Su Fan looked at the branch rooted deep in Lin Tianfang's flesh and blood, and his eyes gradually became a little fiery. The branch of desire. If I bury it in the magic soil, can I cultivate a real tree of desire, so that it can bloom my own abyss dimension? A bold idea emerged in Su Fan's mind. The reason why the branch of desire must be rooted in Lin Tianfang's body is that it needs a lot of nutrients to grow. The power in the body of a sun-level strongman is extremely powerful, and it is the most suitable culture dish for it. But the magic soil is more suitable for cultivating the tree of desire. Su Fan wants to try it. If he succeeds, then his gains will be beyond imagination. Next, it depends on you. Quote. Su Fan jumped off Abra and patted its neck. To subdue Lin Tianfang, he could only rely on Abra. Lin Tianfang and Abra were at the same level, but Abra's combat power was obviously higher. So it should be no problem to let it deal with Lin Tianfang. Abra let out a dull roar, and streams of hot black air gushed out of his nasal cavity. Although its strength fell to the middle level of the sun, it would never lose to an enemy of the same level. Da da da. Abra instantly spread out his four hooves and ran towards Lin Tianfang on the throne. Go. Lin Tianfang, who was originally in a daze, suddenly became crazy after sensing the invasion, and suddenly rose from the throne. Bang! Abra's hoof claws wrapped in flames suddenly stepped on the throne, and the latter immediately broke into pieces and turned into countless fragments. Lin Tianfang, with his black hair scattered randomly, was like a madman, roaring in a low voice, and slapped Abra's head with one hand. Abra opened his mouth and spewed out a hot blue flame, which collided with the power of Lin Tianfang's swing. The main hall trembled violently, and countless pieces of stone fell one after another. Su Fan was not idle either. With a flick of his wrist, the Styx pen was already in his hand. Although with his current strength, he could not play a key role in this battle, but he could still play a supporting role. Su Fan chanted countless strange syllables, and the Styx pen in his hand was waving wildly. A series of black spells suddenly appeared in the void, and then suddenly stuck to Abra's body. These spells can enhance Abra's strength. Use all your strength and fight quickly. Su Fan shouted softly. Abra roared immediately. The dark blue flames emitted from its scales suddenly turned black. This black flame is more lethal and has a strong corrosive ability. While releasing the black flame, Abra's attributes in all aspects can be strengthened. This is why Abra is called the Lord of Black Fire. Abra exerted all his strength and got the help of Su Fan's spell, and his strength increased several times in an instant. Lin Tianfang, who was able to compete with it, fell into a disadvantage in an instant. Boom! Abra's hoof claws stretched out in the air, and the claws quickly enlarged in the air, and the sharp edge seemed to cut the void. In an instant, it seemed that only this sharp claw was left in the world. Before Lin Tianfang could react, he was hit by the claw and flew backwards heavily. Ah! The injured Lin Tianfang roared like a beast, and bursts of green light lingered on his body. The wound on his chest quickly healed, and the aura of decadence suddenly spread. Su Fan looked at Lin Tianfang's abnormality and frowned slightly. The law of wood. What Lin Tianfang comprehended was the law of wood. Su Fan, who also comprehended the law of wood, naturally knew the difficulty of this law power. The recovery ability is extremely strong, just like an indestructible cockroach. However, it is precisely because Lin Tianfang comprehended the law of wood that Su Fan dared to take such a heavy hand. If the branches of desire can be peeled off in time, Lin Tianfang still has hope of survival, and he can survive with the law of wood. But in the current battle, the law of wood has brought him a lot of obstacles. Continue, Su Fan whispered. Abra rushed towards Lin Tianfang again. Abra, who had been doubly strengthened, was absolutely stronger than Lin Tianfang at this moment. The gap between the Sun-level masters was often huge. Maybe the two sides were only one level apart, but the difference in combat power was like a cloud of mud. Under Abra's frenzied attack, Lin Tianfang was beaten back one after another. Even the main hall was about to collapse. But Lin Tianfang relied on the strong recovery power provided by the law of wood to persist until now, and he didn't fall down. But Su Fan was not anxious about it. Although the power of the Sun-level masters is extremely powerful, it has an end after all. Unless you have an infinitely rechargeable magic soil like him. But Lin Tianfang obviously doesn't have such a life object. As long as this intensity of attack is maintained, Lin Tianfang will fall sooner or later. Fire field. 10,000 dragons roar. Su Fan also joined the battle, releasing his own secret law. The endless sea of fire instantly enveloped the main hall, and ferocious fire dragons rose from the sea of fire, killing Lin Tianfang with their fangs and claws. Su Fan did not expect his attack to cause much damage to Lin Tianfang, he just wanted to consume the latter's power as quickly as possible. 10,000 dragons roared, sweeping across the sky, and went towards Lin Tianfang. Abra was above the 10,000 dragons, stepping on the black flame lotuses, and launched an attack on Lin Tianfang. Even though Lin Tianfang was a Sun-level warrior, he could not withstand such a bombardment. The speed at which the power in his body was consumed was extremely alarming. Normally, the power stored by Sun-level warriors was enough for them to fight continuously for a long time. But much of the power in Lin Tianfang's body had been used to feed the branch of desire rooted in his chest. That's why his sustained combat capability is so poor. Boom! After enduring Abra's heavy blow once again, Lin Tianfang fell into the boundless sea of fire. Su Fan instantly put his hands together. A pair of large hands condensed with flames immediately appeared in the sea of fire, and slapped Lin Tianfang. Lin Tianfang struggled wildly in the large hands of flames, with a dim green light on his body. But his strength at the moment was too weak, and he couldn't get out of the big hands at all. He could only struggle continuously, and roared wildly from his mouth. Su Fan saw that Lin Tianfang was still struggling, so he slowly raised his hand. In the sea of fire, countless iron fists condensed with flames immediately ran out, and bombarded Lin Tianfang's body one by one. Boom boom boom. After bombarding hundreds of punches, Lin Tianfeng, who was caught by the big hands, stopped struggling and gradually became motionless. He was not dead, but his breath was weak and his strength was exhausted. Seeing this, Su Fan flew across the sea of fire and arrived in front of Lin Tianfeng. At this time, Lin Tianfeng had completely given up struggling. Or rather, he didn't even have the strength to struggle. Fortunately, I lost my mind and had all the strength but couldn't use it, otherwise it wouldn't be so easy. Su Fan wiped the sweat off his forehead and whispered to himself. Lin Tianfeng was affected by the branches of desire and his consciousness was completely lost. He just fought like a beast, relying on instinct. That's why his fighting power dropped so much. During the battle just now, Lin Tianfeng didn't even use the secret techniques of the laws he mastered. If not, Su Fan would really need to spend a lot of effort to subdue a Sun-level strongman. Many Sun-level strongmen would rather fight to the death with the enemy than be subdued. Su Fan looked at Lin Tianfeng, who was almost in a state of fainting, and his eyes slowly fell on his chest. At this time, he saw the true appearance of this branch of desire. The branch of desire looked like a human palm with 6 branches, extremely thin, purple-black, and purple light spots were flowing rapidly in the branches. The branch of desire seemed to have consciousness, and at this moment it actually emitted extremely resistant mental fluctuations. Wisps of evil thoughts emanated from the branches, trying to erode Su Fan's mind. Facing the erosion of these evil thoughts, Su Fan only felt no pain or itch, and had no effect. He looked at this branch of desire that was only as long as an arm, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Little guy, you don't have the strength to resist me now, so you'd better be a good boy. The branch of desire in the previous life had grown up when Su Fan and others entered, and it had the power close to that of a demigod. Its branches also gave birth to 12 extremely powerful high-level demons. The Federation's strong men paid a great price to deal with the subtree of desire, and finally eradicated it completely. However, the current branch of desire has not grown into a subtree of desire, let alone bred those powerful demons, so it is naturally easier to deal with. Be good, or I will have to use heavy hands. Su Fan smiled faintly. Then he slowly waved the stick's pen, transformed an invisible blade with a spell, and began to cut Lin Tianfeng and the branch of desire. Just as he started cutting, Lin Tianfeng let out a painful groan. He felt a kind of pain of withdrawal in his coma. Su Fan was also very careful, for fear of hurting Lin Tianfeng and affecting the branch of desire. He had to continue planting this thing later. This process lasted for a long time. It was not until Su Fan was sweating profusely that he successfully separated Lin Tianfeng from the branch of desire. Lin Tianfeng's face suddenly regained its color, no longer as haggard as before, but his condition was not good and he was on the verge of death. Su Fan had to extract some life force from the magic soil and infuse it into Lin Tianfeng's body. The latter's face gradually became ruddy, and his breath gradually became stable. The branch of desire in Su Fan's right hand gave an extremely strong resistance, and even wanted to break free from Su Fan's hand. Be quiet. Su Fan ignored the small branch, and the light burst out from his eyebrows. The majestic soul power gushed out instantly and turned into a violent hurricane. The small branch was quiet in an instant and stopped moving. Seeing this, Su Fan was satisfied and put the small branch into his life space. He glanced at Lin Tianfeng lying on the ground and signaled Abra to carry him on his back. Abra picked up Lin Tianfeng with one claw and threw him on his broad back. Solved. Su Fan looked around the broken main hall and was completely relieved. The most dangerous thing in the extended plane is not the few sun-level demons, but this branch of desire. The Abyss demons intend to transform this extended plane into the Abyss plane as a springboard to attack and corrupt the main world. In the last life, they almost succeeded. Now Su Fan will naturally not give them another chance and kill the danger in the cradle. The next thing to do is to close the sky rift and clean up all the demons that have entered the extended plane and the main world. This matter is not his concern. The temple and the Federation will work together, and nothing will go wrong. Let's go. Su Fan took Abra and walked out of the temple. Abra swept the rubble blocking the entrance with a claw, and Su Fan slowly stepped into it. When Su Fan walked out of the temple, the battle outside just ended. Dia was pinned to the ground and beaten by Enos as expected. Its talent and strength were not as good as Enos, the most outstanding dragon son, so it was expected that he would be beaten. In the previous life, Dia relied on the power of the Abyss Lord to beat Enos and escape. If he fought alone, he would not be the opponent of North. Bang! Enos suddenly dragged Dia down from the sky and smashed it to the ground. It stretched out its huge and ferocious dragon claws and stepped on Dia's head. Brother, after so many years, your strength has not improved much. It seems that today, you have to go down to accompany those brothers and sisters. Enos' tone was full of contempt. Dia looked very terrified, as if he had foreseen his next fate and was unable to accept it. Its biggest reliance was the Abyss Lord behind it. But Enos was not afraid at all. This made Dia lose all his confidence. Looking at Enos, whose eyes were full of murderous intent, Dia already knew what would happen next. Enos, even if you kill me, you can't get rid of the curse of your people. My resentment and hatred will continue to entangle you and torture you until you die in pain. Ha ha ha. Dia's crazy roar stimulated Enos with words. It wanted to see Enos jumping up and down in anger. However, Enos always stared at Dia calmly, without any change in his eyes and expression. If I can't get rid of it, then I am willing to bear the eternal curse. The souls of my people, the curse of the past, will forge my immortal body of the Dragon King. Even if I will sink forever, I will keep moving forward. Have you forgotten my father's teachings, big brother? Enos's calm words made Dia's eyes gradually turn red. As soon as he heard the word, father, his defense was instantly broken. He was obviously the oldest one and should be loved by his father. But Enos was the one that his father loved the most. Jealousy made Dia lose his mind and committed patricide. Now hearing Enos admonishing him with his father's past teachings, Dia's psychological defense was instantly torn apart. Quote. Enos glanced at Su Fan, who had just walked out of the temple. Maybe I can really be freed from the curse of my people. After saying this, Enos looked at Dia at his feet and said lightly, brother, goodbye. Quote. Enos's tone was so calm that even he was surprised. He thought that at this moment, he would be extremely motivated and surprised. However, at this moment, not only was there no excitement in his heart, but there was even a hint of sadness. In the tens of thousands of years since he became the Purgatory Dragon, this emotion called sadness has never appeared. Then, Enos ignored Dia's roar and stabbed his dragon claw into the latter's chest, pulling out a bloody, still beating heart. Bang! The dragon claw suddenly exerted force, and the heart exploded in an instant. Enos closed his eyes tightly, as if he was enjoying the moment he had waited for tens of thousands of years. All the past, with the death of Dia, was completely ended. Enos felt that the pain in his body had not been alleviated in the slightest. It seems that the curse imposed by the tribe will not disappear with the death of Dia. Is it really not possible? Enos sighed in his heart, and then tightened his dragon claws. Then let yourself continue to carry the tribe forward. Although I can't let you remove the curse immediately, I can reduce your pain. Su Fan's faint voice came into the ears of Enos. Enos suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look at Su Fan. How to do it? Su Fan came to Enos alone and placed the tip of the Styx pen on the center of Dia's head. With a slight tug, a soul was dragged out along with the withdrawal of the Styx pen. That was Dia's soul, and because the time was too short, it had not yet been lost. With your soul, with your blood, attract the souls of your kind. Su Fan held Dia's soul in his hand and hummed softly. He held the Styx pen and waved it towards Dia's body. The latter's body slowly floated up, and then disintegrated inch by inch, separating into flesh, blood and bones. Gradually, all the dragon blood was drawn out and gradually condensed into strange patterns in the air. The body of Enos, surrounded by these spells, emitted a brilliant blood light. When the spell was activated, Enos' body also emitted countless whispers. This sound was not a human voice, but a dragon language. Countless dragon languages gathered together. The sound became louder and louder, as if countless dragons had gathered and made a deafening roar. This. Enos was stunned as he watched this scene. This was the soul of the tribe entangled in its body, and it was actually attracted out by Su Fan. Su Fan continued to recite the strange spell, and the power in his body surged out like a tide. The spell he used was the same kind of spell that the evil god used against humans. As long as there is blood and soul of the same kind, the traces of the creatures of this tribe can be found. But the two spells are slightly different. Su Fan just wanted to use this spell to bring out all the dragon spirits entangled in the soul of Enos. Souls rushed out from the eyebrows of Enos, and there were tens of thousands of them. Every time a soul rushed out, Enos felt that his body was relieved. The shackles on it were gradually disintegrating. Enos's face suddenly showed ecstasy. Su Fan took out a bead from his arms and tried to infuse it into his king. Collect. In an instant, all the souls rushed to this bead. This is the soul bead that Su Fan got from Sharu. It can absorb the power of death and can also temporarily accommodate these souls. All the dragon spirits that were entangled in the soul of Enos were received by the soul bead. When Su Fan finished all this, the sky became clear again. Enos felt his body and found that the pain of the soul that had tortured him for tens of thousands of years had disappeared. However, the curse was not completely lifted, but it only reduced the pain it suffered by 90%. Even so, Enos showed an ecstatic look. No one knows how it has survived these tens of thousands of years. Although Enos has prepared himself to bear this pain forever. But if it can be lifted, it naturally hopes to be free. Enos looked at Su Fan in front of him, his eyes full of gratitude. Then it slowly knelt down to Su Fan and said in a deep voice, "Thank you. The purgatory demon dragon Enos Shira is willing to follow the Pen Fairy forever." Enos expressed his gratitude and loyalty to the Pen Fairy. The pride of the dragon clan makes them not surrender easily. But once they truly surrender, they will gain their eternal loyalty. Enos has a king's heart that has been tempered by thousands of times, but this does not prevent it from swearing to the Pen Fairy. After doing all this, Su Fan looked a little weak. Casting this spell requires a lot of his strength. Of course, if Su Fan wants, he can immediately absorb power from the magic soil and recover instantly. But since this is the critical moment to subdue Enos, he has to play a bit of a pity. This is not over yet. Su Fan put away the undead beads and laughed softly. "Next, we need to go to the underworld, find the sticks, and awaken these ignorant dragon spirits to completely remove the blood curse on you." Enos was not in a hurry at all, and hurriedly said, "This is already very good. Completely remove the curse, you can do it later. I'm not in a hurry." Su Fan promised it when they were in the abyss. Enos thought he had to wait a long time before he could see the hope of lifting the curse. But how long has it been? Just a few months. Such a short time is no different from blinking an eye for Enos, who has a long life. In just a few months, the torture on his body has been reduced so much. The complete removal of the curse is almost in sight. Moreover, now it has reduced nearly 90% of the pain, and the remaining pain is almost painless and has no effect at all. Next, you don't have to return to the abyss, just follow me. Su Fan looked up at the huge crack in the sky. "The Lord of the Abyss will not let you go." Enos smiled faintly and said without worry, "Long before I killed Dia, I had already prepared for exile. The Lord of the Abyss is indeed very powerful, but I will reach that level one day. Abyss, I will go back sooner or later." Su Fan nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. What he admired most was the kingly spirit and confidence in Enos. In this regard, even Black Fire Bora could not compare with it. The Lord of the Abyss is a powerful existence at the level of demigod. If Enos can solve the blood curse as soon as possible, he may be able to break through to the demigod level. By then, he will have a real top fighting force by his side. Now keeping Enos and its dragon guards by his side can also enhance his strength. The next few places to go are not good places. Su Fan thought of the horror of the eternal dead zone and the sea of monsters, and couldn't help sighing. With Abra and Enos guarding him, he should be qualified to go for a try. While Enos was talking to Su Fan, the dragon guard also killed the other two sun-level demons. Since then, the 3 sun-level demons led by Dragon Dia were all killed. Once these top powerhouses died, they only needed to clean up the remaining invading vanguards in the abyss plane to solve this crisis. Su Fan put the bodies of Dragon Dia and the 2 demons into his natal space. These are the bodies of sun-level powerhouses, Su Fan will definitely not waste them. Even if he can't cultivate demons for the time being, the bodies of these 3 people can be used to feed the branches of desire. In order not to attract attention, you and the Dragon Guard need to sign a blood contract with me, and I will put you into my natal space. Su Fan looked at Enos and said. Enos nodded and agreed without thinking. Su Fan already knew his real name, which was no different from signing a master-servant contract. What was the relationship with signing a blood contract? As for those Dragon Guards, they were originally loyal dragon warriors who followed him, and they should be loyal to him. Su Fan successfully signed a blood contract with Enos and the Dragon Guards. He immediately took Enos and others into his life space. If Lu Roran and others saw Enos at the peak of the sun stage, they would be scared out of their wits. Su Fan looked back at this extended plane, and demons were still pouring into the gap in the sky. It needs to be closed as soon as possible. However, with his strength, he couldn't close this fixed space channel. It should be fine after Lin Tianfang wakes up. He himself is a person who practices both the wood and space laws. Let's go. Su Fan and Abra, who was holding Lin Tianfang, quietly left the extended plane. In the temple of the City of Life, Lu Roran sat on the throne that originally belonged to the master of the temple, with a slightly worried look on her face. She didn't know whether Su Fan's trip would be smooth. If Su Fan couldn't solve the problem of the extended plane, wouldn't things get worse? When Lu Roran thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she should have followed Su Fan in. If Su Fan couldn't solve the problem, she would forcibly awaken the female formation even if it cost her a lot of life. The Temple of Life must not be made a sinner of mankind. Just when Lu Roran was feeling annoyed, the statue beside her suddenly emitted a faint hazy luster. A silver-white vortex emerged. Su Fan's figure walked out of it. When Lu Roran saw Su Fan walking out of the extended plane safely, her face suddenly became ecstatic. The next second, she saw Lin Tianfang in Su Fan's hand. Palace Master. Lu Roran couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. She hurriedly walked up and took Lin Tianfang from Su Fan's hand. But when Lu Roran saw Lin Tianfang's miserable condition, she couldn't help but exclaimed. Lin Tianfang's body was covered with wounds, and his breath was extremely weak. It looked like he could die at any time. Palace Master, why is he so badly injured? Lu Roran asked anxiously. Su Fan touched his nose and replied in a low voice, when I went in, he had already been corroded like this. If I had gone in a little later, I'm afraid his consciousness would have been completely lost and there would be no hope of recovery. Okay. Don't ask so many questions, saving people is the most important thing. Quote. Lu Roran nodded vigorously. She stroked Lin Tianfang's forehead with one hand and reached for the exquisite pendant on her neck with the other hand. In this pendant, there is a very faint divine power stored, which is used to deal with emergencies. Lin Tianfang's condition is very bad and needs to be rescued immediately. As Lu Roran pumped divine power into Lin Tianfang's body, the latter's injuries began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, Lin Tianfang's injuries were completely healed. But he did not wake up. Although the injuries on his body have healed, it will take some time for his mind to return. Lu Roran breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, Lin Tianfang's life was saved. After treating Lin Tianfang, Lu Roran slowly stood up and looked at Su Fan, asking about the things in the extended plane. Su Fan roughly told Lu Roran what happened in the plane. But he hid the things about the branches of desire and Enos. Su Fan said that he killed the 3-headed sun-level demons with the help of the power of the gods, and went into the temple alone to save Lin Feng who had been corroded by the will of the abyss. Lu Roran frowned and asked with some doubts, so you caused the injury of the temple master? Su Fan raised his hand. It's not important. Although Lin Tianfang was rescued, there are still many things to do next, and we don't have time to discuss these. First, we must seal the sky gap in the extended plane as soon as possible to prevent more demons from pouring into the extended plane. Second, send people into the extended plane to protect your believers who are still alive. Quote. Third, station personnel near the City of Life to clean up the demons that escaped from the extended plane to the main world. Perhaps it was because Su Fan's tone was too serious and solemn, and it was also unquestionably tough. Lu Roran no longer asked about Lin Tianfang's injuries, but focused on the matter. Okay, I'll do it right away. Lu Roran immediately followed Su Fan's instructions. Fan's instructions sent the temple to enter the extended plane to protect those who are still surviving. The temple was opened to the corner of the counterattack. The number no longer continues to increase. With the increase of clearing, the pressure on the temple is getting smaller and smaller. Although Su Fan was not a high-ranking official in the temple, he also participated in the meeting. At the meeting, Lin Tianfang made a profound self-examination, saying that he had failed the goddess trust and would strengthen ideological construction from now on and strive to be a model of thought. Mr. Su Fan, thank you very much this time. In the final thank you session, Lin Tianfang held Su Fan's hand tightly, and was so grateful that he could not express it in words. If it weren't for your rescue this time, I might really be completely eroded by the will of the abyss and become a walking corpse. Quote. Su Fan showed an awkward smile on his face and tried to pull his hand back. If Lin Tianfang knew that he almost beat him to death, I don't know if he would still be so grateful to him. Besides, these words of gratitude are all empty. Be practical. Which old Mu-bidden did he learn this kind of empty gratitude from? Lin Tianfang was completely immersed in the fear of surviving the disaster. He had no memory of everything that happened some time ago. That day, he entered the extended plane for reinforcement as usual. However, as soon as he entered the plane, his eyes went black and he lost consciousness instantly. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to the temple. If Su Fan hadn't saved him, he might not even know how he died. Lin Tianfang felt scared just thinking about it. Although he is a strong man of the sun level, he will also fear death when he returns to the sun level. At this time, Lin Dong also came over, scratched his head, and thanked Su Fan. Thank you, Counselor Su Fan. If it weren't for you this time, the problem might not have been solved so quickly. In this crisis, you not only saved the temple, but also saved countless humans. Thank you too, for saving my father. Su Fan looked at Lin Dong, and then at Lin Tianfang. Only then did he realize that the faces of these two people were somewhat similar. In his previous life, Su Fan did not notice this detail, nor did he pay attention to it. Lu Roran looked at the slightly embarrassed smile on Su Fan's face, and slowly stood up to smooth things over. This time, our temple wants to thank Counselor Su Fan. Just words of gratitude are too weak. The temple has prepared some gifts for Counselor Su Fan, and I hope Counselor Su Fan will not refuse. Never refuse. Su Fan said in his heart that this is the reward he deserves. According to the severity of this incident, the Life Temple should pay half of the temple as compensation. Lu Roran took out a space ring and slowly handed it to Su Fan. These are some resources needed for the Moro Vine and the 1,000-leaf star-eating grass. The temple doesn't have much storage, so I hope Counselor Su Fan will accept it. Quote. Su Fan took the ring, probed into it with his mind, and smiled immediately. Isn't that enough? This space ring contains several small mountains of supplies. It seems that it is enough for Moro and Shixing to be promoted to the Weiyu level. As expected of one of the 7 major temples on Blue Star, it is indeed generous. Su Fan put away the space ring with a smile. He now feels that the temple is grateful for his sincerity. The reward is obviously more than that. Su Fan did not ask, but waited silently. Sure enough, Lu Roran asked someone to bring a metal box. She walked to the box and slowly opened it. Inside the box, it was full of secret crystals of life. The number is actually quite large. Su Fan just glanced at it, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. He remembered, there should be only more than 40 secret crystals of life stored in the Temple of Life. But this box contains at least 80 secret crystals of life. The number has more than doubled. What's going on? Su Fan was a little confused at first, but soon came to his senses. In the last life, it was not just him who helped the Temple of Life, but a large group of Federation strongmen. Although the temple was very grateful to him, it was certainly very limited. It is normal to hide something. But this time it was different. He almost single-handedly turned the tide and solved the crisis of the temple, allowing the temple to resolve this incident at a very small cost. He also saved the life of the temple master Lin Tianfang. This kindness is far beyond the previous life. And the secret crystal of life is the material that Su Fan urgently needs. In this case, if Lin Tianfeng and Lu Roran still hide something, are they still human? Su Fan couldn't help but feel ecstatic. It seemed that it was a wise decision for him to come to the Temple of Life in advance. Not only did he solve the problem at the lowest cost, but he also received sincere gratitude from the temple. Otherwise, he would never have gotten these 80 secret crystals of life. This is almost 1/3 of the number of secret crystals needed to evolve the 10,000 spirits demon soil into the living spirit soil. If he could get the secret crystals of life from the eternal dead domain and the sea of monsters, the number would be almost the same. He didn't need to go to other places to get secret crystals of life, and he could evolve the demon soil as soon as possible. Su Fan's eyes were filled with ecstasy, and he hurriedly accepted the secret crystals of life in front of him. These secret crystals of life are indeed important to me. I won't be polite. Seeing this, Lu Roran smiled and said, "Of course you don't have to be polite. This is the reward that the temple promised before. If there are more secret crystals of life in the future, or if there is any news about secret crystals, we will send them to Counselor Su Fan as soon as possible." The smile on Su Fan's face became more intense, and he said, "That's troublesome." Immediately, Su Fan looked around at the people around him and wanted to leave. Since he had received a more generous reward than expected, it was time to leave. There was no need for him to attend the next temple meeting. Besides, he had to report to the Federation about everything that happened in this divine acid, and there were still many things to come. "Everyone, in that case, I will return first. The Federation is still waiting for my news, and I have to go back to report the situation to Speaker Muan." Su Fan had planned to turn around and leave after he finished speaking. But after Lu Shengran finished speaking, a strange smile appeared on her face. Her beautiful eyes stared at Su Fan with a smile, and said, "Why is Counselor Su Fan so anxious? You don't even want the last reward." The last reward. Su Fan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He thought that those advanced resources and the secret crystal of life were all he had gained from this trip. Su Fan didn't expect to get more from the hands of the Temple of Life. But from what Lu Roran said, it seems that there is still something good for him. "If you don't take the benefits, you are a fool." Su Fan immediately stopped and looked at Lu Roran, wondering what the saint means is. Lu Roran walked slowly to Su Fan, exuding a soft temperament, like a flower blooming in spring. "Senator Su Fan, this time you saved the lives of 30 million believers in the extended plane. This is a supreme achievement for the Temple of Life and the Goddess. Single quote quote. If you are willing to join the Temple of Life, you can immediately become the deputy mover." Su Fan wanted to turn around and leave on the spot when he heard the glue. If this is the final reward, then he doesn't want it. Lu Roran continued, "But that's impossible. Single quote. Therefore, the goddess decided to give you a leaf of the tree of life." After that, Lu Shengran took out a strange leaf. This leaf showed a strange transparent color, as thin as a cicada's wing, revealing an extremely rich and strong life fluctuation. Su Fan looked at the leaf in front of him that exuded a strong breath of life, and his breathing became slightly heavier. The tree of life is one of the supreme trees, as famous as the world tree and the tree of desire, and is ruled by the goddess of life. The tree of life can breed billions of lives, and it is rumored to be the origin of many tribes. Although Su Fan was a demigod in his previous life, he had never seen the tree of life with his own eyes. Even if it is just a leaf, it has abundant vitality. This thing can be used to save lives at critical moments. If he had this leaf in his previous life, he would probably not have died in the hands of the evil god. Is this a leaf of the tree of life? Su Fan couldn't help but confirm it again. Lu Roran nodded, and said solemnly, "This is the reward given to you by the goddess." Su Fan solemnly took the almost transparent leaf in his hand and looked at it carefully. The transparent leaf in his hand seemed to be formed by countless silver threads intertwined and interwoven. If you look closely, you can find that each thread is covered with a large number of secret patterns. These secret patterns are the essence of life force. If you can understand these secret patterns, you can comprehend the mystery of the origin of life. Origin, that is the field that only the Supreme God can set foot on. The powerful path of living beings is actually a deeper understanding of the world. Although the Sun Stage is already a strong man, he has just embarked on this path, just beginning to contact the laws and understand how the world works. After this, it is to comprehend higher-level rules and the origin of the world. When you reach the sun stage, you can be regarded as reaching the starting point of becoming a strong man, not the end. This is too precious. Su Fan stared at the secret patterns on the silk threads, whispering in a low voice. His mind was completely immersed in it. He had created many lives and had a certain understanding of the origin of life. Now seeing these secret patterns, he couldn't help but compare his understanding with them, and his heart instantly had many enlightenment-like insights. Mr. Su Fan, this is the reward you deserve. Thank you for your contribution to the temple. If it weren't for you, the temple might have suffered a devastating blow. Lu Roran's words were not exaggerated at all. After experiencing that incident, the Temple of Life in the previous life was in a slump and its strength fell to the bottom of the 7 temples. Su Fan is now helping them solve the problem, which can be said to have saved the temple a lot of costs. After hearing Lu Roran's words, Su Fan regained his mind. He carefully put away the leaves of the life tree and said in a deep voice, "Thank you for the gift, goddess." Quote. Su Fan was really grateful. Although he helped the temple a lot this time, the little effort he put in was not worth a life leaf. It is no exaggeration to say that this leaf is equivalent to a second life. Even if Su Fan was annihilated in an instant, this life leaf could immediately reconstruct his life. Afterwards, Shifen set out to leave the Life Temple. Kyoto Courtyard. Muan looked at the detailed report on the Life Temple incident submitted by Su Fan, and fell into deep thought again. He guessed that the incident at the Life Temple might be serious this time. Otherwise, Su Fan would not be so serious, and even asked him to use the power of the City Defense Army and the Weird Department. But Muan never thought that this incident would be so serious. The Life Temple actually opened up an extended plain on the barrier of the main world. This extended plain was also invaded by the Abyss Plane. The Palace Master Lin Tianfang was eroded by the Abyss Will and almost transformed into an Abyss Demon. The 3-headed Sun-level demon is coming. A large number of high-level demons appeared near the City of Life. Muan spent a full hour to finish reading the detailed report in his hand, and then fell into a long silence. He didn't know anything about these things. Muan suddenly felt that he was very incompetent as the rotating speaker. Muan stared at Su Fan in front of him with a dim look. You really are doing big things quietly. Such a serious matter, you did it alone. To exaggerate a little, this matter has threatened the safety of the Federation and the tribe. Su Fan actually did such a big thing quietly. He solved all the problems by himself. Muan's shock was hard to describe in words. This is probably what happened. Su Fan slowly stood up and smiled faintly. There is nothing to do next, I have to go back and rest. Quote. Muan glanced at Su Fan and said nothing. He knew that the course of events would definitely not be as simple as the report said. However, there was no need for him to ask further questions. Su Fan has made great contributions to the Federation and the tribe this time. Okay. Su Fan turned and left immediately after hearing this. Muan looked at Su Fan's back as he walked away, and then retracted his gaze after a long time, and then smiled. He immediately signed an order to officially promote Su Fan to the Senate and reward him with 50 treasure points. The next day, Muan announced 2 things in the parliament. The first was that Su Fan was officially promoted to the Senate and became the real core figure of the Federation. The Senate members not only have better welfare benefits, but also have many substantial powers. If something similar happens again, as a member of the Senate, Su Fan can immediately take over the military and political system of the mission location without asking for instructions. As soon as this news was announced, it immediately caused a great shock. Many members of parliament were dissatisfied with Su Fan's promotion. After all, there are clear regulations for the promotion of members. Su Fan was promoted to the position of member based on his strength. If he wants to become a member of the Senate, he must at least be promoted to the Weiyu level. Is it a bit against the rules to promote him so early? Speaker Muan is too good at Su Fan. However, many members think this is reasonable. I think it is reasonable. The King of Rolls has completed our annual task in 1 month. Why can't he be promoted to the Senate? If you can do it, I will also support your promotion to the Senate. At least the king of roles is in his position to govern, unlike some people who only eat shit and do nothing. Muan listened to the discussion of the people below, without explaining a word, and immediately announced the second thing. This is a detailed report of the Life Temple incident. After you have read it, this information will be archived and sealed. I believe that after you have read it, you should have no objection to the previous personnel promotion. All members looked at the detailed report curiously. Then, the parliament fell into a long silence. What happened in the Temple of Life made everyone no longer have any objections to Su Fan's promotion. Many members of parliament opened their mouths wide, as if they couldn't believe the report they saw. King Muan is too powerful. He picked up the main Yaoyu level demon alone. Just ask who else. Now I have no doubt about King Muan's promotion decision. The Temple of Life is too bold. It actually opened up a plane privately. After a long silence, countless calls came from the parliament. Dong dong dong. Muan's fingers tapped the edge of the table, making a thunderous explosion. Silence. Now let's start the third item, discussing the affairs of the Temple of Life and how to deal with them later. Su Fan did not attend this parliament, but recuperated in the courtyard. He did not spend much effort in this incident, but simply did not want to go to the meeting. Compared with the meeting, counting the spoils was what he was most concerned about. In the natal space, Su Fan looked at the growing branch of the desire tree under his feet, and his eyes were filled with strong expectations. The biggest gain of this trip was getting this branch of the desire tree. The characteristic of the branch of the desire tree is that it can continue to grow, and thus grow into a desire subtree, or even grow into a real desire tree. In the last life, when Su Fan and others entered the extended plane, the branch had already grown into a desire subtree. Later, the Federation's strong men worked together to barely kill it and completely destroyed it. Su Fan did not get the opportunity to cultivate the branch of the desire tree. But now this branch has not grown up yet, and it has extremely strong plasticity and potential. Su Fan nurtured it in the magic soil, let it accept the nourishment of the magic soil, and gradually grow. And in the process of absorbing the energy of the magic soil, this branch will gradually surrender to itself. Whether I can have an abyss dimension that belongs to me alone depends on you. Su Fan stared at the branch that was only half a meter high and whispered to himself. The bodies of the demon dragon Dia and the other two sun-level demons were decomposed by the demon, and all the energy and resources after decomposition would be used to supply this branch. Su Fan also asked for a large number of demon corpses from the hands of the Life Temple, which could be used as nutrients for the growth of the branch. These corpses were of little use to the Life Temple and were very difficult to deal with. They were eager for Su Fan to take them away. Enos and its demon dragon guards squatted beside the demon. With this batch of demon dragons, Su Fan's strength has been greatly improved. Enos himself is a peak sun level combat force, and he can be regarded as a strong man in the entire World Sea. Its 15 demon dragon guards can be regarded as a top sun level combat force. Adding Abra on the side, Su Fan's subordinates suddenly have 3 sun level combat forces. The growth of the desire branch requires a lot of time, and it is definitely not possible to see any success in a short time. Otherwise, in the last life, those abyss demons would not have to wait for more than 10 years. Su Fan slowly retracted his gaze and continued to count the harvest this time. In addition to the branch of desire, the most surprising harvest for Su Fan was the leaf of life. Su Fan never thought that he could obtain this treasure. The main function of the leaf of life is to give him a second life. Even if Su Fan's body and soul were annihilated in an instant, this leaf could reconstruct his life again. This undoubtedly provides more guarantees for his future growth. Moreover, for Su Fan, this leaf has a more important meaning. He can refer to the secret patterns in the leaf of life and compare them with his own perceptions, so as to have a better understanding of the origin of life. He was a demigod in his last life, and he will definitely not stop at demigod in this life. He must move forward to a higher level. Then the rules and origin are the areas he needs to explore. With this life leaf, it will be of great help to him in exploring the origin. At Su Fan's feet, there are more than 80 secret crystals of life. These secret crystals of life are the initial motivation for him to go to the temple. Su Fan went to the temple just to get these 40 secret crystals of life. However, This trip to the Temple of Life has yielded far more than he expected. Not only did he get the branches of desire and the leaves of life, but he also got more than 80 secret crystals of life. This is twice as much as he expected. This can greatly speed up the evolution of the 10,000 spirits demon soil. As long as he collects another 110 secret crystals of life, it will be enough to make the 10,000 spirits demon soil evolve into the life soil of living spirits. In this way, he is one step closer to the soil of creation. Su Fan found a place to sit down and began to think about the next plan. My own combat power is a little low, and the Morning Star level can no longer meet the needs. Quote, I must upgrade to the Brilliant Moon level as soon as possible. After reaching the Brilliant Moon level, many methods can be used, and then you can also participate in the battles between the sun levels. Quote, Su Fan was quite dissatisfied with his current strength. The places he was going to go next were all very dangerous, good thing, and the events he was going to intervene in also required the strength of the sun level. And he was only the Morning Star level at present. Although he could defeat the Brilliant Moon level by various means, he could never fight against the sun level. The strength was still a little low. To be honest, Su Fan's improvement speed was already quite shocking. It took only 7 months for him to awaken, and he had already been promoted from the first level to the Morning Star level. Looking at the history of the entire human race, there was no one as evil as him. But he was still dissatisfied with his strength. If this were to be said, many awakeners would be ashamed to hit their heads against the wall and commit suicide. Next, I have to devote myself to cultivation and advance to the Brilliant Moon level. Once I enter the Brilliant Moon level, I can go to the Monster Sea, and get the secret crystal of life hidden there. Su Fan slowly clenched his fist. And then, he caught a glimpse of Moro and Shixing squatting in the corner of his natal space from the corner of his eye. They were originally the strongest monsters in his natal space. But once Abra was cultivated, they were no longer dazzling at the Morning Star level. Now Enos and a group of dragon guards have poured into the natal space again. The status of Moro and Shixing has been declining. Sandwiched between a group of sun-level strongmen, they can only huddle in the corner and tremble. Su Fan couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. Seeing these two brothers, he suddenly felt a sense of sympathy. The resources given by the temple this time are enough for you two to advance to the Brilliant Moon level. Don't go out to do tasks in the next period of time. Practice well with me and strive to break through to the Waving Moon level as soon as possible. Moro and Shixing heard Su Fan's words and swung the vines violently, just like people nodding. Su Fan was not worried about their promotion. Before the sun, as long as there are enough resources, they can advance quickly. In order to go to the Monster Sea as soon as possible to obtain the secret crystal of life, Su Fan put all his thoughts on improving his strength. Su Fan had completed more than 40 tasks in one go. According to this standard, the Federation could not force him to assign tasks for several years. So these tasks could only fall on other members. Every day, someone in the member group called Su Fan. King Muan, why don't you do the tasks? There are so many tasks waiting for you. I miss the days when King Muan was still there. It was not our turn to do the tasks at that time. King Muan, can you not do it now? Men can't say no. Come back, my King Muan. Since the title of King Muan came out, many members began to call Su Fan by this title. They tagged Su Fan in the group in a teasing tone. It can be seen that after experiencing these incidents, these members have sincerely accepted Su Fan and regarded him as a member of the Federation. But no matter how everyone called, Su Fan never showed up in the group. Because he put all his thoughts on improving his strength. In the Kyoto courtyard, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the wide and quiet courtyard, and the breath of his body slowly climbed. The 3 ranks of Morning Star, Brilliant Moon, and Sun are mainly about absorbing and using the power of heaven and earth. The Morning Star level absorbs the power of stars, while the Brilliant Moon level absorbs the power of Brilliant Moon. The latter is higher than the former and is a more powerful force. The gap between these two powers is huge. Su Fan relied on many means and the law of fire to barely fill the gap between himself and the Brilliant Moon level strongman. After entering the Brilliant Moon level, the awakened will resonate with the world again, thereby replacing their own power with the calendar of the next month. This process is very similar to the promotion to the morning star level, mainly to resonate with the world again. As a former demigod level strongman, Su Fan is naturally very familiar with this process. The slight perception that others can grasp after practicing for more than 10 years or even decades is not a difficult task for Su Fan. Su Fan sat cross-legged in the courtyard for more than 10 days, and his perception gradually accumulated, and was about to reach the critical point of resonance with the heaven and earth. This time he did not deliberately suppress this perception, but let it grow continuously. When he was promoted to the morning star level, Su Fan had to suppress the total Ming time in order to deal with Abra, but now there is no need for this. In the natal space, Moro and Shixing are also absorbing resources quickly, striving to enter the brilliant moon level as soon as possible. Their speed is obviously faster than Su Fan is much slower. Because it takes a lot of time to absorb a large amount of advanced materials. Moro is okay, but the speed of the star is really slow. Therefore, the Star Eater has to seek the help of the demon soil dust spirit again. The dust spirits decompose all the high-grade metals and then infuse them into the Star Eater. The Star Eater originally hated this practice, but in order to be promoted to the brilliant moon level as soon as possible, it had to take this method. Abra was not idle either, staying quietly in the natal space to comprehend the laws. The reason why its strength fell was that it lost a lot of law perceptions during the recovery process. Once these perceptions return, his strength can immediately recover to the top level of the sun level. Enos and his magic dragon guards are bored. Enos's cultivation has reached the peak of the sun level, and it is a very long process to upgrade to the demigod level. Moreover, Enos has the blood of the Dragon King, plus his talent. If he grows normally, he will definitely reach the demigod level. However, Enos was cursed by the blood, and his strength has temporarily reached the ceiling. No matter how much he practices, it is difficult to break through. What it is looking forward to most now is to remove the curse on its body and break through to the demigod level. Years passed mercilessly, and a month passed in a hurry. For high-level masters with extremely long lifespans, a month is extremely short. Even for humans with the shortest lifespan, once they break through the morning star level, their lifespan will be counted in thousands of years. If they continue to break through, their lifespan will often increase tenfold. The lifespans of the 10 speakers at the peak of the sun level are even longer and difficult to measure. The month that Su Fan disappeared did not attract anyone's special attention. Rumble. A very illusory silver full moon appeared silently in the night sky. A vast force suddenly appeared above Kyoto City, covering the entire city. The moonlight fell, shining for thousands of miles, and the bright light illuminated the land. The top masters in Kyoto City opened their eyes and rushed to the night sky, ABCA, with curiosity on their faces. Someone has broken through to the Weiyu level. I wonder which counselor. Ha ha ha, our federation will have another Weiyu level warrior in the future. If placed in the intermediate plane, the Geiui level can be called the strongest. Who broke through? Dubians. Li Tang, I remember that they are about to break through. Many counselors were not at all panicked by the sudden appearance of the strange phenomenon in Kyoto City. Because they are very familiar with this phenomenon. This is clearly a phenomenon caused by someone's promotion to the Weiyu level in resonance with the heaven and earth. The appearance of this phenomenon also means that humans will have one more Weiyu level warrior. This is a great event worth celebrating. So far, there are less than 100 Weiyu level warriors in the human race, which is pitifully small. Even if there is one more person, the strength of the Federation can be greatly improved. Everyone looked at the illusory bright moon in the sky, wanting to see the specific location where the moonlight fell. Many people were stunned when they saw it. That place. I remember it seems to be Su Fan's residence. Did Su Fan advance to the brilliant moon level? What a joke. He was promoted to the morning star level and joined the parliament more than a month ago. How could he break through again in such a short time? It seems to be true. He is the only morning star level in that area. Countless exclamations suddenly came from the night sky of Kyoto City. It's really him. Su Fan really broke through to the brilliant moon level. How is this possible? How did he advance from morning star to brilliant moon in a month? Don't forget, Su Fan is the spokesperson of the gods, maybe he can get help from the true gods. It is impossible to get help by resonating with the heaven and earth. Su Fan can only rely on his own talent to feel God can't help. He must have relied on himself to advance to the brilliant moon level. This talent is really terrible. Everyone looked at a place in Kyoto City, where the moonlight gathered. Everyone's heart was like boiling water, tumbling endlessly, and it was difficult to calm down. The gods can help the spokesperson to improve their rank but only by forcible promotion. For example, directly pouring the power of the morning star or the power of the brilliant moon into the spokesperson's body roughly, and forcibly improving the rank in this way. If the rank is improved in this way, then there will definitely be no resonance phenomenon. Because the spokesperson has not been recognized by the heaven and earth, he has simply obtained the power of the heaven and earth of the corresponding rank. Since Su Fan has caused the resonance phenomenon, it means that he is definitely not promoted in this way. He relies on his own talent and qualifications to step into the brilliant moon rank. Thinking of this, all the onlookers showed shock on their faces. It took 6 months from awakening to entering the morning star rank. It took 1 month to go from morning star to brilliant moon. Su Fan's talent was terrifyingly strong, refreshing their cognition. Monster, monster, a brilliant moon expert said with emotion, sighing that he was inferior to them. Several brilliant moon experts nearby also nodded. Su Fan's talent was indeed terrifying. It only took 7 months from awakening to now, and he was at the same level as them. Su Fan's upper limit is terrifyingly high. Maybe it won't be long before he can surpass his group of people. All the morning star experts who witnessed this scene were all autistic by Su Fan. One by one, they stared blankly at the bright moon in the sky, falling into deep self-doubt. Su Fan only took 1 month to upgrade from morning star to brilliant moon. How long have they been in the morning star? 10 years, 20 years, even 100 years. Even after spending so much time, they still have no signs of promotion. Compared with Su Fan, they are as stupid as pigs. All the morning star counselors lowered their heads and began to reflect on themselves. Is Su Fan too abnormal, or are they too arrogant? Somewhere in Kyoto City, sitting in the courtyard, Muan slowly looked up at the direction of Su Fan's courtyard. So fast, even Muan's face showed a trace of shock. Su Fan's promotion speed was too fast, several times faster than he expected. Muan thought that even with Su Fan's talent, it would take at least half a year to enter the brilliant moon stage. Now it seems that he underestimated Su Fan too much. Muan took a deep breath, then narrowed his eyes, revealing a deep expression, as if thinking about something important. In the courtyard, Su Fan accepted the flushing of the bright white moonlight, and the whole person was completely bathed in the moonlight. The star power in his body was gradually replaced by the stronger brilliant moon power. Su Fan's body was soon filled with this vast power. But he did not stop there, but opened his life space. The next second, endless moonlight poured into the life space like a river and sea. When resonating, it is a rare opportunity to grab the power of heaven and earth, and Su Fan will not miss it. The magic soil absorbed a lot of star power last time and transformed it into the purest power. Now it can also absorb a lot of brilliant moon power. Because of the magic soil of all spirits, the time that Su Fan resonated with heaven and earth was longer than everyone imagined. That illusory white moon actually shone over Kyoto City for a full 17 minutes. Kyoto City has had resonance phenomena of promotion to the brilliant moon level before. But these resonance phenomena lasted for a very short time, often appearing for a few seconds and then dissipating. No longer than a minute. But this time the phenomenon lasted for a full 17 minutes. This made all the onlookers show extremely surprised expressions. They naturally knew what this meant. This means that Su Fan can absorb dozens or even hundreds of times the power of the brilliant moon that they can. Is the Circle King still a human? How can his body absorb so much brilliant moon calendar? In the silent night sky, someone couldn't help but swear. In this peaceful and harmonious scene, it was extremely harsh. Immediately afterwards, the rest of the people also spoke in disbelief. It's been 10 minutes. Can he absorb all the power of the brilliant moon? Isn't he afraid of bursting? The duration of the resonance phenomenon is equal to the absorption time. I seem to have only absorbed it for 3 seconds, and I felt that I was about to burst. Natal object. Su Fan's natal object must be able to accommodate the power of the brilliant moon, but what is his natal object? Why can it absorb so much power of the brilliant moon? Natal objects can absorb the power of the brilliant moon, which is not surprising. But even with the natal object, the absorption time will not be so long. Su Fan's absorption time is so long that it is a bit abnormal. If compared with his time, all the counselors present are 3-second men. Everyone felt a deep sense of inferiority. Everyone went from disbelief to shock at the beginning, and then to numbness. If the moonlight was not still falling, they would even think that the picture in front of them was still. Just when everyone was doubting, Su Fan's resonance was not a problem. A hearty voice sounded in the sky above Kyoto City. Sorry, everyone, I disturbed you late at night. Su Fan's laughter reached everyone's ears. The expressions of many congressmen who were watching suddenly changed, and a warm smile immediately appeared on their face. How could it be? Su Fan, your promotion to the Weiyu level is a great joy for the Federation and the tribe. If possible, I would rather be disturbed like this every day. Congratulations to King Muan, successfully promoted to the Weiyu level, and my human race will have another top combat power from now on. Congratulations. Congratulations on the promotion, Su Fan, your talent really makes us ashamed. The congressmen congratulated Su Fan one after another, and their tone was very sincere, even with a hint of envy. Su Fan's talent no longer needs to be proven, he is definitely one of the few monsters in human history. From the time he absorbed the power of the moon, his combat power must be high. Su Fan can absorb so much of the power of the moon, which means that his power reserve is far greater than that of the same level. Therefore, his combat ability is definitely much stronger than that of the awakened people of the same level. Such a genius has a bright future. Su Fan is likely to be promoted to the sun level and become one of the strongest people in the tribe. Maybe, the Federation will have the 11th speaker. Such a genius with a bright future, who doesn't want to make friends with him? That's why many congressmen are so enthusiastic at this moment. Su Fan smiled and returned the gift. After a burst of noise, the noisy night sky returned to silence again. But tonight will definitely be a sleepless night for many people. Many counselors returned, and the night sky of Kyoto City was peaceful again. Su Fan returned to his courtyard, sitting cross-legged with a faint smile on his face. After being promoted to the Weiyu level, his strength has been greatly improved, and many methods that could not be used before can now be used. Now his overall strength should be able to reach the peak of the Weiyu level. If he encounters an ordinary sun level, he can still compete with the opponent. However, if he encounters a strong man at Muan's level, his strength is still too weak to fight against him. It has only been 7 months since awakening, and the speed of strength recovery is faster than expected. Su Fan laughed softly. His original plan was to be promoted to the Weiyu level within a year, and then spend another half a year to break through to the sun level. As for the promotion from the sun level to the demigod, it will take longer, maybe, several years. Su Fan's promotion to the demigod was also a bit of luck. He did not dare to guarantee that he could have such good luck in this life. But judging from the current promotion rhythm, it may not take as long as he imagined to recover to the peak period. When the strength reaches the Weiyu level, it can be regarded as barely entering the ranks of the strong. When Shixing and Moro are promoted to the Weiyu level, they can go to the Monster Sea. Su Fan thought of this, and his thoughts gradually penetrated into the natal space. In the white space, Moro and Shixing were rooted in the magic soil, madly absorbing those advanced materials. Their bodies are more than doubled compared to a month ago, and their aura has reached the peak of the morning star level, and they may break through at any time. Su Fan is not worried about the advancement of Moro and Shixing. Because plant monsters have a natural advantage when resonating with the heaven and earth. As long as Su Fan can provide enough materials, the two of them can quickly cook. However, if the two of them want to be promoted from the Weiyu level to the sun level, it may take a long time. Because one of the conditions for promotion to the sun level is to comprehend a law. It is very difficult to comprehend the law, which has stopped countless human awakeners. Even for Moruo and Shixing, it will take a long time to enter the threshold of the law. But Su Fan will have a way to make them advance faster. The sun stage is not a big problem. After checking the status of Moruo and Shixing, Su Fan's eyes fell on the desire branch. After a month of nutrient absorption, the desire branch is now more than 3 meters high, like a sapling that is growing vigorously. And its resistance to Su Fan has obviously weakened a lot. Su Fan's natal soil has the ability to promote the growth of monsters. So the desire branch does not need to spend more than 10 years to grow. In the 10,000 spirits demon soil, it may only take 1 or 2 years to fully grow and gain the ability to breed demons in advance. Su Fan is looking forward to that moment. Once the desire branch grows up, it is equivalent to having a machine that can breed high-level demons infinitely. The next day, Su Fan received a message from Muan, asking him to go to the latter's residence. "Congratulations on your promotion," Muan said with a smile when he saw Su Fan coming. Su Fan didn't bother to be polite with him, and sat down by himself and drew the tale. "No reward." Muan showed a smile that he had expected, then took out something and threw it to Su Fan. "Here, take it." Su Fan took the thing that Muan handed over, looked at it, and then showed a very surprised expression. "Is this the crown of law?" What fell into Su Fan's hand was a very small crown, only half the size of a palm, inlaid with 5 gems the size of a fingernail, shining with different lusters. Su Fan naturally recognized this thing, the crown of law. The awakened cannot use the power of law before reaching the sun stage. Without using various spells and secret arts, it is also impossible to convert one's own power into elemental power. But the crown of law can help the awakened do this. The crown of law is a holy object forged with star-tier jade gold as a carrier and inlaid with law fragments. The awakened can use the crown of law to exert a weakened version of the power of law, and at the same time can convert their own power into elemental power at will. However, the crown of law must be inlaid with corresponding law fragments. Therefore, the number and size of fragments on the crown of law determine the rarity of the former. Su Fan looked at the crown of law in his hand, his face was quite shocked. The crown of law in his hand was inlaid with 5 law fragments, namely gold, water, wind, wood. Su Fan stared at the gray law fragment in the middle and took a deep breath. And, the law of time. Time and space are superior laws. Any crown inlaid with these 2 law fragments will make even the sun-level strongman crazy, and the price cannot be measured by money. If the law crown that Muan gave to Su Fan was placed in Wanbao Pavilion, it might be worth more than 500 treasure points. If Muan gave Su Fan just an ordinary law crown, Su Fan probably wouldn't care much. Because he doesn't need that little bit of law power, and he doesn't need to convert his power into elemental power. But if there is a fragment of the law of time, that's different. Maybe the few secret arts of the law of time and space that he has mastered can be used. This is too expensive, it's not appropriate. If other members knew about it, I'm afraid they would have some opinions. Quote. Su Fan declined while integrating the law crown into his body. This thing does not need to be worn on the head, that would be too stupid, it can be directly integrated into the body. Su Fan's wrist suddenly had an exquisite crown tattoo. Muan looked at Su Fan's actions with a professional and polite smile on his face. "This is a reward from the tribe to you. The information you revealed before is of amazing value. We have been thinking about what to reward you with. After all, you are the spokesperson of the gods, and ordinary things are not worth your attention. Now that you have been promoted to the Brilliant Moon level, the law crown is just useful. Indeed, for the strong men of the Brilliant Moon level, the law crown is simply the most suitable holy object. As long as you wear it, you can obtain a variety of law powers, and your combat power can be greatly improved. On the contrary, the strong men of the sun level probably look down on ordinary crowns. This thing is really very useful to me." Quote. Su Fan grinned, and his dissatisfaction with Muan in his heart was slightly reduced. "What are your plans next?" Muan crossed his hands and placed them on the stone table. "Any news to report to the Federation? Or do some tasks to help the Federation? After reaching the Weiyu stage, the scope of your acceptable tasks has expanded a lot." Su Fan refused Muan's invitation without thinking. Provide information. In his memory, there was nothing major happening in the Federation recently, and there was no news to provide. He could not tell Muan a lot of news, fearing that Muan would find it difficult to accept. Before he had sufficient strength, even if he knew it earlier and prepared well, he could not change the outcome of the matter. He was even less interested in taking on tasks. Su Fan was going to the Monster Sea next, which would probably take a long time, so he had no time to do the task for the time being. Thank you for the invitation. I will go to the Monster Sea next, and I guess I will not have time to contribute to the Federation. Su Fan smiled faintly. Monster Sea. Mu Yun's face became a little more serious when he heard this. The danger of the Monster Sea. You should know that even if I enter the depths of the Monster Sea, I am not sure that I can get out of it unscathed. Especially the big crack in the seabed, the monsters inside, their history may date back to before the formation of the Blue Planet. Su Fan nodded slightly. Others don't know, how could he not know? When he went to the Monster Sea to venture out, 1/3 of the elite monsters he brought died. The death toll of ordinary monsters is hundreds of times that of the former. After paying such a huge price, he barely managed to fight his way out of the depths of the Monster Sea. Moreover, this was when the monsters in the big seabed crack did not make a move. Su Fan estimated, some of the monsters hidden in the seabed crack may have reached the demigod level. But their status is the same as Chen, they have been suppressed by the will of the world, and they are basically in a deep sleep, will not wake up easily, and will not take action. Although the number of monsters he brought this time is small, the quality is high. An Enos at the peak of the sun level, an Abra at the top of the sun level, and a group of dragon guards. As long as Su Fan does not mess around in the Monster Sea, there will be no problems along the way. Since you are determined to go, I will not dissuade you. Be careful. Mu Yun looked up and gave Su Fan a meaningful look. You are now at the Weiyu level, the backbone of the tribe. The death of any Weiyu level warrior is a huge loss to the tribe. But judging from the strength you showed in the Temple of Life, I should not worry about your safety. Su Fan stood up with a smile and raised his hand. With the crown of laws obtained from Mu Yun, he walked out of the yard with satisfaction. This trip was worth it. 10 days after Su Fan was promoted to the Weiyu level, Moro and Shixing also bought the Weiyu level one after another. The illusory bright moon appeared directly in Su Fan's natal space. The vast and boundless Weiyu power poured directly into the bodies of Moro and Shixing. The scene was extremely spectacular, like a galaxy pouring back. After absorbing the Weiyu power, Moro and Shixing's strength increased countless times. They were originally at the peak level of the Morning Star level, and now they are also at the peak level after entering the Weiyu level. Moro and Shixing were originally species with extremely high potential among plant monsters, and Su Fan provided them with sufficient supplies. They didn't have to work hard to get promoted like their peers. Su Fan provided them with a complete saturation supply, so it would be strange if they didn't have strong fighting power. After reaching the peak of the Brilliant Moon stage, both Moro and Shixing were very excited, with countless vines tumbling in their natal space. They had never thought that they could be promoted to the Brilliant Moon stage in just a few months. Thanks to the master's careful training. After being promoted to the Brilliant Moon stage, Moro and Shixing's intelligence has also been greatly improved. Now their thinking is completely comparable to that of normal humans. Su Fan stroked their vines to calm them down. Don't be proud. The place we are going to next is very dangerous. And the Brilliant Moon stage is not your end, but just the starting point. Moro and Shixing were both excited, and Wei Wujun agreed. Enos, who was lying in the magic soil, raised his eyelids lazily. Promoted to the Brilliant Moon stage. Are you so happy? As a person with the blood of the Dragon King, I will never experience the pleasure of hard work and corresponding experience. Moro and Shixing were promoted to the Brilliant Moon stage. Su Fan used these 10 days to complete the preliminary preparations. After that, he immediately set off and headed for the Monster Sea. The Monster Sea is the most dangerous uninhabited area in the Federation. This area occupies 1/7 of the area of Blue Star, and it can really be described as vast and boundless. The Monster Sea is shrouded in a gray mist all year round. The number of monsters inside is calculated in billions, which is terrifying, and the number of high-level monsters is far more than other uninhabited areas. In the history of the Federation, whenever a monster tide breaks out in the Monster Sea, it must be a disaster, and its horror is far greater than other monster tides. In the Monster Sea, according to the records of the Sea of Things, the last monster tide broke out 70 years ago. In that monster tide, the Federation paid a huge sacrifice. A Sun-level warrior died in battle, and the member of the Tianwei Weiyu level died in the monster Tide King. The economic and human losses suffered by the Federation are difficult to calculate with numbers. From this, we can see the horror of the monster sea. Even if a Sun-level warrior goes deep into it, there is a high probability that he will not survive. Fortunately, the frequency of monster tides in the monster sea is the lowest among all uninhabited areas. On average, it will only occur 10 times in 100 years. Therefore, in the next 200 years, the Federation is still very safe. Su Fan came to the edge of the land and stood in front of the gray mist. He was standing at the border of the human territory, and further away was the extremely dangerous monster sea. There was no fear on Su Fan's face. His destination was a deeper area in the monster sea, but it was not the deepest part of the monster sea. With Enos and Abra, the safety was still quite high. For Su Fan, the most dangerous area in the entire monster sea was the large seabed crack that spanned half of the monster sea. The monsters lurking inside were very scary. As long as he could avoid the large seabed crack, there would be no danger. After a short stop, Su Fan slowly stepped forward and walked into the gray mist. The mist rolled gently, and in the blink of an eye, it swallowed Su Fan's figure. As soon as he entered the gray mist, Su Fan heard the roars of countless monsters, and a violent breath rushed towards him. Although there was only a layer of mist between them, the inside and the outside were like two different worlds. One side was the human territory, and the other side was the paradise of monsters. This layer of light gray mist was the dividing line between the two sides. The gray mist that separates the land and the sea is like an invisible barrier that separates the sea of monsters from the human territory. Many people are curious about this barrier. Even many strong people think that this gray mist was deliberately set up by someone to block monsters. So many top strong people studied the gray mist. But no matter how they studied, they found that it was just ordinary ocean mist, and there was nothing special about it. Therefore, the investigation and research on the gray mist gradually decreased. Su Fan touched a handful of gray mist, and it was cold in his hand, and his palm was slightly moist. It was indeed just ordinary mist. These mists could not stop those powerful monsters. But why did these monsters not rush out of the mist, but always confined to the sea of monsters? Su Fan thought for a moment, then shook his head and stopped thinking. Even if he had lived 2 lives and had insight into some of the secrets of this world, he could not know all the truth. The gray mist surrounding the monster sea may be man-made or naturally formed. But it has nothing to do with him at the moment. His current goal is to get the batch of life secret crystals hidden in the monster sea as soon as possible. Su Fan looked at the southeast area of the monster sea, and then released Moro and Shixing from the natal space. Moro and Shixing are at the peak of the Weiyu level, which can deter many enemies lurking in the dark. There is no need to release Enos and Abra at this time, which will cause trouble. The huge bodies of Moro and Shixing suddenly appeared in the deep sea. Most of their vines are hidden in the deep sea. At this time, Moro and Shixing look like real deep-sea monsters. Whoosh! Although Moro is huge, his speed of shuttling under the water is amazing, sweeping a fast-rolling ripple on the water surface. It's almost there. Su Fan sat in the vines, searching the entire sea surface. The secret crystal of life in his memory was left in the sea in front of him. Although he knew the approximate location, it would take a lot of time to find it. This area is hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, and it will take some time to find it. Fortunately, there are Moro and Star Eater, so there is no need to worry about the attack of monsters. Su Fan will spend the next time searching here to find the secret crystal of life lost on the seabed. It was accidental that he got the information about this batch of secret crystal of life in his previous life. When sorting out the old navigation data accumulated by the Federation, he accidentally got this news. So Su Fan entered the monster sea with a fluke mentality, and finally got the batch of secret crystal of life after spending countless costs. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be found now. During Su Fan's search, ocean monsters came up from time to time. But before they get close, they will be pierced by a silver white snake. This silver white snake is not a monster in the deep sea, but a vine of Star Eater. Even in the water, the speed of the star-eating vine can reach 7 times the speed of sound. Moruo used his hundreds of long vines to explore and search under the water, and his speed was not slow. Su Fan waited patiently, alerting his surroundings from time to time. He was alert to the sun-level monsters in the Monster Sea. Although this area is not the core of the Monster Sea, it is also very close to the center. Once those sun-level monsters sense the breath of humans, they will wake up immediately and rush over. Before entering the Monster Sea, Su Fan had used spells to cover up his breath. As for star-eating in Moruo, they don't need to, they are monsters. In this dangerous Monster Sea full of high-level monsters, the appearance of 2 peak moon-level monsters is not a strange thing. Su Fan suddenly sensed the spiritual fluctuations emitted by Moro, and his eyes slightly opened. Found it. Moro used vines to send Su Fan to the place where he found the abnormality. Su Fan slowly shuttled under the water, and then saw a super-large ancient shipwreck that was extremely decayed. That's it. Looking at the ancient shipwreck in front of him, Su Fan's eyes lit up. This is the shipwreck where the secret crystal of life is located. In the ancient times before the Federation was formed, humans at that time would still sail in the Monster Sea. This super-large ancient shipwreck is one of the ships that sailed in the Monster Sea and transported supplies back and forth. But later an accident occurred, and everything on the shipwreck was buried under the 10,000 meters of the sea. Moro asked if he wanted to let him tow the shipwreck up. But Su Fan shook his head. There's something trapped under this shipwreck. In the thick seabed mud under this shipwreck, a large snake of the Sun Order is sleeping. Su Fan suffered a great loss in his last life. At that time, he didn't notice the life fluctuations of this large snake at all, and rashly moved the shipwreck, and was attacked. Now Su Fan will naturally not act rashly, and must first deal with the large snake of the Sun Order below. Su Fan asked Moro and Shixing to retreat, and then summoned Enos from the natal space. There is a trouble below, you solve it as soon as possible. Su Fan whispered in Enos's ear. Enos, who was sleeping in the magic soil, slowly opened his eyes and found himself at the bottom of the sea. A trace of displeasure flashed across his face. Its displeasure was not directed at Su Fan, but at these sea waters. As a member of the Fire Dragon clan, Enos hates these sea waters. Now surrounded by endless sea water, it feels like it is covered in shit. Okay. Enos moved his body and whispered. Immediately, Enos flapped his wings and landed heavily on the seabed. All the silt was stirred up, and the bottom of the water suddenly became extremely turbid. Then, Enos' eyes searched the seabed, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. He saw it suddenly stretched out its dragon claws and grabbed into the silt somewhere. In the turbidity, Su Fan couldn't see clearly. He only saw Enos' claws grabbing a very thick white object. Su Fan immediately recalled the appearance of this sun-level snake. It was a white snake that was tens of meters thick. It was like a white dragon on the seabed, extremely fierce. At that time, this white snake brought Su Fan a lot of trouble. Because at that time, he didn't have too many elite monsters of the sun level around him, and their strength was generally low. It took a lot of time just to deal with this white snake. But now the situation is different. With Enos, who is at the peak of the sun level, Su Fan is not worried at all that this white snake will cause any obstacles to him. The fact was just as he expected. The white snake was awakened from its deep sleep, and suddenly burst into a raging rage, revealing a fierce aura that made the surrounding monsters panic. However, instead of panic, there was a flash of disdain on Enos's face. A small, trashy snake of medium strength at the sun stage dared to get angry in front of him. Enos killed the white snake with almost no effort. The huge gap between dragons and snakes was fully reflected at this moment. In the hands of Enos, this giant snake that dominated the sea was like a toy, being kneaded and bullied at will. Caw caw caw. Enos grabbed the white snake with his claws and twisted its neck directly. The terrifying power invaded the latter's body and annihilated all the vitality in its body. Immediately, the body of the white snake floated in the silent deep sea. Su Fan's eyes were happy, and he hurriedly went up to collect the body of the white snake. The body of this white snake can be used for cultivation. Although it is not a potential monster, it is at least a day-level combat power. Su Fan had a faint smile on his lips. With Enos here, it is indeed easy to deal with this white snake. The next time will be much easier. As long as this sunken ship is put into the life space, and then quietly slip away, this exploration will be over. Su Fan didn't dare to waste time, waved his hand, and directly received the huge sunken ship in front of him into his life space. Let's go. As soon as he got the things, Su Fan hurriedly retreated. He didn't expect that this operation would be so smooth. Take advantage of the fact that the sun-level monsters in the depths of the monster sea have not yet reacted, and leave as soon as possible. Ang! It was at this time. The seabed vibrated slightly, and all the sea water began to vibrate, emitting a rhythmic rhythm. A series of dull sounds spread rapidly from a distance. Su Fan's face changed. It seems that the sun-level monsters in the monster sea have still noticed the movement here. Su Fan did not stay any longer, and hurriedly took Moro and Shixing to retreat. He did not take Enos into his life space, because the latter's peak sun-level aura can deter those powerful enemies and make them dare not approach easily. Su Fan and his party quickly retreated to the edge of the monster sea. On the way of retreat, Su Fan found that Enos's face seemed a little strange. What's wrong? Su Fan asked in a low voice. He followed the gaze of Enos and was slightly shocked. The direction Enos was looking at was the area where the big seabed crack was. Could it be that the monsters in the big seabed crack made some movement? Su Fan's face changed slightly. If the monsters in the big seabed crack made some movement, he might not be so comfortable next time. It's okay. Enos came back to his senses and shook his head slowly. Su Fan didn't ask any more questions and quietly took the time to evacuate. The number of sun-level monsters in the monster sea is a very terrifying number, much more than that of the Federation. As long as he is not surrounded by these sun-level monsters, there will be no problem. Su Fan just wants to evacuate as soon as possible before these sun-level monsters catch up. However, things don't go as planned. Although those sun-level monsters can't stop Su Fan as soon as possible, they can drive the low-level monsters in the monster sea. As the roar spread, countless monsters in the sea of monsters rushed towards Su Fan. Although these low-level monsters were very weak, there were too many of them, which brought great obstacles to Su Fan. This scene is definitely not what every human awakener wants to encounter. On the turbulent ocean, hundreds of millions of monsters rushed towards Su Fan from all directions. Looking around, all you can see are hideous monsters, densely packed in the entire ocean. In this situation, surrounded by hundreds of millions of monsters, even the sun level will die. Because although the sun level is powerful, it also has a time when it is exhausted and has never truly transcended. Anyone who enters the sea of monsters least wants to see the scene in front of them. Su Fan's face changed slightly. He had never seen such a scene in his previous life. What's going on? He just salvaged an ancient shipwreck from the bottom of the sea, and it didn't violate the law of heaven. Why do those sun-level ocean overlords repeatedly entertain me with the same kind of ceremony? Did I stir up a hornet's nest? Even Su Fan was a little uneasy at this moment. He glanced at Enos beside him, and suddenly understood something in his heart. It must be Enos's aura that attracted the attention of a large number of ocean overlords, causing the latter's collective hostility. Although there are a lot of high-level monsters in the monster sea, they always maintain a delicate balance. Once the balance is broken, it will trigger a surging monster tide. When I entered in the last life, although I brought a lot of monsters, there were no very strong monsters. These monsters are nothing to the monster sea, where the number of monsters is counted in billions. Those ocean overlords have no interest in him at all. But this time he came with Enos. Enos is too strong, and has reached the peak of the sun rank. Its appearance instantly broke the balance of ocean overlords in the monster sea, and attracted collective hostility. At this moment, those ocean overlords are united to kill Enos and himself. Su Fan suddenly showed a helpless bitter smile on his face. He had calculated everything. But he didn't expect this. Now he is besieged by billions of monsters, and he may not be able to escape without paying a bloody price. And the monster tide has begun to take shape. Even if he puts Enos into his life space, it will be useless. We can't let the monster tide continue to expand. Once the monster tide is formed, even if I escape successfully, these monsters will break through the gray mist and attack humans. The terrible thing about the monster tide is that once it is formed, it is difficult to stop, unless there are a large number of deaths. Once the monster tide in the monster sea takes shape and rushes out of the gray dew, then everyone will suffer huge casualties. The surrounding cities that are not yet prepared will probably be turned into nothingness. Su Fan silently gritted his teeth. If such a thing really happens, he will be a sinner. Moro and Shixing are now fully fired, frantically intercepting and killing the low-level monsters attacking from the surroundings. Although they are both amazing in combat power, they can't stop so many monsters. In front of Su Fan and others, there is a steel wall made of countless monsters. Even if Enos kills a vacuum zone, it will be immediately filled by the fearless monsters. When those confirmed day-level monsters catch up, the situation will probably be even more urgent. Su Fan gritted his teeth and made a decision. Let's go. He led Enos, Chanluo and Hexing to turn around and break out from another direction. That is, the direction of the large crack on the seabed. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the siege of countless monsters, Su Fan led Enos, Moro and Star Eater to the seafloor crack. The only way Su Fan could think of to solve this crisis was to enter the seafloor crack. There were too many monsters around, and the overlords in the sea of monsters were also moving towards this place. It was impossible for Su Fan to fight his way out of the sea of monsters in such a short time. And even if he fought his way out, the monsters chasing behind him would gather into a huge monster tide, and then instantly rush out of the gray mist and kill into the land. The current situation has become very tricky. Su Fan can neither take these monsters to the land nor let the monster tide continue to form. He can only go to the seafloor crack that looks like a natural moat. It is a restricted area of the sea of monsters. Ordinary monsters dare not approach it. Even the overlords of the ocean usually do not approach this area. As long as he enters the seafloor crack, he can avoid the pursuit of monsters and eliminate the monster tide that has not yet formed. As for how to escape from the seabed crack, that is something to consider later. Solve the current problem first. Under the combined efforts of Enos, Star Eater and Moro, they fought their way through countless monsters. The group began to slowly approach the seabed crack. A strange picture gradually appeared in front of Su Fan. In the dark green seawater in front of him, an extremely huge black shadow suddenly appeared. This shadow quietly lurked on the seabed, like a sleeping seabed monster. However, this is not a seabed monster, but a super long crack that is tens of thousands of kilometers long. This crack is like a hideous wound of the monster sea, and endless seawater poured into it, forming an extremely spectacular underwater waterfall. With such a huge tilt, the monster sea should dry up soon. But the monster sea has never changed, and the water level has never dropped. It's there. Su Fan looked at the big seabed crack, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This extremely dangerous crack is an absolute forbidden area for the sun-level strongman, but it is his only way out now. Su Fan and others suddenly accelerated, and several figures rushed into the dark and gloomy seabed crack. And the chasing monsters all stopped at the same time after arriving here. It was as if there was something extremely dangerous in the crack, which made them feel scared and dared not approach. The surging monster tide stopped abruptly in front of the big crack on the seabed. No matter how the sun-level ocean overlord urged, those low-level monsters did not dare to get close to the seabed crack. This crack was like a forbidden area and a minefield in their hearts, and they dared not cross it. In the deep sea, several huge monsters appeared in the depths of the sea, silently watching the crack. These monsters are the overlords of the monster sea, and the aura they exude is all the peak of the sun level. But even as powerful as they are, they only dare to stand in the distance and watch quietly, and dare not enter the crack. Aang! A sea overlord roared in a low voice. The monsters around retreated and swam in all directions. The monster tide that had not yet formed a scale disappeared in the invisible. Su Fan rushed into the crack and felt an extremely cold breath in an instant. This dark crack was like a dead area. Cold, silent, without any vitality. In his sight, he could not see any living fog. Su Fan looked up at the bottomless darkness under his feet. It was unknown how deep this crack was. He could not see through it with his eyesight. We'll wait here for now. As long as the monster tide recedes, find a way to leave, don't go deeper. Su Fan, who was in the crack, looked up and could only see a wide band of light. This feeling was like being in the abyss and looking at the sky. Although Su Fan had the courage to enter the seabed crack, he would not rush in recklessly and go deep into the crack. This seabed crack can easily swallow even the sun stage. How many strong people entered it and then lost contact? The large seabed crack in the Monster Sea is also known as an absolute forbidden area. Su Fan looked up and he could feel that the low-level monsters had retreated. But there were still at least 7 or 8 extremely powerful auras squatting around the crack and had not retreated. It was the overlords of the sea. They had not left this place yet, but were waiting around the crack. They might want to confirm that Su Fan was dead before leaving. It seems we have to stay here for a while. Su Fan exhaled lightly and pushed the water around his body away, making a waterless circular area near his body. As a land creature, he still prefers to be a little dry. Su Fan put Moro and Shixing into his own space. Their strength was of no help in this seabed crack. Moreover, Su Fan found that Enos's expression was a little strange. He looked at the depths of the seabed from time to time, and his face seemed a little stunned. Enos, is there anything in this crack that attracts you? Su Fan couldn't help but ask curiously. Dragon creatures who like to plunder treasures have a natural sense of treasures. Su Fan thought that there might be some treasure in this crack that attracted Enos. Enos nodded gently, and then said something that surprised Su Fan. Quote. Quote. In this seabed crack, I felt the breath of my kind. This breath is not weak, but very strong. This crack, either there are powerful dragons of extremely high ranks, or there are a large number of dragons. Enos' words made Su Fan look surprised. There are powerful dragons in this seabed crack, or a large number of dragons. Is it possible? Su Fan's mind quickly emerged with historical data about Blue Star recorded by the Federation. Dragons are a very advanced creature. No matter which world they are in, they are definitely a pyramid-like existence in that plane. Although there have always been various legends about dragons on Blue Star, there are no dragons on Blue Star itself. Only in the legends of ancient times are there records about dragons. It is said that at that time, the dragons once dominated Blue Star for a short time. But these Blue Star dragons soon disappeared without a trace, as if they died collectively overnight. There is no record of this, only endless speculation by later generations of human beings. From that era to the present, no dragon creatures have appeared on Blue Star. Even if there are, they are from other planes. Enos said that there is a lot of dragon breath in this large seabed crack. Su Fan frowned quietly. Could it be that the Blue Star dragons of ancient times did not disappear collectively but entered this seabed crack? But why did they do this? These dragons are not the Dragon King of the East China Sea. What are they doing hiding in the seabed? Su Fan's thoughts were running fast, and countless doubts emerged in his heart. After thinking for a while, Su Fan chose to give up thinking. Even if there are really a large number of dragons in the seabed cracks, it has nothing to do with him. The lifespan of dragons is very long, and it is usually calculated in tens of thousands of years. So if these dragons are really the ones that disappeared in ancient times, how many dragons are there below? No wonder those human awakeners lost all news after entering the cracks. Su Fan thought of the scene where those human predecessors were surrounded by thousands of dragons after entering the cracks. Indeed, a bit miserable. I didn't expect that there are so many dragons under these cracks. This is an amazing discovery. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief and shrugged. But we don't need to go down to verify your idea. We just need to continue hiding here, and when the ocean overlord outside loses patience, we can leave. Quote. After Su Fan finished speaking, Enos turned his head stiffly and stared at him. I have bad news. We may have to go down. Su Fan frowned when he heard this, and looked at Enos with a puzzled look. Why? If the place below is really the habitat of the dragons in ancient times. If he and Enos go down, they will be surrounded by countless dragons. This situation is worse than being surrounded by hundreds of millions of low-level monsters just now. I am not stupid. Why should I go down? Enos sighed and looked at the endless darkness below. Because I felt the call. As soon as I entered the sea of monsters, I felt a slight call. That feeling is like inviting me to go over. After entering this seabed crack, the feeling is particularly strong. Enos looked up at the crack exit above his head. I feel we should not be able to leave this crack before the appointment. If we don't follow this call, something bad might happen. We can only go down. Hearing Enos's whisper, Su Fan got goosebumps all over his body, and a bad premonition emerged from his heart. A flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, and several small doubts in his heart were instantly answered. He felt strange just now. It is impossible to stimulate such a terrible monster tied with the appeal of those ocean overlords alone. Otherwise, the frequency of riots in the monster sea would not be so low, reaching once every few hundred years, but would be very frequent. If what Enos said is true, then it is not those ocean overlords who triggered this monster tide, but the terrifying creatures hidden in the seabed cracks. It triggered this unprecedented monster tide with only one purpose. That is to let Enos enter the seabed cracks and follow its call. Su Fan's heart suddenly set off waves, surging like this ocean. After a long time, Su Fan's heart gradually calmed down, and he smiled bitterly. He originally just wanted to get the secret crystal of life, but he didn't expect to meet the ancient dragon clan. And Ernos, who has the blood of the Dragon King, happened to be traveling with him. The appearance of Ernos attracted the attention of those crack creatures and led him and others into the crack. Now it seems that there is only one choice in front of him. Enter the crack. If you don't obey the will of those crack creatures, something bad will happen. Su Fan doesn't want to be surrounded and beaten by hundreds of dragons. That's definitely a demon. Now he can only take Enos into the crack to find the creatures that summoned it. Maybe, this is not a bad thing. Su Fan patted the scales on Enos's body and laughed softly. It seems that we have no other choice. Go down and take a look. It seems that you have been favored by the dragons below. Maybe they want to give you their maids and let you be the Dragon King. As long as the 3-year period is over, you can ascend the throne of the Dragon King and lead thousands of dragons. Enos heard Su Fan's ridicule, and his expression became very rich. You actually still have the mind to joke. It's not impossible to be the son-in-law of the Dragon King, but if that girl is too ugly, I will never agree to it even if I kill you. Back then, I was also a handsome prince who dominated the clan. Quote, Su Fan carefully looked at Ernos's body and said in a serious tone, don't joke. Enos silently clenched his dragon claws. Let's go down. Quote, Su Fan made a decision and took Erno deep into the crack on the seabed. The position of the man and the dragon began to slowly descend. The darkness on the seabed slowly swallowed them both. From a distance, the crack on the seabed looked like the mouth of some huge monster, swallowing Su Fan and Ernos. As they gradually dived, the light around them gradually disappeared and turned into an absolute darkness. The seawater became even colder, like ice crystals that had not melted for thousands of years. Even Su Fan, who was at the Weiyu level, seemed to feel a chill that penetrated into his bones. In the usual dark seabed, although there was no light at all, various seabed creatures would emit strange light. But it was different here. There was absolutely no light here. But for Su Fan and Niños, this darkness was not a problem. With their perception, they could see clearly even in absolute darkness. Su Fan looked around vigilantly, frowning quietly. It seemed that there was an empty dark world under the crack, with nothing but the cliffs on both sides. And the further you float down, the closer the cliffs are. Is this where the ancient dragons stay? Su Fan frowned and asked softly. He thought there would be a new space under the crack, perhaps the paradise of the dragons. But unexpectedly, it was still a crack. Enos also showed a very suspicious expression at this moment. This kind of place felt a bit narrow for a dragon, let alone a group of dragons. But the call in his heart was indeed from the bottom of the crack, and there was no mistake about it. From the current situation, there seems to be no trace of any dragons here. Unless there is a group of mini dragons below. Su Fan whispered. While speaking, Su Fan and Enos came to the bottom of this huge crack, and they stepped on the seabed. Just as Su Fan was about to speak, his face suddenly froze. When he fell to the bottom of the crack on the seabed, Su Fan's face showed a puzzled look. He was about to ask, but his eyes suddenly froze. Su Fan's face showed an extremely shocked expression, and he was stunned on the spot, looking at both sides with a dull look. He couldn't believe what he saw. Enos didn't notice anything unusual at first, until he noticed Su Fan's gaze, and then he suddenly realized it. The hair on his whole dragon stood up, and a chill ran from the dragon's tail to the top of his head. Su Fan's eyes stayed on the cliff on his left-hand side. At first, his attention was on the seabed, and he didn't pay attention to the cliffs on both sides. Until this moment when he fell to the bottom, he took a look. Just this look made Su Fan stunned. He saw that this cliff was very special. It was not stone, but a transparent substance similar to amber. But what surprised him was not the cliff, but the things hidden in the cliff. About 7 or 8 meters behind the amber cliff, there is a giant dragon curled up in a circle, lying quietly in the cliff. This should be an adult dragon, very large, and looks about the same size as Enos. The dragon closed its eyes, curled up, and its claws and wings were all folded up, standing quietly in the cliff. This cliff looks like a large amber. Behind and near this giant dragon, there are also curled up dragons, so dense that you can't see the end at a glance. Su Fan turned his head to look at the cliff on the other side, and the same situation occurred. The cliffs on both sides are full of dragon creatures. Su Fan's scalp was numb. So the dragons in the ancient times of Blue Star did not disappear overnight, but were made into a large collective amber and buried under the sea. Su Fan was sure that this was not a spontaneous behavior of the dragons. No tribe would be so stupid as to make a specimen of their entire tribe, right? If the entire dragon tribe was not crazy, then there must be another mastermind behind this. And how powerful must this mastermind be to do such a thing? These are all adult pure-blooded dragons, and there are countless sun-level dragons, and even some demigods. Even if a true god wants to do this, it may be difficult. Right, Su Fan's heart was creepy. I did not expect that there was such a secret in the Blue Star. And of the former half-god was shocked. Not to mention that it was the same as the dragon creature. In the middle, the time seemed to have stopped flowing. In Su Fan's eyes of life, these dragons all maintained extremely strong vitality, and all dragons were alive and not dead. In other words, these dragons were not specimens, but fell into a state similar to vegetables. They lay quietly in the amber cliff, letting their lives slip away. Su Fan and Enos walked forward for a distance and found countless dragons on the cliffs on both sides. These dragons are in the state of plant, dragon. Looking at the scene in front of him, although Su Fan's heart is still very shocked, it has gradually calmed down at this moment. Countless doubts emerged in Su Fan's mind. This world hides too many secrets. Even if he has lived 2 lives, it is impossible to understand all the secrets of the world. Su Fan took a deep breath, then turned to look at Enos. So, the sense of summons you received came from these ancient dragons. Enos carefully felt it and narrowed his eyes slightly. It turned and looked into the depths of the crack, whispering, "No." The sense of summons did not come from these predecessors, but from the depths of the crack. Su Fan also looked at the dark end of the crack and could not see anything at all. The cold sea water seemed like endless fog, covering everything. "Let's go over and take a look," Su Fan whispered, and became more and more curious about this mysterious call. The ancient dragons, the sleeping sea crack. The ancient secrets of Blue Star may be hidden here. Humans are not the only intelligent creatures on Blue Star. There were many intelligent races that ruled the planet before humans. Humans appeared in ancient times and gradually gained control over Blue Star. As of today, humans dare not say that they have completely mastered Blue Star. But the ancient dragons were different. They completely controlled the planet at that time and were the only overlords of Blue Star. Their disappearance overnight left countless mysteries. Going to the depths of the crack, there may be a chance to solve this unsolved mystery. Su Fan and Enos advanced to the deepest part of the narrow sea crack. Because the crack was too narrow, Enos had to reduce his size. Its size formed a very sharp contrast with the sleeping dragons in the cliff. Su Fan couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, the dragons in the cliffs were all plant dragons, otherwise, he and Enos would be in danger. This journey took much longer than Su Fan expected. At the beginning, he and Enos moved forward cautiously, fearing that they would wake up the dragons on both sides. Later, they became bolder and sped up. Even so, it took more than 6 hours to reach the end of the crack. Su Fan imagined many scenes at the end of the crack. He felt that he might be able to see many shocking things. But Su Fan had never thought that the end of the seabed crack would be so simple. This turned out to be a dead end. He and Enos came to the innermost part of the seabed crack. It was empty here, with only a black wall at the end. I don't know what kind of stone it was made of, and there were cracks. Although this place was very empty, it was not empty. In the deepest part of the crack, in front of the black wall, there was a dragon egg, more than half a meter high. The dragon egg was covered with various complicated black patterns, and waves of life were coming from inside. Obviously, this was a living dragon egg, and the thing inside was not dead. And it was not sealed or imprisoned in the cliff. Su Fan stared at the dragon egg and couldn't help whispering. It seems, I guessed right. Your dragon elders wanted you to take this dragon egg away, so they found a child bride for you. Ino's eyes were very solemn, and he didn't want to joke with Su Fan at all. What bullshit. Quote, the creature inside this dragon egg has a bloodline level, higher than mine. If I were in the dragon clan, I would be its slave. The bloodline of the dragon clan is strictly divided into different levels. This is a pyramid clan. The dragon clan with high bloodline is born to stand at the top of the pyramid. The level of bloodline can be distinguished from the pattern on the dragon egg. The pattern on this dragon egg is more complicated than Inos's imagination. Perhaps only the dragon god can give birth to such an offspring. Su Fan's expression changed when he heard what Inos said, and a look of shock appeared on his face. The bloodline level is higher than Inos. Inos has the bloodline of the Dragon King, and can be said to be the best young generation of the Dragon clan. As long as it grows naturally, it can reach the sun level. With a little effort, it should not be difficult to enter the demigod level. And the dragon egg in front of him has a higher bloodline level than him. Doesn't this mean? Su Fan's eyes suddenly lit up, staring at the dragon egg. This is actually a saint-level dragon. According to Su Fan's classification of the potential of living beings, the saint level can reach the demigod level after natural growth, and there is a great hope of breaking through the true god level. If he hadn't been unclear about the situation around him, Su Fan really wanted to rush up and take the dragon egg away. Su Fan looked around, and there was an indescribable sense of pressure in his heart. So your sense of summoning comes from this dragon egg. What do your dragon elders want you to do? Hearing Su Fan's question, Ornos's face was also a little confused, and his eyes looked around. The sense of summoning does come from here, but it doesn't come from that dragon egg, but from all directions here. I don't know what they want me to do. To be honest, Erno is also a little bit of a liar. Although he is the son of the Dragon King, this identity doesn't seem to work well in front of so many dragon elders. What's more, there was an egg that seemed to come from the dragon god in front of them. Su Fan and Inos, one man and one dragon, stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. Since Inos felt the call, someone must be calling it. They had already arrived at the seafloor crack, so the person who called should have appeared. But a long time had passed, and no creature had appeared. The dragon egg had also been quietly placed in front of the black wall. Su Fan looked around, frowned, and whispered, "Since you were summoned here, it means they want you to do something. This dragon egg is not sealed in the cliff. So, do the elders of the dragon clan want you to take this dragon egg away?" Ino swallowed his saliva. He didn't dare to guess at this time. Although it was a giant dragon at the peak of the sun stage, it was not good enough at the moment. The giant dragons in the cliffs on both sides of the end of the rift were at least demigods. Inos's father was only a demigod. I don't know, but maybe you were right. Or, let's try. Inos said tentatively. Su Fan patted its dragon head and gave it an encouraging look. Go, your wife has arrived. Inos bared his teeth at Su Fan. Immediately, Inos slowly stepped forward and walked towards the dragon egg covered with countless patterns, approaching carefully little by little. Buzz, however, when Inos approached the dragon egg 10 meters away, the dragon egg suddenly emitted a golden luster, as if to warn the approacher. Inos's face suddenly turned pale, his knees softened, and he almost knelt down uncontrollably. This kind of suppression is not a suppression of rank and strength, but a suppression of bloodline level. The bloodline level of this dragon egg is too high, forming a natural upper-level suppression on Inos. Dragon God bloodline. Definitely Dragon God bloodline. Inos's face was horrified, and a storm was set off in his heart. It was sure that the dragon egg in front of it definitely had the bloodline of the Dragon God. Otherwise, as a peak of the sun rank, it would not be possible to be suppressed so easily. Inos slowly retreated with a panic mood and returned to Su Fan's side. Su Fan also saw this scene and couldn't help frowning. Enos couldn't get close to this dragon egg. He actually guessed wrong. Why did these ancient dragons summon Enos? They didn't want it to stay and hatch eggs, did they? Enos, who returned to Su Fan's Wang Nuo's side, seemed a little frightened and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It seems that you guessed wrong. They don't want me to take this dragon egg away. The man and the dragon immediately fell into deep contemplation, speculating on the thoughts of these ancient dragons. After a long time, Enos suddenly looked at Su Fan with a strange look and said, "Or, you go up and try." Su Fan saw Enos staring at him and raised his eyebrows. "Oh. They summoned you, and even you can't get close to the dragon egg. What's the point of me going up?" However, Enos shook his head very firmly. "No, I have a hunch. Maybe these ancient dragons summoned you instead of me. I'm just a middleman." Single quote. Su Fan's face became a little uneasy when he heard this. Is it really possible? Su Fan instinctively felt that it was unlikely. The reason was very simple. He did not feel the call they called Enos. In the last life, he also came to the monster sea and passed through the big seabed crack. But nothing happened at that time. This time Enos came with him, and this kind of thing happened. So the source of the changes in the 2 times he entered the monster sea was Enos, not himself. Su Fan carefully pondered in his heart and felt that what Enos said was unlikely. However, he was still willing to give it a try. Su Fan stared at the dragon egg standing silently beside the black wall with fiery eyes. After all, this is a holy dragon, suspected to be the offspring of the dragon god. If he could get it, he would undoubtedly have a great helper around him. Such an opportunity, if missed, it would be gone. Although what Enos said was unlikely, Su Fan was willing to give it a try. If he lost, he would not lose, and if he won, he would make a lot of money. Judging from the process of Enos approaching just now, there should be no danger in the middle. As long as he is careful, the worst result is nothing more than being repelled by the dragon egg. Su Fan shrugged and said, "What you said makes some sense. I'll go up and try it." Enos nodded with a serious look. Su Fan immediately looked at the dragon egg in front of him and walked over step by step. Soon, he arrived at the position where Enos had arrived before. At this time, the dragon egg should have sensed the danger and would instinctively release the dragon's might to deter. Su Fan was ready to retreat at any time. However, something surprising happened. When he moved forward again, the dragon egg still stood quietly. Nothing happened. The terrifying dragon might just now did not appear, and Su Fan's progress was not hindered at all. The expressions of Su Fan and Enos changed significantly. What Enos said, couldn't it be true? Su Fan's mind was in turmoil, and his thoughts were instantly in a mess. But, how could this be? In his previous life, he had clearly been here, and nothing happened at that time. Why did such a change happen this time? Enos in the distance stared at Su Fan's figure, his eyes wide open. My guess was indeed correct. These dragon elders on the seabed did not summon me. But Su Fan, my mission is to bring Su Fan to this seabed crack. Enos was no less shocked than Su Fan. Because he didn't know what was so special about Su Fan that made these ancient dragons on the seabed so concerned. They even went to great lengths to bring him into the crack. Su Fan approached carefully step by step, and slowly came to the front of the dragon egg. He and Enos' hearts were pounding, fearing that there would be any unusual movements around them. Perhaps those demigod dragons hidden in the cliffs would suddenly wake up. Fortunately, nothing happened. Su Fan came to the dragon egg, frowning, his face full of doubts. He looked at the cliffs on both sides. The sleeping dragons around him were all normal. Could it be that they really wanted to take the dragon egg away by himself? Su Fan slowly placed his hand on the dragon egg. A warm touch came from the palm of his hand. Su Fan could even feel the great vitality surging in the dragon egg, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. This is a very active dragon egg that can be hatched at any time. Su Fan looked around again, wanting to see if there were any changes. But the surroundings were still dead silent. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Dear elders of the dragon clan, I'll take this dragon egg away. Although I don't know what your purpose is, I will carefully cultivate it. Su Fan looked solemnly at the crack in the Dead Sea, and his voice slowly spread. After that, he put the dragon egg into his life space. This extremely short process made Su Fan nervous. Fortunately, the surroundings were still very quiet and there was no change. Enos watched Su Fan's actions, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Seeing Su Fan put away the dragon egg safely, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Su Fan immediately walked towards Enos quickly. Let's go. Enos found that the sense of summoning had disappeared, which meant that what they were going to do was over. The purpose of this sense of summoning was to let them take the dragon egg away. Enos didn't want to stay in this cold and treacherous seabed any longer, so he quickly evacuated with Su Fan. One man and one dragon quickly floated to the surface of the sea. After Enos and Su Fan left, there was still no change in the deepest part of the seabed crack. Until a long time later. The black wall at the end of the crack suddenly shook. And then, a pair of huge green dragon eyes suddenly opened. The tip of the iceberg of a huge dragon body appeared at the end of the crack. The reason why Su Fan thought this place was a black wall just now was because this dragon was too huge. Its size was completely different from the other dragons around it. Even a scale on its body was as big as the head of an ordinary dragon. At this close distance, the whole picture of this dragon could not be seen at all. Then, the dragons in the cliffs on the seabed opened their eyes one after another. All the dragons woke up. Thousands of dragons looked at the direction where Su Fan and Enos left. The ancient dragon language slowly sounded in the crack on the seabed. Why choose him? I remember he also entered the monster sea last time. The voice came from nowhere. The object being questioned was the black dragon whose size was far larger than that of an ordinary dragon. The dark green eyes at the end of the crack stared at the sea. Intuition. The opportunity for the dragons to escape from suffering lies in this young man. I smelled a scent on him that can change the world. See. There was no such smell the last time he entered. After a brief exchange, the countless dragons in the seabed crack fell into a deep sleep again. All the dragons slowly closed their eyes, as if they had never woken up. And the pair of dark green eyes gradually closed. The end of the crack was once again blocked by the black wall. The follow-up of the seabed crack, Su Fan and Enos did not notice anything unusual. The two of them are now floating out of the crack at the fastest speed. Su Fan's heart was beating wildly, and he felt extremely excited. This trip was really unexpected. There were not many obstacles in the process of seizing the secret crystal of life, but I didn't expect to see the secrets in the seabed crack. Even Su Fan, who has lived 2 lives, would find it difficult to keep himself calm. Su Fan and Enos soon arrived at the top of the crack, where they stayed. Su Fan looked down and saw no abnormal changes, and he was completely relieved. I didn't expect I could actually get a saint-level dragon this time. Su Fan couldn't help but smile. No matter why the ancient dragons in the sea asked him to take the dragon egg, it was a good thing for Su Fan to oppose it. This dragon egg has great potential and is worth cultivating. When it grows up, it can become a great helper for him. Su Fan gathered his mind and carefully sensed the situation outside the crack. For some reason, the ocean overlords hiding around had already left. It was extremely quiet near the large crack on the seabed, and not many monsters gathered. Perhaps it was the sea dragons who drove away these ocean overlords. Their original purpose was just to drive themselves into the crack. Now that the purpose has been achieved, there is no need to continue to gather monsters. Let's go. For safety, Su Fan also received Enos into his natal space. Its peak sun level aura was too dazzling, and it was easy to attract the attention of those ocean overlords. Immediately, Su Fan released a spell to hide his aura, and all his life fluctuations and aura were restrained. Then he quickly escaped from the crack and headed for the land. The journey was very stable, without any obstacles. Those low-level monsters could not sense Su Fan's existence at all. It only took a few hours for Su Fan to cross most of the monster sea, break out of the gray mist, and land on land. When he walked out of the mist, Su Fan was completely relaxed. Although only half a day had passed, Su Fan felt as if he was in another world. Everything that happened when he entered the monster sea this time was far beyond his expectations. It is better to return as soon as possible. Su Fan returned to Kyoto City at the fastest ABFJ speed and returned to his own courtyard. Then he could not wait to enter the natal space. Su Fan did not even look at the sunken ship, but looked directly at the dragon egg that was only half a meter high. The dragon egg is now floating in the magic soil, and the dust spirit is providing it with the nutrients it needs to grow. Enos and the dragons are standing in the corner of the natal space, just like the previous Star Eaters and Moro. The blood level of the dragon egg is too high, which has caused them a lot of pressure. Su Fan came to the dragon egg and stretched out his hand to touch the pattern of the dragon egg carefully. Quote. Su Fan's face was extremely happy. He had never expected to meet the Saint-level dragon clan unexpectedly this time. This harvest was even more exciting than the secret crystal of life. Although you were given to me by the elders of the dragon clan, the blood contract is inevitable. Su Fan stretched out his finger and now on the surface of the dragon egg. He had to sign a blood contract with the dragon egg in front of him, so that he could feel at ease. Otherwise, this dragon egg would be an uncontrollable thing for him, and it would be difficult for him to feel at ease. Su Fan originally thought that the blood contract process would be a bit troublesome. But he didn't expect that the process was very smooth, so smooth that he was surprised. The life in the dragon egg seemed to be very happy to accept this contract, and did not resist at all. After the blood contract was signed, Su Fan felt that he had established a strange connection with the creatures in the dragon egg. Su Fan glanced at Enos and the dragon guards squatting in the corner, and smiled and patted the dragon egg. Little guy, hold back your dragon power. The dragon egg seemed to understand Su Fan's words, and the majesty it exuded instantly decreased a lot. Enos and his dragon guards immediately felt the pressure reduced. Enos, the task of hatching the dragon egg is now handed over to you. I think you don't mind becoming the teacher of this little dragon. Enos did not refuse after hearing this. The blood level of this dragon egg is higher than his, and it is at the highest level in the entire dragon system. If he can be the teacher of this little dragon, his status will naturally rise. Okay, Enos nodded. It doesn't need to worry about hatching dragon eggs. The fertility rate of the dragon race is very low, but the survival rate of dragon eggs is still very high. What's more, there is magic soil to provide all the nutrients needed for the growth of dragon eggs. In this case, if they still can't hatch, then there will be a ghost. Su Fan didn't pay attention to the changes in Enos's expression, but looked at the sunken ship. At that time, in order to save time, Su Fan put the entire super large sunken ship into his life space. In addition to the secret crystal of life, there are many good things on the sunken ship. But these are not of much use to Su Fan, so it is better to hand them over to the Federation and exchange them for treasure points. Su Fan just wanted to find Muan and ask about some things about the seabed cracks. Su Fan took out a treasure chest from the sunken ship, which contained more than 40 secret crystals of life. He gathered all the secret crystals of life and threw them into the magic soil. Now he has more than 120 secret crystals of life in his hand. If he can get all the secret crystals of life in the Eternal Dead domain, it will be enough for the evolution of the magic soil. Eternal Dead domain. It's a bit troublesome to get in. Su Fan's face showed a trace of difficulty. The Eternal Dead zone is an extremely strange place, not just a plane or a world. So it is impossible to enter by opening the door. To enter the Eternal Dead zone, you must have a key. Su Fan got the key to enter the Eternal Dead zone by chance in his previous life. He didn't know when he would get it in this life. If it doesn't work, I can go to search for other secret crystals of life, and I don't have to go to the Eternal Dead zone. Su Fan whispered. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more ways than difficulties. In this vast sea of the world, the secret crystal of life is not only in the Eternal Dead zone. Su Fan exited the natal space and went to Muan's residence. Muan was handling some work in the courtyard. As the most responsible rotating chairman, Muan has to handle a lot of federal affairs every day. If it weren't for the fact that the physical strength of the Sun-level strongman was far higher than that of ordinary people, Su Fan felt that Muan would probably die suddenly. One of the important reasons why the ancient emperors were short-lived was that they were too tired. But from a certain perspective, having a responsible top strongman like Muan is a good thing for both the Federation and mankind. Returning so soon? Muan asked without even raising his head. After he finished the things in his hands, he slowly looked up at Su Fan. It seems to be going smoothly. Su Fan smiled and waved to release the sunken ship. Not as smooth as expected. You can estimate the price of this thing and exchange it for treasure points. Muan glanced at the sunken ship and put it away. Then, Su Fan told Muan about his trip. He did not talk about the dragon eggs, but only talked about the situation on the seabed. Muan frowned and listened to everything. The dragons sealed in the seabed. The disappearance of the dragons in ancient times is still an unsolved mystery. Most of the top masters believe that they migrated collectively. I didn't expect that they would be hidden in the seabed of Blue Star in this state. Su Fan looked at Muyan's calm face and raised his eyebrows. You don't seem to be very surprised. Muyan smiled lightly and did not explain. I have a lot of things to deal with. If I want to relax, I have to keep my curiosity and interest in things other than the ones at hand very low. The seal of that batch of dragons may be related to a certain god, but I don't want to delve into it. Compared to this, there is something that I care more about right now. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.